Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 78. Godfather, Berndi Valdo has come to me. Darren listened to the voice coming from the military phone bug with some astonishment, and his cigar-smoking expression gradually became weird. I just received an order from Sengoku to track down Berndi Valdo's whereabouts, and within 2 minutes, that guy actively found his godson? The flying squirrel sitting opposite the desk also listened to Doflamingo's words with a dazed expression, the corners of his mouth twitching. He was almost scalded by a cigar before he reacted suddenly. Darren and the flying squirrel couldn't help but glanced at each other, feeling for a moment that it didn't take much effort. What does he want? Darren exhaled a puff of smoke slowly, and his brain began to work quickly. He needs munitions, large quantities of munitions. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and said, "That guy is crazy. He almost razed the garrison on Lubeck Island to the ground, and threatened to give me 3 days to build a large heavy artillery." A super large heavy artillery? Hearing this sentence, Darren's eyes froze, and a sharp light flashed in the depths of his pupils. It looks like that guy was really pushed by old man Sengoku. He frowned and muttered to himself, and then said, "Is he hurt?" On the other side of the military phone bug, Doflamingo stood up with his bloody hands supporting his body, and said in a hoarse voice, "That's right." He pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth. "Godfather, what should I do? If Berndi Valdo got a supersized heavy cannon, with his devil fruit ability, then give it to him." Darren interrupted him suddenly with a smile. "Give him everything he wants, munitions, weapons, heavy artillery, the more the better, as long as he can swallow it, all will be supplied to him." Doflamingo was stunned when he heard this. Before he could ask, Darren spoke again. "Let's deal with this matter like this, Dover. I am very happy that you can contact me and inform me about this matter." There was a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. "You don't need to intervene in Berndi Valdo's affairs. He wants arms, you provide him with arms. As for the loss of the Lubeck Island station, I will make him pay the price." Dover. You have to remember that when people live in this world, sudden insults often occur, and they must be endured. Don't let hatred blind your eyes. But I can assure you. The chief officer of North Blue stood up slowly with a sneer, reached out and took off the cloak of justice on the coat rack, and put it on behind him. "Berndi Valdo, there's no way you are leaving North Blue alive." Late at night. The waves were churning, the sky was dark, and the stars were dim. On the territory of Germa 66, the military fortresses are decorated with lights and feasting. Today is the christening day of the eldest daughter of the Germa Kingdom of North Blue, the Vinsmoke family. In order to celebrate the birth of the eldest daughter of the royal family, Vinsmoke Judge, the king of the Germa Kingdom and the commander of Germa 66, held a splendid and grand banquet party, and invited representatives of many member countries of North Blue to attend. "It's really boring. Are we sure we want to participate in this so-called baptism day?" The warship slowly docked, Cake standing on the deck yawned. "This sea is not just about fighting and killing, but about people's understanding of the world. Besides, the Kingdom of Germa is our long-term partner of North Blue Marine." Darren said something with a smile. Listening to his words, Jun and Cake couldn't help rolling their eyes together. If they didn't know the inside story, people might really believe Darren's nonsense. "Admiral Darren, my lord is already waiting for your arrival in the banquet hall." At this time, a man in the image of a butler in a black tuxedo stepped forward and bowed towards Darren, who walked off the deck. "You are welcome, King Judge. It is an honor to witness the christening of Princess Vinsmoke." Darren smiled, his movements graceful and graceful. Everyone followed the butler's footsteps and quickly entered Germa's banquet hall. The banquet hall is magnificent, with sparkling crystal chandeliers hanging on the dome, and the waiters in suits shuttled back and forth among the crowd with trays in their hands, serving drinks and food to the guests attending the banquet. Jiaji noticed that among the guests present were quite a few well-known figures from North Blue. Owners of chambers of commerce in fine attire, nobles in gold and silver, representatives of the royal family, dignitaries and ministers from North Blue countries. If you listen carefully, you can faintly hear their whispers. They discussed the workings of government, the profit and loss of commerce, the trade routes, the buying and selling of land, titles of nobility, the 8 trigrams of high society, and the vicissitudes of power. These are all prominent figures in the North Blue Sea area. All kinds of resources, channels, favors and transactions were finalized in such a seemingly random banquet. Their words and deeds are enough to determine the situation and pulse of the entire North Blue. But as Darren and his group walked into the banquet hall, everyone who was having a drink stopped their conversations and actions immediately, and couldn't help turning their eyes to the black-haired Marine who was walking in the front. The bustling banquet hall suddenly fell silent, so quiet that it was a little frightening. The deep silence weighed heavily on Jiaji's shoulders, making him swallow a mouthful of saliva. Unlike the other guests who were wearing dresses and robes, Darren was wearing a crisp black suit as usual, with a black tie tied casually, and a large white cape behind him. With deep-set eyes, a high nose bridge, and a neatly cut back hair, the whole person exudes a wild and elegant temperament, which makes people unable to look away. Behind him, followed by 20 fierce and stern marine elites, walked into the banquet hall majestically, giving the impression that they were not coming to attend the christening ceremony, but a tiger patrolling its own territory. The man looked at him with respect and fear, but the woman looked at him with undisguised salivation and passion. "Tch, you know how to be handsome, you just came to witness the ceremony, okay?" Jiaji muttered sourly. But what even he had to admit was that Darren was really dazzling at this moment. Men want to be him, women want to be his shape. Ha 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 ha, welcome Admiral Darren to Germa. At this time, a loud and hearty laugh suddenly sounded, breaking the silence in the banquet hall. Vince Moke Judge, dressed in royal style, walked out of the crowd laughing and held out his hand to Darren. "It's my daughter's honor that Admiral Darren can attend the christening ceremony." Darren smiled and took his hand. "How could I miss such an important occasion?" Chapter 79. Click click click. Accompanied by the smiles and handshakes of the two people with the highest level and specifications in this banquet, the journalists present immediately raised their cameras and took pictures one after another under the frequent flashes. For the nobles, dignitaries, guests, and wealthy businessmen from the North Blue countries present, they naturally knew very well that they were not the protagonists of this baptism ceremony. Germa naturally, needless to say. This military power with all its citizens has terrifying military combat capabilities, is full of aggression, and has a majestic ambition to dominate North Blue. I don't know how many countries in North Blue. And nobles can't sleep at night. In fact, if it weren't for the previous mediation by North Blue Marine, it is estimated that Vince Moke Judge has dragged more than half of North Blue into endless wars. As for the North Blue Marine chief named Rogers Darren, the guests attending the ceremony were more in awe. Everyone knew that this young man under the age of 20 was the real speaker of North Blue. The North Blue fleet under his command is invincible, and his own personal strength is even more unfathomable, covering the sky in the sea area of North Blue. "Admiral Darren, I heard that the situation in North Blue has changed a lot recently." Vince Moke Judge took a glass of wine from the waiter and handed it to Darren, asking seemingly casually. Darren took the wine, took a sip, and said with a half-smile. "Oh? I don't know what aspect the King Judge is referring to." Vince Moke Judge frowned. As a scientist, he is not good at so-called political games, and even less interested. What he is good at is crushing opponents with powerful science and military technology, and crushing all enemy countries with a hopelessly powerful army. For no reason at Darren's political rhetoric. Admiral Darren should know what I mean. Vince Moke Judge took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the displeasure in his heart. The entire underground world of North Blue was turned upside down by your army, and in less than half a month, a kid named Doflamingo led his family members into the underground forces of North Blue. What I'm curious about is whether the rumors from the outside world are true. Doflamingo, does he maintain a cooperative relationship with you? You know, the rise of Donquixote family has affected the expansion of Germa 66. Darren shook the red wine glass lightly, and the blood-red liquid rippled continuously along the glass wall. King Judge, you should be very clear about my attitude towards the so-called underground world. He smiled and said. Under the premise of peace, as long as things are done according to the rules, I will turn a blind eye. Doflamingo is a little young, but he has quality and I appreciate that. As for Germa's expansion. He touched Vinsmoke Judge's glass. If I remember correctly, the North Blue Marine Fleet is now Germa's biggest business partner, isn't it? In the original plot, the rise of the Donquixote family in North Blue hindered Germa 66's dominance plan. As a last resort, Vinsmoke Judge can only export the war to the outside world, exporting the war in the whole world in the form of mercenaries, in order to achieve the goal of expansion. Hearing Colonel Marine's words, Vinsmoke Judge fell silent. After a few seconds, a smile slowly appeared on his face. Indeed, the stability and peace of North Blue is the most important thing. At this time, the housekeeper rang the bell lightly, interrupting everyone's greetings. Now invite the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, the christening ceremony has officially begun. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look. I saw a gentle-looking woman with a somewhat pale complexion pushing a baby carriage, escorted by several Germa guards, slowly walking in from outside the hall. She was wearing a long white royal dress, without complicated jewelry and decorations. She was slightly powdered, with a delicate temperament and a slender figure. Princess Sora of the Vinsmoke royal family. This is Sanji's mother, she does seem to be a very gentle person. A thought flashed through Darren's mind. Admiral Darren, first time meeting, hello. Princess Sola pushed the baby carriage and walked towards Darren, gracefully giving a noble courtesy. Darren gently held her hand, bowed slightly, gave a hand kiss with knightly etiquette, and smiled. I've heard that Princess Sola is charming, but what I saw today is indeed so. He looked at the pink baby girl in the stroller, and said with a smile. This is Reiju, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, right? Congratulations to both of you. On behalf of myself, I have prepared a small gift for little Reiju, and please don't refuse it. As he spoke, he gestured to the flying squirrel, who quickly walked over and handed a list to the butler behind Vinsmoke Judge. Although I couldn't see the specific items on the list clearly, but the dense words on it. This meeting gift is clearly not thin. I am very grateful to Admiral Darren for his generosity, and may the friendship between Germa and North Blue Marine last forever. Princess Sola smiled slightly, and gracefully picked up the wine glass. Darren clinked a glass with her and drank it down. Soon the christening ceremony will begin. The little Reiju carved in powder and jade was gently put into a wooden barrel filled with warm water by the housekeeper, and was baptized under the witness of all the guests. The guests immediately applauded enthusiastically, and then the banquet officially began. Can I hug her? Darren looked at the little Reiju lying in Princess Sola's arms, and said with a smile. Sora hesitated for a moment, then said softly. No problem at all. As she spoke, she carefully picked up little Reiju and handed it to Darren. Darren took the cute baby with curly eyebrows and pink hair, biting his little finger in his arms, feeling a little dazed for a moment. This is Sanji's biological sister in the future venomous fan, Vinsmoke Reiju. He gently pinched little Reiju's face, and he already had a judgment in his mind. Vinsmoke Judge, sure enough, has modified his bloodline with bloodline factors. She will be the pride of Germa 66. Vinsmoke Judge came over at this time and said in a deep voice. Darren glanced at him and suddenly smiled. I believe so. He put little Reiju back into the soft crib, and asked seemingly casually. King Judge, I want to discuss a new business with you. Darren smoothed little Raja's hair gently, and helped her cover the little quilt. Germa 66, is there a sea stone? Chapter 80. 3 days passed quickly. Sengoku Admiral, everything is ready. 3 hours later, the target Berndi Valdo will land on an island in the northern waters of Rubeck Island. This island belongs to no man's land. I suggest launching operations on this island. In the cabin of the warship, Sengoku gradually frowned as he listened to the low voice coming from the military phone in front of him. Darren, can you confirm the authenticity of the information? In the past 3 days, Berndi Valdo's whereabouts have been erratic, and even the government can't find the slightest trace of the ward pirates. If the intelligence goes wrong, once our Marines' actions are exposed, we will do it for this time. All efforts made in the encirclement and suppression will be in vain. As he spoke, Sengoku couldn't help but glance at poor Asalino, who was picking his nails next to him. Sengoku Admiral, please rest assured that there will be no mistakes. The source of intelligence information is reliable. As far as I know, Berndi Valdo has purchased a large amount of smuggled arms through North Blue's underground world channel, and the specific place of transaction is the target island. Darren's steady and powerful voice came from the phone bug. Hearing Darren's confident words, a smile slowly appeared on Sengoku's face. Very good, the old man really saw the right person. He pondered for a moment. What suggestions do you have for the campaign against Berndi Valdo? Darren pretended to hesitate and said. Sengoku Admiral, I'm just a colonel in the headquarters, and I'm going to encircle and suppress a big pirate like Berndi Valdo. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to make a military suggestion. Sengoku laughed angrily when he heard the words. You kid, don't pretend to be there for the old man. If you have any ideas, please speak up quickly. After the operation is successful, you will be indispensable for the credit. Besides, your application for promotion has already been submitted, old man, and it can be passed as long as it goes through procedural inquiries and reviews. A headquarters commodore is already qualified to participate in this level of military operations. Sengoku is no fool. As an existence recognized as the resourceful general and marine, his political skill and military strategy are definitely among the best in this sea. Because of the Celestial Dragon's Shield Saint incident, the ward pirates have become more cautious and tricky. Including the intelligence networks of the Marine and World Government CP departments, Berndi Valdo was nowhere to be found. I even used a lot of personal connections, communicated with the political leaders of the major kingdoms in North Blue, and tried to find clues about Berndi Valdo, but in the end they all failed. However, in this case, in less than 2 days, Darren, the Admiral of North Blue, directly provided information specific to the precise time and place. This incident in itself is enough to explain a lot of problems. Thinking of this, an extremely absurd idea suddenly came to Sengoku's mind. Could it be? Darren, did you arrange this arms deal? Sengoku's expression suddenly became serious, and he asked in a deep voice. The phone bug was silent for a second, and Admiral North Blue's smiling voice came out slowly. Sengoku Admiral's vision and resourcefulness are astonishing, nothing can be hidden from you. Yes, this business was arranged by me. Berndi Valdo has been frantically recruiting troops and buying munitions in the past few days, and built a cannon of amazing scale, trying to destroy the troops led by Sengoku Admiral. Boom! Sengoku slammed his fist hard on the desk in front of him, his face was so gloomy that it seemed to drip water. Damn Berndi Valdo! Is he trying to blow away Marineford? As a Marine Admiral who has fought against Berndi Valdo many times, Sengoku knows the terrifying power of the former's Momo fruit better than anyone else. If he really gets a large-scale heavy artillery, not to mention the Marine troops he leads, I am afraid that with Berndi Valdo's crazy, violent and arrogant character, he may really dare to bomb the naval headquarters Marineford with one shot. To the sky. But since he knew this information in advance, he had enough time to deal with it. Thinking of this, Sengoku's anxious heart calmed down a little at that moment. You didn't give him that heavy cannon, did you? Darren. Well, I still believe you, kid. You shouldn't do such a stupid thing. No, Sengoku Admiral. I built him a cannon of unprecedented scale. Darren said suddenly. Sengoku. 1 second later. What did you say? Sengoku collapsed from his seat, and his violent roar almost shook the cabin lid off. The sound was so loud that poor Asalino couldn't help but pick his ears. Are you crazy? Sengoku gritted his teeth and looked at the calm look of Darren simulated by the phone bug, with 2 lines of smoke coming out of his nostrils. Sengoku Admiral, don't worry, I have a reason for doing this. Darren's salty voice came out. Berndy Waldo looks crazy, but he's actually an extremely difficult guy to deal with. Although he has the ambition to destroy the world, he is definitely not a reckless fool. If there is not enough interest, I am afraid it will be difficult to lure him out and kill him in one fell swoop. If he didn't have this heavy artillery in his hand, he would not rush to fight our marine, especially when he was already injured. This time we trapped him in North Blue, which is the best opportunity, absolutely not to be missed. Otherwise, once he has a chance to escape to the Grand Line or even the New World, it will be several times or even dozens of times more difficult for us to attack him in the future. Listening to Darren's well-founded analysis, Sengoku's eyebrows were still tightly frowned, and he raised his hand to pinch his temple and said. But Darren boy, it's too risky for you to do this. No, Sengoku Admiral, please trust me. Admiral North Blue's voice had a convincing bearing. Since I dared to hand over that heavy cannon to Berndy Waldo, I naturally have the confidence to deal with him. As for what you just said, about this mission, I have an immature idea. Darren paused for a second and said word by word. I hope that this operation will be given to me to command. I will lead the North Blue Fleet, in the battle. Chapter 81. The cabin of the warship did not know when it became quiet. Even Polo Salino stopped picking his nails, and raised his head with great interest, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. This guy Darren, now directly asked for power from the Admiral of Headquarters. Boy Darren, do you want to take command of this mission? Sengoku frowned suddenly, his face serious. Yes, Sengoku Admiral. There was no hesitation in Colonel Marine's voice as he answered decisively. I have enough confidence. The situation in North Blue is complex. I know the routes, town distribution, troop deployment, etc. in the waters near the target island very well. I sent someone to arrange this transaction, and I have every reason to execute it. And the most important point is, this time to encircle and suppress Berndy Waldo and the Ward pirates, the North Blue Fleet will serve as the main force of our marine, and I will be in charge of combat command, so that I can maximize their strength combat capability. Darren knew he couldn't back down at this point. He has been in North Blue for so many years, and he knows one thing very well, the so-called power and status must often be earned by oneself. Make the right request at the right time. Sometimes the best way to win the respect of your boss is to challenge his authority. When Sengoku heard Darren's words, a light flashed in the depths of his deep eyes. Darren, do you know the strength of Berndy Waldo? He suddenly asked another question. Sengoku Admiral, I know very well. Berndy Waldo, as a big pirate with the same reputation as Roger and Whitebeard, his strength should not be underestimated, but this is a war, and the factors that determine the outcome of a war are not only related to combat power. Sengoku pondered for a moment, then asked again. Then do you know that if the mission fails due to your command, you will face very serious punishment, and even affect your political career in Marine? Sengoku Admiral, I am naturally very clear about this. If the mission fails, I am willing to accept all punishments from this department. Hearing these words, the light in Sengoku's eyes became brighter and brighter. He paused and looked sideways at Porisalino beside him. Porisalino Rear Admiral, what's your opinion? Porisalino fumbled with the stubble on his chin, put on a thoughtful look, and finally said slowly. Well, I think it wouldn't hurt to let Colonel Darren give it a try. After all, his performance since he became the North Blue Admiral, both in terms of governance and military ability, has always been outstanding. Porisalino's last words directly dispelled the remaining doubts in Sengoku's mind. Indeed, if any of the marine generals had been changed, Sengoku would never have handed over the command in the face of such an important task as the crusade against Bernardi Valdo. But Darren is different. It can be seen from his past resume and service that although he has not received an officer training camp education, his military talent and resourcefulness are definitely outstanding among Marines. Of course, the most important thing is Darren's courage. Taking the fleet under his command as the main force of the attack and volunteering to carry out the mission of crusade against Bernardi Valdo, this kind of courage is not something everyone can possess. In that case, the temporary command of this mission will be given to you. After thinking deeply for a moment, Sengoku slowly gave his answer. But you have to understand that the battlefield is changing rapidly. If there is an unpredictable special situation, the old man will take back the command right at any time and direct the battle in person. No problem, Sengoku Admiral. On the other side of the phone bug, Darren was standing on the prow of a warship holding the phone bug in his hand. Behind him, the wide cloak of justice was flying and dancing freely with the strong wind. His half-closed eyes showed a hint of a smile. He slowly put away the military phone bug and looked up at the sea in the port. Warships are sailing at a steady speed from the open sea of Branch 321 into the harbor of the naval port, forming an arrow-shaped fleet lineup according to his orders. On the land of the military port, Marine soldiers armed with live ammunition are carrying out the tasks assigned by their superiors with a serious expression, loading boxes of military supplies onto the warship. Soldiers at all levels are silently performing their respective duties, cleaning and maintaining the dark gun barrels on the warship, and concentrating on preparing for the expedition. Old man Sengoku really agreed. A voice of astonishment sounded behind him. Darren turned around, and what caught his eyes was Jiaji's unbelievable face. Such an important operation as the crusade against the great pirate Bernardi Valdo, he actually gave you the command right. Darren smiled, lit a cigar, and winked at Gage. The department still knows how to respect and cultivate talents. Damn! Why isn't it me? Jiaji gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. For some reason, watching that BD Darren gain power was worse than killing him. That's Bernardi Valdo, the legendary pirate with a bounty of 400 million baileys. In the past few years, naval headquarters many high-level combat forces, including the former Marine Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, the current Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, have launched crusade against this guy many times. And now, after finally blocking the entrance of the Grand Line and trapping Bernardi Valdo in North Blue, it is a good opportunity to completely solve the latter. But such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity fell into the hands of the BD Darren. Darren, are you sure you want to lead this operation? Bernardi Valdo is not the same as the North Blue pirates. At this moment, Jun said with a complicated expression. Darren glanced at her and said with a smile. Don't worry about me, I'm a rascal, a scum. What do you mean by that sentence? Oh, I remembered. Villains always live a long time. Jun gritted his silver teeth and said coldly. I'm not worried about you. I'm afraid that you made a mistake in command, which led to the destruction of the North Blue fleet that was built with great difficulty under Bernardi Valdo's world-destroying power. Even in the end, all the hard work Sengoku Admiral put in before was in vain. Darren shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows about this kind of thing? That's Bernardi Valdo after all, whoever takes command may cause the mission to fail. Of course, if you are sure, Jun, I can give you the command, how about it? Jun pursed his lips and fell silent for a while. The North Blue fleet will not obey her orders. Most importantly, facing the Ward pirates led by Bernardi Valdo, she did not have any confidence. The power of Momo fruit is strong enough to make anyone despair. That is simply not a problem that can be solved by military command, formation of troops, and strategic guidelines. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but take a deep look at Darren's profile. The latter was looking at the sea in the distance, with a calm smile on his lips. Could it be? This guy really has a way to deal with Berndi Waldo? Jun couldn't help but feel curious. Chapter 82. Darren is not in the mood to pay attention to Cake and Jun's inner pettiness. He stood on the bow of the warship, squinting and scanning the warships ready to go in the harbor. He had a panoramic view of the numerous North Blue Marine soldiers on the deck of the warship. Although he spoke with confidence, Darren knew better than anyone that Berndi Waldo was strong. He must be cautious and cautious enough, otherwise, if he is a little careless, his life will have to be accounted for in this operation. Darren, all the warships for the mission have been prepared. The steady voice of the flying squirrel sounded behind him, and his face, wearing a military cap, was full of unprecedented dignity. Darren nodded and smiled. Very good, thanks for your hard work. The flying squirrel looked at Darren's generous back, hesitated to speak for a while, and finally couldn't help it. Although the time was tight, we finally caught up. The 10 medium-sized warships on the mission this time have all been upgraded by Germa 66. The keels of the warships use a lot of light metal materials. But Darren, I still can't figure out why you spend so much money to remodel the warship. You know, the funds needed to transform a warship are enough to build a brand new warship of the same size. The cost of building a warship is extremely staggering. Although the warships used by the North Blue Fleet belong to the medium-sized class, far inferior to the medium to large warships used by naval headquarters, let alone the Buster Call class warships, each one costs more than 50 million Baileys. Normally, under the same budget, the more warships the better, of course, so that a fleet battle group can be formed to achieve the suppression effect of firepower. Darren smiled. The number of warships is not good enough, and you will know why I did this later. He paused, then asked. How's it going in Dover? The flying squirrel muttered. The information from the Donquixote family, the time and place of the transaction have not changed. At least for the time being, the Ward pirates have not changed much, and the transaction will proceed normally. Darren clenched his fist and asked again. What about the weaponry on the warship? The flying squirrel replied in a deep voice. Each warship is loaded with 10 heavy artillery pieces, and additionally equipped with small ballistic missiles provided by Germa on the hull. As for the equipment of the personnel, in addition to the standard sabers and long guns, the elite of the North Blue Fleet it is also equipped with Germa technologies such as stun guns, portable artillery, and flamethrowers. Darren laughed with satisfaction. Very well. Since that's the case, let's go. Hey! Darren, can we catch up? The distance from here to the target island. At this time, Jiaji ran over panting, holding a crumpled nautical chart in his hand, dancing anxiously. Much more than 3 hours. Jun, who followed closely behind, said in a deep voice. Meeting their worried eyes, Darren smiled and raised his hand in a gesture. Accompanied by his movements, bursts of tense and short bugle sounds sounded on the watchtower of the warship, and quickly rippled out. This military gesture. Flying Squirrel, Cake, and Jun were stunned at the same time. They turned their heads and saw that the sails of the masts of the warships were quickly retracted by the marine soldiers. Ready? Hurry up! Darren exhaled a thick smoke, and said lightly. The voice fell. Before everyone could react, an invisible and strange force field suddenly spread out from Colonel Marine's body as the bright blue arc leaped between his 5 fingers. Boom! A series of dull sounds came from the hull of the warship under their feet, and Jiaji and the others were shocked, almost unable to stand still, only feeling a strong centrifugal force suddenly enveloped the warship they were on. Could it be? Jiaji's eyes were wide open, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. The flying squirrel also seemed to realize something, and looked stunned. "We'll catch up." Colonel Marine raised his head high, and an almost violent force field surged out of his body, causing his large snow-white cloak to flutter in the wind. He turned back and smiled at everyone. "By the way, I forgot to tell you." Incomparable sharp light and strong fire of ambition bloomed in his deep eyes. "I never said that the dominance of the North Blue Fleet only stops at the sea." After the words fell, he clenched his fists suddenly. Boom! Another burst of majestic buzzing sounds came from the hull of the warship, the solace of the feet shook violently, and a huge Uzumaki suddenly rolled up from the sea. In the shocked and frozen eyes of Cake, Jun, Flying Squirrel, and countless North Blue Marines, all the surrounding environment and things began to sink further downward at a steady speed. No, it's not that the surrounding environment is sinking. But the warship they were on, flew up. Boom! Magnificent water columns and waves rose into the sky from the military port. The North Blue Fleet, composed of 10 warships, rose from the roaring white waves, soared into the sky at an astonishing speed under the violent magnetic field. Ah 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 ah! Jiaji's screams came from the deck of the main battleship. Because the warship kept accelerating, the strong wind tore his face out of shape. He kept an exaggerated expression of shock and his mind went blank. "It's flying." The North Blue Fleet built by Darren is different from the conventional maritime army. Jun clung to the railing with both hands and looked at the oncoming thick sea of clouds. A blush of excitement gradually appeared on his face that was slightly pale due to shock. A marine fleet that can fly, the significance of this in terms of military strategy is simply immeasurable. Unparalleled maneuverability, unpredictable stealth, the ability to completely break away from the shackles of the sea, and the aggressiveness to launch surprise attacks from the sky. She could already imagine Sengoku Admiral's surprised and stunned expression when he saw the North Blue Fleet appear with his own eyes. The Flying Squirrel on the side showed a helpless smile. He finally understood. This is what Darren is for. His Devil Fruit ability. Through the ability of Magnetic Fruit, warships with metal-modified keels can levitate under the influence of magnetic fields like cannonballs and even fly at high altitudes. Everyone. While all the Marines looked curiously and excitedly at the clouds in the sky that were quickly fading behind them, Darren slowly spoke. His voice instantly captured everyone's attention. Their North Blue Admiral was seen standing on the bow of the ship like a tall and straight war gun, facing the wind. The corner of his mouth was slowly rising into a rebellious and awe-inspiring smile. "There is only one purpose for this trip. Conquer the legendary pirate. Berndy Waldo." There was silence in the sky. Then, kill. The shouts were like the roar of thunder, as if moving mountains and filling seas, resounding through the sky. On the military port, thousands of Marine soldiers who were responsible for staying behind in the 321st branch looked at the group of warships flying into the sky and submerging into the clouds with shocked and enthusiastic eyes. Facing the rain of seawater falling all over the sky, they all raised their hands and saluted. Each of them knew deeply that no matter what the outcome of today's battle, the sharpness of the North Blue Fleet's fangs would completely scare the entire world. Chapter 83. The sky was grey and very gloomy. The swirling snow covered the world in front of me with a thick layer of icing sugar, and everything that came into view was pale. 5 pirate ships flying the pirate skull flag are cruising the offshore waters of the island, and the decks of the pirate ships are densely packed with hideous pirates. Boss Waldo. After this transaction is over, will our ammunition and weapons be replenished? Ha 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 ha. Of course. How dare that brat named Doflamingo disobey the boss? I heard that the Donquixote family controls the arms smuggling channels of the entire North Blue underground world. Presumably the arms they provide this time should be top quality goods. Hey ha 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 ha. What marine, what world government, will be annihilated under the firepower of our ward pirates? The members of the ward pirates looked at Berndy Waldo standing at the bow of the ship with their arms folded, their eyes filled with indescribable fanaticism and admiration for that generous and tall figure. This is their captain. the legendary pirate known as World Destroyer. Along with Whitebeard and Roger, the men who make the world government and naval headquarters fear. Ha 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 ha. That's inevitable. Lao Zi is Berndy Waldo, everything that stands in my way will be destroyed by me. Berndy Waldo laughed loudly, and said to his brother Biajak sitting on his shoulder. Are you right, brother? The Biajak with the bottle hanging on his face looked sickly, looking at the domineering and unscrupulous younger brother in front of him. A faint worry flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he squeezed out a smile on his face and said, Yes, brother. Berndy Valdo laughed heartily again, and a thin layer of snow piled up on the metal horn helmet. Standing on the bow of the ship, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at the ambitious faces of his subordinates on the deck, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became more rampant and unruly. Although I don't know the reason why Marine and World Government raised their bounties from 200 million berries to 400 million berries, but I have to say that Sengoku's actions really helped me a lot. In this sea, although the increase in bounty means that Marine's crusade has become stronger, it is also a kind of gain to reputation. The higher the bounty, the more prominent your reputation will be, and the more pirates will come to follow you. In the past half a month alone, in the sea area of North Blue alone, the number of pirates under his command has skyrocketed from the original hundreds to thousands. The number of pirate ships has also increased from 1 to 5. And that's just in North Blue. As long as he returns to the Grand Line, or even New World, there will be countless pirates joining him, and the Ward pirates can become the best pirates in this sea. Berndy Waldo has long coveted a large pirate fleet like the flying pirates led by Golden Lion Shiki. This is really a good era. Berndy Waldo murmured with a sneer. Berndy Valdo glanced at the island in the distance, and gave orders to his subordinates. Get ready to log in. In the blizzard, the distant island showed a white outline, like a white town looming under the gloomy sky. That deserted island was the agreed transaction location. Yes, Boss Waldo. The pirates looked excited and eager to try. After they joined the Ward pirates, they have been in a state of shortage of arms, so they are full of expectations for this transaction. The sailors quickly turned the rudder and pulled the sails cable to adjust the course. Under the action of the wind, the trajectories of the 5 pirate ships gradually shifted, drawing traces on the sea surface, and sailing towards the deserted island. Etc. Just when the 5 pirate ships were about to dock, Biajak, who was sitting on Berndy Waldo's shoulder, suddenly spoke. His pale brows were furrowed tightly as he surveyed the pocket of shore before him. 5 warships were crammed into the harbor like this, looking extremely crowded. The icy wind hit his face, making him shiver uncontrollably. Under the stimulation of the cold air, he suddenly coughed violently, his face flushed from coughing. Ahem. Waldo, for safety's sake, I don't think all ships should be docked together. The terrain of this coastline is too narrow. If the Marine appears to attack at this time, we don't even have a chance to escape. Oh. Berndy Waldo glanced at her brother, disapproving of Biajak's caution. Ever since his bounty was raised, his elder brother has always looked worried, and he acted carefully to ultimate. In addition to necessary supplies and recruiting crew members, their pirate ships can never dock unless they dock. All pirate ships must be inspected and all telephone bugs and other communication equipment confiscated. This approach even made Berndy Waldo wonder if her brother was becoming more and more timid because of his illness. It's just North Blue, not Grand Line. Even if that BD Sengoku catches up, he has absolutely no fear at all. However, thinking of his brother's care for him when he was a child, and his increasingly serious health and illness, Berndy Waldo did not refute Biajak's proposal, and the smile on his face remained unchanged. Since it's my brother's suggestion, then. He pointed to one of the pirate ships. You, don't dock, cruise around the coastline of the island, and wait for Lao Zi's signal. As he spoke, he took out a telephone bug from his arms and threw it to a pirate on the pirate ship. After hearing the words of their captain, the pirates on the pirate ship made regretful sounds, and their faces suddenly fell. Pirates have no so-called discipline. The reason why they go to sea to become pirates is not for their dreams and freedom. After all, there is no so-called great secret treasure in this era, and the era of great pirates has not yet come. They become pirates for plunder, wealth, fame, and power. Therefore, even within the same pirate group, it is not uncommon for pirates to fight and kill each other for loot. Even Berndy Waldo himself would laugh and let them kill each other. After all, the weak are not qualified to follow him. When a new batch of arms is obtained, those who see it will naturally be entitled to it on a first-come, first-served basis. Their ship did not dock, and the other 4 pirate ships came ashore. Naturally, the latter divided up the Don Quixote family's arms first. Naturally, they could not get any equipment and weapons without landing. Even if you can get it, it will be the remaining low-quality goods. However, with the majesty of Berndy Waldo right there, they did not dare to say anything against him and could only secretly curse at their bad luck. Chapter 84. The target island is several nautical miles away. A warship floats on the turbulent sea. Reporting to Sengoku Admiral, Berndy Waldo has landed on the target island and is heading towards the agreed location. An orderly standing on the watchtower put down his lookout glass, turned around and saluted Sengoku on the deck with his arms folded. "Well, can you see how many people he brought?" Sengoku also used the binoculars to observe the movement on the distant island. His eyebrows were tightly knit, as if someone had filled it in with black pen. The warship was quite far away from the target island. Even with the most accurate observation mirror from naval headquarters, he could only vaguely see a line of black spots slowly advancing in the snow. After all, Berndy Waldo is one of the top powerhouses in this sea. To be on the safe side, to avoid being noticed by his observation haki, Sengoku must keep the warship at a certain safe distance. Although this guy's threat to marine and world government comes from his devil fruit ability to a greater extent than his own combat power. The exact number cannot be determined, but what is certain is that most of the pirates are stationed by him on the 4 pirate ships that are docked. 4 ships. Sengoku was taken aback when he heard that, his eyes half closed under the black-rimmed glasses. According to the intelligence, the Ward pirates have expanded to 5 pirate ships after recruiting during this period of time. The orderly replied. "Yes, Sengoku Admiral, but for some reason, one of the pirate ships did not dock and we have lost sight of it. It's really cautious." Polo Salino, who was picking his nails beside him, said without raising his head. Sengoku ignored the BD, frowned even tighter, and murmured solemnly. "Was it Byajak's work?" Byajak is the deputy captain of the Ward Pirates and the elder brother of Berndy Waldo. Although he is sickly and weak and has no combat effectiveness, he has the wisdom and prudence that ordinary pirates do not have. As the core figure and staff member of the Ward Pirates, he is the brain of the pirates, complementing Berndy Waldo's powerful strength, and posing a serious threat. In the many crusades in the past, it was because of Byajak's resourcefulness that Berndy Waldo escaped successfully, causing Marine to fall short. Sengoku Admiral, it has been determined that the target has landed on the island. When shall we act? A soldier walked over quickly and asked in a low voice. Sengoku glanced at Polo Salino who was sitting there leisurely, pondered for a moment, and said in a deep voice. "Wait a little longer." He took out a military phone bug from his pocket, and his eyes fell on the sleeping phone bug. Waiting for Colonel Darren's signal. Deserted island. The wind and snow drifted down from the gloomy sky, and Berndy Waldo led hundreds of pirates trudging forward in the icy snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. His breath condensed into hoarfrost in the icy air, and Byajak, who was sitting on Berndy Waldo's shoulders, subconsciously tightened his sheepskin coat. The road was dead silent, and there seemed to be an endless land and snow-capped mountains in front of my eyes. "Waldo, I have some bad premonitions." Byajak looked at the snow-capped mountains and wilderness, and couldn't help but shuddered. "Ha ha ha ha, brother, you are thinking too much. As soon as we get the ammunition, we will leave this island immediately, the world will be so big at that time, is there any place we can't go? Berndi Waldo comforted Biajak with a smile, his eyes were full of burning ambition like flames. No, I didn't mean that. Biajak shook his head and said, his gloomy sick face seemed to be paler because of the cold weather. We've taken too long a step, and we've been killing and fighting since we went to sea. The bounty for unknown reasons has skyrocketed, that guy Sengoku is biting us tightly. More and more people are attracted to join our ward pirates, and the number of our subordinates has far exceeded the range that the cotters can control. And he paused for a moment, looking at Berndi Waldo with indescribably complicated eyes. You've changed, Valder. You are becoming more and more bold and unscrupulous. Human life is like an ant in your eyes. You frantically destroy everything that stands in your way. If this continues, sooner or later we will have unpredictable consequences. Berndi Waldo stopped suddenly. The members of the pirate group behind them also subconsciously stopped, looking at their captain with some doubts. Withered snow fell from the sky, falling on Berndi Waldo's helmet, shoulders and body like dots, and the smile on his face had disappeared. Brother, what exactly do you want to say? Berndi Waldo's voice dropped. Have you forgotten our dream? Traveling around the world, isn't that your original dream? No, Valder, I haven't forgotten. Biajak shook his head, his dark eyes full of blankness. Even now, I still want to travel the world, to see different styles and scenery with my own eyes on the vast and endless sea, and to find the freedom of life. It's you who really forgot about this dream. When was the last time we were on an island we've never been to, laughing and laughing without restraint? You don't remember either. What you enjoy now is not traveling, not adventure, what you enjoy, is killing and destruction. As your strength becomes stronger and stronger, especially after you get that devil fruit, you change, you seem to be a completely different person. Your desire to destroy and destroy is getting stronger and stronger, and your ambition is getting bigger and bigger. You want to destroy everything that stands in your way. The official ships of the world government, the fleet of the marine, and even innocent civilians and towns are all overwhelmed by your anger. Devour. They forced me to do this. Berndi Waldo suddenly shouted angrily, directly interrupting his brother's words. There were blue veins on his forehead, his expression was ferocious, and his fists were tightly clenched. If I don't do this, how can we support our dreams? Traveling around the world is not a slogan. We need money, and we need powerful power. Only by constantly destroying, plundering, and destroying, can those who want to kill us fear and fear. I have such a powerful power as the Momo fruit, why can't I be the overlord of the sea? Just stand behind me and watch, brother. I will definitely destroy all those who try to hinder us. Whether it is marine or world government, they will all prostrate at my feet, Berndi Waldo. After finishing speaking, the corner of his mouth raised an unscrupulous grin again, and strode towards the distance. Biajak sat on his shoulder, staring blankly at his profile, sighing inwardly. Chapter 85. Snowflakes Fall. After Berndi Waldo and his group passed through a forest covered in silver, their eyes suddenly opened up. On the snow-capped open plain, a dozen figures in black mafia suits stood there with vigilant expressions, and wooden boxes were stacked behind them. Berndi Waldo's mouth curled into a mocking grin. Where's that kid Doflamingo? What's the matter, isn't he afraid to come over to hand over such an important business in person? The so-called king of the North Blue underground world. Heck! It's just a rat hiding in a stinky ditch. How ridiculous! The members of the Donquixote family were ashen-faced, facing Berndi Waldo's ridicule, they dared not speak out. Lord Doflamingo has important things to do and can't spare the time. One of the mafia members bowed slightly. Berndi Waldo glanced at him. So everything Laozi asked for has arrived. The leading mafia member raised his hand, and the others behind him immediately took action. One by one, large wooden boxes were brought forward and pried open with an iron bar. The munitions enough to equip 3,000 people are all of the best standard. Berndi Waldo sneered and waved. The already red-faced members of the ward pirates immediately rushed forward and took out weapons from the straw-filled wooden boxes. Ha 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 ha! Boss Waldo! It's indeed the best. This kind of equipment, even the armies of some countries that join the world government have different equipment. The pirates played with the guns in their hands excitedly, and couldn't put it down. Berndi Waldo smiled with satisfaction, and asked again. What about the most important thing? The leading mafia member said in a deep voice. Also ready. As he spoke, he turned around and came to the edge of the snow-covered forest. He bent down and groped on the ground for a while, then he seemed to have caught something and pulled hard. Laugh. A large expanse of snow was lifted, and when the snowflakes flew up, the terrifying object covered by the canvas was revealed. The huge black and shiny gun barrel has a smooth surface. The diameter of the gun barrel is more than 3 meters, and the length is more than 8 meters. In the black hole of the gun hole, there is a strong smell of gunpowder. Loaded with 2 huge discs as wheels, the entire cannon stands in the pale snow, like an irregular black steel behemoth, which is daunting. The moment he saw this giant cannon, Berndi Waldo's eyes suddenly ignited with a strong light. Whoosh! His figure suddenly disappeared in place, and in the next second, he appeared next to the cannon like a ghost. Stretching out his hand to gently touch and caress the behemoth in front of him, Berndi Waldo's expression gradually twisted with excitement. What about the shells? It's over here. The mafia member replied, walked aside, and also pulled up a canvas hidden under the ice and snow, revealing the ammunition box underneath. The scale of this heavy artillery is unprecedented. It took a lot of resources to build. Its range can easily reach more than 3 nautical miles. With this special shell, its power is enough to easily sink a large warship. Berndi Waldo grinned. Laozi doesn't believe your assessment. It's better to test things like weapons yourself. After all, he directly opened the ammunition box, easily picked up a black cannonball with a diameter of more than 2 meters, and stuffed it into the huge barrel. The tail of the ignited fuse was constantly swaying in the strong wind, and the blooming sparks illuminated Berndi Waldo's ambitious face. Next second. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening loud noise, the snow hanging on the jungle within a radius of 100 meters was shaken off by the magnificent volume. Under the flames of the gun barrel, the black cannonball drew a parabola high in the air, and sank heavily into the top of a snow-capped mountain in the distance. Boom! There were heart-pounding groans and vibrations from the ground beneath our feet, surging flames shot up to the sky from the top of the mountain, and the huge amount of snow kept shaking, engulfed in the rocks generated by the bombing, and continued to collapse. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the horrific scene, and at the gradually collapsing, almost smoothed hills and peaks. They couldn't help but gasped. Ha 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 ha! That's right! That's what it feels like! The swaying flames reflected the sky red, and the billowing black smoke rose, illuminating Berndi Waldo's face in bright or dark colors, laughing wildly. Biajak also looked at the terrifying power of this bombardment with a face full of shock, and his mind went blank. My brother didn't use his devil fruit ability just now. In other words, this exaggerated power comes purely from this heavy cannon. It's hard to imagine how exaggerated this kind of bombardment would be if Berndi Valdomamo's fruit increased 100 times. Maybe, it can really easily blow up a town, no, an island, even directly razed naval headquarters to the ground with one shot? For a moment, Biajak couldn't believe his judgment. Very good, that brat Doflamingo did not disappoint me. I'm very satisfied. Berndi Waldo gently patted the black barrel. The reputation of the Donquixote family in the underground world is well known in North Blue. The mafia member bowed slightly. Well, but now we have only tested this heavy cannon, and other munitions have not been tested yet. Berndi Waldo's mouth suddenly curled up. The mafia member was taken aback suddenly. Bang bang bang. Intensive and short gunshots suddenly exploded. The mafia members suddenly widened their eyes. On the snow not far away, all his partners had fallen to the ground, their bodies covered with bullet craters, and blood oozed from under the corpses, staining the snow red. The members of the ward pirates grinned cruelly, with white smoke emitting from the muzzles of the brand new weapons in their hands. How dare you! Boom! The mafia member's head tilted to the left, and a bright red flower of blood exploded on his forehead. His body fell heavily to the ground, his gradually blurred pupils fixedly stared at Berndy Waldo, and blood gushed from his mouth. Master Doflamingo, no, Master Darren, will not, let go, of you. Berndy Waldo slowly withdrew the flintlock gun that was emitting white smoke, walked up to the mafia members with a grin, and looked down at the latter condescendingly. I know that kid Doflamingo, but who is Darren? He sneered strangely, and suddenly frowned. Buzz buzz. There was a sharp buzzing sound, and it approached crazily from a very far distance behind at a frightening speed. That was the movement caused by some kind of object rapidly cutting the air. Berndy Waldo's eyes froze, and a strange red light flashed in the depths of his pupils. He turned around abruptly without looking at it, and pushed out his rough palm heavily. Boom! The bursting wind made the snow roar, and Berndy Waldo's body moved back 1 meter, ploughing a dent in the ground, and the grey cloak behind him fluttered endlessly. A streamlined metal skateboard was firmly held in midair by him, and its tail swayed endlessly due to the strong propulsion. He narrowed his eyes. It's me. A deep voice suddenly sounded behind him. Chapter 86. Berndy Waldo turned around slowly, and a tall and straight figure came into view. The black broken hair was slightly disturbed in the ice and snow, and the straight suit was propped up, showing a wild and violent temperament. Behind him was a wide snow-white cloak, dancing in the strong wind. Marine. Berndy Waldo narrowed his eyes, his face turned cold. With force in his hand, the streamlined skateboard made of metal was twisted by him immediately, like a twist. At the same time, he gently lowered the biajak from his shoulders. The latter walked towards the distance with a limp on crutches. Swish! Seeing this scene, hundreds of pirates not far away were stunned for a moment, then raised their brand new weapons with a smirk, aiming their empty muzzles at the figure of Colonel Marine. Darren. I think I've heard the name before. Berndy Waldo squinted at the young black-haired Marine in front of him, and suddenly a mocking sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Well, I seem to remember. A big man who is well known in North Blue. It is said that even North Blue's major world government franchise countries have to give him some face. The highest officer of North Blue Marine, Rogers Darren. If I'm not wrong, it should be you, brat. Darren didn't answer, he glanced at the mafia member lying on the ground, the pupils of the latter had been completely dilated, as if he had no life. Business is not what you do, he said suddenly. What did you say? Berndy Waldo was stunned, one eye widened in doubt and the other eye narrowed. North Blue has North Blue rules, business has business rules, and I don't like being held at gunpoint. Colonel Marine looked at the dead body of the young mafia member expressionlessly, and his voice was calm. The moment the voice fell. Kaka kaka. Not far away, the pupils of hundreds of pirates shrank, and the guns in their hands flew out like hot hands under the influence of an invisible force. As fast as ultimate, all kinds of long guns and short cannons quickly turned their muzzles in mid-air, aimed at their original masters, and under the horrified eyes of the pirates, directly pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang! There was a lot of gunfire, and the sound of bullets piercing flesh and blood was endless. Countless bomb craters exploded on the ground covered with ice and snow, and patches of bright red blood blossomed continuously on the twitching bodies of the pirates, exploding the blood mist. Berndy Waldo's pupil shrank. The gunfire ends. Accompanied by hundreds of inhuman, bloody pirate corpses falling heavily on the ground, the entire white land has been completely stained red with blood. Hundreds of guns hovered in mid-air, with blue smoke rising from their muzzles. Then, turn slowly. Black muzzle. Chi aimed at Berndy Waldo. Well, it's fair now. Darren looked up slowly. The ability to control metal. Berndy Waldo narrowed his eyes, and a contemptuous smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. The marine kid who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth, thinks that if he gets the devil fruit, he is my opponent. Before he finished speaking, the damaged and twisted metal skateboard on the ground suddenly moved like a living thing, and the silver-white liquid metal quickly entangled, twisted, and coiled around Berndy Waldo's feet, twisting into Twist's shape. Berndy Waldo's face changed slightly. Darren hooked his fingers lightly. There seemed to be a faint blue arc flashing away in the void. The muzzles of hundreds of spears spewed out hot tongues of flame again frantically. The dense bullets turned into a frenzy of metal storms, covering Berndy Waldo's figure overwhelmingly. Is that useful? Berndy Waldo sneered, and a layer of black invisible armor like metallic luster quickly stained the surface of his body. Jingle. The sound of gold and iron colliding rang out one after another. Countless bullets hit Berndy Waldo's body, but they all bounced off without leaving a trace as if they had been shot at a steel plate, splashing out craters one after another on the snow. Facing the rain of firepower, Berndy Waldo had a stern and rebellious face, and said with a grin. Marine kid, you don't understand the real horror of this sea. North Blue is just a small place, and you who haven't even stepped into the Grand Line, are just a frog in a well who doesn't know the heights of the world. After saying that, he yelled violently, and the feet wrapped around armament Haki suddenly exerted force. The ground under his feet seemed to groan under his explosive power, making a crackling sound. The metal that entangled and bound his feet was stretched, deformed, and twisted by Berndy Waldo's struggle. Darren watched Berndy Waldo's movements. The indifferent dark color did not change at all. No, it's because you don't understand the true horror of North Blue. He suddenly smiled. Berndy Waldo was taken aback. Looking at the smile on the corner of Colonel Marine's mouth, it seemed that some uneasy premonition came to his heart. He subconsciously opened up his observation Haki perception with all his strength, and then his face changed drastically. I saw Darren waved his hand crisply, with such force that there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. Swish! The flying snow in the sky seemed to be suddenly emptied by some invisible and strange force, pouring upside down. Berndy Waldo looked up subconsciously. Biajak, who was hiding under a big tree in the distance, also looked up. The blood on his face faded little by little, turning pale. What's this? A boat. 2 ships. 3 ships. One after another, the warships, like ice-breaking ships, pierced through the clouds like a bamboo. There are 10 marine warships lined up neatly, hovering majestically in the sky. The black cannon barrel protruding from the bow and the side of the hull looked down on the deserted island below solemnly and cruelly, like iron-blooded and cruel war beasts, slowly revealing their sharp fangs. Times are different, Berndy Waldo. Colonel Marine said lightly. In the tightly constricted pupils of Berndy Waldo. Under Biajak's horrified gaze. Darren raised his hand, fingers spread, in a military gesture. Make a fist hard. Rumble. A deafening roar came from far away in the sky, orange-red flames poured crazily in the black gun barrel, and the cannonballs all over the sky turned into a destructive death net, falling from the sky. The target is the 4 pirate ships of the Ward pirates docked in the harbor. Next second, there were continuous explosions on the harbor, and the pirate ships docked in the narrow harbor exploded like a string of cannons. The crimson flames rose successively from the earth, the coastline, and the sea, turning into howling wings and licking the belly of the sky. The shock wave generated by the explosion spread out round and round, kicking up mud, the wreckage of the pirate ship, and sea waves. The pitiful wailing of the pirates came faintly from the sea of flames. Black smoke billowed into the sky and lingered. The flying flames made the dark sky red, almost blood red. Colonel Marine turned his back to the blazing flames in the distance, and his dancing snow-white cloak was illuminated into blood. Admiral Rogers Darren of North Blue spread his arms wantonly, and pillars of fire erupted from the sea of flames behind him. He looked disdainfully at the legendary big pirate in front of him, and smiled defiantly. "Welcome to North Blue. Welcome to my place." Chapter 87. Sengoku Admiral. What is that? Someone suddenly appeared on the island. He is fighting the ward pirates. In an instant, except for Berndi Valdo, hundreds of pirates on the island have been killed. On the surface of the sea several nautical miles away from the target island, the marine soldiers standing on the watchtower and observing the movement on the island with the binoculars suddenly screamed excitedly. "It's Colonel Darren. He showed up on the island. Killed hundreds of Berndi Valdo's men in an instant." "Dash what?" Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment, hurriedly took the lookout glass handed over by the guard, and quickly searched in the field of vision. But at this moment, Polo Salino, who was lowering his head to pick his nails, suddenly raised his head, and said with a half-smile, "There's no need to look for them, they're here." Sengoku was startled when he heard the words, and then subconsciously opened his observation haki perception. As if he had sensed something, his pupils suddenly shrank into thin needles, and he looked far away towards the sky above the island among the clouds. Then, the eyes of all the marines on the warship widened suddenly, their mouths opened slightly, and their minds went blank, as if they had seen something unbelievable. In the sky far away, one after another marine warships pierced through the clouds, flexibly switching camps high in the sky as if they were not controlled by wind and gravity, and lined up. A pair of black and huge heavy cannon protruded from the hull. After a second of silence, suddenly fired. The storm-like firepower covered the harbor of the deserted island like washing the ground, blasting clusters of crimson flames one after another, and then exploded into a blazing sea of flames. The tremors of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking continued to come from afar, and the turbulent waves visible to the naked eye howled and churned in the offshore sea of the deserted island. The 4 pirate ships of the ward pirates, all destroyed. In the dead silence, someone on the deck finally swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a grunt, and spoke hoarsely. With the breaking of the silence, all the marines on the warship burst into cheers. "That's our marine's warship. That's right, the Seagull flag of justice. But where did this marine fleet come from? Flying marine fleet? We haven't received any signal of reinforcements from our headquarters. Wait. We're in North Blue. Could it be?" The marines chattered and chatted, and immediately realized something, and turned their eyes to their marine admiral in unison. "Nice job!" At this moment, Sengoku suddenly swung his fist heavily and shouted excitedly, the wide cape of justice flaunted behind him. He gazed fierily and salivatingly at the North Blue fleet lined up in the sky, and his heart was beating wildly. A marine fleet that can fly freely in the sky. Darren, this brat, actually hides it so deeply. The corner of Sengoku's mouth couldn't help but twitched into a hearty smile. As Marine Admiral, the most resourceful man in the Justice Camp, Sengoku knows better than anyone how important a flying marine fleet is in war. Among other things, their old opponent of Marine, Golden Lion Shiki, relied on his lion fruit's ability to forcibly raise his pirate fleet into the sky. Its whereabouts are secretive and elusive, even in the face of the encirclement and suppression of several times the number of marine fleets, it can easily escape from the battlefield. Coupled with the incomparably powerful combat power of Golden Lion himself, he is completely invincible. With such ability, Golden Lion Shiki even surpassed Roger and Whitebeard in one fell swoop, becoming the big pirate that caused Marine the most headache and fear. Marine has been suffering from the inability to target Golden Lion's abilities, and can only passively adopt a defensive strategy. But it's different now. If you can use Darren's abilities, maybe Marine can also create an invincible flying fleet. At that time, the fleet of justice will be able to freely enter and exit the new world unimpeded, reach every corner of the world, ignore the interference and constraints of currents and routes, and use the fastest speed and the most flexible strategy, to crusade against evil. Thinking of this, Sengoku's heart became extremely hot and his heart was surging. They even subconsciously ignored the fact that the North Blue Fleet was equipped with far more powerful firepower than conventional ones. Sengoku Admiral, shouldn't we take action? Polosolino spoke with a smile. Sengoku was stunned and suddenly realized that this was the signal to attack. Attack with all forces. Advance at full speed. He raised his hand to make a gesture, his expression solemn. The moment the words fell, the Marines on the warship immediately took action, raised the sails, and turned the warship's power engine to maximum. And Polosolino. What are you doing? Hurry and get support. Sengoku suddenly turned his head and roared angrily at Polosolino, who was still slowly adjusting his suit. If anything happens to Darren, you are the only one I can ask. 4 pirate ships were sunk instantly, and Berndi Waldo was now in a desperate situation with nowhere to escape. What kind of counterattack will the beast forced into a corner unleash? Darren is the only one on the desert island at this moment. Polosolino raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and muttered. Yes, yes, if I hadn't reminded you, you would have been so excited that you forgot to attack. After all, his figure dispersed into countless golden photons, whizzing and shooting towards the distant island. Watching the golden light go away quickly, Sengoku was so anxious that his head was covered with cold sweat, his fists were clenched into fists, the force was so deep that veins appeared on the back of his hands. In any case, nothing should happen to Darren. Marine brat, you are courting death. The sound of furious shouting exploded into waves. Berndi Waldo's eyes were violently red, and there were dense bloodshots around his pupils. Looking at the coastline of the deserted island that is blossoming everywhere, how could he not have imagined that he has already fallen into the encirclement of Marine? The 4 pirate ships, including the thousands of subordinates on board, were wiped out in an instant, submerged under the ground-cleaning terrorist firepower of the North Blue Fleet. The Marine kid in front of him is nothing more than a Marine colonel, it is impossible to keep himself. That also means that BD Sengoku is definitely around. But his back road was cut off. No. Berndi Waldo suddenly remembered something, and a ferocious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. Darren kid, do you think Lao Zi's retreat is cut off by you? He took out a phone bug from his pocket. Ha 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 ha. You didn't expect that? Lao Zi still has a boat. As he spoke, he dialed the phone bug signal. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No response. Berndi Waldo froze. It seems that your phone bug signal is not very good. Colonel Marine said with a half smile. Chapter 88. The signal of the phone bug is blocked. Under the shadow of the trees not far away, Biajak looked at the sleeping phone bug in Berndi Waldo's hands, and his heart was filled with huge waves. Waldo. That Marine brat's ability is not just manipulating metal. He is manipulating magnetic fields. The signal of the phone bug was directly blocked by him. Biajak gritted his teeth, not caring about the cold air irritating his throat, and roared hoarsely. After saying this, he immediately bent down and coughed violently, even coughing up bloody phlegm. But his eyes were full of indescribable fear. If I didn't guess wrong, all this is a game that has been arranged long ago. The arms and weapons provided by Doflamingo, the place and time of the transaction, the shielded magnetic field, the 4 pirate ships were directly sunk, cutting off all escape routes. Then what they are going to meet next is the encirclement and suppression of Marine's high-level combat power. When Biajak thought of this, panic occupied his heart, he gasped heavily, his body fell to the ground with a plop due to lack of oxygen, trembling all over. Damn Marine brats! Berndi Waldo roared, his red eyes looked at Darren with uncontrollable anger and killing intent. At this time, he also understood. You're the one to be damned, Berndi Waldo. Darren raised his hand, and the metal wrapped around Berndy Waldo's feet activated again, stretched and stretched into sharp spikes, and suddenly pierced the latter's body. Keng keng keng. The metal spikes intertwined with each other hit Berndy Waldo's body, covering armament haki, splashing bright sparks. How many times have I said such a trick will not work for me? Berndy Waldo let out a yell. Momo 10 times faster. Boom. The ground under his feet suddenly exploded into waves, cracking inch by inch. The violent explosive power and armament haki's second explosion let him break free from the shackles of metal. Boom. Berndy Waldo stepped on the ground with one foot, and countless gravels splashed up immediately, floating in the air. He opened his rough hand, slammed the gravel out, and shot towards Darren. Momo 10 times shotgun. The speed of the crushed stone soared 10 times in an instant in the trajectory of the lasing, and the penetration power seemed to have reached the level of a shotgun. The corners of Darren's mouth curled up. Jingle. Scatter like gravel continuously hit Colonel Marine's body surface, and then bounced off one after another. Berndy Waldo's pupils shrank. The physical strength of this Marine kid is a bit weird. But before he came back to his senses, the sound of intensive cannon fire came from far away in the sky. A total of dozens of heavy artillery pieces on the 10 warships opened fire in unison, and orange-red flames erupted high in the sky. The cannonballs all over the sky fell crazily, like a big net full of gunpowder smoke and death, enveloping towards Berndy Waldo. Momo 10 times faster. The figure of Berndy Waldo disappeared instantly. Facing the bombardment pouring down from the sky, his figure kept moving and turning in mid-air like a ghost, like a phantom, dexterously dodging the densely packed shells. Marine 6 styles shaving and moonwalk are actually used by him to perfection. Rumble. The shells kept falling to the ground, setting off raging explosions and flames on the ground one after another. Ha 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 ha. Speed is power. In this sea, no one can keep up with Lao Zi's speed. Berndy Waldo laughed wildly, and his figure dodged a shell again. Yet. Darren sneered, stretched his hands and 5 fingers and grabbed it suddenly in the void, and then pulled forward hard as if he had grabbed something. Berndy Waldo was startled for a moment, and then found in astonishment that the cannonballs falling in a parabola following the effect of gravity suddenly changed direction in mid-air. Boom! A cannonball made a strange turn and exploded directly in front of Berndy Waldo. Huge flames soared into the sky. Followed by the second. The third one. The fourth. The cannonballs seemed to be controlled by the hands of invisible giants, sitting in mid-air with unreasonable movement rules, constantly launching unscrupulous and indiscriminate bombing in the center of the explosion. The surging flames mixed with billowing black smoke lingered around, making the dark sky red, and the scorching air waves spread out, and the rising temperature in the air quickly melted the snow on the ground. Suddenly. Whoosh! The crackling sound of the air suddenly exploded. Berndy Waldo, who was covered in black smoke and had burnt skin, suddenly appeared behind Darren like a ghost. Momo 50 times faster. Darren's dark pupils instantly shrank into the shape of wheat awns. So fast. A brat like you who relies on external forces will never understand the true horror of this sea. Die. Berndy Waldo punched Darren in the back of the head with bloodshot eyes. Under the effect of 50 times the speed, this punch directly pierced through the air, generating an extremely surging white air wave. This Marine kid hasn't awakened observation haki. It's impossible for him to react in front of his 50 times speed. However, the next scene made Berndy Waldo's heart tremble. I saw the Marine kid, who was facing away from him, suddenly turned around, and the metal wrist on his arm suddenly twisted and spread into a high-density metal shield, lying across in front of him. He predicted his actions? How can this be? A punch like a mountain collapsed. Click! The high-density metal shield was suddenly twisted and shattered. Berndy Waldo's punch hit Darren's crossed arms hard. Boom! The surging air waves burst out immediately and spread out in circles. Crackling! Darren's arms kept exploding blood mist, and there was a toothache sound of bone cracking. Boom! In the next second, he flew upside down like a cannonball. His body rolled and flew hundreds of meters in midair before landing, plowing a long bloody groove on the snow. Viscous blood trickled down his arms drop by drop, and Darren stood up from the ground with difficulty. The burning pain from his arms made him grin his teeth, and a shocking bloodline overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Berndy Waldo's punch broke his forearm bone. If it weren't for the cushioning of the metal shield and the strength of his body, which has already been cultivated to be different from ordinary people, I am afraid that under the impact of Berndy Waldo armament haki, his arms would be shattered directly. Sure enough, haki is the most powerful force in this sea. Darren wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and looked down at his hands. Blood spattered from the twitching wound, the forearm of the left arm was bloody, and the blood vessels squirming under the broken skin could be faintly seen. On his face, there was a cruel grin. But, you can still fight. Chapter 89. For this sea, mastering haki is the most obvious dividing line between strong and weak. Armament haki can greatly increase the user's defense and destructive power, and gives haki users the only means other than sea stone to resist the Logia demon fruit power. As for observation haki, it allows the user to obtain a powerful breath perception ability, and accurately predict the opponent's dynamics and attacks in battle. With Darren's strength, he is indeed invincible in North Blue. But placed on the vast and endless sea, he who has not yet mastered haki still looks pale and powerless when facing a legendary pirate like Berndy Waldo. Even if he has reached the non-human category in terms of his own fruit development and physical training. Darren stood up unsteadily from the ground, his body hunched down slightly like a cheetah ready to go. Heart-wrenching pain was felt in his arms, but his eyes were brighter than ever. Billowing thick smoke rose from the ground in the distance, and a black boot slowly stepped out of the thick smoke. Darren's eyes moved up, and he saw the burly figure of Berndy Waldo break free from the smoke. There are traces of skin burns all over the surface of his body. In the face of the fierce bombardment of the North Blue Fleet, even the hardening of armament haki's whole body is not completely immune. Marine kid, feel it? The gap between you and me. Berndy Waldo stared violently at Colonel Marine in the distance, panting lightly with a ferocious tone. He had never been so angry in his life. He is World Destroyer Berndy Waldo. A great pirate as famous as Whitebeard and Roger. But it capsized in the gutter of a small place like North Blue? It's simply ridiculous, and totally unacceptable. Don't think you're guaranteed to win. Even if that BD Sengoku is on the way to support, I still have enough time to kill you, then connect to the phone bug communication and leave. Then you can try, your time is running out. Darren grinned, his eyes wild. You wanna die? Boom. The ground within a radius of 10 meters suddenly collapsed by 1 meter, and thousands of snowdrifts poured up under the majestic impact. The figure of Berndy Waldo disappeared instantly. Too fast to catch. Momo 50 times speed. The world suddenly became silent. Darren's spirit suddenly entered a state of high concentration, and a faint blue arc jumped between his fingers. The invisible and strange magnetic field spread from his body, completely covering the area within a radius of more than 100 meters. The falling snow in the sky seemed to slow down at this moment. In his brain, all biological magnetic field fluctuations within the scope of the magnetic field were clearly presented in the depths of his mind. Suddenly, a trace of blue light flashed in Darren's deep eyes. Caught. The location is in the sky. The moment this thought came out, a sharp blast of strong wind suddenly exploded above the head. A boot wrapped in black armament haki, like a steel tomahawk that cracked mountains and cracked rocks, fell with great force. Darren's figure moved sideways, and the boot grazed the tip of his hair and sank heavily into the ground. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly sounded, and dust mixed with snow roared like a dragon. A huge crack, hundreds of meters long, spread from the point where the boots landed into the distant jungle. The trees on both sides of the crack continued to collapse towards the center and were swallowed up. Rocks flew up and Berndi Waldo's pupils shrank. This marine brat predicted his actions again? That time just now was not luck. Just as he was stunned, Colonel Marine's figure was quickly approaching. The distance between the two people who are similar in height is infinitely closer in an instant. Darren pressed Berndi Waldo's face with one hand and raised a sinister smile on his lips. "Let me see your defense." Then slam the latter's head to the ground heavily. Click. Boom. A huge crater with a diameter of tens of meters suddenly formed, filled with dense cracks. The violent wind and waves kept tearing the white cloak behind Colonel Marine's back, making the blood-stained figure look extremely tough. "Is that useful?" Berndi Waldo, whose body was embedded deeply into the pit, looked at Darren with a sarcastic look on his face, as if his body was covered with extremely hard armament Haki armor. He grabbed Darren's arm with one hand and swung it to his side like a whip. Boom! Darren's whole body hit the ground, and the ground roared. Salty blood gushed out from between his lips and teeth, but the smile on his face became even crazier. With a neat turn, a horizontal kick was aimed towards the neck of Berndi Waldo, who was standing up. Boom! The airwave spread, and Berndi Waldo's body shook. A heavy blow to his neck made his vision blurry. Even armament Haki's defense could not completely resist Darren's monster-like power impact. A trace of unreasonable anger suddenly surged out. Berndi Waldo took a step forward and punched Darren in the stomach. Boom! The moment the fist hit, Darren's whip leg kicked him on the bridge of the nose. The two of them went back and forth, and every time they exchanged blows, a burst of blood mist would explode on Colonel Marine's body. The collision of fists, the friction of physical combat, and the snow swirling around the two people who were fighting fiercely. The fighting style was extremely brutal. "You crazy person!" Berndi Waldo suddenly roared sharply, looking at the bloody marine brat, feeling an extremely uneasy feeling in his heart. Obviously he hasn't mastered Haki yet, but with his weird perception ability and strong physique, he managed to hold up under his fierce attack. "Ha ha ha ha! Come on! Keep going!" Blood flew everywhere. Darren's body was pushed back several meters by Berndi Waldo's punch, and his face was already stained with bloodline. But he was laughing. Extremely enjoyable. Facing the overwhelming strength of Berndi Waldo, he felt that this was his peak moment ever. This exciting feeling of walking between life and death, with constant dangers. The feeling of punching to the flesh. The salty smell of body trauma and blood rolling in the mouth and nostrils. All of these, like a charming lover, teased Darren's innate fighting impulse and nerves, and aroused the deepest rage in his heart that he enjoyed fighting. That, real, strong, clear feeling of being alive. Challenge the limit. There was an extremely strong impulse in his heart. He wants to know. Without mastering Haki, how far can I fight with a big pirate like Berndi Waldo? Even if you hold on for one more minute, no, even for 1 second, you are breaking through your own limits. Chapter 90. Yes, push the limits. Because at this moment, Darren suddenly felt that his strength, speed, and physique, which had been stagnant for a long time, were clearly rising at a speed that had never been seen before. Physique, 62.251, plus 0.08, plus 0.05, plus 0.06. Strength, 59.311, plus 0.05, plus 0.04, plus 0.03. Velocity, 61.623, plus 0.04, plus 0.06, plus 0.03. The most obvious one is speed. After breaking through the 60-point mark, his speed and instant burst had undergone qualitative changes, and he was even able to move short distances at high speed from time to time. If you imagine, if it continues like this, in less than a few minutes, Darren will be able to learn the shave of Marine 6 styles from the gain of attribute and the fight with Berndi Waldo from the latter. Thinking in this way, Darren simulated and copied Berndi Waldo's power-generating technique again in his mind. With the increase in magnetic field perception, every time the latter performs shaving, the contraction of muscles, changes in movements, and movement of breath are clearly presented in front of Darren's eyes. Die! Marine brat! Don't think about delaying time. Berndi Waldo was furious, and the figure appeared above Darren's head with a whoosh, and Tarzan's overwhelming kick fell fiercely towards Colonel Marine's head. The threatening wind blows towards the face, and the air bursts into sharp explosions under the kick of Berndi Waldo. Darren's eyes widened suddenly. Whoosh! The snow on the ground suddenly rolled up and flew. An unbelievable astonishment flashed in the depths of Berndi Waldo's pupils. Boom! When one foot fell, the smoke and snow roared like a dragon, and the earth let out an overwhelmed whine. That Marine kid disappeared in place. In Berndi Waldo's heart, there was a stormy sea. Shave! That Marine kid, used Marine 6 style shaved. This! How can it be? Berndi Waldo exclaimed in disbelief. After the previous fights, he was very clear about the level of combat power of this so-called North Blue Admiral named Darren. Non-human powerful physique, superhuman nerve response and perception, and that weird ability to control magnetic fields. Although this strength is enough to be proud of, it is still far from enough in front of him, a big pirate. If it wasn't for his exaggerated physical strength, he would have died in his hands long ago. But now, in less than 2 minutes, he actually stealed the shaving of one of the Marine 6 styles from himself? No. Berndi Waldo shook her head sullenly. He looked at the black-haired Marine who appeared again with a flickering figure more than 10 meters away, panting and bleeding, and an uncontrollable killing intent surged deep in his eyes. Not just shaving, but in my own observation and observation hacky perception, the speed, strength, and reaction of this Marine kid are all visibly improving with the naked eye. Berndi Waldo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tighter. This lifeless Marine brat is actually using himself to assist him in his cultivation. Who do you think you are facing? Anger immediately occupied his bloodshot eyes, and Berndi Waldo roared, bursting out at a faster speed than before, and appeared in front of Darren in an instant. Momo 100 times faster. Die! Marine brat! The fist entangled with armament hacky showed the ultimate hardness of pitch black, and the terrifying explosive power contained in this fist even caused ripples visible to the naked eye to ripple in the surrounding void. Darren's pupils shrank. Too fast. This speed is even 10 times faster than that of Marine 6 styles. This punch was ferocious, strict, fierce, and terrifying. Can't dodge. Even though the magnetic field perception predicted Berndi Waldo's movement, the instantaneous explosive power transformed by this speed has exceeded the level of Darren's nerve response at this time. This is the smell of death. That being the case, Darren gritted his teeth and grinned. He ignored Berndi Waldo's fist that was coming towards his chest, and threw the same punch. The distance between the two instantly narrowed. Like two roaring tigers rushing towards each other at the same time, their fists act as sharp fangs, ready to tear apart the prey in front of them. Boom! Boom! The fists of the two hit each other at the same time. Crackling! Darren's chest cavity suddenly sank, making a scalp-numbing bone-cracking sound. The severe pain made him gasp, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. And his punch hit Berndi Waldo's cheek impartially, leaving a bruise on the corner of the opponent's mouth, and a shallow bloodline overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Boom! The second explosion of armament hacky then exploded, and Darren's figure was like a projectile shot backwards, flying heavily across hundreds of meters, directly sinking into a snow-covered snow mountain in the distance. A dull roar came from the mountain, and the huge amount of snow, like cascading waterfalls, kept rolling and falling from the mountain, setting off pale waves hundreds of meters high. After spending so much energy, I almost lost my life, just for a drop of blood. Berndi Waldo walked towards the collapsed mountain step by step, raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, looked down at the bloodline on his thumb, and said with a sneer. On the rock face of the mountain, Darren lay in a shockingly huge pit, with blood gushing from his mouth and nose. For me, that's enough. Colonel Marine's military uniform was already in tatters, his torn muscles seemed to be flowing, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. But his eyes were full of high-spirited and unruly fighting spirit, and there was an indescribable joy and fierceness in his expression. The legendary great pirate, world destroyer Berndi Waldo, was injured by a kid who didn't master haki. Ha 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 ha. Darren laughed heartily, showing blood-stained teeth. When Berndi Waldo heard Darren's ridicule, instead of being furious, he was silent for a moment. I have to admit, Darren kid, a lunatic like you. This is the first time I've seen it in this sea. He looked at the young marine who was covered in bruises, and for the first time there was seriousness and acknowledgement in his expression. In time, you will definitely be able to stand at the peak of this sea. But unfortunately, Berndi Waldo's figure shot out from the spot like a cannonball, shooting towards Darren. Today you will die in my hands. The fist wrapped around haki was rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, but Darren's expression was calm and his smile remained unchanged. This is not necessarily the case. The fastest speed on this sea is on our marine side. Suddenly, a golden beam of light traveled through the void at an unimaginably terrifying speed. Countless photons gathered in front of him into a foot wearing a white leather shoe, firmly blocking Berndi Waldo's punch. Boom! The majestic airwave suddenly spread, rolling up a wide cloak of justice. It was horrible, you almost killed our Colonel Darren. Brilliant light particles continuously condense from that foot, legs, waist, neck, and finally to a face wearing exaggerated toed sunglasses. Polo Salino looked back at Darren with a smile. If you die here, Sengoku Admiral will trouble me. Darren shrugged and smiled. I thought you would be late at the speed of light too. Polo Salino Rear Admiral. Chapter 91. I thought you would be late at the speed of light too. Polo Salino Rear Admiral. Darren stretched out his hand tremblingly, trying to hold on to a gap in the rock wall to support his body but failed. Big drops of blood fell on the white snow, dotting the dazzling plum blossoms. He felt that his broken ribs and lungs were filled with the hot smell of blood. The massive blood loss made his brain go into chaos. Pain like a mountain roar and a tsunami surged from every muscle and bone in his body, coming in waves. But the smile remained on his pale face and his tone was teasing. If you don't come back, I will have to file a complaint with the headquarters. Porosalino scratched his head pretending to be annoyed and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. There's really no way around this. He turned his head and looked at Berndi Waldo, who had a gloomy face in front of him, and smiled slowly. We meet again, Berndi Waldo. It seems that you have recovered well from your injuries. You are really in shape like a monster. Yellow-skinned brat, you're looking for death. Berndi Waldo's eyes suddenly burst out with fire, and his figure disappeared in a flash. In an instant, he appeared next to Porosalino, and the fist wrapped around haki was like a mountain, crushing him with the strong wind. Momo 100 times faster. Bang! A golden lightsaber suddenly condensed and blocked Berndi Waldo's fist. The surging wind and waves generated by the collision continued to spread out, blowing the snow within 100 meters around like a tornado. A long string of sparks splashed out between the collision and friction between Tian Kong Yun's sword and his fist, shaking off, illuminating Porosalino's face wearing sunglasses. It's really fast. Fart. Berndi Waldo gritted his teeth, and his figure flashed again on the right side of Porosalino. He lowered his waist with one foot on the ground and whipped Porosalino's head with a powerful whip leg. Porosalino raised his hand to block it, and a dull sound came out. The next second, his figure turned into a golden beam of light and shot toward the mountain in the distance. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly exploded in the mountain. The loud noise of the mountain wall collapse was deafening, and the rolling rocks mixed with snow rolled and poured down. The blow was effective. Berndi Waldo no longer hesitated, exuding serious killing intent, and attacked Darren. Only by killing this marine kid will the phone bug communication barrier disappear, and he will be able to contact the cruising pirate ship and escape. But the next moment, Madara Madara, the dots of photons gathered behind him again. It really hurts, but have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Dazzling golden light rose from the back of Berndi Waldo's head, and a foot wearing a white leather shoe kicked through the air with a hot beam of light and hit the latter's head. Berndi Waldo looked at Colonel Marine, who was so close, almost biting his teeth, and reluctantly used shaving to distance himself. Bayou! The kick at the speed of light missed, and the golden beam penetrated the air, shot into the distance and disappeared into the jungle. After a brief silence, boom! Magnificent explosions and orange-red flames shot into the sky, and the fireball instantly engulfed large tracts of trees. Porosalino's figure came together again, his expression still filled with a teasing and funny smile. But Darren noticed that his right hand was shaking slightly. It can be seen that although Porosalino in this time period is powerful, he is far from reaching the bottomless level of combat power in the original plot. Even he didn't feel comfortable blocking Berndi Waldo's attack that entangled armament Haki. "Are you okay, Porosalino Rear Admiral?" Darren said with a half-smile. Porosalino shrugged helplessly and pointed at Berndi Waldo, whose figure emerged 100 meters away. "This guy is a world destroyer." The roar of artillery fire suddenly came from the coastline, and Berndi Waldo's face darkened. In that direction, a massive marine warship was rushing into the harbor arrogantly. A large number of marine elites with solemn expressions were jumping off the deck and rushing into the burning coastline, attacking those who were lucky enough to escape from the North Blue Fleet. The pirates who survived the bombing launched a final siege. At the same time, a majestic figure also rose from the bow of the warship, with a wide cloak flying behind him, stepping on moonwalk and shooting towards the location of the three of them at an alarming speed. Admiral of Headquarters, World Government's highest combat power, Buddha Sengoku. Berndi Waldo's heart immediately sank to the bottom. The escape route was completely cut off, he was already injured, and with Sengoku, his old rival, and the yellow-skinned monkey, there was no chance of a comeback. "I'm sorry, Berndi Waldo, you're under arrest." Porosalino shook the Tiankanjiun sword in his hand and said with a smile. "That's not necessarily the case." Berndi Waldo suddenly smiled ferociously, and there was unprecedented madness in his eyes. Porosalino was stunned. Sengoku, who was rushing from afar, seemed to realize something, his pupils shrank, his face changed drastically and he roared. "Stop him quickly!" Before he could finish his words, Berndi Waldo had already appeared at the edge of the jungle in the distance with his amazing speed. "Ha ha 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 ha! What's the use of more people coming?" Under Sengoku's eyes, Berndi Waldo raised the staggering cannon with a roar. The nearly 10-meter-long black barrel is like the slowly opening mouth of a war beast, emitting a strong smell of gunpowder smoke. "Let's all be destroyed under my ability. I will destroy everything that gets in Laozi's way." "Laozi is..." Berndi Waldo suddenly raised his head, his eyes were blood red, and he laughed ferociously. "World Destroyer!" As soon as the words fell, the terrifying, hot, and everything-devouring red light quickly brewed and condensed in the huge caliber gun barrel. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's scalp tingled, and he felt a biting chill coming from the solace of his feet, running up his spine and reaching his forehead. He had clearly observed Berndi Waldo's test cannon just now through the lookout glass. The astonishing destructive power, if coupled with the 100-fold increase of Momo fruit, it can definitely level the entire island in an instant. Momo 100 times. Berndi Waldo's pupils trembled, and blood gushed out. In the corner of his eyes, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the bruised marine brat who suddenly gave a sneer and clenched his fingers into fists. Then, The barrel with an astonishing caliber suddenly twisted into twists. No! Boom! The flames, which were thousands of meters high, turned into mushroom clouds that covered the sky and soared into the sky. Chapter 92. The world entered a brief dead silence. Dazzling white light occupied everything in an instant, and then overwhelming shock waves spread out from the center of the explosion in all directions. Countless trees were uprooted under the impact of this mighty blast, and the huge great fireball covering the sky and the sun exuded astonishingly high temperatures, forming a terrifying red flame tornado under the freezing temperature, enveloping the entire city. All gravel, trees, snow, etc. were all burned. A full second later, the roar that almost shattered the eardrums came from afar. All the Marines on the coastline searched for cover almost without hesitation, fell to the ground, looked at the huge fireball with unprecedented fear in their eyes, and their faces were pale. The North Blue Fleet in the sky shook violently and bumped under the impact of the air waves, and even the surface and deck of the hull were torn to the point that tiny cracks appeared. Cake, Jun, and the others clung to the railings and other fixed objects, their faces full of shock. Sengoku crossed his arms to block the scorching wind, his expression froze in astonishment. He finally understood. Why did that brat Darren dare to put such a huge cannon in the hands of Berndi Valdo? Rumbling. At this moment, the entire island shook violently as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. The waves as high as tens of meters roared on the sea like a dragon. So, is this part of your plan too? The tall figure of Polosalino stood in front of Darren, raised his hands parallel to the ground, and assumed a defensive posture. Through the release of armament haki, he helped Darren resist the aftermath of the explosion that was constantly crushing. Darren's blood-stained black hair was blown into a mess, and the blood at the corner of his mouth had dried. He licked his chapped lips, grinned and said, "He wants a heavy gun, and I'll give him a heavy gun." Darren paused as he spoke, the smile on his mouth turning into a sly fox. "Of course, the gifts I gave him are not just these." "Oh." Polosalino was taken aback for a moment, and then a strange smile appeared on that funny face. The wind annihilated, the flames disappeared. Billowing black smoke lingered in the sky, as if tearing the falling snow from the sky. Everyone suppressed all the emotions about the aftermath of the disaster and looked towards the center of the explosion. The land of the deserted island has completely changed its appearance. Desolate, charred, Madara crumbling, full of potholes, the land is burning with embers of flames. All the snow, boulders, jungles, and vegetation within a radius of 1,000 meters were destroyed by the big explosion and were completely burned to powder. At the center of the explosion, the exaggeratedly shaped heavy gun was emitting thick gunpowder smoke. The twisted barrel was blasted into a huge hole, and the molten metal turned into black-red molten iron flowing on the ground. All the Marines gasped and looked horrified. Because they saw a person. Berndi Waldo, no, that was not so much a person as it was a bloody figure. Molten flesh dripped down like liquid and blackened, and rotten wounds covered almost every inch of his skin. The injuries on his neck and chest were the most terrifying. Under the burned and festered flesh, the lines of muscles were clearly visible, and the exposed throat and trachea were squirming slightly under the white fascia. The position of the chest cavity, the skin on the chest is no longer intact, and the surface layer of flesh and blood is missing. You can see the beating of the heart and lungs through the dense and distinct rib gaps. Such horrific and bloody scenes make people's scalp numb. Damn, damn! Berndi Waldo raised his head with difficulty, blood dripping from his body uncontrollably. His horned helmet was gone, revealing a bloody, skeletal face with mucus-covered eyeballs protruding from their sockets in the absence of eyelids. The pair of exposed eyeballs turned around, and finally stared at Darren, with dense bloodshot eyes filling the air. "You have already planned all of this?" Darren stood up tremblingly from the rock wall, panting and laughing. "Well, it's just that I didn't expect that you could survive such a big explosion." Berndi Waldo's eyes were tearing apart, he gritted his teeth, and the blood-stained gums were exposed under the festered cheeks. Impossible! How could I fall into the hands of you, a North Blue brat? His eyes shot out an astonishingly murderous intent, and he took a step forward. Even if he was about to die, he would drag this brat on his back. Seeing his movement, Sengoku and Polisalino, who finally arrived, tensed up at the same time. But in the next second, Berndy Waldo staggered 2 steps, knelt down on one knee with a plop, and spat out a mouthful of stuffy blood. This, my body, how could? He panted frantically, his rotten hands tightly covering his mouth, blood oozed from between his fingers, and his face was full of disbelief. An unprecedented sense of weakness gripped his body, making him weak all over. See stone. When Berndy Waldo stared at the wounds on his thighs, abdomen, and arms, and clearly saw that deep in the exposed flesh and blood, there were actually black gravel inlaid. It's a cannonball. Darren's breathing gradually became steady, he raised his hand to wipe the blood on his face, and said lightly. I filled the shells of that giant cannon with a certain amount of sea stone. Originally I wanted to fill more, but I searched all over North Blue and found this little bit. As soon as this remark came out, not only Berndy Waldo, but even Sengoku at the side suddenly turned their heads and stared at him in astonishment. Polisalino looked at Darren with a smile. It's really insidious. Each to each other, Polisalino Rear Admiral. Sengoku suddenly reacted and cursed angrily. You brat, what are you thinking? What if this shell hits the old man's warship? That is a super large shell filled with sea stone. If he gets hit, even with Haki's defense, he probably will end up no better than Berndy Waldo. Then I can only pray for you, after all, there are always mistakes in planning. Darren's overly calm tone made Sengoku almost spit out a mouthful of blood. The BD, the crazy brat. I am sure Polisalino Rear Admiral will be happy to fill your admiral's vacancy. Darren added with a smile. Sengoku's face darkened. Polisalino's smile froze. Darren shook his head with a smile, and his eyes fell on Berndy Waldo again. Then, it's time to end. Berndy Waldo, do you have any last words? Chapter 93. A last word. Berndy Waldo panted slightly, murmured softly, and his eyes became dazed. He subconsciously turned his head to look in a certain direction not far away. At that location, there was a pile of scorched black bones, and black smoke was coming out. It was Byajak's body. Facing the big explosion of the scale just now, he was weaker than ordinary people, and he had no ability to resist at all. Elder brother. He suddenly laughed. Hee hee, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The curvature of the corner of the mouth gradually became crazy, and various complex emotions such as helplessness, unwillingness, and despair gradually permeated from the wild laughter. 2 lines of bloody tears leaked from his skull-like eyeballs covered in flesh and blood. Tick! Tick! He stretched out his bloody hands, propped up his body with difficulty and trembling, and stood up from the scorched and barren ground. He exhausted the remaining strength in his body, exhausted all his willpower and the last will, commanded his body to stand up, and supported himself to stand upright with trembling legs. He swept across the faces of Sengoku, Polisalino, and the many marines who kept coming with weapons, spat out a mouthful of blood with a look of disdain, and finally landed on Colonel Marine. He laughed wildly. This will be his final victory, and he will never allow himself to show the slightest cowardice before he dies. He exhausted all his strength and breathed again. Do it, Darren brat. Laozi's life was wonderful. Berndy Waldo raised his head resolutely, his voice was deafening. Why do you need a last word? Darren smiled. As you wish. As he spoke, he took out a coin and flicked his thumb up. The silver coins flipped continuously in mid-air, quickly reflecting faces one by one under the weak winter sun. Sengoku with a dignified expression, Polisalino with a teasing expression, a group of marines who are facing an enemy, Darren with bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. In the cold winter wind, petals of pure white snow fluttered down smartly, and soon melted into the scorched earth. Berndi Waldo stared blankly at the falling coin, and flashed through its smooth surface the memory images hidden in the deepest part of his mind. When I was a child, I stood on the edge of a cliff and looked at the sea. The first voyage to sea encounters the danger of a storm. Fear when encountering fierce pirates for the first time. Recruiting crew for the first time, fighting for the first time, killing people for the first time. Berndi Waldo's violent eyes gradually softened. In the deepest part of his mind, a childish and familiar voice slowly sounded. Look, Valdo, don't you think it's great that this sea connects islands and countries we've never seen before? Waldo, you must go to sea in the future. At the end of this boundless sea, there must be adventures beyond imagination waiting for you. You have to go to the distance instead of me, to see the world, and to thrive. The young child looked at his elder brother who raised his hands high in front of him with a confident expression, and a bright light gradually appeared on his face. Brother, I'm sorry. Without you, even if I reach the end of the world and see more scenery of this sea, what's the point? Berndi Waldo smiled. Face up to meet the sun and snow. Laugh. A flower of blood exploded on his chest. The coin that fell to the lowest point suddenly shot out, directly piercing his heart. Berndi Waldo slowly closed his eyes and fell heavily to the ground. Sengoku watched this scene silently, with a solemn expression. According to normal regulations, facing a pirate like Berndi Waldo who has a powerful devil fruit ability, Marine will try to capture him alive as much as possible, and then send him to impel down for long-term detention. To make sure this mighty devil fruit doesn't respawn elsewhere in the sea and fall into the hands of some ambitious pirate. But he made no move to stop Darren. Because in observation Haki's perception, Berndi Waldo's breath was already as weak as floating silk. With such serious injuries, no one can survive. Granting his wish and letting him die at Darren's hands was Sengoku's last respect for Berndi Waldo, his old rival for many years. The coin flew back into his hand deftly again. Darren turned his eyes to Sengoku, smiled and said, "Mission accomplished, Sengoku Admiral." Sengoku was startled, and immediately turned his head to give orders to his subordinates. "Depart immediately, sink the last pirate ship of the Ward pirates, and wipe out the remnants of the Ward pirates." "No, no need." Darren smiled weakly, took out a blood-stained phone bug from his arms, and dialed the signal. "Darren Base Commander." The flying squirrel's steady voice came from the phone bug. "Is the target locked?" "Yes." "Then kill him immediately." "No problem." The moment the voice fell, as if aware of something, Sengoku raised his head in astonishment. In the North Blue Fleet suspended in the sky, one of the marine warships slowly adjusted its direction. A black missile suddenly protruded from the side of the hull. Then, boom! The tail of the black missile suddenly ejected orange-red flames, stripped from the hull of the warship, dragged a long tail flame, and shot towards a certain direction in the distant sea. 2 seconds later, a muffled explosion sound was heard from far away on the sea surface, and flickering flames could be seen rising in the thick sea fog. Sengoku stared at this scene with a dumbfounded look on his face. What the hell? Report to Base Commander Darren, the target has been sunk." The voice of the flying squirrel came from the phone bug again. "Nice job." Darren laughed, hung up the bug COMM, and looked at Sengoku. "Report to Sengoku Admiral, mission accomplished." During this campaign against the Ward pirates, the North Blue Fleet sank 5 enemy ships and killed more than 3,000 pirates. The captain of the Ward pirates, Berndi Waldo, and the deputy captain, Biajak, were executed on the spot. North Blue Fleet suffered 0 damage. Sengoku opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Before Sengoku could answer, Darren's body shook suddenly, his eyes went dark, and he fell back directly to the ground. Colonel Darren. Save people quickly. Where's the doctor? Get the ship doctor over here. The eager voices of the surrounding Marines continued to sound. That's the end. Polo Salino looked at Colonel Marine, who was unconscious on the ground, and said with a smile. Yeah, that's the end. Sengoku murmured dreamily. So Sengoku Admiral, it seems that this operation seems to be the same with you or without you. Polo Salino said casually. Sengoku was struck by lightning when he heard the words. Yes. Apart from coming out and yelling stop him, I basically did nothing. At least Polo Salino, the unreliable BD, arrived just in time to save Darren's life and drag Berndi Valdo for a moment. Feelings this time the crusade against the Ward pirates really has nothing to do with me? With me or without me? Sengoku came to this absurd conclusion in his heart and froze in a mess. But in the next second, meeting Polo Salino's half-smiling eyes, Sengoku's old face immediately swelled like a pig's liver. He said angrily. Damn! What kind of eyes do you have? Old man, this is Lueghen. Polo Salino, what do you know about strategy? If it wasn't for the old man's keen eyesight, who overcame all opinions and handed over the command to Colonel Darren, how could this operation be so smooth? After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the warship as if fleeing. The pace is fast. Polo Salino looked at the back of Sengoku running away in a panic, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He withdrew his gaze, looked at Colonel Marine, who was being carried on a stretcher, and said in a low voice. You always make difficult things easy, don't you? Chapter 94. North Blue 321 Branch. Office of the Base Chief. With his hands behind his back, Sengoku stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass windows, looking at the warships of the North Blue Fleet gradually returning to the distant military port, with a strange light shining in his deep eyes. North Blue Fleet, Sky Dominance, Strategic Flying Fleet, well-trained elite troops, small missiles, brand new technology weapons. Words flashed through his mind quickly, and he couldn't help thinking about it. Darren is very ambitious. Sengoku narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Tuk tuk tuk. There was a soft knock on the door. Come in. Sengoku responded, and slowly withdrew his gaze, his expression returned to normal again. He turned around, and what caught his eye was the flying squirrel pushing through the door. The flying squirrel was wearing a marine cap, with a resolute face, and raised his hand to salute. Sengoku Admiral, are you looking for me? Sengoku looked up and down the Deputy Base Chief of the 321 Branch and the Deputy of Admiral Darren of North Blue. He was very satisfied with the calm temperament of the soldier in the latter, and said with a smile. The old man's coming to the 321 Branch should have brought a lot of trouble to your work. Although Berndi Valdo is dead, the finishing work of the crusade against the Ward pirates still has to be dealt with. Coupled with the sake of supplies, Sengoku decided to stay in Branch 321 for a few days before returning to Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. In this way, the base chief's office was directly requisitioned by him. The flying squirrel shook his head and said. Rest assured, Sengoku Admiral, the North Blue Fleet has been greatly encouraged by your arrival. If it weren't for your plan, this time's crusade against the big pirate Berndi Valdo would never have been such a great success. Sengoku rolled his eyes angrily. Such flattery is not for you, don't be like the Darren boy. The flying squirrel smiled awkwardly. It's really not his style to say things like that. Speaking of that brat Darren, how's his injury? Sengoku asked. The flying squirrel pondered for a moment, then said solemnly. According to the military doctor's diagnosis, Base Commander Darren suffered extremely serious injuries in this battle. More than 30 bones in his body were broken to varying degrees, internal organs were bleeding, and the body was bleeding profusely. The situation is quite grim. Sengoku fell silent for a moment, sighing silently in his heart. Although that brat Darren had a lot of ambitions, he quietly built such a powerful fleet without consulting the headquarters. With Sengoku's vision and insight, he immediately saw that the 10 warships dispatched by the North Blue Fleet in the crusade against Berndy Valdo were all modified. Moreover, the heavy weapons carried on the warships, as well as the technological weapons used by the Marines of the 321 branch, are clearly from Germa 66. Germa 66. Sengoku suddenly remembered another incident not long ago. North Blue Marine intervened to mediate the war between the Kingdom of Germa and the Kingdom of Yadis, and then for some unknown reason, the North Blue Fleet and Germa 66 reached a friendly cooperation agreement. So, the collaboration between Darren and Vinsmoke Judge started at that time? Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Darren's series of actions in his heart, recalling the sacrifice Darren made to defeat Berndy Waldo this time, as well as the tragic injuries, Sengoku is not easy to pursue. That was Berndy Waldo, after all. A great pirate that threatens naval headquarters and the world government. I have never seen Colonel Darren so seriously injured. The flying squirrel didn't notice the change in Sengoku's micro-expression, and just continued to report the situation on its own. According to the military doctor, if any other person suffered such a fatal injury, he might not be able to hold on long ago. Even if he survived, he would definitely suffer from a lot of sequelae and become a useless person from then on. The more Sengoku heard it, the more he felt uncomfortable, and a touch of shame was born in his heart. Darren almost lost his life in order to help him defeat Berndy Waldo, but deep in his heart just now, he even had the idea of directly requisitioning the North Blue Fleet and its technological weapons into the headquarters. Damn you Sengoku! Are you worthy of that boy Darren's efforts and sacrifices? According to the judgment of the military doctor, it will take at least 2 or 3 days for Colonel Darren to fully recover. The flying squirrel sighed sadly. Sengoku shook his head with a full face. It's really not easy for Darren kid. It's a shame for him to be in North Blue all these years. This old man will try his best to compensate him, let him recover from his injuries as soon as possible. After he fully recovers. He suddenly seemed to realize something, and stood there in a daze. Wait. What did you say? He looked at the flying squirrel in front of him in bewilderment. That kid Darren will be able to fully recover in 2 or 3 days. The flying squirrel looked at the startled Sengoku Admiral, and nodded with some doubts. Yes. Sengoku's eyes twitched. Didn't you say that the military doctor said it was very serious? At least 30 broken bones all over the body, internal bleeding, enough to be fatal. Yes. Didn't you say that if you were a different person, you would have died long ago? Even if you survived, there will be a lot of sequelae, and you will become a useless person from now on. Yes. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said. Didn't you say you've never seen Darren with such a serious injury? The flying squirrel said solemnly. Yes. Sengoku asked, almost growling. Then why? The flying squirrel answered honestly. I really don't see Colonel Darren being so badly wounded. In the past, even if it was chopped by a sword, bombed by shells, burned by flames, pierced by bullets. Basically, scabs would form in less than half an hour. But this time, Base Commander Darren will lie in the hospital for 3 full days. He said of course. It's too serious. The serious expression on his face made Sengoku go crazy inside. Sengoku opened his mouth, facing the serious flying squirrel. He couldn't say a word in the end, and could only cover his face in pain. Okay, the old man knows, you go out first, the old man wants to be quiet. Yes, Sengoku Admiral, call me anytime if you want to. Flying Squirrel raised his hand and saluted a standard military salute, then turned and left the office. Etc. Sengoku suddenly called to stop him. Where's Jun and Cake? Tell them to come over. The Flying Squirrel pondered for a moment, and said. Report to Sengoku Admiral that Major Jun and Major Cake are not in the branch. Where did those two guys go? Sengoku asked suspiciously. Major Cake took Polisalino Rear Admiral. Well, according to them, they went to sea to investigate the people of North Blue. The flying squirrel pursed its lips. Sengoku's mouth twitched. What about Jun? Major Jun is out to get them. Sengoku. Chapter 95. So Sengoku, how likely do you think this model of the North Blue Fleet will be applied to our headquarters? In the base chief's office, Marshal Kong's deep voice came from the military phone bug. Sengoku frowned, thought for a few seconds, and said. Reporting to Marshal Kong, it's hard to say for the time being. Regarding the specific cost of the equipment and weapons of the North Blue Fleet, I need to wait for Darren to wake up before I can really confirm it. On the Marine Ford side, Kong in the Marine Marshal's mansion crossed his arms and said in a deep voice. I have heard about Germa's high-tech weapons for a long time. With such powerful equipment, the combat effectiveness of the army can indeed achieve a significant leap in a short period of time, but Sengoku, you should know the strongest point of the North Blue Fleet, not on the weapon. It's Darren, Sengoku said slowly. That's right, the key to the flying fleet lies in that boy Darren's devil fruit ability. Without him, the North Blue Fleet will only be a strong army no matter how many high-tech weapons it is equipped with, and no matter how strong the military quality of its personnel is. Kong sighed. But with Darren's devil fruit ability, the strategic significance that this fleet can play. He paused for a moment, with a solemn expression, and said word by word. Incalculable. Sengoku nodded approvingly. The horror of a flying fleet can be seen from the Guy Golden Lion Shikimadara. Although the number of flying pirates led by him is huge, it is far more than ordinary pirate ships, and there are dozens of pirate ships under his command. But in fact, the strength of the Golden Lion's subordinates is not strong, lacking the backbone combat power to support the situation, like the captains of the Whitebeard Moby Dick's various teams, let alone being able to compare with Roger, who is taking the elite route. But for naval headquarters, if one has to choose the most difficult pirate in this sea, that must be Golden Lion Shiki, no doubt. His incomparably powerful combat power, his huge fleet, these are all secondary. The most dreadful thing is his lion fruit ability. Raising the entire pirate fleet to high altitudes, endowing other forces with incomparable mobility, easily attacking targets and escaping them is simply impossible to defend against. And you have to understand, Sengoku. As Darren grows stronger, the more he develops his devil fruit, the more warships he can carry. It's a given for the talent he's shown. Kong lit a cigar and took a deep puff, a smile gradually forming on the corner of his mouth. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, the righteous force in this world will have a flying admiral. Sengoku was silent for a while upon hearing that. But Marshal Kong, regarding the control of the North Blue Fleet and Darren's collection of taxes in North Blue, is our headquarters just turning a blind eye? After my 2 days of observation, the personality cult of Darren within the North Blue Fleet has reached its peak. Even to a certain extent, in North Blue, my Marine Admiral's orders are not as useful as the words of the Colonel Darren. The previous investigation results of Jun and Kaji also came out. Relying on the taxes collected in North Blue, Darren equipped his subordinates with top-notch weapons, equipped with the most advanced warships, and even provided data that exceeded the standard of the ministry. Double the military pay and benefits. If we don't stop this situation, I'm afraid that after a long time, the North Blue Marine will completely break away from the control of the headquarters and become the private army of that boy Darren. Listening to Sengoku's words, Kong suddenly laughed. He said something that seemed out of place. Sengoku, it's time for you to grow up too. Sengoku was a little dissatisfied. Marshal Kong. Kong chuckled. That brat Darren, I've read his profile. He's smart, ambitious, capable, ruthless, and very good at winning people over. Do you think that without his tacit consent, Jun and Kaji, 2 stunned youths who grew up in the headquarters, could find out so much information? Sengoku was taken aback. As if he understood something, his eyes widened slightly. Marshal Kong, do you mean? Kong exhaled a stream of smoke like a dragon, his old eyes looked at the sea surface of Marineford in the distance. The waves are choppy and undulating, the blue sea has no end, and it is all-encompassing. This time against Berndy Valdo, Darren could have continued to hide his North Blue Fleet. The time and place of the transaction has been determined. Although it is a bit risky, with your strength and Polo Salino, as long as Berndy Valdo's retreat is cut off, it is not difficult to keep him. But Darren didn't do that. There was something intriguing about Kong's voice. He sent the North Blue Fleet anyway. Sengoku was shocked, and murmured in disbelief. He is declaring force. Kong nodded. Yes, he is asking our headquarters to make a choice. He has shown enough value, his combat power, his talent, his devil fruit potential, and the possibility of Marine building a large flying fleet in the future. And what he wants, is North Blue. He wants the absolute control and leadership of North Blue, he wants the headquarters to keep silent about all his actions in North Blue, he wants to be the rightful. Kong narrowed his eyes. The king of the North Blue. Do you think the headquarters will agree? At the same time, 321 Branch, Military Hospital. In the quiet senior ward, the porch is filled with all kinds of flower bouquets and fruit baskets. The air was filled with a faint, mixed smell of blood and disinfectant. The flying squirrel was sitting on the wooden bench next to the hospital bed, asking solemnly. They will agree. I took the initiative to expose my ability. This is an offer they cannot refuse. Darren was leaning on the hospital bed, biting a lighted cigar, his narrowed black eyes were looking at the direction of the harbor through the glass window, and a confident smile was raised on the corner of his mouth. Both his hands were in plaster, and his naked upper body was covered with blood-stained bandages, and his face looked a little pale because of the massive blood loss. Let's see, I can't say these things to my face, but Sengoku and Sora are smart people and they'll understand. Berndy Valdo's death, the possibility of the flying fleet, and my future development, all these are enough to give us a stable situation in North Blue for at least 20 years. It won't be long before your commission will come down. Darren's eyes fell on the calm and resolute face of the flying squirrel, and he grinned and said. Congratulations in advance, the new Admiral of North Blue. Chapter 96. This is absolutely impossible. Sengoku slammed his fist on the desk angrily. Marshal Kong, the North Blue Marine is not his Rogers Darren's property. Once this precedent is set, Marineford, as naval headquarters, will lack the majesty to lead the world's righteous forces. On the other side of the phone bug, Kong pinched his forehead with some headache. The kid Sengoku is very smart, but he tends to be too horny when it comes to power. In essence, he is a very traditional soldier who takes obeying orders as his bounden duty. So on some sensitive issues, he will appear cautious. Not brave enough. Kong thought for a while and asked. Sengoku, do you think anyone other than Darren can do Darren's level? Sengoku was dumbfounded. Kong smiled, and there was some helplessness and bitterness in his smile. I wish there were more young people like Darren, but the answer is there are none. Even Sakazuki and Polo Salino, who you have high hopes for, and, well, that kid from Garp's family can't do this. Sengoku muttered under his breath. I didn't expect much from Polo Salino. Kong. He shook his head, took a deep puff on his cigar, and continued. Darren is an excellent kid, even better than all of us expected. Sengoku admits reluctantly, his talent is really outstanding. No, not just talent. Kong said in a deep voice. The report on the campaign against Berndy Valdo that you submitted, the old man has already read it. Let's not talk about the North Blue Fleet that he built by himself, just from the deployment of troops, the route of ambush, and the planning of tactics. The talent shown by that kid Darren is definitely the top in this sea. Using the firepower advantage of the North Blue Fleet, give priority to cutting off Berndy Valdo's retreat. Infiltrate in advance, and use hands and feet in the arms of the transaction. Berndy Valdo's every move was clearly figured out by him. The old man even thinks that the process of this action has probably been deduced countless times in that kid's mind. It is our Marine's fortune to have a young man with such penultimate military talent. If it was Sakazuki, Polosalino, and Drago, the three brats, no, if it was you, would you be able to do it so easily, Sengoku? Sengoku faltered, unable to speak. Polosalino, Sakazuki, and Drago. Their talent and potential are indeed boundless, like bright new stars rising under the banner of justice. Everyone is amazed and focused on them. But Darren's political skill, military ability, and strategic wisdom are all beyond those of the three of them. Without spending a single soldier, with the brutal attitude of zero battle losses, the Ward pirates were wiped out. With this achievement alone, who can achieve it on this ocean? Berndy Valdo is an old rival. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr have fought against him countless times in the past, but all failed in the end. It seems that Darren has surpassed the three of them to some extent. For a moment, Sengoku felt his face burning. The most outrageous thing is that in this final crusade against Berndy Valdo, I really couldn't help at all. So, you get it, Sengoku. Kong said meaningfully. Compared to a future Marine Admiral that can coexist with wisdom and strength, how about giving him North Blue? And the most important point is that no matter how bad Darren's reputation is, he still sticks to a bottom line in his heart. You can see that with North Blue under him. The crime rate has dropped sharply, the living standards of civilians have improved, and the number of pirates has dropped sharply. Isn't this the justice we want to see? Sengoku frowned and said, Commander Kikung, all this is for his personal power and ambition. It does not matter. Kong interrupted Sengoku directly without any politeness. People live in this sea, who has no ambition. We all know what that kid Darren wants. If he really grows up, one day he can lead our marine to get rid of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Roger. The old man, the position of Marine Marshal, let him sit and how. There was a gleam of wisdom in his old eyes. Sengoku, I know you're worried about North Blue, that North Blue, under Darren's management, will become his personal force. The old man understands very well. But one thing you have to understand is that the spirit of justice should never be limited to this. Marine's capacity is far greater than you imagine. Let's tell you one more piece of news, maybe it won't be long before the old man will go to the Holy Land to serve. Sengoku's eyes widened. Marshal Kong. Could it be? Well, that position is vacant. The previous commander-in-chief passed away due to illness. Kong didn't deny it, and his tone was somewhat understated. He leaned back on the sofa with his broad back, and the thick cigar smoke lingered on his tough face, saying earnestly, Sengoku, I have high expectations of you. Among you, Zephyr, and Garp, only you can take over the old man's position. To be in a high position, one must have a sufficiently broad mind and a lofty spirit. As long as Darren is still hunting pirates, as long as he is still carrying out Marine's orders, as long as he is still wearing the cloak of justice, he is a member of our Marine. What the old man means, can you understand? Sengoku was shocked. Kong's words were no less than a thunderbolt on dry land, which exploded heavily in his mind, setting off monstrous waves. The phone bug communication was silent for a long time. I understand, Marshal Kong. After a long time, Sengoku slowly raised his head, and his tone returned to his usual calmness and composure. Kong smiled with satisfaction. So, what about the news release? Have you figured it out? Sengoku pondered for a moment, then solemnly said. North Blue Admiral Rogers Darren, in the name of justice, successfully defeated World Destroyer Berndy Valdo. Ha 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 ha. The sound of Kong's hearty laughter resounded through the Naval Headquarters Marineford's Marshal's mansion. Chapter 97. 321 North Blue Marine Branch Military Hospital. The ashes of the cigar fell lightly to the ground. Darren exhaled a stream of smoke and winked at the nurse who was changing his needle, causing the latter's ears to turn slightly red. "How did the thing I asked you to do go?" The flying squirrel glanced at the nurse, then said slowly after careful consideration. "According to your arrangement, a lot of fruits of various types were piled in the cabins of the fleet warships performing the mission, but no special changes were found." Darren frowned. "Where is the target island? Has it been searched?" The flying squirrel nodded cautiously. "We have been searching all directions for the past 2 days and nothing has been found. The desert island has a cold zone climate. It is covered by wind and snow all year round. Only a very few cold-resistant plants can grow. It is completely unsuitable for human habitation. There are almost no fruit plants." Having said this, he paused, and when the shy young nurse walked out of the ward, he carefully lowered his voice and said, "When Sengoku Admiral's warship was supplying the 321st branch, I also boarded the ship to look for it, but I didn't find what you wanted. I have seen the logbook on the warship and the consumption record of supplies on their warship. 3 days before the mission was officially carried out, the fruit inventory on their warship was exhausted." Hearing the flying squirrel's words, Darren let out a breath of turbid air. After a moment of silence, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Sure enough, it's not that easy," the flying squirrel muttered. "Are you sure your idea is right? When the demon fruit power dies, the devil fruit will be reborn on the fruit closest to the person with the ability. This kind of thing is unheard of in this ocean." Darren shook his head. "No, this is just my speculation, not certain. Having you prep the fruit ahead of time, and doing a wide-ranging search of the island in the post-war cleanup, is just a small experiment. Now it seems that this speculation is not true." He naturally believed in the flying squirrel's ability to work. After working together for many years, Darren is very clear about his abilities and responsibilities. As long as it is his own order, no matter how ridiculous it sounds, he will execute it meticulously in the end. Since he said he couldn't find it, it means he couldn't find it. In this way, the inference that devil fruit will be reborn on nearby fruits after the death of the capable person is overturned. This is understandable. As a time traveler, Darren still has some understanding of the plot of the Pirates. Regarding the rebirth of devil fruit, it appeared 3 times in the original plot. The first time was when Whitebeard died in the Summit War. Blackbeard used some special method, most likely Dark Fruit's ability to plunder his shock fruit. The second time was Fire Fist Ace. 2 years after the Summit War, his Mara fruit fell into the hands of Doflamingo, who put it in the Doflamingo arena as bait. Also, in the plot of Punk Hassan Island, the slime, a killing weapon created by the evil scientist Geisa Brown, used scientific means to make the poisonous gas eat the devil fruit and turn into the form of a salamander fruit. After the slime ate the candy and died, one of the apples in a basket not far away changed strangely and gradually turned into a devil fruit. And it is this scene that makes many pirate fans think that this is the rebirth mechanism of devil fruit. Therefore, in this crusade against Berndy Waldo, Darren also had a try attitude and asked the North Blue Fleet to bring a lot of fresh fruits. After all, Berndy Waldo's Momo fruit is indeed very powerful. Even if you can't use it yourself, it is a good choice to give it to your subordinates to form your own core team. But now it seems that the rebirth mechanism of devil fruit may be much more complicated than what I imagined. But this is completely understandable. If the rebirth mechanism of devil fruit is really that simple, with the power of world government and marine, it would have been discovered long ago. Among other things, many of the criminals imprisoned in Impel Down have demon fruit power. In the long history of Impel Down, there will definitely be cases where prisoners died due to torture, disease, extreme evil, heat, cold or even natural aging. According to Darren's knowledge, in Impel Down, there will be special transport ships in charge of food supplies coming in and out every once in a while, delivering food to the staff of Impel Down, which will naturally include fruits. Impel Down has a unique geographical environment, surrounded by the sea and surrounded by the calm belt. If a demon fruit power dies in the Impel Down, and there are fruits in the Impel Down, then according to the rebirth mechanism of devil fruit, the devil fruit owned by the dead capacious prisoner will inevitably be reborn in the Impel Down again. But over the years, countless prisoners died in Impel Down, but no news of devil fruit was found in Impel Down. So, devil fruit's rebirth. Maybe there is no pattern, is it absolutely random? Darren murmured to himself. Should I continue to search? Maybe the rebirth of devil fruit will take more time, asked the flying squirrel. Well, some people can be left on the target island to continue the search. Although the chances are slim, if possible, Darren will not miss the slightest chance. No problem. The flying squirrel nodded. By the way, there is one more thing. The Marine Ford headquarters sent a message that the 3rd Officer Training Camp will officially open in 10 days. There was a flash of light in Darren's eyes, and he smiled and said, "Is it finally about to start?" Flying Squirrel pulled a document from the folder behind him and handed it to Darren. "This is the list of personnel for the 3rd Officer Training Camp." Darren took the file and opened it. The first line of the list is his name. North Blue Admiral, Naval Headquarters Commodore, Rogers Darren. Darren laughed. It seems that the reward for the Shield's ST incident has passed the review of the headquarters. I have been promoted. The corner of the flying squirrel's mouth twitched. Darren continued to read along the file. Lieutenant Colonel Marine, Cusin, from South Blue. Colonel Marine, Doberman, from West Blue. Lieutenant Colonel Marine, Hwashaishan, from South Blue. Lieutenant Colonel Marine, Ghost Spider, from West Blue. He saw many familiar names. The Golden Generation, the stars are really shining. Darren looked at the names on the list that would resound in the sea in the future and write countless stories in the Marine camp, with a smile on his face full of anticipation. The waves of the times are about to set off, this is a star-studded mighty era. Chapter 98. Along with the release of Marine's information, the news that the legendary Great Pirate, World Destroyer Berndy Waldo was attacked and killed by Marine in North Blue was quickly spread throughout the entire film under the dissemination of large and small newspapers. The sea. As soon as the news came out, it was like a heavy bomb falling on the calm lake, causing huge waves. New World, a certain sea area. The sky is covered with white liquid like white clouds, and the blue sky and the deep sea are connected to each other. A gigantic pirate ship was quietly crawling on the sea, looking like a white whale from a distance. The skull flag marked with a white machete beard flutters on the towering mast, level with the seagulls piercing the sky. Father! Something big happened. A boy with a golden pineapple head screamed in shock and ran towards the bow, holding a freshly baked newspaper high in his hand. A figure on the bow sat on the ground boredly, holding a bottle of strong wine in his hand, exuding a strong smell of alcohol. How many times have I said, Marco, you must calm down first when encountering things? The man stood up slowly. Accompanied by his movement, the aura on his body is like a towering mountain rising from the ground, rising continuously, as if there is no end. Under the giant whale-like pirate ship, the calm sea surface suddenly boiled, like dotted with rainwater. Circles of ripples and bubbles appeared. I'm sorry, Dad. The boy named Marco immediately stopped the car, bent over and bowed, looking anxious. But you want to see this? The man with a burly figure like a giant turned around slowly. The sun was pouring down violently. The man was wearing a white captain's cloak, and a huge naginata with an exaggerated shape stood beside him. His long, violent golden hair danced slightly in the sea breeze. Across the New World, the legendary Great Pirate is regarded by Marine as an enemy. The strongest man in the world. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Whitebeard looked down at the boy in front of him condescendingly. A soft smile suddenly appeared in Haki's eyes. Tell me, what happened? Marco, who was out of breath, took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said loudly. Berndi Valdo, he was killed by Marine. As soon as this remark came out, the other crew members on the deck all looked shocked, unconsciously stopped what they were doing, and gasped. Crashing, the sound of surging waves came. Oh! That guy Valdo was actually killed by Marine. A look of surprise flashed across Whitebeard's face. As a great pirate who is also famous in the sea, the Whitebeard pirates once fought against the Ward pirates led by Berndi Waldo, and they have some understanding of Berndi Waldo's strength. It was just a tentative battle. After all, the two sides didn't have much enmity, so there was no need to fight to the death. Moreover, Whitebeard and Berndi Waldo were both afraid of the destructive power of each other's devil fruit. In order to avoid causing large-scale casualties to the crew, they just clicked and bombed a wave across the air. To be precise, it was Whitebeard who shattered Berndi Waldo's 100 times gun. Was it Sengoku or Garp who made the shot? Whitebeard asked in a low voice. Neither. Marco shook his head. It's a guy I've never heard of. It seems to be a colonel from the Marine stationed in North Blue. What's his name? Rogers Darren. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. He took the newspaper in Marco's hand and opened it. The headlines on the front page that occupy a large space are impressively displayed on it. King of the North Blue Rogers Darren successfully defeated the legendary pirate, Berndi Waldo. North Blue's strongest admiral. Marine future admiral. World destroyer Berndi Waldo, died in North Blue. Shocking! The Marine supernova who attacked Berndi Valdo turned out to be a scum of Madara? Is this a distortion of human nature, or a loss of morality? The news report was accompanied by a photo of Darren standing on the corpses of countless pirates during a military operation, with gunpowder behind him. It seems like an ambitious young man. Whitebeard stared at the grinning black-haired Marine in the photo, and suddenly burst out laughing. Goo la la la! Little ones, it seems that you will have a good opponent in the future. The heroic laughter, like Hong Zhong de Lu, shook the world. On the distant sea, huge waves surged without wind. Layer upon layer, like a dragon roaring. The sea is shaking. At the same time. Grand Line, a sea area. Tier. Thousands of pale thunderbolts tore through the pitch-black sky, and the roaring thunder reflected the torrential rain. The roaring storm set off turbulent waves, like the big hand of an invisible giant, constantly throwing a pirate ship flying at high speed. Captain Roger. Big event. In the rainstorm, a kid with a red nose and a hood ran wildly on the deck. Ha 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 ha. Buggy, don't slip. The black-haired man exuding unruly haki stepped on the bow of the boat, laughing against the storm. The red captain's coat fluttered and danced in the strong wind, splashing a large amount of rain. Gold Roger. Let me tell you. I found it first. Buggy. Another red-haired kid ran out of the cabin and hugged the red-nosed Buggy tightly. Damn it. Shanks, who told you to run slow? The two brats rolled and struggled on the deck, their immature faces gnashing their teeth and squeezing each other until they were twisted. Roger, who was sitting on the bow of the boat bathing in the violent storm, smiled and looked at the man wearing a shirt and rimless glasses not far away and said, "It's so full of energy. It's full of passion and youth. It reminds me of the time when we first went to sea. Don't you think so, Rayleigh?" When Rayleigh heard this, she rolled her eyes angrily, thinking that you were the only one with passion and youth back then. If this BD hadn't been stalking him, I would have lived a retired life long ago. Say it together, Buggy, Shanks. Rayleigh waved her hand and said, "Yes. Mr. Rayleigh." Shanks and Buggy glared at each other fiercely, then stood up obediently and shouted out the latest news headlines. King of the North Blue Rogers Darren successfully defeated the legendary pirate, Berndy Waldo. Roger and Rayleigh were stunned when they heard this. King of North Blue? This is a nickname I have never heard of before. Rayleigh took the wet newspaper and frowned as he read the words on it that were blurred by the rain. But Roger's eyes shone with eagerness. This nickname sounds like he is a very capable guy. Rayleigh's mouth twitched and she said helplessly. It seems like he's just a boy under 20 years old. Ha 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 ha. So what? Roger laughed disapprovingly. Boom. A wave suddenly exploded on the side of the Oro Jackson, splashing a large area of salty water. It's a shelling. Captain Roger. Marine. Marine is catching up. Boom. Boom. Rumble. Black cannonballs tore through the rain curtain, drew parabolas from high in the sky, and continued to fall towards the pirate ship. Bang. The light of the sword is as brilliant as flowing water scattering flowers. Several artillery shells that fell from the sky were cut into 2 pieces by Rayleigh, and exploded in the sky above their heads, setting off thick smoke. The flickering firelight reflected Rayleigh's solemn expression. Roger. You can't run away. A powerful roar came from the sea far away from the stern of the ship. In the hazy sight, a naked upper body marine with gnarled muscles could be vaguely seen, standing on the bow of a dog-headed marine warship, constantly throwing cannonballs at them with his bare hands. Ah! Here we go again. Buggy held his head and screamed, his face full of horror. Why does this BD keep lingering? We are really going to die this time. Shut up. The red-haired man covered Buggy's mouth with his hand and said viciously. However, it could be seen from his pale face that he was also extremely uneasy inside. Ha 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 Garp, I'm not in the mood to play with you. Roger made a face at Garp from a distance, smiling mischievously like a child. Hurry up and run away, that guy is the strongest marine. Okay, the crew members cheered in unison. Under the control of the sailors, the sails of the Oro Jackson were bulging, and the speed surged due to the force of the storm. Damn! Garp gritted his teeth when he saw this, and threw the cannonballs faster and faster, his hands almost turning into phantoms, and roared in the air. Don't run away if you dare, Roger. Don't chase after you if you have the guts, Garp. Rumble. Don't run. Then don't chase me. Similar things happen in every corner of the ocean. Looking at the headlines in the newspapers, some people sneered, some mocked, some were silent, some cheered, some were angry, some reacted indifferently, some were ready to take action. But one thing is certain. Today, the name King of North Blue Rogers Darren has officially appeared on the stage of this sea. Chapter 1. 3 days later. 321 Branch, Military Hospital, Senior Ward. The blood-stained bandages were torn off one by one, revealing pinkish fresh skin and flesh. The muscular and angular body was full of male hormones, which made the young nurse's face flushed and her mouth dry. Lord Darren, I will help you remove the cast on your arm. The young nurse spoke softly. No need, I'll do it myself. Darren smiled, lowered his head, and punched hard with both fists. Snap! With the clenching of the fist, the muscles in the arm instantly contracted and swelled, crushing the plaster covering the arm into powder. After mobilizing his muscles and joints, Darren closed his eyes and enjoyed the nursing and cleaning of the nurse. Tuk tuk tuk. There was a gentle knock on the door, and then Sengoku's figure pushed open the door of the ward and walked in with a smile. Darren boy, have you seen the reports in the newspapers? You are really famous now. Darren gave a military salute and said with a smile. All this would not have been possible without your cultivation and trust at Sengoku Admiral. As he spoke, he motioned to the nurse to let her leave the ward first. Sengoku smiled with satisfaction. It's also flattering words, I don't know why it's always very pleasant to say in Darren's mouth. It seems that your boy is recovering well. He looked up and down at Colonel Marine sitting on the hospital bed. No, it should be Marine Commodore, and said with a smile. "It's okay, I've been lying in bed for 3 days anyway," Darren said. Sengoku's eye twitched. He shook his head, and continued. "Have you received the notice from the headquarters? There are still 7 days before the entrance ceremony for the officer training camp." Darren nodded. "That's fine." Sengoku paused at this point, hesitant to speak. Darren smiled. "Sengoku Admiral wants to ask me about the North Blue Fleet. This kid is really smart." Sengoku groaned secretly in his heart, slowly turned serious, and said in a deep voice. "Well, there is indeed such a thing. Kid Darren, with your vision and military talent, you should be very clear about the significance of the North Blue Fleet's model to Marines' strategic deployment. A Marine fleet that can fly in the air is enough to change the situation in this sea. Of course, you can rest assured that the troops of the four seas follow the principle of independent operation, and the North Blue Fleet will still be retained. The meaning of the headquarters is to apply the model of the North Blue Fleet to the headquarters." Darren waved his hands bluntly, and said in a serious manner. "Sengoku Admiral doesn't need to say much, as long as I can contribute to the just cause, I will definitely cooperate unconditionally. As for the assembly configuration of the North Blue Fleet and the transformation of the warship, I will make a clear list and submit it to you for your review. If there is any need for the headquarters, I will provide it as much as possible. It's just Sengoku Admiral, let me remind you a little bit, the situation of the North Blue Fleet is special, the price of the weapons and equipment used and the transformation of the warship may be relatively high." "Ha ha ha ha, the cost is not a problem." Sengoku laughed arrogantly, very satisfied with Darren's statement, and looked at the latter with more appreciation. "Look, this is Marine's future star. It's not like that BD Polisalino, he doesn't see anyone all day long, and his attitude is not positive at all." "Then let's stop here." Sengoku smiled and patted Darren on the shoulder. "I admire you very much, Darren. After entering the training camp, you must perform well." He paused, as if remembering something, lowered his voice and said. "Well, when you graduate, you will become the old man's adjutant. The weather looks good today, Sengoku Admiral." A slow voice sounded at the door of the ward. Sengoku's face darkened. Darren had a strange look on his face. "I saw this guy Porisalino standing at the door of the ward without knowing why, leaning against the door frame, with his hands in his pockets, looking at Sengoku with a half-smiling expression." The ward suddenly became very quiet. Sengoku stood there stiffly, motionless, and Darren saw a few drops of cold sweat gradually forming on his forehead. Suddenly, "Hey! It's me, I'm Sengoku." Sengoku suddenly took out a military telephone bug from his arms and shouted at it anxiously. "What? Such a big thing happened? Okay. I'll come back as soon as possible." As he spoke, he quickly walked out of the ward, his back a little flustered. "Darren." Porisalino raised his finger and pointed at Sengoku's phone bug, and reminded with a smile. Sengoku Admiral, the phone bug communication seems to have not been connected." Sengoku paused, then his expression changed, and he muttered to himself. "Is the signal bad?" He gritted his teeth hard. "Damn it, it happens to be such a critical time." As he spoke, his pace quickened a little, and his figure quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Several black lines slowly appeared on Darren's forehead. Porisalino smiled and walked into the ward immediately. "It seems to be recovering well." "Good." Darren moved his somewhat stiff wrists and elbows. Porisalino glanced at him, a strange light shining under his toed sunglasses. "I really didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. The North Blue Fleet far exceeded my expectations." Darren glanced at him and smiled. "Porisalino Rear Admiral, just say what you want." Porisalino raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "It was discovered by you." Okay, I do have something to tell you." He spoke slowly, always feeling like he deserved a beating. The North Blue Fleet is indeed eye-catching. The strategic significance of flying in the air is great, but haven't you noticed that even if it is equipped with the technological weapons of Germa 66, the firepower configuration of the North Blue Fleet is still not enough? Darren narrowed his eyes, subconsciously sat up straight and raised his eyebrows. Porisalino Rear Admiral, what do you mean? Porisalino said with a smile. Marine is about to form a special scientific force, which will be mainly used to integrate the research results of the genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk and apply them in actual combat to enhance Marine's combat effectiveness. Dr. Vegapunk, as a genius who has been 500 years ahead of the world, has discovered some interesting patterns in recent times, and based on this, he did some research and came up with a more interesting weapon. Darren immediately became interested. You need to conduct field tests on this weapon to collect experimental data. Bingo! Porisalino's sunglasses reflected a faint light. He smiled half-heartedly and said, North Blue Fleet, interested? Darren asked, what is the weapon? Porisalino raised an index finger. This. On his index finger, a hot and destructive aura gradually rose. Golden light gathers. Chapter 2. The laser cannon carried by the pacifist. Did Vegapunk develop the experimental product so quickly? Looking at the back of Porisalino walking out of the door of the ward with his head bowed, Darren thought to himself. From this point of view, Vegapunk has unlocked the secret of Devil Fruit's ability. This was an unexpected surprise. During this period of time, the 7 warlords of the sea system is far from being established, and the pacifist prototype tyrant Bartholomew Kuma equipped with laser cannons is estimated to have not yet gone to sea. This also means that the pacifists who appeared in the Sabayati archipelago incident in the original plot probably do not even have the most basic concepts. If it is possible to carry a certain number of laser cannons on the North Blue Fleet, rows of invincible fleets pierced through the clouds and descended from the sky, using the most advanced laser cannons on the sea to wipe out all enemies within the target range. That scene, even thinking about it for a moment, Darren found it exciting. The crushing of technology. If this plan is really successful, Darren would like to let the so-called big pirates in this sea experience the power of technology. Tuk tuk tuk. At this time, there was a gentle knock on the door. Come in. Darren responded. The door of the ward was gently pushed open, and a tall black-haired figure walked in heroically, stepping on high heels. What a rare visitor! Looking at the delightful Marine in front of him, Darren couldn't help but tease him. Jun glanced at Darren indifferently, and casually put a bouquet of flowers on the table beside the bed, and said lightly. You're not dead yet, the villain really can live for a long time. Darren shrugged. A face swollen like a pig's head protruded from behind Jun, grinning and saying. It's not very spiritual. Looking at Jiaji's bruised and swollen face, Darren was immediately happy. Jiaji, what are you doing here? You were beaten when you went to a custom shop. Cake's face turned red immediately, he glanced at Jun in fear, and hesitated. Really guessed it. The corners of Darren's eyes twitched, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. He shook his head. What's the matter with you? Jun said slowly. The officer training camp is about to start. Major Kaji and I are also members of this training camp. We will go to the headquarters with you for training. Darren nodded and said. Well, I know this, I have seen the list. With the strength and status of Jun and Kaji, it is normal to get 2 places in the officer training camp. Although it is indeed early for them. However, considering that their strength and experience have grown significantly during their time in North Blue, it is understandable for Sengoku Admiral to put them in the training camp early. Of course, this does not rule out that old fox Sengoku wants to continue to be the nanny of these 2 guys. Congratulations! Jun nodded, turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly retracted the foot that had stepped forward. She was silent for a moment. Colonel Darren, no, Darren Commodore. I think I owe you an apology. Oh. Darren laughed with interest. Why? Jun whispered. I take back my previous evaluation of you. Although you smoke, drink, are greedy for money, are lustful, like to kill people, and have a strong desire for power. She bit her lower lip with her white teeth. But you're a good Marine. Well, fair enough. Darren narrowed his eyes with a smile. It seems that you seem to have discovered something. Jun didn't speak. On the way out to sea to catch Jiaji, she saw a pair of familiar figures. It was a small but cozy flower shop. The father and daughter in the flower shop changed their attire, hairstyle, and hair color, as if they were completely different people. But she still recognized the innocent little girl at a glance. Darren grinned suddenly. However, I still prefer your rebellious look before. Jun's face darkened, and he quickly walked out of the ward on high heels. Marine Commodore's hearty laughter could be heard behind him. In the ward, Jiaji shook his head and looked at this scene, his face full of sadness. It's really yours, I've never seen Jun apologize to a person. Darren smiled, it has never happened, but that doesn't mean it never will happen. TCH. Jiaji snorted, you know how to be cool. He thought for a while, then suddenly put an arm around Darren's shoulder and said dissatisfiedly. But you are so unkind. You accomplished such a great feat by killing Berndy Waldo, but you didn't take me with you. He waved his clenched fist, his eyes bursting with hot light. You know I stood on the warship in the sky and watched you fighting on the island. The boiling fighting spirit in my heart made me tremble all over. Really? I heard from Flying Squirrel that you were so frightened that your face turned pale, and your hands were shaking so much that the railing was almost crushed by you. I'm afraid of heights. Jiaji blushed and said. Fear of heights, do you understand? If you let me go down, I will be able to fight side by side with you. Maybe even Polosalino won't be needed. If the two of us work together, we will be able to kill Berndy Waldo directly. There was resentment in his tone. What a perfect story that would be. The genius Marine from the headquarters is planning to attack the legendary big pirate. If this gets out, how many ladies will I favor? Oh no, how much will I win? The support of the people. I will become Marine's new star, the hope of justice. Darren glanced at him. But I heard that this is how you brag to others. Jiaji's tone was suffocated. I. His expression changed, and finally he sat down hard, picked up the fruit basket next to him, and started to eat it angrily. Darren laughed and shook his head. He stood up, put on his military uniform, and pulled off a brand new cloak of justice from the coat rack. I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? Jiaji, who was holding a watermelon and munching on it, asked vaguely. Go to the custom shop. Hey, take me. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by Jun? Well, you know, I'm just testing you. A gentleman like me would never go to a place like that. Well, at first, I was thinking that among the gifts others gave me, there are still a lot of membership cards that I can't use up. Darren Commodore. Such a scourge to the Marine ethos, please leave it to me to destroy it with my own hands. I promise to complete the task. Chapter 3. The crumpled newspaper fluttered gently to the ground. The wind blowing from the window made the curtains flutter and wrinkle. Doflamingo leaned on the soft leather sofa, with his palms on his forehead, quietly blowing the breeze. The corners of his mouth gradually raised, and his deep laughter gradually amplified. Crazy, what a crazy! Big pirate Berndy Waldo, he really killed him. Thinking of the big pirate who easily crushed him like a ghost and God died in North Blue like this, Doflamingo felt extremely absurd and trembled from laughing. Not far from the family meeting hall, Torrible and the others looked at the newspaper in their hands in shock, with unimaginable expressions on their faces. How about it, do you like it? A low voice with a smile came from far and near. Hearing this voice, Toribel and the others shook their bodies, sending chills down their backs. The violent explosion approached at an alarming speed, and a tall figure stepping on a silver metal skateboard descended from the sky and landed steadily. The white cloak of justice swayed and danced behind him, and the streamlined metal skateboard quickly melted and changed shape, solidifying into a metal wristband, which was worn on the man's wrist. "I really didn't expect it, Godfather." Doflamingo looked at the black-haired Marine who was walking towards him step by step, and smiled. Darren walked up to Doflamingo, looked down at him condescendingly, stretched out his left hand, and said with a smile, "You are my godson. Dover. Always remember this, anyone who offends you will get the punishment he deserves." His eyes narrowed dangerously. "Remember, anyone?" Doflamingo was slightly taken aback. Facing the black-haired Marine's staring eyes, he was silent for a moment, then knelt down on one knee, bent down and lowered his head, and gently kissed the back of the former's hand. "Thank you, Godfather." Darren smiled contentedly. "Get up, has the situation in the underground world changed in recent days?" Doflamingo stood up slowly, and said in a deep voice. "There hasn't been much change. Under the protection of the Godfather, the Donquixote family has completely controlled most of the industries in the North Blue underground world. As for the Grand Line, many caravans and sea routes have been connected. I believe it won't be long before the flag of Don Quixote will be flying in the waters of the Grand Line. Well, pay attention to the speed of expansion. Grand Line is not North Blue. If it is too eager to advance, it will easily cause suppression from the Marine side." Darren reminded, as if pointing something. Doflamingo froze for a moment, then nodded deeply. Indeed, the Donquixote family's influence has expanded too quickly, and it is easy to attract unnecessary attention. I was able to be so unscrupulous in North Blue because of the protection of Darren, the veritable king of North Blue. But the Grand Line is different. The major branches codenamed G, as well as the naval headquarters with strong men, are not existences that the Donquixote family can provoke now. For the base chiefs guarding the various branches of the Grand Line, with the strength of their headquarters Vice Admiral, crushing their Donquixote family is no different from crushing an ant. Be patient, Dover. Darren raised his hand and stroked Doflamingo's hair, smiling. Doflamingo hesitated and asked, "Godfather, when will you go to Marineford for training?" "There is less than a week left, and I will leave 2 days early." Darren wanted to look back at Toribel and the others, but those guys had disappeared without a trace. "Before I leave, I have one thing I want you to do for me." Doflamingo looked down, dark glasses covering the shadows in his eyes. "Godfather, please tell me. Berndy Waldo died in North Blue. I need you to use all means and resources to find all clues about Momo fruit in the underground world, no, black and white." Darren lit a cigar, and the ethereal smoke enveloped his deep-set face. "Once you find clues, you can use any means to take the Momo fruit at all costs." Momo fruit. Doflamingo was shocked in his heart, but his face remained calm. He has personally faced Berndy Waldo's strength, so he is naturally very curious about the Momo fruit that can double its speed and volume. He glanced at Darren indistinctly. Could it be, Darren was planning Momo fruit from the very beginning? "At your command, Godfather." Doflamingo bowed his head. "Well, then I will leave this matter to you." Darren said something, turned and walked out. The metal brace on his wrist twisted and stretched like a living thing again, turning into a streamlined silver skateboard, floating at his feet. Darren stepped onto the skateboard. Just when Doflamingo thought he was about to leave and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Darren suddenly turned his head, causing Doflamingo's heart to stop beating. "Dover. Godfather, please tell me." Doflamingo's heart beat wildly. Darren watched Doflamingo bow his head in surrender, smiled and said, "I'll leave North Blue to you from now on. I have high hopes for you, don't let me down, Okay. Doflamingo said respectfully. Godfather, please rest assured. Well, if you can't contact me for anything, just contact Flying Squirrel, he will take over my position and become North Blue's new Marine Admiral. Darren dropped the words and looked away. The magnetic field suddenly rioted, pushing the metal skateboard under his feet, shooting out with a bang, and the figure quickly disappeared into the distant clouds. A riotous wind swept through the conference hall, blowing papers and curtains fluttering all over the sky. Doflamingo knelt on the spot on one knee, panting heavily, and a thin layer of cold sweat had already oozed out from his forehead at some point. Dover, are you okay? What is that BD looking for you for? Torrible and the others sneaked in through the side door of the conference hall, carefully looked around, and after confirming that the Marine Admiral had left, they asked. He asked me to find a devil fruit. Doflamingo took a deep breath and stood up with his hands on his knees. He overtook the cigarette on the table with one hand, and after lighting it, he took a few puffs fiercely, his eyes were bloodshot. That guy became stronger. Doflamingo recalled the oppressive look that Darren cast at the end just now, and hissed palely. Chapter 4 321 Branch, Military Hospital. The doctor wearing glasses was an uncle in his 50s with a gentle demeanor, and he was carefully examining Darren's wounds. The crisscross wounds have grown new pink skin, which is a little itchy, but no pain at all. Well, the wound has healed well, basically there is no major problem, your physique is like a monster. Having seen Darren's horrific recovery over the years, the doctor is still in shock. Please, Dr. Wells. Darren smiled. I'm just used to getting hurt, and habit is a terrible ability. I see it, said Dr. Wells, putting away his medical equipment. Would it be foolish for me to advise you to avoid combat in future? Darren shrugged. Maybe you don't believe it, but some things are beyond my control. Disasters always follow. Of course, as a Marine, getting injured is as common as eating and sleeping. Yet, Dr. Wells shook his head and did not continue to argue about the topic. However, Darren, I still suggest that you do not engage in strenuous exercise in the short term. Well, I mean fighting with pirates or doing lifeless practices like yours before. I'll do my best. Darren smiled. While washing his hands, Dr. Wells casually asked. I heard you're going to Marineford. Well, go to training, the years at North Blue are enough. Darren put on his shirt and buttoned it. He picked up the cloak on the side and bowed slightly towards the back of the middle-aged doctor. These years, thanks to your care. Wells paused for a moment while washing his hands, and the sound of running water was very clear in the quiet ward. Go ahead, Darren boy. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. After so many years of practice, with countless scars on your body, I have rescued you no less than 100 times. Isn't it for today? Show those guys on the Grand Line what we North Blue men look like. Darren put on his cloak, turned around and walked out of the ward, beckoning and smiling. Of course. Morning after rain. The sun is shining brightly, and the flowing clouds in the sky are flocculent. Bunches of golden warm sun penetrate through the sea of clouds, scattering a large area of light Madara, presenting a perfect Tyndall effect. How long will it take for the warship from the headquarters to arrive? Wearing a large cloak of justice, Darren walked to the military port of the 321st branch, blowing the cool sea breeze, and stretched in a comfortable mood. It's probably coming soon. The flying squirrel glanced at Darren and asked. Dr. Wells has seen your condition. Darren grinned and said, I've seen it, he told me to avoid strenuous exercise as much as possible. That's really a good suggestion. Flying Squirrel raised his eyebrows. Advice is good advice, but not very practical. After all, Darren isn't a quiet guy. A thought flashed in the Flying Squirrel's mind, but his eyes were looking at the distant sea. The sea in the early morning sparkled under the light of the morning sun, rippling with gorgeous brilliance. Looking at the endless sea level, it seems to be able to contain all ambitions and dreams, so that the deep part of the flying squirrel's eyes can't help showing a touch of longing. Wait a little longer, no matter what, I will help you get a spot in the next session. Darren saw his strangeness, smiled and patted him on the shoulder. The flying squirrel withdrew its gaze, exhaled lightly, and shook its head. North Blue needs someone they can trust. Darren glanced at him, his face suddenly serious. Flying squirrel. North Blue is important, but your growth is even more important. Power, status, fame, wealth. These things are all secondary. In this sea, the most important thing in the final analysis is strength. There are many people who can't see this clearly throughout their lives. I believe you are not such a person. Listening to Darren's solemn words, the flying squirrel felt a sense of warmth in his heart. He clenched his fists and nodded. The expression on Darren's face relaxed again and he smiled. I wonder who will lead the team this time. According to past practice, on the eve of the opening of the training camp, Marineford will send a general from the headquarters to various sea areas to receive and escort the new students in the training camp to avoid any accidents on their way to the headquarters. The flying squirrel smiled and said, I know you were expecting the Sakazuki Rear Admiral. Darren moved his wrists and neck and said enthusiastically. I've never been able to beat him. I couldn't beat him before when I was at North Blue, and I couldn't beat him even more since he graduated from training camp. So you're so stupid that you want to be beaten? A cold voice interrupted. Jun walked quickly from a distance, followed by Kaji who was sleepy and yawning. Darren smiled nonchalantly. Being beaten is also a kind of talent. Besides, after lying in the hospital for a few days, I felt like my body was getting rusty. Jun wanted to say something else, but the flying squirrel next to him suddenly spoke. Arrive. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked up. On the sea in the distance, a majestic warship gradually emerged on the golden sea level. The wind suddenly picked up. Roaring huge waves continued to rise on the port, and a violent wind visible to the naked eye rolled up on the land of the military port, making the flags make a crisp crackling sound. What happened? Is a storm coming? Why did the climate suddenly change? The Marines patrolling the military port looked at the strong wind with greatly changed expressions, their figures being torn apart and making them unsteady. The flying squirrel and others also looked at this scene in confusion, and subconsciously raised their hands to block the roaring wind. Darren narrowed his eyes. The hand that had been wearing black leather gloves suddenly poked out from the dark green storm and grabbed Darren's face. Darren, who had already developed his magnetic field perception, had an interesting smile on his lips and took a side step to avoid the big hand. There was a ferocious light in his eyes, and he leaned forward boldly, hitting out his elbow like thunder, almost breaking the hand. Call. Darren's elbow fell into the air, and the arm actually disappeared before his eyes. Behind you. Without any hesitation, Darren knelt down, twisted his waist, and punched out with his backhand without even looking. Boom! The two fists collided heavily in mid-air, making a dull sound. The surging air waves spread out immediately, causing the white cloaks behind the two people to dance wildly towards each other. I heard that North Blue produced a monster that could rival Sakazuki, and even killed the legendary pirate Berndi Waldo. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Hearty laughter sounded, and a stern face of Haki was generated in the storm, and his figure emerged. The long black hair is flying wildly, there are no eyebrows, and the face is cold and profound. This is our first meeting, Darren Commodore, please forgive me for being reckless. The man put away his fists, and the boldness in his smile made people feel good about him. Your name is so famous that I can't help but want to compete with you. I am the one who came to escort this time, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. He raised his hand in a military salute. Monkey D. Darag. Chapter 5. The strong wind stopped suddenly, and it came and went quickly. The clear blue sky once again appeared before everyone's eyes, and the bright sunshine sprinkled down on Darag's face with a soft smile, making people feel like a spring breeze. Monkey, monkey, you are from Vice Admiral Garp. Gigi stared at Drago dumbfounded, with a funny expression on his face. The well-known hero Garp, his biological son, holds an important position in the Marine, and of course he knows this. But unlike many generals stationed in the headquarters, the son of Vice Admiral Garp volunteered to perform cruise missions on the Grand Line, so Gigi never met him. Drago turned to look at him, smiled and said, "This is Major Kaji from the headquarters, right? Although I often go on missions and are not in the headquarters, I often hear your name as a genius." Gigi froze there when he heard the words, and then a look of shyness suddenly appeared on that scribbled face, and he covered his face with his hands and squirmed in place. Oh, geniuses are exaggerated by others. Darag Rear Admiral is being polite. Red hearts kept floating above Gigi's head, and he screamed excitedly. This is the son of the hero Garp. Son of a marine hero, call me a genius. Ha 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 ha. Drago smiled, and immediately looked at Jun with soft eyes. Jun, long time no see. A peaceful smile bloomed on Jun's face. Long time no see, brother Darag. As the second generation of Motobu Genshung Miaohong, the two of them naturally have friendship. Darren on the side looked at this scene, and the corner of his mouth curled up with interest. This is the first time he has seen such a heartfelt smile on the face of this chick in Jun. I have to say that Darag, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, does have his unique personality charm. Drago looked at the flying squirrel again, his eyes full of affirmation. Then if I'm not mistaken, this person should be Darren Commodore's right-hand man, the Deputy Base Chief of the North Blue 321 branch, Major Flying Squirrel, right? Facing Drago's sincere smile, the Flying Squirrel was a little uncomfortable for a while, nodded and said in a muffled voice. Yes, Darag Rear Admiral. He raised his hand in a standard military salute. Darag laughed and said. Don't be too polite, you and I are colleagues, there is no need to pay attention to these things. By the way, I have to congratulate you in advance. The commission letter from the headquarters has been issued. From today onwards, you will be the highest officer in charge of North Blue Marine Military Affairs, Colonel Flying Squirrel. As he spoke, he waved. On the docked warship, a well-trained marine jumped off the deck, ran forward neatly, and respectfully handed a document into Drago's hands. Darag Rear Admiral. Drago took the file with a smile. Trouble, Filmer. The young marine soldier named Filmer was taken aback when he heard the words, then looked at Darag with admiration and fanaticism, and clenched his fists in excitement. I just joined the warship of Darag Rear Admiral 2 days ago, and I have never had any communication with the latter. There are hundreds of crew members on the warship. But under such circumstances, Darag Rear Admiral, clearly remember your name. Drago solemnly handed over the letter of commission to the Flying Squirrel. Congratulations, new North Blue Admiral. Colonel Flying Squirrel. The Flying Squirrel took it with both hands, and said in a deep voice. All glory, to justice. The two saluted each other at the same time. Then Drago turned around, looked at Darren with deep eyes, and smiled. Darren Commodore, my warship needs a little time to resupply, and there is still a little time before departure, shall we chat? Darren laughed. Of course not, Darag Rear Admiral. This suits him. Even if Drago doesn't look for him, he still wants to chat with the leader of the Revolutionary Army who will make waves on the sea in the future. After all, this is the Drago of the Marine era. Darren was indeed curious. What kind of person was Drago in his youth? What is your attitude towards the government? Uphold what kind of justice? At least it can be seen now that this guy, Darag, does possess a natural affinity and leadership temperament. Respect for subordinates, bright smile, patience and gentleness, modesty and peace, sincerity, full of sunshine. It makes people feel trust and admiration. Proper leadership style. This way please, Rear Admiral. Darren raised his hand and smiled. The two declined each other, and then walked side by side in the direction of the base chief's office. Hey, Jun, have you noticed something? Jiaji quietly walked to Jun's side and said in a low voice. Those two guys seem to have completely opposite styles. Jun froze for a moment, subconsciously looked up. I saw Darren and Darag, who were similar in height and build, had already walked side by side to the front of the military fortress. In a trance. Darren on the left is in the shadow of a military fort, while Drago on the right is basking in the sun. They talked to each other and laughed heartily. But the cloaks of justice behind the two show different colors in the shadows and sunlight. One left and one right, one black and one white. There is a clear distinction between Wei and Wei. At the same time, AC area of the Grand Line. A huge warship is breaking through the turbulent waves and moving steadily in a certain direction. Sengoku Admiral, according to the current speed, the warship will arrive at the headquarters in half a day. The soldier reported with a serious expression. Well, the old man knows. Sengoku is in a good mood. In fact, he had never been in such a good mood. The confidant enemy Berndi Waldo was defeated, and the rewards from the world government also came down. Although the crusade against Berndi Waldo doesn't seem to have much to do with this Marine Admiral, the nominal leader of the action is indeed himself. 5 Elders, the highest authority in the world government, was very satisfied with the successful completion of this task, and encouraged himself to make persistent efforts. His words were full of expectations for Sengoku. In addition, this trip to North Blue also opened up Sengoku's vision and ideas. Regardless of the possibility of forming a flying fleet, the technological weapons carried on the North Blue fleet alone are enough to make Sengoku envious. He can't wait to see what a spectacular scene it will be when the naval headquarters elite fleet is equipped with such powerful cutting-edge weapons. Thinking of this, the corner of Sengoku's mouth couldn't help evoking a smug smile. He picked up the munitions price list presented by Darren in front of him, and while flipping through it, he murmured confidently. Isn't it just money, even the North Blue fleet can afford it, the dignified naval headquarters. The smile on Sengoku's face suddenly disappeared, and he suddenly stood up in a daze. What? Chapter 6. Looking at the dense rows of numbers on the purchase list, Sengoku couldn't believe his eyes. How is it possible? The old man must have been too tired during this time and didn't have a good rest. Well, it must be so. He took off his glasses in disbelief, rubbed his eyes, and put them back on, but the numbers on the list clearly remained the same. Especially the long string of 0 after each number made him speechless. A high-voltage stun gun costs 500,000 Baileys. Portable rocket launcher, the price is 1 million Baileys. Flamethrower, 800,000 Baileys. A medium-sized ballistic missile that can be loaded on a warship, that is, the kind that sank Berndi Waldo's last pirate ship with one shot. 8 million Baileys. This is just the price of a missile. As for the cost of refitting the warship, Sengoku was even more stunned, and couldn't help but scold her. Darren, this prodigal. Use 100 million Baileys to transform the keel of a medium-sized warship? Even 100 million Baileys can build 2 warships of the same size. Pele's value is relatively high during this time period. Sengoku thought for a while, and came to a conclusion that made the corners of his mouth twitch. In the crusade against the Ward pirates, the North Blue fleet dispatched 10 warships and about 2,000 elite North Blue Marines. The cost of building this fleet was at least 2 billion Baileys. This does not count the goods and ammunition destroyed in the battle. But Berndi Waldo. His bounty is only 400 million Baileys. Sengoku covered his face with his hands in pain. To put it bluntly, the victory of that operation was achieved by Darren abruptly smashing Bailey. That brat Darren! Where the hell did he get so much money? Sengoku gritted his teeth suddenly. He wouldn't admit that jealousy made him grim. As the Admiral of Headquarters, a candidate for the next Marshal of the Marine, Sengoku knows better than anyone else how to allocate military expenditures to naval headquarters. After all, Marshal Kong is old and not very sensitive to numbers, so Sengoku is basically handling the military expenditure of the headquarters. What kind of concept is 2 billion Baileys? That is equivalent to a quarter of naval headquarters military expenditure. You know, the 2 billion for naval headquarters includes the daily repairs of bases, forts, guns, and warships, the payment of military salaries and so on. If these daily expenses are deducted, the military expenditure that the headquarters can spare in 1 quarter and can be freely dispatched is less than 300 million Baileys. And most importantly, the fleet's equipment costs so much. Judging from Darren's tone, he seems to have the intention of continuing to expand in North Blue and increase the size of the North Blue fleet in his next plan. Crazy, really crazy. Sengoku muttered. So is it true? The moment the door of the base chief's office closed, the warm smile on Durag's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a deep seriousness. His eyes were fixed on the young Marine Commodore in front of him. The biggest talker in the North Blue underground world, the leader of the Don Quixote pirates, Doflamingo, is your man. Darren raised his eyebrows and suddenly smiled. To be precise, Dover is my godson. Godson? Drago frowned, somewhat puzzled. Darren lit a cigar and sat down on his desk without a gesture. It's a North Blue tradition, we North Blue have a saying. This world is too dangerous. A child must have 2 fathers. Dover is a very poor child. He lost his blood parents at a young age and was neglected to discipline him. After coming to North Blue, he did make a lot of mistakes, but I have already punished him, and he has fully realized his mistakes, and decided to change his mind and start a new life. As a Marine, we can't just sit and watch a gifted child go astray, are you right, Durag Rear Admiral? Durag frowned even tighter. So you mean, Doflamingo admits you as his godfather? Darren spread his hands and smiled. That's right. Do you know his true identity? He is not just a gifted child. Darren laughed and said nothing. Drago narrowed his eyes and quietly looked at the calm Marine Commodore in front of him. Darren wasn't in a hurry, he just smoked his cigar with a smile on his face. He didn't intend to hide too much about Doflamingo, after all, it was impossible to hide it from everyone. Especially after the crusade against Berndy Waldo, anyone with a little brain can follow the clues of that deal and find out the relationship between himself and Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. Among other things, Darren was convinced that Sengoku, the old fox, would be able to guess anything. That's where it gets interesting. Sengoku left North Blue 2 days ago, and logically he could have confronted himself directly. But he didn't. Instead, the headquarters sent over to communicate with him was the Rear Admiral, the headquarters of Durag. In a way, this sent a signal of goodwill. Drago's rank is not yet considered Marines Corps executives, which means this is not a serious conversation. And as the biological son of Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp, he has an influence that no one else has. This represents the respect of the department for itself. In general, it's a good thing that the person you're talking to is Durag. If the headquarters wants to settle accounts after the autumn, I am afraid that the person who came is not Durag, but Staff Crane who is in charge of the supervision work. The base chief's office became quiet. Needle drop can be heard. Until a certain moment. Ha 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 ha. Drago burst out laughing, put his arms around Darren's neck enthusiastically, and patted his shoulder vigorously. It's yours, Darren. Being the father of celestial dragons is all you can think of. Ha 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 ha. What a joy. Well done. Darren looked at Durag in front of him who was blushing with excitement, and the corner of his mouth twitched. What are you excited about? Laozi has long disliked those guys. Drago waved his fist, his face full of slaps. Immediately, he seemed to realize that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly waved his hand. "Ah, no, treat what I said just now as if I hadn't said it, so I withdraw it," etc. Darren looked at Drago in front of him, and suddenly felt a kind of stupid aura coming from this guy who exuded charm and leadership a moment ago. That feeling, like a person. Darren sighed helplessly. "Darag Rear Admiral. You are truly the son of Vice Admiral Garp." Oh. Chapter 7. After half a day, boxes of supplies and baggage were carried onto the warship under the orders of the superiors. The Marines from the headquarters happily moved all kinds of supplies and were in full swing. The freshest fruits, fat and lean air-dried meat and canned food, even the best cigarettes and whiskey. They who were born in naval headquarters have never seen such a wealthy Marine branch, and they completely felt the enthusiasm from their North Blue Marine colleagues. Drago stood on the deck and said with a smile on his face, "The officers and soldiers of North Blue are too polite." He took out a pack of senbei from the cargo, tore open it and ate it, making a crisp sound. "Brother Darag, don't be corrupted by that sinister Darren." Jun raised his willow eyebrows aside, a little dissatisfied. "How could it be? I am a firm Marine." Drago laughed, and then took out a box of cigars from another box of goods, took out one and lit it, smoked it happily, and squinted his eyes in comfort. "Jun." Her white teeth bit her lower lip. "Darren, that BD. Brother Darag is the most dazzling genius and representative in Marine. As a hero of his own blood, he has a halo, coupled with that unique, innate gentle leadership temperament, which makes him earned a pretty good name in the Marine. He is unanimously determined by Naval Headquarters executives to become the General Star of Marine Admiral. Such a perfect person, Jun couldn't tolerate him being infected by Darren's depraved, corrupt lifestyle. Major Jun, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a good habit." Darren boarded the deck of the warship step by step, walking steadily, looking at Jun with a half-smile. Jun snorted coldly, turned his head away, but stopped talking. "What's the matter, did you see someone disrespecting your superior?" Darren smiled. Jun's face was suffocated, she turned around, and reluctantly saluted a military salute. "Darren Commodore. When you're done, just turn around and leave." Drago stroked the stubble of his chin, looked at Darren and Jun with great interest, thinking that the relationship between these two people is a bit weird. Jun's personality is just like this, but she's just very talkative. It can be seen that she still approves of you. Drago looked at Darren with a smile. Darren shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. "It's okay, I don't care about it either." Drago nodded and smiled again. "How is it? You are about to leave North Blue, where you have lived for so many years, how do you feel?" Darren lit himself a cigar as well, looking calm. "People always have to look forward, and besides, it's not like I'll never come back. You can take it easy." Drago shook his head with a smile. "Set sail." At this time, the loud voice of the messenger sounded, rippling between the sky and the sea. Rust Madara's jet-black anchor tugs out of the sea with splashes. Accompanied by the raising of the majestic and huge sails, the flying black word Justice was suddenly inflated, and the warship made a low and muffled sound, and began to move slowly, sailing out of the military port of the 321 branch. At the railing on the side of the ship, Jiaji let out a mournful wail like a slaughtered pig, and waved vigorously towards the port with tears streaming down his face. By now, Miss Maria, Miss Ui, Miss Natsum, Miss Ayaka, and Mrs. Lore, Mrs. Scully, Mrs. Fix. When I'm not around, you all have to take good care of yourself. Remember to give I right. I will never forget you guys. Darren. Drago. That, Major Cake has always been this, well, full of emotions. Drago asked twitchingly at the corner of his mouth, watching this scene in a daze. Darren rubbed his temples with a headache, and pain-masked nodded. Then they saw Jun, who was covered in black lines, walk over murderously, grabbed the back of Cake's neck, and dragged him back to the deck after crying. The warship sailed out of the port. Darren has been standing on the bow, with his back to branch 321, smoking silently. "I'm leaving soon, why don't you say goodbye to everyone?" Darag walked up to him and asked with a smile. Darren shook his head. "It's not necessary." His motto in life is to always move forward and never look back. He has done this in the past 10 years of his life, and he believes that he will continue to do so in the future. But that's not what they think. Darag smiled and patted Darren on the shoulder, then turned around and walked into the cabin. "By the way, Darren, the rest of the voyage is up to you." Before Darren could understand Darag's words, a hoarse roar suddenly exploded from the port of branch 321 behind him. "There are all of them! Preparation!" Boom boom boom! Countless deafening cannon shots were heard in the distance, resounding through the sky. Darren was taken aback. He pursed his lips and slowly turned around. "I saw that the port of branch 321 was already filled with dense Marines. They spontaneously formed a mighty military phalanx, which looked like layers of blue and white ocean from a distance, with reddish eyes and excited expressions. The flying squirrel, wearing a colonel's cape, stood at the front of the crowd. He stood there with his head held high, raised his hand to take off his military cap, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly with all his strength. "Salute!" As soon as the words fell, tens of thousands of North Blue Marine soldiers raised their arms in unison, level with their eyebrows. The force was so fast that it even caused a large sound of wind and thunder. They stared at the tall figure retreating with burning eyes, some of them already had tears in their eyes. The world suddenly became dead. Darren was stunned, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a complicated arc. "Really?" he murmured quietly. He suddenly raised his head, his posture as straight as a javelin. "Raise your hand and salute." A smile appeared on the flying squirrel's face, and he waved his hand neatly. Rumble. On forts, warships, and military fortresses, countless heavy artillery spit out fire. The sky-wide salutes soared into the sky, blooming with brilliant colors in the sky. "Congratulations, Admiral Darren! Congratulations, Admiral Darren!" The cry of moving mountains and reclaiming seas surrounds the sky and the sea for a long time. Amidst the cheers of countless Marine officers from North Blue, the warship quickly disappeared into the distant sea. Darren didn't put down his hands until the outline of branch 321 completely turned into a black spot on the sea. He took a long puff of cigarette, suppressed the uneasy emotions in his heart, and walked slowly into the cabin. "Darag Rear Admiral, our route arrangement." Before he finished speaking, he froze there, his head covered with black lines. I saw Darag lying on the floor without any manners, sleeping soundly, making a dull and thunderous snore, with a bubble in his mouth that continued to expand and contract with his breathing. Darren was silent for a while and laughed. He finally knew what Darag's words meant just now. Darren shook his head and looked at the outside world through the cabin window. The warship sailed into the distance, sailing through the undulating blue sea. The white seagull jumped up from the mast, spread its wings and cut through the blue sky, flying wildly into the distance. He clenched his fists. Chapter 8. The cabin of the warship swayed with the ups and downs of the waves, and the oil lamp on the table swayed gently, dancing with bright or dark light. Darren's tall figure was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, and 3 coins were constantly spinning and flying around his body. If someone observes here carefully, they will be surprised to find that the speed of the 3 coins spinning and flying, and the distance between them are extremely consistent and extremely accurate. It seems that 3 ultra-miniature satellites are revolving around the same planet. It was very quiet in the cabin. There was only the sound of waves coming from outside the ship. However, as time passed, a fine layer of cold sweat gradually oozed from Darren's forehead. Faint blue electric arcs began to dance and bloom on the surface of his skin. This is a sign of gradually overloading the magnetic field control. At a certain moment, as if losing support, 3 coins fell at the same time. Darren also slowly opened his eyes, and let out a long breath. It's really not that simple. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Among the 3 varieties of devil fruit, the development of paramecia is the most special. The development of Zoan demon fruit power is mainly to adapt to the survival and fighting methods of this animal type, and to constantly hone one's own body to achieve the state of an animal. Logia, on the other hand, integrates into the natural form as much as possible, and evolves various attack methods on this basis. But paramecia is different. There are different types of paramecia, the devil fruit variety itself. For example, the special paramecia like Charlotte Katakuri's glutinous fruit, and the regular paramecia that is similar to the childlike fruit that is almost bug. And magnetic fruit is a very special kind. It does not change the demon fruit power itself obviously, and its ability is to affect the external metal objects by applying a magnetic field. After exploring for the past few years, Darren has gradually come up with 2 methods that can help him improve the development level of magnetic fruit. The first is to increase the strength of the magnetic field released by oneself by adapting to carrying metal objects with larger volume and weight. Another method is to improve the accuracy in the magnetic field within the control range. Within a certain range, it is relatively easy to make the magnetic field force move in the same direction, and make all metal objects move in the same direction. For example, Darren used to control artillery shells, including driving warships in the same way. But in the same space and range, allowing multiple metal objects to move flexibly and in different directions requires the construction of complex magnetic lines of force within the range, which requires extremely high mental control. However, although the second method is difficult and requires extremely high nerve control, it has a good effect after all, and Darren's stagnant devil fruit development level has shown signs of improvement again. Thinking of this, Darren unfolded his perception innate ability and obtained various data of his body. Physique, 63.513. Strength, 61.395. Velocity, 62.115. Fruit, 73.067. Leaving aside the development of devil fruit, Darren's physique, strength, and speed have been significantly improved after the hearty fight with the big pirate Berndi Waldo. Sure enough, only high-level combat can help you break through your limits. No wonder Rayleigh taught Wang Luffy for 2 years, and teacher Kaido let him master Conqueror's Haki's entanglement. Darren made a teasing remark. Of course this is just a joke. Normal people don't have the aura of the protagonist like Wang Luffy and the heaven-defying sit UPS ability. If it were an ordinary person, let alone take the 3 sticks of teacher Kaido hard, I am afraid that 1 stick would have to ascend to heaven on the spot. This is also the reason why Darren untiringly crazily exercises his physical strength, and even resorts to self-mutilation. If you use the terminology of playing games, the higher your physical strength, the thicker your stacked armor and blood bars will be, and the higher your error tolerance rate will be. Only in this way can you have a chance to come back when facing a powerful enemy. Of course, this cannot avoid the curse of the thickest armor gets the most vicious beating. Darren picked up the 3 coins, stood up from the ground, bowed his head slightly, walked through the low hatch, and walked out of the cabin. The bright and dazzling sunlight made him squint his eyes. Here? Waiting for you. Darren followed the sound and saw that Drago had just finished a set of 1-finger push UPS, stood up dripping with sweat, and smiled at himself. He was wearing a loose shirt with the buttons undone, revealing his broad pecs. The combination of a sunny smile and a rough physique has an inexplicable beauty. I heard from them that you are a practicing lunatic, and there is still a long journey to the headquarters. Why don't we practice? The smile on Drago's face was very sincere, without any trace of provocation, but full of enthusiasm and eagerness to try when facing an evenly matched opponent. Darren glanced at Gigi not far away, who immediately hid behind the mast, looking panicked as if he had been caught on the spot. He smiled angrily. Seeing that he had tortured Jiaji too badly in North Blue, he had a grudge and wanted to see himself being beaten up by Drago to relieve his anger. "Darag Rear Admiral, I am not your match." Darren told the truth, very frankly. Judging from the information about the officer training camp collected by the Flying Squirrel, Darag is an excellent graduate of the 2nd Marine Officer Training Camp, with the same graduation score as Sakazuki. This candidate, the first one, is Polisalino. Regardless of this identity, his father is still Hero Garp. Well, thinking about the various brutal parenting styles Luffy encountered when he was raised by Garp, it is estimated that Drago also suffered from similar torture. In other words, the resources and inheritance obtained by Darag surpassed Polisalino and Sakazuki. Darren didn't have the arrogance to think he was a rival to Drago. The most important point is that he has not mastered Haki yet. After the battle with Berndy Waldo, Darren has clearly realized how far there is between mastering Haki and not mastering Haki. "It's okay, I won't use Haki and fruit abilities." Drago stared at Darren with blazing eyes, clenched his fists with great interest, full of fighting spirit. "We also just took this opportunity to get to know each other. A real man should use his fists to talk." "Waiting for your words." Darren laughed, not to mention Haki and Devil Fruit, he is not afraid of anyone in close combat. "Good." He grabbed his collar with one hand and pulled it violently. The military uniform and cloak were torn to the ground, revealing Darren's wild body covered with dense and hideous scars, and an unruly and bloody smell suddenly emerged from his body. Seeing this, Darag's pupil shrank. How many times has this guy been seriously injured to get to this point? "Then come on, Darag Rear Admiral." After the words fell, Darren's figure flitted out like a cheetah. Facing an opponent whose strength was far superior to his own, he launched a rush attack without hesitation. Chapter 9. The moment Darren's figure flew out at an astonishing speed, Drago's eyes lit up and he moved immediately. Boom! The two moved forward at the same time, their four wrists collided heavily, and a wave of air visible to the naked eye burst out. "Have equal shares." Without the slightest pause, the two changed their moves in unison in mid-air. Fists bumped, elbows hit each other, and the crisp sound of bang bang kept coming out. All the Marines on the deck stared wide-eyed, watching the fierce confrontation between the two with bated breath. "Good." There was a bright light in Drago's eyes, and he staggered away from Darren's heavy punch, and when he slid forward, his fist slammed out with surging force. Boom! A punch of white ripples bloomed on Darren's sharp-edged abdominal muscles, and Darren's figure slid back a few meters, with a piercing grin on his face. With a bang, the deck shattered, and all the warships sank half a meter under their feet. With the help of this recoil force, the Marine Commodore was like a shell that had escaped from its chamber, attacking towards Drago with a fierce look in its eyes. Darren crossed a distance of several meters in an instant, and appeared beside Drago like a ghost. His waist sank, his left foot lifted, and a whip kick was thrown towards Drago's cheek like a thunderbolt. Drago's figure flickered, military boots brushed his cheeks, and the strong wind blew his long black hair. He reached out with one hand, tightly clasped Darren's feet, took a deep breath and was about to smash Darren into the deck. Darren in midair was holding onto Drago's strength, using Drago's hand as a fulcrum, and his right foot fell from top to bottom like a battle axe. Boom! One arm blocked the blow. Darren took this opportunity to break free from Drago's confinement, and the moment his body fell to the ground, he jumped up again like a tiger. The pair of fists were slammed out at a frightening speed, turning into black shadows all over the sky, covering the figure of Drago. Ha 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 ha! Have fun! Drago smiled boldly, and threw out both fists without hesitation. Bang bang bang! The dull beating sound as dense as raindrops continuously exploded the body surfaces of the two of them. Cake and Jun looked at the scene in front of them in astonishment, the corners of their mouths twitching. The attacks of those two guys, both avoided the opponent's fist in unison. Fist, to the flesh. After half an hour, Darren and Darag were lying on the deck in a large shape, panting. The deck of the warship is full of potholes and holes, and one of the heavy guns was punched out of a hole. Steaming sweat broke out from both of their bodies, and their mouths had kakuzu hanging from bloodline. The Marines had already looked blankly. They had never seen such a battle in their life. It is more accurate to say that they have never seen such a stupid battle in their life. Not defending, not dodging, just beckoning to the opponent's body and face with fists and kicks. It's so stupid that it's ultimate. Your physique is as hard as steel. Drago wiped bloodline from the corner of his mouth with a smile, and sat up without a gesture. Although his strength and speed are much stronger than Darren's, but only in terms of physical defense, he is much inferior. After the fight, Drago was shocked to find that he couldn't break through Darren's defense without using armament haki. This feeling of frustration that he had never experienced before made him even more excited. Your fist is also very fierce. Darren also sat up and smiled. Darag learns from Zephyr and Garp, and his sparring can also hone his own physical data, and he has gained a lot. Looking at the smile on Darren's face, Drago suddenly felt that it was quite a good job for him to come to North Blue to perform missions this time. This guy's character seems to be very speculative with him. Not enough, the blow surface of the fist is too big, it can't break the defense at all. Drago pondered, looking down at his fists. The phalanx is thick and looks full of powerful strength. Hearing this, Darren wiped the sweat off his face and casually said, "If you want to hit on a smaller surface, maybe the strength of your fingers will be better." The finger pistol in Marine 6 styles works like this. The power of the fingers. Drago seemed to think of something, and muttered to himself, "Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Darren, you guys are such a genius." He suddenly slapped his thigh violently, and burst out laughing excitedly. Well, Darren could have sworn that for a split second he saw a light bulb go off in Drago's head. I saw Darag raised his right hand. He made a strange gesture awkwardly. The index finger and the middle finger are brought together, the ring finger and the little finger are brought together, and the 5 fingers become 3 fingers, and the knuckles are slightly bent, which looks like a claw shape. However, upon seeing this action, Darren's pupils shrank, and a storm arose in his heart. This gesture. Could it be using the strength of the fingers? That's right, the strength of the thumb itself is strong enough, and the combination of the index finger and middle finger, ring finger and little finger can strengthen the joint's bearing capacity, so that it can be wrapped around stronger armament haki. Darag murmured as if possessed, and suddenly grabbed the deck under his feet with his claws. Etc. Darren's face changed slightly, and he quickly grabbed Drago's hand with one hand, and relieved his strength to one side. The unguarded Drago was stunned, and a claw with majestic penetrating power landed on Darren's arm. In an instant, as if something broke in the air, a splash of blood spattered. Drago looked at the shallow wound on Darren's arm in amazement. Broken defense. I just tried a move just now, and I didn't use 50% of my strength, but I broke Darren's defense? How can this be? Darren rolled his eyes angrily. If you go down with your claws, I'm afraid the entire warship will be pierced and shattered by your power in an instant. Darag was stunned when he heard the words, then rubbed his head in embarrassment and smiled, and said foolishly, "I'm sorry, Darren." Darren waved his hand. Such a skin wound was nothing at all, it scabbed over in a few minutes. However, in his heart, it seemed as if 10,000 muddy horses galloped past. He was absolutely right. Drago's blow just now, his gesture, was clearly Dragon Claw Fist. In the future, he will teach Sabo a powerful combat skill that will shine in the Dressrosa arena. Dragon Claw Fist. Although the blow just now was quite rough, it was undoubtedly the Dragon Claw Fist. It took less than half an hour to practice against myself. This guy, Darag, has realized such a combat skill? This really deserves to be the protagonist's father. Darren rubbed his temples, feeling a little helpless, etc. He suddenly came to his senses. Looking at Darag's smirk, he suddenly realized a fact that made his head full of black lines. It looks like I have been a Kaido-sensei for a while? Ha 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 ha, Darren, really thank you this time. I didn't expect to practice against you, and let me comprehend a brand new combat technique. Darag laughed loudly and said. When I get more familiar with it later, I will teach you this combat skill as my thanks. Well, what do you think is a better name for this combat skill? Darren resisted the idea of complaining, and said sullenly. Let's call it Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon Claw Fist. Ha ha ha, what a great name. Drago put his arms around Darren's shoulders and said excitedly. Blue, 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 blue. At this time, the call of the military phone bug suddenly rang. Drago quickly took out the phone bug and connected the signal. Hi, I'm Drago. A thick and deep voice came from the phone bug, full of chills. I'm Kong. Marshal Kong. Drago sat up straight suddenly, with a serious look on his face. Report the sea area where you are now. Kong's voice was the same as his style, vigorous and resolute. Drago scratched his head and subconsciously looked at Darren. The corners of Darren's eyes trembled, and he lowered his voice and said. We will now leave the North Blue waters and step into the Grand Line. Drago then said the same thing to the phone bug. Kong was silent for a moment. Well, there is an urgent task for you now. The old man orders you to place a few colleagues from North Blue nearby, and then enter the Grand Line as quickly as possible. The specific island coordinates will be handed over to you shortly. Drago glanced at Darren and asked. Marshal Kong, what is the specific content of the mission? The phone bug was silent again. Cooperate with Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Garp to seal off the target sea area. Arrest Gold Roger. Chapter 10. Arrest. Gold Roger? As Kong's voice fell from the military phone bug, all the Marines present were startled and their expressions changed drastically. Gold Roger. The top powerhouse who really stands at the pinnacle of this sea, the man who is also known as the three legendary pirates along with Whitebeard and Golden Lion. Although compared with Golden Lion and Whitebeard, Roger's command does not have a large-scale pirate fleet, and the number of crew members is very small, but every crew member under his command is a well-known strong man in this sea. Roger Pirates. The group is the most balanced Iron Wall pirate group among the three legendary pirate groups. Did you hear that? Sorry, it seems that my escort can only go so far. Drago hung up the phone bug communication, the smile on his face just now had disappeared, replaced by a deep solemnity. Where is the nearest island to us? He looked at the navigator of the warship. The navigator saluted. Reporting to Darag Rear Admiral, about half an hour's journey to the northeast, there is a transit supply island. Darag nodded and said. Then set off towards that island immediately. This is an order from the headquarters, you should have no objections. His eyes moved to Jun and Cake. Darag, who is serious, has an unquestionable haki in his words. How can he still be as stupid as he was not long ago? Jun and Cake looked at each other and shook their heads in silence. Not to mention that this is a direct order from Marine Marshal Kong. Apart from orders, the great pirate Roger is not something they can deal with at this moment. For this, they are very clear in their hearts. Participating in the action rashly, even if you are not careful, you will kill yourself. As a matter of fact, there is an unwritten rule circulating within Marine against such powerful pirates as Roger, Golden Lion, and Whitebeard. The big pirate will be in charge and dealt with by a specific admiral or an admiral-level combat force of the same level. In other cases, officers below the rank of general, if they encounter the pirate ship of Roger and others by chance without the order of their superiors, they can take appropriate avoidance strategies and report directly to their superiors without any punishment for this. This is to avoid unnecessary sacrifices as much as possible. What about you, Darren? Drago's eyes finally landed on Marine Commodore, staring at him fiercely. Although you once fought against Berndi Valdo, known as the World Destroyer, and survived in his hands, you should be clear. The reason why Berndi Valdo died in North Blue in the end is due to a lot of luck ingredients. This time is different from the crusade against Berndi Valdo. The Ward pirates are only supported by Berndi Valdo alone, but the Roger pirates are strong and talented. Darren, it's too early for you to fight at this level. When Jun and Cake heard the words, they also secretly nodded in agreement and looked at Darren. But for some reason, looking at Darren's overly calm expression, the two of them always had some unpleasant premonitions in their hearts. It's really early. Darren agreed with Dograg's point unexpectedly and nodded. But at the moment when the two of Jun breathed a sigh of relief, Darren laughed inexplicably. The corners of his mouth were raised, and the more he smiled, the stronger the evil spirit in his eyes. But I still want to go. Are you crazy? When Jun and Cake heard this, they both exclaimed in surprise. He felt a bottomless chill welling up from the soles of his feet, spreading up his spine and into his forehead. It's not because of anything else, but they know Darren's character very well. That's what this guy has decided, no matter what happens, or anyone, it can't change it. Hey, hey, hey! Darren, that's Gold Roger. Not the small-time pirates you met in North Blue. Although Berndi Valdo is powerful, compared to Roger, he's not. Not even close. Gigi took a step closer and spoke to Darren in a low voice with a nervous look on his face. Oh! Darren raised his eyebrows. Jun also whispered in a cold sweat. There are some things you don't know, but that guy Roger is not something we can deal with for the time being. She gritted her teeth. The Battle of the Valley of Gods, do you know? Jun and Cake are different from other Marines on the ship. For the name Gold Roger, they know what it means better than anyone else. Extremely dangerous. And all this horror comes from a place name. Valley of the Gods. Although the relevant information about that war has been completely blocked by the world government and Marine executives, determined to be buried in the dust of history, but with the background and talents of Jun and Cake, they naturally have more or less understand the details of that shocking and mighty war. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods took place 8 years ago. Before that war, there was a name on this sea that once terrified both the world government and Marine. Rox DZbeck. Jun and Drago exchanged glances, and after confirming that the latter did not stop him, he continued. Rox was the overlord of the sea more than 10 years ago. With his immense strength and ambition, he recruited a group of powerful subordinates. Even the legendary pirates Whitebeard and Golden Lion Shiki, as well as the notorious Kaido and Big Mom, were all once members of Rock's crew. As the power under his command continued to expand, Rock's ambitions also grew. He wanted to become the king of the world and openly opposed the world government. 8 years ago, he launched a crazy attack on the settlement of the world's noble celestial dragons. Attack. So the Battle of the Valley of the Gods broke out. Facing the menacing Rock's pirate, Marine assembled a large force and joined forces with Roger, the newcomer pirate who was famous at the time, to form a temporary alliance. And Vice Admiral Garp joined forces with Roger in that war to end Rock's raging ambitions. He became a god in one battle and took off the nickname Hero. Let me put it this way, do you understand? Roger's strong Yamato is terrifying, and there is no way we can compete with him. He is recognized as the most difficult enemy in naval headquarters. It was precisely because he understood Darren's crazy personality that Jun had no choice but to speak out to dissuade him, looking worried. She is not afraid of dying for justice, but it is meaningless to die in vain knowing that she is outmatched. Although she hated Darren, the scum of Marine, in her heart, she could not just watch Darren die. But both Jun and Cake forgot something. Well, you all make sense. Darren grinned broadly. But what you said makes me want to go even more. Jun was stunned immediately. Gigi covered his face in pain. Chapter 11. It's over, forget about this. The corners of Jiaji's mouth twitched wildly, holding his head in pain. Are you a child? Jun gritted his teeth at Darren. Darren shrugged, ignored the two guys, turned to look at Drago, and said with a smile. Drago Rear Admiral, you can drop off Major Jun and Major Cake on the nearest island, but I decided to go with the ship. This is my personal decision and has nothing to do with others. If anything happens, I am willing to undertake. Drago frowned and said in a deep voice. Are you sure, Darren? This is not a joke. Once the battle breaks out, in such a fierce and urgent situation, I have no way to guarantee your safety. Darren smiled. I am sure. And Darag Rear Admiral, you should know that even if you forcibly throw me on the island, I will appear on the battlefield. I can fly. Drago gave Darren a deep look, his brows furrowed even tighter. Jun and Cake stared at him nervously, expecting Drago to convince Darren the madman. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ha 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 ha. Good. Darren, you really deserve to be the man I recognize. In the bewildered eyes of Jun and Cake. Drago, who was silent, suddenly put his arms around Darren's shoulders and laughed heartily. His expression was agitated and excited, he cracked his fingers and phalanges, and said with great interest. Then, let's go get rid of Roger that guy. That look, much like a Marine Vice Admiral. Jun is full of black lines. Kakashi covered his face again in pain. It's over, forget about this. Drago smiled and said to the two of them. Then I'll put the two of you on a nearby island first, then you can send out a signal, and soon the nearest station marine will send a warship to pick you up. No, there's no need. Jun's teeth creaked, and these words popped out between his teeth. Oh. There was a smile in Darren's eyes. Jiaji clenched his fists viciously, growled with red eyes. Let's go too. Darren said so, the two of them can still hold back? Marine is not a coward. Jiaji gritted his teeth and glared at Darren, and said angrily. I knew that this genius would die in the hands of UBD sooner or later. Ha 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 ha. Drago laughed again and waved his hand. In that case, let's go. The warship quickly adjusted its course, headed towards the coordinates given by the headquarters, and headed towards the destination at full speed. Blowing the oncoming sea breeze, Darren's eyes burst out with almost crazy hot fighting intent, and he danced wildly with the cape behind him. That's the One Piece Gold Roger. How could he not go? Looking at the turbulent sea with treacherous clouds and treacherous waves in the distance, a heart-stirring and domineering laughter seemed to echo in Darren's mind. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Go find it. Grand Line, I put everything in the world there. A shocking picture turned from blur to clarity in the deepest part of his brain. The man who stood on the execution platform and faced death, but still laughed boldly. Gold Roger, the character who runs through the entire One Piece storyline and started the era of great pirates. Darren doesn't want to miss it no matter what. He wants to face the Pirate King. 2 hours later. Grand Line. Fistbone meteor swarm. Countless shells streaked through the air with black tracks, falling towards the Oro Jackson speeding ahead at an alarming speed. Rumble. Pillars of seawater exploded around the pirate ship, rising into the sky. Large balls of crimson flames exploded high in the sky, emitting a large amount of black smoke. Roger. Don't run away. I will definitely take care of you this time. On the bow of the dog-headed warship, Garp, who was wearing a funny dog-headed hat, rolled up his sleeves, roared angrily, raised his hands like windmills, and threw out the cannonballs crazily. Then don't chase me, Garp. It's over. You've been chasing Lao Zi for 3 days and 3 nights. UBD, aren't you tired? Roger's slightly irritable voice came from the distant pirate ship. All the marines on the deck were busy and sweating profusely. They hurriedly moved a large number of artillery shells from the cabin and placed them on a special conveyor belt. Rows of black cannonballs are being delivered to Garp in an assembly line manner. Garp's adjutant, wearing a brown hat and a saber hanging on his waist, looked at the situation with vigilance. He looked at the pirate ship in the distance that was bumping in the waves and explosions, and judged the distance between the two sides that was gradually opening up at a slow speed, and his brain began to work quickly. The hull of the Oro Jackson is constructed from the main body of atom tree. This material is extremely rare. It is extremely tough and lightweight. It is one of the best shipbuilding materials in the world, there is no such thing. And in this way, precisely because of this special and rare shipbuilding material, Roger's pirate ship Oro Jackson has an extremely fast speed that even marine warships cannot match. This is also one of the important reasons why Vice Admiral Garp chased Roger countless times in the past, but the latter escaped. No, we must speed up. If this continues, even if there is interference from Vice Admiral Garp's bombardment, it won't be long before Roger's pirate ship will completely disappear from their sight. The adjutant raised his hand and pressed his hat, his eyes quickly scanned the warship, and soon his sharp eyes fell on the warship's heavy guns. His eyes suddenly lit up. The warship is equipped with 5th gate heavy artillery. If the heavy artillery and unnecessary baggage are removed, the warship's speed will be increased by at least 30%. The headquarters has already given a positive answer. Vice Admiral Garp's son Darag Rear Admiral will rush to the scene soon. Before that, he will never allow Roger's pirate group to distance themselves from the warship. Quick! Unload all the heavy artillery on the warship and throw it directly into the sea. Garp's adjutant gave the order simply. But, if we remove the barrel, how can we still bombard? A young marine soldier said subconsciously, but as soon as he said the words, the other marines looked at him like they were idiots. He also reacted instantly, turned around with a red face and removed the barrel. You must bite him hard. The adjutant muttered as he stared at the pirate ship, clenching his fists subconsciously. As long as reinforcements arrive, Darag's rear admiral ability can easily stop Roger's pirate ship. At that time, they will be able to directly launch front and rear double teams and completely push Gold Roger, a great pirate with a long history of crimes, into a desperate situation. Chapter 12. Rumbling. The cannonball fell and exploded on the left side of the hull. The diffused shock wave caused the hull of the Oro Jackson to roll, and the sea water splashed down and splashed on the deck. It's really a headache. Roger wiped the sea water from his face, and the red captain's coat behind him was thrown flying wildly under the impact of the artillery blast. Although he said something like "it's a headache," he had a relaxed smile on his face. Really, why don't we fight Garp here? His eyeballs rolled suddenly, and he turned his head to look at Rayleigh, showing his neat white teeth and smiling. Marine dropped the baggage, we couldn't get rid of them at all. At this time, Rayleigh, who still had pale blonde hair and a charming temperament, twitched the corners of his mouth, and said helplessly. It's too early for Garp to catch up with us. UBD, you just want to fight. The debunked Roger scratched his head and laughed. Isn't there no way? That BD Garp has been chasing us for 3 days and 3 nights, and we can't even sleep well. He pointed to the tired faces of Shanks and Buggy. The 2 little guys were holding a pocket dagger and staring nervously at the distant warship behind them. The dark circles under their eyes were as heavy as if they had been hit by a hammer. If this goes on, we old guys will be fine, but they won't feel good. Hearing Roger's words, Rayleigh frowned, thinking for a moment. Indeed, with their strength, let alone 3 days and 3 nights, even 10 days and 10 nights of fighting would not be a big problem. But Shanks and Buggy are still young after all, they can last 3 days and 3 nights without closing their eyes, and they are still vigilant, which is not easy. I'm fine. Captain Roger. I'm still going. No problem at all. Shanks suddenly took a step forward viciously at this moment, biting his tongue to let the pain drive away the overwhelming drowsiness. Aren't you right, Buggy? He turned to look at Buggy, who was teetering beside him. Buggy suppressed his sleepiness and fatigue to prop up his heavy eyelids, and rolled his eyes angrily. Yes, yes, yes. You've already said that, can I still say it's okay? The buzzing sound of explosion suddenly sounded in the sky above the head, and more black shells fell rapidly on the sky covered with thick smoke. The densely packed area seemed to cover the sky and the sun, covering the Oro Jackson like a storm. Roger! You can't run away! Garp's roar came from afar from the warship. You're so noisy, Garp! Roger growled impatiently. Rayleigh beside him pressed the handle of the long knife at his waist, and his figure jumped up vigorously. A flicker, Rayleigh's figure has appeared in mid-air. Bang! The sharp famous sword was suddenly unsheathed, and the gorgeous light of the sword was as bright as the Milky Way, and a majestic strong wind burst out, interweaving with each other to form a winding tornado of sword energy, roaring. The hurricane-like tornado of sword energy instantly engulfed the falling shells and fire nets. Accompanied by countless sharp cutting marks on the surface of countless shells, hundreds of shells were detonated in unison. Rumble! Large groups of dazzling flames exploded in the gloomy sky, and the orange-red fireballs made the sky red, like a grand fireworks display. Just as Garp is very familiar with the Roger Pirates, the members of the Roger Pirates who have fought against Marine countless times also have an effective way to deal with Marine's large-scale fire coverage. As long as the hull of the pirate ship can be well protected, even in the face of encirclement and suppression by a large Marine force, they can still have room to escape. Endless. Rayleigh's figure landed steadily, but just as he said this, he frowned suddenly. Click! The mast of the Oro Jackson suddenly made a small blasting sound, and the sail that was originally protruding forward suddenly sunk back. The golden curly-bearded skull symbol on the sail is twisted in shape. Rayleigh's expression changed. This is... Hoo-hoo! The wind suddenly picked up. The bitter wind blew up the sea, and there were turbulent waves, and the howls continued. Under the gust of wind, the speed of the Oro Jackson dropped a lot. What's going on? The direction of the wind has changed. How can this be? Spencer. What's the reason? Everyone in the Roger Pirates looked at their navigator Spencer. Spencer, who was clinging to the ropes of the sail, had a high ponytail and his handsome face was full of tension at this moment. This gust of wind is strange. It has nothing to do with climate change. As soon as these words came out, everyone's pupils shrank into thin needles. Not the high winds caused by climate change, then only human factors. Could it be? Rayleigh seemed to have noticed something, suddenly sighed, and said in a deep voice. Everyone, prepare to fight. Everyone was startled when they heard the words, and immediately realized that they didn't say too much. Instead they quickly took their positions, picked up their weapons, and looked vigilant. In their eyes, a strong fighting spirit gradually exuded. Rayleigh looked at Roger, smiled bitterly and said. UBD. Now we can't even run if we want to. Roger was taken aback for a moment, and immediately opened his observation hacky perception, and his eyes gradually burst out with excitement that was eager to try. Rayleigh squinted his eyes and turned to look at the distant sea ahead of the pirate ship's bow. The strong wind rolled up the waves like a dragon churning. Amid the raging and roaring waves, a huge warship was smashing through the waves with unstoppable momentum, charging towards them at full speed. The word justice in pitch black and stern looks dazzling on the wide white sail. Garp's reinforcements have arrived. Rayleigh murmured. As his words fell, two tall figures slowly appeared on the bow of the warship, one after the other. The immaculate white cloaks danced wildly behind them, and in Rayleigh's observation hacky perception, exuded a cold and deep aura, and they were staring at the Oro Jackson with rebellious expressions. That brat seems to be Garp's son. Rayleigh's brows furrowed, his grip on the sword tightened. Clatter! The waves roared. In Rayleigh's slightly shrinking eyes, Dragog with long black hair grinned at them from the air. He took a step forward, raised his palm flat, and a dark green wheel that was visible to the naked eye quickly gathered in his palm. Then, throw it out hard. The dark green wind mass was thrown out by Drago with one hand, and then rapidly expanded in mid-air. Extending, elongating, spreading, rotating. The high-speed rotating wind mass continuously produces amazing changes on the moving track. In less than a few seconds, it evolved into a bunch of huge sea tornadoes connecting the sky and the earth. Hurricane Great Burial. Chapter 13. There was a stormy sea on the sea. The ever-expanding giant tornado almost connects the sky and the sea. Accompanied by the ever-changing gusts and huge waves, the rapid expansion tore a huge crack in the violent sea. Seen from a distance, the terrifying airflow stirred the dark clouds in the sky, forming a huge vortex that covered the sky and covered the sun, like a twisted black city wall gradually collapsing and pressing down, giving people an indescribable sense of oppression. The terrible storm seemed to the members of the Roger Pirates to distort the space they were in. What is that? The ability to control climate? How is this possible? No, that's Logia's power. The ability to control the wind. Damn it, if a tornado like this hits us even a little bit, our ship will be swallowed up in an instant. The expressions of everyone in the Roger Pirates changed greatly. They never thought that someone in the Marines had such a terrifying devil fruit ability. That rioting tornado shattered everything in its path and set off large surging waves, making people feel desperate. No, even Logia cannot change the environmental climate on such a large scale, at least not in such a short period of time. Navigator Spencer wiped the seawater off his face, his whole body was soaked by the pouring seawater, and he held on to the rope of the sail with one hand. He stared closely at the sea's pout sweeping towards the Oro Jackson at a speed of at least 30 knots, and gritted his teeth and said, "It's just that large cumulonimbus clouds happen to form in this sea area." Driven by the tropical airflow, the power of his devil fruit was greatly increased. Pale thunder leaped between the dark clouds, and twisted electric light instantly occupied the sky, illuminating everyone's solemn faces. Ha 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 ha. Roger, you absolutely can't run away now. The roar of artillery shells continued to come from far behind, mixed with Garp's proud laughter. The shells falling from time to time in the sky made the members of the Roger Pirates exhausted. Ah! It's over, it's over. Now we are really going to die. Captain Roger. Buggy clutched his head in pain. Shanks also turned pale, and his young hands holding the knife trembled slightly. Ahead is an abyss-like storm, and behind is the strongest marine, which is even more terrifying than the storm. Attacked from both sides, they have nowhere to escape. This is an unprecedented desperate situation. At this moment, everyone in the Roger Pirates group involuntarily turned their attention to their captain. I don't know whether it was because of the coldness of the sea water or the inner uneasiness, but there was not much color on their faces. But their eyes still didn't waver in the slightest. The violent storm poured down, washing over the deck and everyone's bodies. The thunder in the sky flickered, and Roger's shadow kept dancing. The gunfire behind him and the storm in front of him were getting closer and closer. Light and shadow intertwined, and it was as if the entire world in front of him began to collapse and become fragmented. Roger stood there, motionless. Who said we were going to escape? A hearty smile gradually formed at the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Rayleigh, who was leaning against the mast, laughed. Boom! Roger stepped on the bow of Oral Jackson's boat and slowly stretched out his hand to hold the handle of the long knife at his waist. He suddenly raised his head, his black hair spread out in large swaths of sea water, and his eyes were unruly and domineering. He grinned. Since there is no other way. The future One Piece Gold Roger stepped forward. The strong wind rolled up the red captain's coat, and his figure jumped up like a bloody shadow. On the sharp long knife, black and red lightning like a long snake sprang out crazily, like a boiling electric grid, suddenly blooming around his figure. Then I can only defeat you all. Roger's black hair rose to his crown, and he laughed wildly. His figure was like a rebellious lone wolf, dragging the long knife wrapped with black and red lightning, towards the vast tornado that stretched from sky to earth. Plunged in. The world fell silent for a moment. Next moment. Laugh. The roaring sword energy is like a magnificent crescent moon, in the center of the eye of the tornado storm, directly cutting the hurricane, wrapped in an unstoppable terrifying momentum, soaring into the sky. Rumble. The flying slash sank into the sky, as if detonating thunder among the clouds, and thousands of electric snakes twisted and scattered in an instant. The thunderclouds roared, continuously stacked up and retreated outwards, and then were shattered to pieces by the impact of the sword energy explosion. The storm suddenly dissipated. All the chaotic and collapsed scenes before his eyes became clear in an instant. As the rain spread all over the sky, Roger, wearing a blood-colored coat, held a knife in one hand, and his whole body erupted with majestic momentum like an abyss. Ha 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 ha! A tornado is nothing more than that. Captain Roger, beware! On top of you! The moment the exclamation sounded, a hand wearing a black leather glove suddenly protruded from the strong wind, wrapped in a twisted and sharp hurricane, and grabbed Roger's forehead from above his head. The timing of this attack is so subtle and treacherous, it just caught the gap period of Roger's shot, and it is almost inevitable. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Garp's brat. Roger grinned. Drago, who emerged from the gust of wind, froze. Compared to your father, you are still too young. A scarlet light flashed in the depths of Roger's pupils, he didn't even look at it, and directly slashed out. All the pores on Drago's body exploded at this moment. No words can be used to describe the amazingness of this knife. Violent. Swift. Overbearing. With an aura that even ghosts and gods have to retreat. The knife light entwined with black and red lightning. Cut out from the bottom up. Under the fierce brilliance of this knife, the howling wind crashed and collapsed. Drago's pupils shrank tightly, and a threatening chill poured into his heart, making him feel like falling into an ice cellar. Block it! The jet-black armament haki quickly wrapped around his palm. Bang! There seemed to be a crisp buzzing sound. Blocked! Drago was overjoyed. But the next moment his face collapsed immediately. BD! Sure enough, I can't stop it. He snarled. Laugh! A spray of blood exploded on his chest. God avoids. Boom! Drago's figure seemed to be hit by a warship traveling at high speed, and shot out like a cannonball, blasting white circles of air waves on the flight path. At this moment, large pieces of squirming metal flew out from the deck of the warship, forming steel plates, forming pieces of buffer zones. After the figure of Drago crashed through several thick steel plates one after another, he sank heavily into the warship. Boom! The warship shook suddenly, a huge crater was smashed on the deck, and broken pieces of wood flew up. Darren walked up to Drago, who was embedded in the deck, grinning in pain, and stretched out his hand with a smile. I said you couldn't stop it, and now you owe me 100,000 Baileys. Okay, okay, owe it first. Drago grabbed Darren's hand angrily, pulled out the hole in his body, and coughed a few times, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, I still have to let the old man deal with it. He looked down at the slash scar on his chest, and murmured. Darren smiled, and his eyes fell on the Oro Jackson, which was not far away. However, your mission has been accomplished. There was a sparkle in his eyes. Then, amid the exclamation and unbelievable gazes of the Roger pirates, the sail of the Oro Jackson suddenly split in two from the center, slowly fell to the ground. As the sails were torn and shaken off, a sharp dagger appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It hovered in mid-air, with wisps of cold light shining from the tip of the knife, and slightly nodded towards them. Like a knight returning from a great victory, saluting gracefully. Ridiculous to the extreme. The members of the Roger pirates turned pale. Now, you can't escape even if you want to. A sneer full of hostility curled up on the corner of Darren's mouth. Around his slightly raised index finger, blue arcs danced. Chapter 14. The sail was torn. When did it happen? How can this be? On the Oro Jackson, members of the Roger Pirates looked palely at the sails slowly falling on the deck in front of them, and looked at the golden sea wave beard skull pattern cut from the center on the sails, only feeling a wave of a biting chill rushed to my heart. Unlike marine warships with power systems, most of the pirate ships on this sea are sailing ships without power engines. Sailing boats mainly rely on sails to sail with the help of wind power, and rely on oars, sculls, etc. as means of propulsion, berthing and sailing when there is no wind. Once the mast or sail is destroyed, the ship will directly lose the power to sail, which is why in most naval battles the mast and sail are always the first goal of the crew. But now, their sails were cut open by a dagger coming out of nowhere. It's unbelievable. My dagger! Suddenly Buggy screamed, pointing at the dagger with a trembling hand. How did you get there? Everyone was taken aback. Facing the exaggerated pressure of the storm just now, countless luggage flew around, and in the chaotic situation where the pirate ship was almost falling apart, no one of them would notice a dagger floating up in the chaos. They stared at the dagger that was suspended in midair and bowed slightly to them, mockingly. Why did the dagger move by itself? Did someone sneak into our pirate ship? No, my observation Hacky doesn't sense any enemies at all. The members of the Roger Pirates quickly calmed down, their faces solemn and authentic. Really, what do you think? Roger's expression was equally bleak. Rayleigh frowned. The shells were still exploding on the surrounding sea, the flames were rising, and the smoke was billowing. Garp's ship behind him was getting closer and closer, less than 100 meters away. At this time, a sudden change occurred. The dagger hovering in midair suddenly trembled violently under the action of a strange force field. It's moving. This is... Whoosh! The dagger whizzed out, turning into a silver-white trajectory in the air, and the sudden increase in speed made the air even have a low-pitched crackling sound. The target turned out to be an inconspicuous figure. The red-haired kid with the straw hat. Shanks! Careful! Clang! A deafening hum exploded, and the wind slammed into Shanks' figure. He stood there in a daze, his feet felt weak for a while, as if he had lost his control, his face was pale, and he couldn't react at all what happened. A long knife lay in front of his eyes, and the blade firmly blocked the dagger that was about to pierce through his eyebrows. Executive Captain Rayleigh. Shanks swallowed with a grunt, feeling his throat dry. Rayleigh, who held the knife in one hand, narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Shanks, you back with Buggy, you protect yourselves. After saying this, he slowly raised his head, his deep eyes were gradually half closed, and his eyes were filled with anger when he looked at the slowly approaching warship. The dagger that was constantly trembling and shaking at the tail suddenly shot out backwards, across a straight line, and fell into the hands of Marine Commodore. Really nice booty. Darren weighed the ruby-studded, gleaming dagger, and smiled. He glanced at the red-haired kid. Shanks, who was retreating, seemed to feel something, raised his head to meet those eyes, and his whole body was shocked. Indifferent, cold, unruly eyes. The cold and threatening feeling of death just now surged into his heart again. Even under the protection of his companions, he felt that the surroundings were full of ultimate crises, and his body was like falling into a cellar of ice. It seemed that in front of this man, his life would be easily taken away by the other party at any time. It really isn't such an easy thing. Darren looked away, a little dumbfounded. Taking a shot at Shanks, the future 4 emperors, was barely a test. After all, if this kid is left alone and allowed to grow up, the future will be quite a problem. Of course Darren didn't hold out much hope. It was one thing to make some stealthy maneuvers to cut the sails under the cover of the storm-wrought chaos, under the cover of Doreg. If you want to kill Shanks, the group favorite of the Roger pirates, the difficulty is another matter. So that's how it is, you were the one who cut off the sail. Rayleigh lowered his long knife and stared at Darren fiercely. It's just that, the king of North Blue who is famous in the world, and the marine supernova who killed the world destroyer Berndy Waldo, do they only have the courage to attack children? Roger was also holding a knife with one hand, with black and red lightning dancing around the blade, staring at Darren. He will never forgive anyone who dares to hurt his partner. As the eyes of the two fell, Darren seemed to feel a terrible sense of oppression as the sky collapsed and the earth was torn apart. In his biomagnetic perception, the biomagnetic energy emanating from these two guys was so strong that Darren had never seen it in his life. It felt like two monstrous black shadows were slowly opening their eyes from the dark and treacherous sea, and their blood-colored pupils locked on themselves. As Rayleigh's deep voice fell, all the pirates on the Oro Jackson stared at Darren with scowling faces. Streams of murderous intent radiated from everyone in the Roger pirates. The violent wind and waves on the sea gradually calmed down, as if shocked by the oppressive atmosphere. Spirit? Of course I have that kind of thing. Darren's mouth curled into a hideous sneer. It's just that pirates don't deserve it. As for shooting children, your Captain Roger didn't think about that when he slaughtered an entire national army for a reviled crew. As soon as the words fell, angry rebuttals flooded in like a tide. You fart. Captain Roger never touches children. Damn Marine. Pairs of hostile eyes stared at Marine Commodore like nails, killing intent surged. Drago took a step forward and stood beside Darren, sharing the pressure for him. Seeing his movement, Jun, Cake, and other Marines behind him also took a sudden step forward, pulling out their sabers at their waists. There was a hoarse sound of the unsheathing of the saber, and the two sides were at war. Well, I was wrong. Darren raised his hands in surrender, and stared at the Roger pirates with a teasing smile. You really didn't do anything to the children. He crossed his fingers. The countless bullets and gun barrels on the deck of the warship behind him trembled slowly, and then floated up, hovering in midair in densely packed ones. But you slaughtered their father who served in the military. This is better than killing them directly. Darren grinned grimly, sarcastically. More cruel. Chapter 15. To be honest, you might as well just kill those children who have lost their fathers. That might be much more merciful. Marine Commodore's mocking laughter floated in the cold and biting sea breeze, piercing deeply into everyone's hearts like sharp daggers. The faces of the members of Roger Pirates changed slightly. Perhaps they did not go to sea simply to satisfy their own selfish desires like other pirates, but to worship Captain Roger's friendship and courage, willingly follow him to travel the sea and live freely. Even for things like looting treasures, the Roger pirates did very little. But on this road of gratification and pursuit of freedom and romance, in the joyful and bloody fight between sword swings, how could they have thought of the consequences every time they swung a knife? So what do you mean, Marine boy? Rayleigh was keenly aware of the subtle changes in the crew's expressions, and interrupted Darren's words coldly. Darren spread his hands and shrugged. What I mean is, since you have picked up a weapon and hoisted the pirate flag, don't talk about your courage. That red-haired kid is following you, and there's definitely a lot of blood on his hands. To me. He smiled ferociously and waved. He's not an innocent kid who doesn't understand anything. The moment the voice fell, the bullets and shells hovering all over the sky neighed at an alarming speed at the same time, spreading towards the Oro Jackson, which had lost its sail and could only stay in place. BD brat! Roger shouted loudly and slashed into the wind. The exploding sword energy spiraled up, like a huge tornado, instantly enveloping the cannonballs in the sky. Rumble! Large groups of explosive flames exploded one after another in the gloomy sky, and billowing black smoke rose into the sky. The scorching wind spread and rocked the pirate ships and warships. The thick smoke suddenly began to billow. The next moment, Roger's unstoppable figure broke through the thick smoke and dragged out the bloody captain's coat behind him, his eyes as red as blood. Tear. The thunderclouds in the sky suddenly flashed a pale thunder, which illuminated Roger's stern face. His figure leaped high and roared towards Darren, who was standing on the bow of the warship. A terrifying momentum, like a mountain or an abyss, burst out from his body. An unprecedented sense of oppression surged from top to bottom, causing all Marines to turn pale, as if even their breathing had become stagnant. The aura exuding from Roger was as terrifying as Shura, and just facing him head-on was enough to make them almost lose the ability to move. It's just like a ghost. Jiaji gritted his teeth to hold on, his chest aching. Jun was holding a long knife with both hands, his face was also as pale as paper. Darren, who was the main target of Roger Conqueror's haki, even shrank his pupils. The overwhelming aura was like a heavy hammer hitting him, choking his throat and impacting his ribs. Darren subconsciously wanted to release his Conqueror's haki to resist, but was surprised to find that his haki was suppressed to death. The feeling of darkness enveloped him, making it difficult for him to breathe. But Darren grinned. "Your opponent is not me." Roger was startled. "Your opponent is me." A low roar suddenly exploded above his head. A flash of white snow swayed through the smoke and strong wind. A burly figure wearing a dog-head military hat appeared above Roger like a ghost, and his huge fist hit Roger in the face like a meteor. Under the sea falling. Boom! Like a cannonball falling from the sky, Roger's whole body sank heavily into the pirate ship and smashed into the deck. The exaggerated impact caused the entire Oro Jackson to sink to the upper half, setting off a stormy sea. "Damn! Garp, you're in the way." Roger walked out of the shattered deck with a knife in his hand, wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, and looked up at Marine Vice Admiral, who landed firmly on the bow of the warship with his arms folded. "Ha ha ha, Roger, I can't let you kill this kid." Looking at the corners of Roger's mouth that were gradually swollen and bruised, Garp felt that the fatigue and boredom accumulated in the past 3 days and 3 nights were swept away, replaced by full of joy. "Cool." He turned to look at Darren, patted the latter on the shoulder and laughed. "Darren kid, hey? Well, good job. It's just that the methods are a little black, and the heart is dirty." "Ha ha ha ha, but the old man appreciates it very much." Darren took advantage of the chaos to move the sails of Roger's pirate ship, and with Garp's strength, he could see clearly. Among other things, just because he angered Roger just now and created a chance for him to punch Roger, he is worthy of his praise. Not to mention that now that the sails of the Oro Jackson are destroyed, the Roger pirates are unable to escape. Thinking of this, Garp looked at Darren with more and more satisfaction. "This kid is very good. How about after he graduates from the military academy, he can be recruited by his side as an adjutant?" Such an idea gradually took root in Garp's mind. "What about me? Old man? I almost overturned their pirate ship just now. I also blocked Gold Roger's knife." Seeing Garp looking at Darren, Drago on the side was inexplicably anxious, and couldn't help reminding him aloud. While speaking, he proudly puffed out his chest, and looked at his father with burning eyes, like a child who scored high in an exam and was expecting his parents to praise him. "You?" Garp raised his eyebrows, picked his nostrils, and said casually. "Well, you kid is okay, but you are too impulsive." He pointed to his head. "Perform combat missions, it depends on your brain. How many times have I said it? You have to learn this from Darren." "Everyone." Drago immediately petrified in place. Jun and Cake next to him even seemed to hear the sound of his heart breaking. Garp turned around indifferently, snapped his thick finger bones, made a muffled sound like frying beans, and grinned at Roger and everyone. "Then, let's fight now." Boom. As soon as the words fell, his dog-headed ship slammed into the Oro Jackson from the rear. The expressions of everyone in the Roger pirates changed. I saw countless ropes connected with iron hooks being thrown from the warship and dropped on the railing of the pirate ship, where they were firmly fixed. Take the string. On Garp's warship, the adjutant wearing a brown cap drew his saber and roared with fury. Keng keng keng. Hundreds of sabers were unsheathed brightly, emitting a faint cold light under the light of the thunder that was uncertain in brightness and darkness. The guns rang out. The well-trained Marine elite climbed up the rope and climbed towards the Oro Jackson under the cover of their comrades. The string battle is about to start. Chapter 16. Kill. For justice. Kill the Roger pirates. Accompanied by powerful shouts, the Marines moved quickly and used ropes to climb towards the Oro Jackson without fear of death. Some of the school-level officers who had mastered the Marine 6 Styles moonwalk took the lead and rushed through the air to cover the comrades behind them. The Marines who can fight with Garp are all top-notch elites in this department, and their strength cannot be underestimated even in the New World. They know very well that under normal circumstances, the best way for Marine to deal with pirates and the lowest battle losses is to use the advantage of firepower to directly eliminate the enemy's effective forces. But for a pirate group like the Roger Pirates, which has an extremely balanced combat power, the threat of artillery is already minimal. The only way to really kill them is to pick up the strings. Use your flesh and blood to force them onto their pirate ship and start a brutal hand-to-hand battle. Of course, the most important thing is, in order to increase the speed of the warship and bite Roger's pirate group, all the Marines' heavy artillery had been thrown into the sea. Attack! Stop them from boarding! Seeing this scene, Rayleigh's face changed slightly and he shouted. Just as he was about to make a move, a sharp whistling sound came from behind him. A flash of scarlet light flashed in Rayleigh's eyes, and he suddenly swung the knife behind him. The brilliant sword light leaped up like a silver moon. Keng keng keng. Several dark green wind blades were knocked out neatly and submerged into the sea in the distance, making long and thin cuts on the sea, and the sea water closed up. Pluton Silver Rayleigh, stop looking around. A violent hurricane suddenly fell from the sky above the head, and a dragon claw wearing a black leather glove poked out from the hurricane and fiercely scratched Pluton Rayleigh's face. The tiny wind blades visible to the naked eye wrapped around the three-fingered dragon's claws, and their force was so fast that they cut 3 long white streaks in the air. Boom! A majestic air wave suddenly emerged, forcing other members of the Roger Pirates around to retreat step by step, raising their hands to block the violent impact of the air wave. Durag's figure emerged in the twisted hurricane, but there was a clear look of astonishment on his face. An index finger covered with jet-black armament haki firmly pressed against his own dragon claw. Not bad power, Marine boy. Garp should be very proud to have such an outstanding son like you, right? Rayleigh said lightly, swung his sword and slashed at Durag mercilessly. You're so proud. Durag cursed, and his figure suddenly dispersed into a rioting wind, avoiding Pluton Rayleigh's knife. His figure constantly transforms into the wind itself, strange and changeable, wrapping around Rayleigh's figure extremely flexibly, launching attacks from different angles. He can't beat him. With Durag's current level of combat power, in a head-to-head confrontation, he is no match for Pluton Rayleigh, a great pirate and the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates. But that's not important. We only need to hold Pluton Rayleigh temporarily to buy time for other Marines to pick up the strings and board the ship. That's enough. Surrounded by the strong wind, Rayleigh passively used his sword to block Durag's attacks. His eyebrows tightened, and he could naturally see Durag's intention at a glance. The cunning boy can fight with his brain, which is not like Garp's style. Jabba! Over to you. Get ready to use that. He suddenly shouted coldly. Getting ready. A low and hoarse voice came from outside the hurricane's surroundings. Following Durag's action, in less than 10 seconds, a dozen Marines had already boarded the Oro Jackson and fought with the members of the Roger Pirates. In an instant, the shouts of killing were loud, and the sounds of swords clashing and clashing could be heard endlessly. Ha 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 ha! Follow me! Garp, who was standing on the bow of the warship, laughed loudly. His whole body was as powerful as a towering mountain rising from the ground, constantly climbing up. His eyes were fixed on Roger, who was also standing on the bow of the Oro Jackson. The two men's war-filled eyes collided in the void between them, as if countless lightnings had exploded. At this moment, there is no one else in their eyes but each other. Vice Admiral Garp, I think the primary goal is to sink Roger's pirate ship so we can have a better initiative. Darren narrowed his eyes to observe the situation, and reminded in a deep voice. From his point of view, Garp's ship and the Oro Jackson have been completely connected, and more Marines boarded the pirate ship, and fierce battles broke out. This kind of thing is left to you, this warship is also handed over to your command. This old man managed to catch the BD Roger, this time we must fight hard. The thick-lined Garp laughed and dropped these words, the figure cracked the bow of the warship with a bang, and flew up like a cannonball, killing Roger. Several black lines suddenly appeared on Darren's forehead. What a stupid fool! He couldn't help but cursed in his heart. But in the next moment, there was a change in the entire sea surface. Roger! Garp! Accompanied by two roars, two domineering figures, one white and one red, jumped up from their respective boats. Rumble! The billowing thunder suddenly covered the entire pitch-black sky like thousands of electric snakes, dazzling lights flickered, and the night-like world seemed to enter the day at this moment. Darren's heart trembled violently, and his pupils constricted. Two majestic and deep auras rose continuously, fighting each other. The turbulent sea, the torrential rain, and the dark world. The movements of all marines and pirates became sluggish, and their breathing became stagnant. They subconsciously raised their heads to look, their eyes shocked. I saw those two unstoppable figures smashing through the rain, crazily venting their conquerors' haki like ghosts and gods. The black and red lightning dragged the sharp long knife, and the black and purple thunder lingered around the huge iron fist. The blood-red captain's coat, the pure white and sacred justice cloak, dancing in reverse. Roger! Garp! Both Garp and Roger shouted violently at the same time, and the aura on their bodies climbed to ultimate. Attack and fall at the same time. Galaxy shock! God avoids! Boom! The fist smashed down, and the long knife cut out. The exploded conqueror's haki formed a mass of violent energy visible to the naked eye in the void between the fists and swords. With the full blow of the two, it continued to shrink and expand. Countless black lightning flew around the distortion of the two like a cage, spreading continuously. Roger! Garp laughed out loud. Garp! Roger's black hair fluttered. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be in turmoil. The atmosphere collapsed layer by layer, and the clouds in the sky were crushed to pieces by the violent impact waves. Hundreds of meters high turbulent waves arose on the sea surface, and warships and pirate ships were like shaky boats amidst the turbulent waves, which might capsize at any time. Jun, Cake, and the marines around them felt as if they had been hit hard by the impact of their haki. They knelt on one knee and gritted their teeth for support. The weaker ones even rolled their eyes and passed out. Standing at the bow of the ship, Darren grasped the mast with a pale face, but his eyes were fixed on the two wrestling in the sky, lest he miss the slightest detail, and the depths of his pupils burst out with raging ambition and passion. This is a fight between the strongest in the world today. Chapter 17. A collision of top conquerors haki. An unimaginable feeling of suffocation hit me, and the strong wind caused tiny cracks to appear on the hull and deck of the warship, making a crackling sound. In Darren's vision, the world in front of him shook violently due to the confrontation between the two men. The space is distorting, and ripples are spreading rapidly. Everything he could see was like a reflection in a lake, constantly vibrating. This is the top of this sea. The corners of Darren's mouth suddenly cracked in an unscrupulous arc, and his whole body began to tremble. His face was still a little pale, but his eyes were brighter than ever. And just as countless thoughts were floating through Darren's mind, the confrontation between Garp and Roger also came to an end. The black-red energy mass between the iron fist and the long knife compressed into ultimate. Then, boom! A deafening, thunderous sound erupted, and a ball of light surrounded by black and red lightning suddenly erupted, turning into an overwhelming air wave and spreading out in all directions. Have equal shares. The two of them retreated at the same time. Ha 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 ha. It's really fun to fight with you, Garp. Roger laughed heartily. Don't be kidding. I'm here to arrest you. Garp roared, trampled the air under his feet, and rushed out again. Keng keng keng. The figures of the two kept interlacing and colliding in mid-air, and the confrontation of fists and swords burst out terrifying waves again and again. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed in the corner of Roger's vision. Hey? That marine brat, what does he want? Darren's figure jumped up from the bow of the warship, and the twisted metal instantly solidified into a thin streamlined skateboard, carrying him quickly into the sky. But just when Roger was stunned, Garp's figure instantly appeared beside him, punching through the air like a meteor, and swung towards him fiercely. To be distracted during the battle. Don't you look down on me too much, Roger. Damn. Roger cursed secretly, and blocked Garp's punch with his knife. Bang. A large piece of sparks splashed up, illuminating Roger's expression that suddenly became serious. Because he suddenly saw a coin appearing in the hand of that marine kid floating high in the sky. With a flick of his index finger, the coin was twirling in his hand and flew up. This feeling. Roger felt his heart tighten, and a strange scarlet light emerged from the depths of his fierce eyes. His face changed slightly, as if he saw some kind of terrible future through observation hacky. Stop that marine brat! The eager voice of the captain immediately caught the attention of everyone in the Roger pirates, and they looked up subconsciously. Then, all of them saw Roger's Darren, who was suspended high in the air and looked down, smiled ferociously. He raised his hand. Sis! Visible blue arcs frantically moved between his fingers. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The sky was as dark as ink, and the light and dark lightning kept flashing in the clouds. The light and shadow of the coins spinning and falling reflected faces of doubt, astonishment, and gradually horror. Marine Commodore looked down at all the pirates on the Oro Jackson like a god. Until the spinning coin landed in front of his palm. Sink into the sea for me. He sneered. A flick of the fingers. Magnetic overload electromagnetic gun. Under the shocked and horrified looks of all the pirates and marines. Boom! A majestic orange-red beam shot out from Marine Commodore's hand. The roaring flames instantly illuminated the entire sky, penetrated the sea of clouds, and generated circles of white ripples, which seemed to be connected to the sky and the earth, and penetrated towards the hull of the Oro Jackson in an attitude of destroying everything. What is that? Lasers. Hey, hey, this is no joke. The scorching air blasted against everyone's face, suffocating everyone on board the Oro Jackson. Rayleigh's expression changed drastically. The destructive power of this move, if it hits, I am afraid that even the tough hull of the Oro Jackson ship made of Adam's treasure tree will be pierced and melted in an instant, and then sink into the sea. Just as he was about to make a move, unexpectedly a biting gust of wind blew up behind him again. Clang! Rayleigh's long sword firmly pressed against Durag's black dragon claws, bursting out countless sparks. You showed your flaws. Drago, out of breath, grinned. Rayleigh was taken aback. The wind breathes. Boom! The bursting gust of wind drowned him in an instant. It's over. Seeing this scene, Buggy and Shanks, who were hiding on the side of the cabin, murmured in horror. In the reflection of their pupils, the majestic red light beam is rapidly expanding at a terrifying speed. How can you destroy our dream ship, BD Marine? An angry roar suddenly sounded. A figure holding a huge axe in both hands suddenly swept out of the cabin and jumped high. Two incomparably heavy battle axes waved a phantom of light in the man's hands, fearlessly facing the beam of the electromagnetic gun. Boom! The earth-shaking roar exploded in the sky above the Oro Jackson, and circles of energy surged forth, causing the deck to shatter inch by inch. The orange-red flames are like huge wings, frantically licking the dark sky. The heat wave hit, as if to burn the skin. Buggy and Shanks clasped their ears tightly, and the deafening roar almost shattered their eardrums. They stared blankly at the black-haired Marine looming in the flickering firelight, and unspeakable fear flashed in the depths of their eyes. This lunatic! He actually didn't even care about the Marine on board, and wanted to directly destroy the Oro Jackson. The icy rain fell and quickly doused the fire. Everyone finally saw Jabba jumping up in the air. His two axes were staggered, and a rapidly spinning coin was firmly pressed between the blades. The spiraling armament haki soon obliterated the coin into dust. Seeing this scene, the members of the Roger pirates breathed a sigh of relief. "Marine brat! How dare you! I will never forgive you!" At this time, another angry shout sounded. I saw Roger force Garp back fiercely with a knife, and stepped on the deck. His figure flew up like a cannonball. Black and red lightning filled his famous sword and eyes, and a killing intent gushed out of his body like a substance. The target was the Marine Commodore who nearly destroyed the Oro Jackson. "Darren, beware! Darren Commodore! Retreat quickly! Darren! Back!" There were bursts of anxious shouts from the Marines, and Darren, who was high in the sky, stared at the Gold Roger who was rushing towards him, feeling as if his heart had stopped beating at this moment. The indescribable sense of oppression of death turned into fear, flooding in like a mountain and sea, occupying his brain. "Will die. If he bears this knife head-on, he will definitely die." The thought popped up in an instant, and Darren felt every muscle in his body begin to tremble. "Definitely, will die." Chapter 18. The body was shaking, trembling violently. Death gripped Darren's heart like a nightmare, suffocating him. Bitter cold rain slapped his cheeks and bounced off. It seemed that the energy of every muscle, every tendon, and even every cell was completely drained with the frantic rush of adrenaline. In the reflection of the pupils, the future One Piece's furious, rebellious, and invincible face, as well as the supreme sharp knife dragging the black and red lightning, zoomed in at an astonishing speed. "If you don't retreat, you will die. Must die." The man in front of him is the future One Piece, who defeated the Overlord Rocks and stood at the top of the world. Even a genius like Drago, who was as strong as a monster, was directly and seriously injured by Roger's knife. "I haven't mastered armament haki yet, and I don't even have the ability of Logia Devil Fruit to buffer the damage. It's impossible to take this knife hard. If you pick it up hard, you will definitely die on the spot. To retreat. Have to retreat. Must, back up? No." Darren's body stopped trembling suddenly, his eyes froze suddenly, and his black pupils instantly filled with almost crazy and violent bloodshot eyes. An indescribable hostility surged from his chest, and then transformed into a ferocious smile. Countless times of near-death fights, hell-like practice day after day, and careful management in North Blue for so many years, he finally won a place in the officer training camp, walked out of North Blue and stepped onto the world stage. The purpose, isn't it just to fight with world-class powerhouses like Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion? And now, the future One Piece Gold Roger is in front of his eyes. Lao Zi will not retreat. Darren growled with red eyes. A majestic momentum erupted from his body, and the Conqueror's haki released by Roger collided with each other in the air, like two spherical cyclones, smashing each other in the sky. Darren's long-suppressed Conqueror's haki finally burst out at this moment. Crackling, countless lightning flashes suddenly appeared in the void, making Roger's movements slightly stagnant, and his pupils shrinking. "Conqueror's haki!" Garp and Darag Kikai below exclaimed. "It turns out to be the owner of the King's spirit, which is really rare in Marine, but your spirit is too weak, Marine brat! Roger suddenly burst out laughing, holding the famous knife in both hands at the same time. From a distance, it seems to be dragging bunches of black and red electric lights that sprung up, cutting down blatantly. Click! Darren's Conqueror's hacky cyclone was like glass shattering, and it was shattered suddenly and shattered by this overbearing knife. Darren! Jiaji roared with red eyes. Jun clenched his fists tightly. Garp cast moonwalk eagerly, with cold sweat on his forehead. Drago's heart sank. Let's stop here! Roger shouted violently. Death, falls! At this moment, Darren's heart stopped beating, and countless images flooded his mind one after another. Strength, physical, hacky. In the battle with Berndy Waldo, every movement of the legendary pirate's punching was clearly in front of his eyes. It was like a ray of spiritual light piercing through his chaotic and dark mind. The feeling of jumping up to the top of the mountain made his trembling and tense muscles instantly relax. He understood everything in an instant. He should have thought of it long ago. If the physique breaks through 60, you can have a defense hardness comparable to steel. If the agility breaks through 60, you will be able to master the instant burst speed that is not lost to Marine 6 styles. And the power breaks through 60. Darren's eyes flashed startlingly. That is. Armed color, hardened. He snapped. Accompanied by the surge of blood in the body and the infusion of strength, on Marine Commodore's fist. A black, shiny, metal-like invisible armor quickly covered his right fist. Having no time to comprehend this newly mastered strange force, Darren grinned grinningly and punched out. Towards that unparalleled slash of God's avoidance, to meet it without any hesitation. Facing one piece. Bang! Just as the roar of Hong Zhong de Lu exploded in the sky, circles of surging air waves centered on the two of them and spread violently in all directions. The sea once again set off a raging stormy sea. In the frozen eyes of everyone. Click! The armament hacky armor on Marine Commodore's fist lasted only for a moment before it was shattered with dense cracks. Armament hacky is broken. The steely skin shattered. The tough muscles under the skin are shattered. Darren's entire arm exploded into bloody mist, and the blood-stained muscles were torn apart. God avoids. Accompanied by Roger's roar, a violent knife light slammed down on Darren's chest. The knife spread from the left side of his neck all the way to his right abdomen, almost splitting his entire body from the front, and the dark ribs were clearly visible. Big gobs of blood gushed out, splashed up, and splashed on Roger's face. As if struck by lightning, Darren lost all blood in an instant. Everyone on the deck of the Oro Jackson could clearly see that as Roger's sword fell, Marine Commodore suddenly bent his body, as if his whole body was broken from the center, like a broken doll, facing downwards. Come down! Roger UBD! Garp finally arrived, and a fist wrapped in black lightning struck Roger like a shooting star. Roger just wanted to make a move. But at this moment, Darren, who was falling at a high speed, gritted his teeth, raised his hand with great difficulty, and said with a grin. At least, recover some interest. After finishing this action, he suddenly saw a tall figure jumping up from the warship, and the next second he crashed into a warm embrace. At the same time, Roger was taken aback for a moment, only feeling a sudden strong drag on his belt. But under the pressure of Garp, he no longer cared too much, and swung his sword to block. Bang! Boom! Fists and swords collided, sparks splashed, and air waves erupted. Roger's complexion suddenly became like a pig's liver. The lower body suddenly became chilly. He looked down. The scene that caught his eyes almost made his eyes go dark. My own trouser belt with metal buttons was dragged down by that force, along with the black trousers. All that was left of her lower body was a pair of bright red underpants. Ha 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 ha! Roger, your pants fell off! Garp laughed. Chapter 19. Marine Vice Admiral Schadenfreude laughter was like a cold iron whip, slamming fiercely on Roger's face, burning hot. Garp ubd. Seeing the wide-eyed, astonished, and bewildered gazes on the warship and the pirate ship, Roger's flushed face turned blue and then turned white, his eyes were bloodshot, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems that you really like red. Roger, ha 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 ha. While Garp winked, Hacky's iron fist wrapped around violently fell towards Roger's face without hesitation. Roger struggled to lift his pants awkwardly while frantically swiping his sword to block. Caught off guard, Garp's long-prepared punch hit the sword of the famous sword like a shooting star. The power of the second burst made Roger's mouth salty, and his whole body fell into the Oro Jackson like a cannonball. Boom! The entire pirate ship shook violently, a shocking pothole was smashed into the deck, and broken wood chips flew. Ha 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 ha! Roger, your pants fell off. Garp's figure fell like a meteorite, laughing loudly. Bang! Amid the billowing smoke, sparks were generated by friction. The collision of the fist and the long knife erupted into a frightening wave of air. Shut up! A bloodstain spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his red eyes stared at the grinning Marine Vice Admiral in front of him, almost gnashing his teeth. Even with Roger's rough personality, it's a great shame to be taken off his pants in public like this. Isn't it? Your pants did fall off. Ha 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 ha. Garp's figure suddenly disappeared in place. One of the Marine 6 styles shaved, the explosive dash speed he displayed is more than 10 times that of ordinary school officers. Like a ghost, the surrounding Marines and pirates couldn't react at all, and even the observation Hacky almost couldn't be caught, when the Marine Vice Admiral suddenly appeared beside Roger. Your underpants are red. Punch! A bloody tooth flew out backwards, the corner of Roger's mouth swelled and turned purple visibly, and the figure crashed directly into the cabin. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh's pupils contracted slightly. Roger's mentality was a little bit broken by Garp's stimulation, which caused his observation Hacky perception to weaken. Jabba! He gave a cold drink. Ready! A deep voice suddenly sounded. The moment the voice fell, Rayleigh's figure swept out from the spot in an instant, and attacked Garp with a posture almost parallel to the ground. Your opponent is me. Drago, whose mouth was bleeding, emerged behind him, grabbed the twisted and sharp hurricane in his hand, and threw it violently. Laugh! A cross-shaped axe suddenly rose, cutting the hurricane into pieces. Holding a huge double axe and wearing sunglasses, Jabba rushed out of the gust like a tiger, the muscles on his arms bulged, and he slashed towards Drago. This guy! Durag's pupils shrunk. A compelling sense of threat rushed over, and the sharp aura emanating from the two battle axes seemed not weaker than that of Pluton Rayleigh. Damn it! Drago had no choice but to give up stopping Rayleigh, the elements of his figure turned into strong winds, and kept retreating. He suffered a blow from Roger head-on, and was already seriously injured. Coupled with the fierce battle with Rayleigh, his physical condition was already on the verge of limit, and he was no match for Jabba in his heyday. You can't run. Roger! I'm going to arrest you today! Garp roared angrily, and his figure savagely knocked the oncoming pirates into the air, and rushed towards the cabin. Rayleigh's figure flew to his side, and the silver-white longsword slashed obliquely towards Garp's waist. Bang! Garp stretched out one hand, and the hand covering armament Hacky grabbed Rayleigh's sword tightly, and countless sparks burst out. Get out of your way, Rayleigh! There was a layer of cold sweat on Rayleigh's forehead, and he said coldly. This battle is over, Garp! You fart! Garp roared angrily, but suddenly a figure flew out of the cabin. Garp! Roger's black hair danced wildly, his eyes were red, and he held the supreme sharp knife 12 crafts tightly with both hands, and the roaring black and red thunder surrounded his body. There seemed to be a flash of black and red lightning on the deck. The sword light suddenly appeared. Bang! With a swift slash, he slashed Garp's arm lying in front of him. Garp's figure immediately flew upside down, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Under the combined attack of Rayleigh and Roger, he was directly knocked out of the deck of the pirate ship and fell into the sea with a plop. Retreat! Seeing this, Rayleigh immediately turned back and shouted eagerly, then lowered his voice and said to Roger. Roger, we have to retreat. If the fight continues like this, Marines' reinforcements may arrive at any time. What are you retreating to? I haven't let go of my anger yet. Roger said angrily. Rayleigh ignored the idiot, turned his head and shouted anxiously. Hurry up and use that. It's done. Spencer's voice sounded. I saw him flashing at the stern of the Oro Jackson and pressing a hidden button. Kika. Accompanied by several heavy mechanical sounds, on the stern of the pirate ship, the plank slowly stretched out, and a huge heavy cannon protruded from it. Garp's head emerged from the turbulent sea, and when he saw this heavy cannon, he seemed to think of something bad. He rolled his eyeballs, and suddenly winked and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Roger, your pants fell off. Roger's eyes turned red immediately, and white smoke spewed from his nostrils. Damn! Rayleigh, don't stop me! I'm going to kill this BD today. Rayleigh pressed his own captain hard with his face flushed, turned around and said angrily. Start immediately. The voice fell. The heavy artillery at the stern of the Oro Jackson quickly burst into white light. Next moment, as Garp yelled jump ship, a blast of air cannon exploded from the stern of the Oro Jackson. A 100-meter-long groove suddenly appeared on the sea surface in front of the heavy artillery. With the help of this exaggerated propulsion, the entire pirate ship exploded from the sea, broke through the encirclement of Marine, and flew freely to the distant sea. Clatter! The sea was turbulent and churning. Not long after, wet heads popped out of the sea one by one, and they were the Marine soldiers who were still in shock. The pirate ship is flying. What the hell happened here? It's unbelievable. They looked at the pirate ship that disappeared into the distant sky and turned into a black spot with absurd faces, and it took a long time before they realized it. They immediately looked at the two battered and dilapidated warships, couldn't help but gritted their teeth, hammered the sea water fiercely, and cursed. Damn it! It's just a little short. Success or failure, success or failure. Chapter 20. Damn it! I wasn't fooled. Garp gritted his teeth angrily and snorted. Since the end of the Rocks era, he has been chasing Roger all over the sea. From East Blue to Grand Line, and from Grand Line to New World. Although Roger was forced into a desperate situation on land several times, in the end the battle plans formulated by Xiaohe and Sengoku failed because of Rayleigh's defeat. Unlike Roger, who gets excited once a fight starts, Rayleigh is always able to maintain a calm and rational attitude to analyze the battle situation and pull Roger back from the wrong path in time. It has to be admitted that, to a certain extent, Pluton Rayleigh, Roger's deputy, is more difficult to deal with than Roger himself. Thinking of this, Garp shook his head, couldn't help but sigh, reached out and grabbed the lifeline thrown from the deck of the warship, and was rescued from the sea. Other Marine soldiers who followed Garp's order and jumped off the Oro Jackson before it took off into the sky also boarded the lifeboats. Where's that kid Darren? How is he doing? Before he even stepped onto the deck, Garp asked hurriedly, his steps subconsciously speeding up. This time we almost kept the entire Roger pirates behind, but Darren made a great contribution. With such potential, talent, and achievements, Garp doesn't want anything to happen to him. He quickly stopped and stood there stunned. Teeth clenched, fists clenched unconsciously. The warship became extremely quiet. Everyone was silent. The sea was howling for a long time, and a cold and hazy drizzle fell in the dark sky. The raindrops hit the sails, and wreckage, and hit the pale and sad faces of each Marine, making them motionless like sculptures that had lost their souls. At 2+. On the deck in front of the Garp, Marine Commodore was lying there like a bloody man. The military uniform on his body had been completely torn and tattered. A horrific scar spread from the left side of his neck to the right side of his abdomen, almost cutting his entire body open and leaving a bloody mess. Flesh and bones were faintly visible, and the beating of the organs behind the ribs could even be vaguely seen. His right arm was also torn open, large areas of flesh and blood disappeared, and blood gushes out. Marine Commodore's face was extremely pale and his eyes were closed. The breath was extremely weak, like a dying lamp. Cake and Jun knelt on one knee next to him, their eyes a little red. The breeze stirred, and Dalag's figure staggered out of the wind, with blood bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his physical condition seemed to be quite bad. "Doctor, how is he doing?" Dalag's voice was low and cold, containing indescribable anger. The accompanying military doctor who had already run over had already started treating Darren with an anxious look on his face. He was covered in cold sweat and was trying hard to press Darren's bleeding artery with both hands. He said with difficulty, "The stab wound on Darren Commodore's body has already damaged his internal organs, and his aorta was damaged and he lost a lot of blood. Compared with this, the injury on his arm is nothing. But with this amount of bleeding, if the bleeding cannot be stopped, it is estimated." The doctor didn't go on. But the sadness in his tone was enough for everyone to understand what he meant. "No, you must save him for me. Otherwise, I will let you taste my iron fist." Garp's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes. He grabbed the doctor's collar and said fiercely, "Vice Admiral Garp! Old man!" Jun and Drago grabbed Garp. The latter sighed, bowed slightly towards the doctor, and said sincerely, "Mr. Doctor, is there any other way? Please do your best to treat me, please." Seeing Darag's sincere attitude and eyes, the doctor was startled, then frowned, and said, "For the time being, there is no treatment method. This kind of fatal injury is simply not something that normal humans can bear. Let's transfuse blood first. Maybe we can buy some time to suture the wound and stop the bleeding. Do any of you have S blood type?" After the words fell, everyone looked at me and I looked at you. S-type blood is quite rare in this ocean. Let me do it. A cold voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned for a moment and looked around, seeing that it was clearly Jun. "I have type S blood, please doctor." She rolled up the sleeves of her military uniform, revealing her white arms. Dark red blood slowly flowed out of the blood vessels of the snow-white arm, passed through the plastic tube, and finally flowed into the Marine Commodore's blood vessels. Darren and Jun were lying on the broken and messy deck, one of them was unconscious, and the other was staring at the raindrops falling from the sky with complicated eyes. "It still doesn't work. I'm sorry." The doctor stopped suturing and shook his head. The plastic gloves were already stained red with blood. Hearing these words, the eyes of Garp, Drago, and the other Marines darkened at the same time. They lowered their heads and gritted their teeth. "Darren Commodore's injury is too serious. Even if it is stitched up, I'm afraid it won't be able to, hey." The doctor's eyes widened suddenly, as if he had seen a ghost, and he said in a trembling voice, "The fatal wound, unexpectedly, stopped the bleeding. A mere mortal wound." A weak, hoarse voice sounded slowly with a smile. The Marines who had already lost hope raised their heads in astonishment, but were pleasantly surprised to see Marine Commodore slowly open his heavy eyelids and show them a reluctant smile. Jun also looked at Darren beside him in astonishment. "Major Jun, judging by your shocked expression, it seems that you really want me to die." Darren's voice was weak, but he still joked and laughed as usual. "But now we share the same blood in our bodies, and the relationship is even closer. By the way, when you saved me just now..." He winked. "Very soft." A faint blush flashed across Jun's usually cold face. She snorted coldly and turned her head away, and said angrily, "Sure enough, scum and scum are fate." Drago rubbed his forehead. "Darren, your body." Darren shook his head slightly to indicate that he was fine. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at the sea in the distance. "That's the direction the Roger pirates disappeared." What a pity, Vice Admiral Garp. He murmured. Garp was silent for a long time after hearing the words, and said slowly. Darren boy, thanks to you. This is the first time this old man has cornered Roger, that guy in the middle of nowhere. I just didn't expect that his pirate ship was actually equipped with such high-speed propulsion equipment. It doesn't matter. Darren smiled. Next time, he won't be able to run away. Marine Commodore was soaking wet. The overwhelming pain and fatigue surged like a landslide, making him almost unconscious again. But he still lay there quietly and steadily, letting the rain flow down his cheeks. Then, slowly and tremblingly, he raised his hand little by little. The wind was fierce and the waves were churning. The torrential rain poured down, and the world was darkened. The increasingly heavy rain washed the scarred hand, and the white finger bones were faintly visible. Tear. The pale thunder briefly dispelled the darkness, illuminating the world. The Marines on the deck, including Garp, Drago, and others, suddenly widened their eyes, as if they saw some horrible picture. A presumptuous, arrogant smile was rising from the corner of Marine Commodore's mouth. I'm alive. He murmured. The bloody hands clenched tightly. Ha 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 ha. After fighting with Gold Roger, I am still alive. The cabin trembled violently in the lapping of the waves. The world is raining heavily. In the light and darkness of the thunder, the broken seagull flag soars and dances wildly. The Marine Commodore who lived like nobody. Laugh out loud. Chapter 21. Although I don't know the reason, after simple sutures and bandages, Darren Commodore's physical condition is already in the process of recovery. In the cabin of the warship, the doctor reported to Garp with a puzzled expression. While speaking, he also sneaked a glance at Marine Commodore, who was lying on the bed with a hanging bottle and fell into a coma again, with a curious look on his face. Darren Commodore's physical strength is something I have never seen before in my practice of medicine. His visceral activity, muscle toughness, and recovery ability are all far beyond the standards of normal humans. However, Vice Admiral Garp, I suggest that after returning to the headquarters, let the military hospital in the headquarters give Darren Commodore a thorough physical examination as soon as possible. After all, such an injury is indeed quite fatal. When the last sentence was said, both the doctor and Garp couldn't help but twitch their mouths at the same time. Fatal wounds. Well, sorry to trouble you, doctor. Garp nodded, then paused, scratched his head again, and added with some embarrassment. That, you know, the old man was just too anxious just now, and he won't really beat you up. The doctor waved his hands with a smile, turned and left the cabin. Garp let out a breath of foul air slowly, and looked at the man on the boat with his arms crossed. Old man, the route has been confirmed, and it will take about 3 days to return to the headquarters of Marine Ford. Drago pushed open the cabin door and walked in. He didn't wear a military uniform, but simply wore a large justice cloak, and the wound on his upper body that was cut by Roger had been bandaged up, seeping Madara's bloodline. Garp said and didn't say anything, just looked at Darren calmly. What's the matter, old man? Drago walked over, stood side by side with Garp, frowned and said. Didn't the doctor say that Darren's injury has stabilized? The old man is thinking about one thing. Garp looked at Darren with a serious face, and said softly. What's up? Why is the old man's son not as good as Darren? Drago. He resisted the urge to curse, forced a smile and said. Darren is really good. He took a deep breath, and a look of emotion flashed in his eyes. When I didn't master Haki, I wasn't sure if I would dare to face Roger's knife. Darag stared at Darren. It's really amazing. North Blue, is there really a monster? Garp laughed. That boy Sakazuki is indeed good. The chaotic sea in North Blue will indeed breed a large number of ruthless guys. Otherwise, why do you think Sengoku put Cake and Jun in North Blue? At least after coming back this time, their childishness is much less. Fortunately, Darren didn't quit at that time. Conqueror's Haki. Garp narrowed his eyes. Seeing his old man scrutinizing a young marine so seriously, Drago couldn't help but say. Actually, I'm not bad, okay, old man. As if he remembered something, he made a starting gesture as if offering a treasure. The index finger and middle finger are close together, the ring finger and little finger are close together, and the 5 fingers are slightly bent at the same time, like a 3-finger dragon claw. This is the latest combat technique I have developed. It is like a dragon's sharp claws that tear everything apart and have a powerful penetrating ultimate move. The pitch-black armament Haki quickly wraps around it, as if giving the dragon's claws an indestructible nail, grabbing hard in the void. Clap! There was a sharp crackling sound in the air. Garp narrowed his eyes, with some approval in his heart, but he said flatly on his face. Well, it's okay, but it's a bit fancy. Stinky boy, you have to understand that as long as your fist is hard enough, there is nothing in this world that can hinder your steps. As he spoke, he gestured with his fist. Drago blushed immediately, arguing. This trick was inspired by Darren. There are countless strong fighters fighting with fists in this sea, and there is only one Garp who may win the title of Iron Fist. Oh! Garp raised his eyebrows, and then laughed with a sudden realization. It turned out to be Darren's inspiration. No wonder, the old man can tell at a glance that this move is extraordinary. If combined with Armament Haki's second burst, it can cause great destructive power in an instant. Drago was stunned. Is this unusual? Didn't you just say fancy show just now? He clutched his heart, turned around with resentment on his face, and walked out of the cabin without saying a word. Garp looked at Drago's resentful back, shrugged his shoulders, sat on the chair, leaned back against the back of the chair, and crossed his legs comfortably. He yawned loudly and closed his eyes. Dragon Claw Fist, really deserves to be my son. The corner of his mouth gradually raised a proud smile. At the same time. Grand Line, a sea area. The sea is calm and seabirds are flying in the sky. Damn Garp! Damn Darren boy! On the rickety Oro Jackson, Roger was as angry as a child, sitting on the ground with a bottle of strong wine in his hand. Rayleigh, who was leaning on the mast, looked at his captain helplessly and pinched his temple. How about the damage to the hull? He looked over to Moon Isaac Jr., a guy with a prominent hooked nose, their ship's scientist. Isaac shook his head and said. The hull was damaged by more than 30%. Although it can still sail normally, it is best to find a place to repair it. In addition, the fuel for the air cannon has been exhausted and needs to be replenished as soon as possible. Hearing Isaac's report, Rayleigh's face became serious. King of the North Blue. This time, since the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, their Roger pirates were in the most passive and disheartened situation. And the most important reason is the marine named Roger's Darren. The method is cruel and shameless. This kind of all-out combat method is simply not like a marine did it. Jabba on the side lowered his head and wiped the double axes, and said something suddenly. As the one who blocked Darren's electromagnetic gun at the critical moment, he is naturally qualified to evaluate. The target of the electromagnetic gun was not the members of Roger's regiment on the deck, but the hull of the Oro Jackson. Regardless of insidiousness, cunning, and shamelessness, that Marine's judgment and action are simply shockingly accurate and decisive. I took a look. I heard that guy is in North Blue. He is a well-known scum, and has long been notorious. Rayleigh smiled wryly. A powerful hero and an insidious scum, when the invincible fist has a sharp brain. This combination is really unsolvable. He and Jabba looked at each other, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Hey, Rayleigh, Jabba, when are we going to land? At this time, Roger, who was flushed and smelled of alcohol, walked over with a hip flask, smiled and put his arms around the necks of Rayleigh and Jabba, and said with a smile. Rayleigh and Jabba both covered their foreheads at the same time. What's wrong? Rayleigh said helplessly. Roger hiccuped, then seemed to think of something, and said through gritted teeth. I'm going to buy a new buckle for my belt, well, plastic. Chapter 22. The wash of the cool breeze was Darren's first perception. The cheerful cries of seagulls seemed to come from far away, mixed with the sound of uniform drills. Darren struggled to lift his heavy eyelids and opened a slit, revealing a blurry bright light in front of his eyes. Am I dead? It hurts. The prolonged coma made his consciousness a little fuzzy. The bones all over the body seemed to be crushed, and the pain in the chest was even more burning, which was extremely unbearable. He lay like this for quite a while before he managed to get used to the suffocation-like pain, panting slightly through his dry throat. I'm alive. He muttered hoarsely to himself. He's alive, he's survived, from the hands of the future One Piece. Darren was lying on a soft hospital bed, covered in blood-stained bandages, with tubes inserted in many places, his face pale as a ghost. But he couldn't help laughing heartily. Although at the last moment of the fall, he, who had already been severely injured and physically exhausted, could not cause the slightest damage to Roger, but at least he recovered some interest. What's so funny? A cold female voice suddenly sounded. Darren turned his head awkwardly, and what came into view was a beautiful and refined face. Her long, wavy black hair was simply tied into a ponytail, and her pair of red phoenix eyes were slightly raised, looking a bit sharp. Of course I'm very happy to see such a beautiful face just after waking up. He looked at Jun with a haggard face, who had clearly been sitting here taking care of him for a long time, couldn't help but smiled and said. Jun avoided Darren's eyes unnaturally, and said with a cold snort. Since you can still talk hooligans, it means you still can't die. Darren laughed. I feel better seeing you, Major Jun. The voice just fell. And me. Ha 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 Darren, are you happy to see me? A rather scribbled face suddenly approached from the side, grinning, holding a peeled and bitten banana in his hand. His face was full of excitement. Darren, do you know? You are a well-known figure in Marineford now. Well, although the reputation is far from my genius, everyone is talking about your name. A new marine star who confronted the legendary great pirate Gold Roger head-on and made the latter suffer a lot. And there's more. That, Major Cake. Darren couldn't resist interrupting Geiji's chatter. Hey? Tell me. Geiji was taken aback, and then moved his face closer to Darren with some concern. After the two incidents of Berndy Waldo and Roger, although Geiji was unwilling to admit it on the surface, he had completely recognized Darren in his heart. Is there something wrong, or should I go to the doctor? Or are you hungry? The doctor said that you must fast for the past few days, after all, your internal organs have a lot of trauma. Could you please move your face away? You're too close. The banana suddenly broke off and fell to the ground. Addition. He blinked. Darren winked at him too. You're just jealous of my good looks. He grumbled indignantly, turned around, went to the corner and squatted down, and gritted his teeth to open a brand new fruit basket. Looking at Geiji's figure, Darren couldn't help laughing. Well, I feel better now. He looked back at Jun again. This is, the headquarters Marineford. He took a quick glance at his surroundings. The white walls, the ceiling fan hanging from the ceiling, the smell of disinfectant and blood in the air, and the various vital signs detection instruments are flashing with light and emitting electronic sounds with a stable frequency. Darren was familiar with such an environment. Jun nodded and said. That's right, this is the military ward of the headquarters. We have just arrived a few hours ago. Darren frowned. How long have I been unconscious? 3 days. Darren was silent for a while, laughed dumbly, shook his head and said in a low voice. It seems that this time I almost played off. Ever since his physique reached 60 points and he obtained a tough physique comparable to steel, he has never suffered such a serious injury. 3 whole days of coma. Sure enough, it's still far behind. He murmured. Facing Roger's evasive sword, if he hadn't burst out Conqueror's haki at the last moment and successfully comprehended armament haki, he probably would have been cut in half by Roger's sword even with his inhuman strength. The most important point is that when others were not aware of it, Darren applied the repulsive force of magnetic fruit to Roger's supremely sharp knife at the moment of Roger's attack, weakening the strength of the attack. After such a comparison, he truly realized that the so-called world destroyer Berndy Waldo was actually far inferior to Roger in terms of personal combat power. And this also shows how terrifying people like Vice Admiral Garp, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion are, who are at the same combat level as Roger and can easily fight with him for days and nights. The apex of the sea. Darren's eyes twinkled with light. Ha 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 ha, Darren, I heard you woke up. At this time, a hearty laughter came from outside the ward. Holding a fruit basket in his hand, Drago pushed open the door of the ward with a smile, and strode in. Darag Rear Admiral. Jun and Cake, who had half an apple stuffed in his mouth, immediately stood up, raised their hands and saluted. Drago waved his hand to indicate that there is no need to be too polite, smiled and looked at Darren and said, "How do you feel? Major Cake and Major Jun are taking turns taking care of you on the way back. You also understand that there are too many wounded people on the returning warship, and the accompanying ship's doctor is already too busy. Me and the old man, well, you know we're not very good at taking care of people." When he said the last sentence, Drago scratched his head embarrassingly. Both he and Garp fell asleep for most of the return trip. "Feel much better?" Darren smiled, and while speaking, he glanced at Jun and Cake, feeling a warm feeling in his heart. "That's good, get well. The opening ceremony of the officer training camp is in 2 days. Such an important occasion cannot be without you, the King of North Blue. Now you are the hottest big shot in Marine Ford." Darag smiled sincerely. After saying this, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and said with a strange expression, "Well, the annoying guy is here, it's your old acquaintance." Darren was taken aback. Steady and powerful footsteps sounded from outside the ward door. Rigid, cold, and standard, the footsteps alone gave off a pendulum-like rigidity. Soon, a tall and oppressive figure appeared at the door. Just standing there, he gave people a solemn and iron-blooded aura. Chapter 23. He wore a straight suit as bright as blood, stepped on black shiny military boots, and the wide cloak behind him swayed gently with his footsteps. Even though he was only in his 20s, the lines and grooves on the man's face were clear and deep, as cold and hard as a steep rock wall, and the shadow cast by the peaked military cap covered his eyes. A suffocating sense of oppression rushed over. S.A. Sakazuki Rear Admiral. Jiuji trembled from the fierce murderous aura, immediately took off half of the apple in his mouth, and hurriedly raised his hand to salute. Jun also gave a military salute. The two of them exchanged a vague look, and they both saw the shock in the other's eyes. "I haven't seen him for just a month, and Sakazuki's murderous intent and momentum have become even stronger." The lingering smell of gunpowder smoke and blood was terrifyingly strong. Sakazuki didn't look at either of them. His gloomy eyes moved slowly, stayed on Drago for a moment, and finally fell on Darren, who was covered in tubes and instruments. Darren met his gaze calmly, and the two looked at each other. "I heard that you were stabbed by Roger and almost lost your life." Sakazuki suddenly spoke. His voice was low, with a steely husky. Darren nodded. "Yes. Is he strong?" "It's just like a ghost." "Did you fight back?" The corner of Darren's mouth slowly curled up into a defiant smile. "What do you say?" Sakazuki paused for a moment. Then his cold and hard face gradually curved. Seeing this blunt smile, Darag's face flashed with surprise. "That BD, Sakazuki, can actually laugh?" Jiuji on the side saw the corners of his eyes trembling. "This guy laughed, as if he had become even more terrifying and eerie. Tick! A drop of red blood dripped from Sakazuki's black leather glove to the ground. Very well, you didn't embarrass North Blue. Darren saw bloodline on the ground, frowned and said. You are hurt. Although Sakazuki in this timeline is only in his 20s, with his monster strength, there are only a handful of people in this sea who can injure him. I just got back from New World. Sakazuki said casually. I fought with that crazy woman Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. As soon as these words came out, the pupils of Cake and Jun shrank suddenly. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, former crew member of Rock's Pirate, formed her own pirate group after the end of the Valley of the Gods War, and continued to expand her power through marriage. Rise up! It is rumored that the woman was born with a powerful body comparable to giants and a very strong body, and her defense is very strong. The blade of the giants was broken by the body of Big Mom, who was only 5 years old. Even a hail of bullets could not add a little scar to her, like a steel balloon. The powerful power she was born with made her a feared natural destroyer in the eyes of countless people. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but glance at Darren. The invulnerable steel body, it seems that this guy also has it. But they also knew very well that Charlotte Linlin was born with the steel balloon body. Darren, on the other hand, has been tempered through countless life-threatening fights, battles, and hell-style training day after day. The two are not the same. Charlotte Linlin. At this time, Drago suddenly seemed to think of something, frowned and said. I remember that not long ago there was news in New World that Charlotte Linlin was planning to marry the prince of the kingdom of Bada. Sakazuki glanced at him and said lightly. That's right, I went to New World to stop the marriage because of this. As a well-known economic power in the New World, the kingdom of Bada is also a production place for many firearms and artillery. Such a strategically important place must not fall into the hands of Charlotte Linlin. Drago looked at Sakazuki suspiciously. With your strength, you are no match for Charlotte Linlin. How can you stop the marriage? Hearing this sentence, Sakazuki raised his eyebrows, and immediately a mocking sneer appeared on his face. At the wedding, a fierce battle broke out between Marine and the Big Mom pirates, and there were countless casualties. Amidst the chaos, His Royal Highness the Prince of the Bada Kingdom was unfortunately affected and died of serious injuries on the spot. As soon as this remark came out, Jun and Cake seemed to realize something, and gasped. Durag's pupils shrunk. Darren smiled. This is really Sakazuki style. Straightforward, direct, cruel, and merciless. There are many ways to destroy the marriage, and he chose the most violent, direct, and easy one. As long as the partner of the marriage is dead, doesn't the marriage fail? Damn! Sakazuki, you are an insult to justice. Durag said angrily. Do you know how much political turmoil you will have if you do this? Also, the most gifted and talented representatives of Marine, Durag, and Sakazuki have always been hostile. Competition among colleagues is one thing, but the most important reason for their differences and conflicts is their attitude towards justice. Drago has long been disgusted with Sakazuki's do whatever it takes to complete the task style of doing things. Sakazuki's sneer grew stronger. Compared to the fact that the entire Bada Kingdom became the territory of the Big Mom pirates and fell into the hands of evil pirates like Charlotte Linlin, what does the life of a mere prince matter? While speaking, more and more bright red blood seeped from the cuff of his military uniform and dripped to the ground. Of course, I will personally explain the accountability of Marshal Kong, and I will fully bear the relevant responsibilities. This is not something you should care about, Durag. Having said that, he glanced at Drago sarcastically. At least my mission is successfully completed, isn't it? It's better than some people who think they are strong but can't even do the most basic escort missions. The last sentence has a clear meaning and innuendo. It made Jun and Cake next to him tremble with fear. In an instant, cold hostility filled the entire quiet ward. What do you mean, Sakazuki? Drago's face darkened, and his clenched fist gradually became blurred and distorted into a hurricane visible to the naked eye. "You know exactly what I mean, I have read the report of your battle." Sakazuki's bleeding arm gradually melted into crimson magma, and the terrifying high temperature made the whole ward glow red with blood. "It's fine that Vice Admiral Garp was dragged down by Roger, but when you fought against Pluton Rayleigh, you were already on the deck of the Oro Jackson." He looks up. The gloomy eyes under the military cap burst out with cruel evil spirit. "With your ability, even facing Pluton Rayleigh, you definitely have a chance to sink the Oro Jackson directly. As long as that pirate ship is directly sunk, none of the Roger pirates can escape." Darag gritted his teeth and said angrily. There were hundreds of Marines on the ship at that time. If the pirate ship is sunk, they will die. So what? Sakazuki sneered, "Dozens of lives, in exchange for the entire Roger pirates. Isn't it a good deal? So the lives of your comrades in arms and subordinates are just chips on the battlefield for you. On the battlefield, everyone is a bargaining chip. Sakazuki, you bloody BD." The anger in the eyes of the two became more and more intense, and a surging killing intent burst out from their bodies. The red and green two streams of air surged out from their bodies respectively, rolling against each other in mid-air, causing the cloaks to fly behind the two of them. The sword is on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 24. These two guys have such a terrifying momentum. Keiki shivered all over as he looked at Drago and Sakazuki, who were facing each other tit for tat and having a fierce exchange of breaths. "Darag, you have been held back by stupid kindness. Even Darren can see this more clearly than you." Sakazuki sneered, and his entire right arm had melted into red magma, bubbles popping out, dripping onto the ground and burning into scorched black pits. "Justice obtained by using the lives of comrades and companions as bargaining chips is not justice at all." Dalag gritted his teeth and said, a raging hurricane spiraling up in his palm. "Sakazuki, you did it wrong from the beginning." Snap! The crimson and turquoise airwaves crushed each other, causing cracks to appear on the floor and walls of the ward. "I said, can you take care of me as a sick person?" Darren said helplessly at this time. He felt a slight pain in his forehead. As soon as he finished speaking, a slow sound of being beaten sounded outside the ward door. "It seems to be very lively here." Everyone was startled and looked at the sound. The tall figure of Porisalino appeared at the door of the ward at some point, with his hands in his pockets, his shoulders leaning against the door frame, and a half-smile on his lips. "Porisalino, Rear Admiral." Jun and Cake saluted at the same time. Porisalino didn't even look at either of them, he just walked in with a smile. He raised his head and looked at Darag and Sakazuki with his eyes behind his sunglasses, his expression full of teasing. "You all look so scary. I wonder what it would be like if we really fought. The confrontation between the strong wind and the magma must be quite exciting." Upon hearing these words, Darag and Sakazuki were silent for a moment, and then invariably put away their respective momentum. All the visions in the ward suddenly disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Although they were filled with anger and wanted to fight with Sakazuki, Dalag, but compared to this, they did not want to be laughed at by the BD Porisalino. Sakazuki and Dalag both felt at the same time. The idea came up. What a pity. Originally I was thinking that I would finally be able to determine who is the first person in the new generation of Marine. Porisalino murmured with regret on his face. Sakazuki and Dalag took a breath at the same time when they heard this, but quickly suppressed their inner impulses. Darren's mouth twitched while lying on the hospital bed. This guy Porisalino really didn't mind the excitement, and he actually started to stir up trouble here. "My head hurts more and more. However, Darren Commodore, your injuries are really horrific. An ordinary person would probably be dead a long time ago." Porisalino turned to look at Darren, stroking the stubble on his chin, looking at Darren's horrific injuries with great interest, and sighed. "What a monster. The military medical department has even submitted an application to conduct research on your body, but I rejected it. Darren glanced at him and smiled perfunctorily. Then thank you very much Porisalino for the Rear Admiral. Porisalino smiled and said. You're welcome. After all, research on this kind of thing has to be left to the Ministry of Science and Technology, right? Darren. Thank you very much. He smiled stiffly. Porisalino waved his hand. We are all colleagues, why are we so polite? My head hurts more and more. It's great. Darren let out a long breath. Then he looked at Sakazuki, Darag, and Porisalino, who each found a chair and sat down on their own, folding their hands on their chests and sitting there without saying a word, and said angrily. I said, 3 Rear Admirals, all of you are running towards my ward, don't you have something to do? Drago scratched his head, frowned and said. It seems that there is something to do. Forget it, I can't remember it. It is probably not important, ha 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 ha. He laughed out loud, then took out a bag of donuts out of nowhere, and started to eat them with a crunch. Sakazuki on the side raised his legs and said with a gloomy expression. Not in a hurry. The answer was crisp and swift, in full Sakazuki style. He fumbled for a cigar, tossed it to Darren, and took another for himself and bit into his mouth. There was a faint red light from the index finger, and he lit the cigar, and then he smoked it on his own. Porisalino took out an armor-cutting knife from his pocket, lowered his head and trimmed his nails, and muttered. It seems that there is something to do. Darren looked at the 3 guys and covered his forehead in pain. Forget it, let's just pretend that they are not here, and I still need to take a good rest. As long as they don't quarrel or fight, it's probably fine. A burst of drowsiness suddenly rushed into my heart, and the fatigue from the serious injury hit me like a mountain in a sea. Darren finally couldn't support his heavy eyelids, and slowly closed his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Darren boy. Are you awake? The old man came to visit you. A thunderous laugh could be clearly heard across the entire corridor, and it came from afar. Soon the door of the ward was pushed open roughly, and Garp, who carried a large half-person high barbecue on his shoulder, walked in with a big smile and his head held high. Come on. Eat some of this. This is the meat of the Sea King's creature. This old man managed to catch it. Hey, why are you guys here? That's right, let's have a banquet. Who is that? Well, Gigi, you go to buy some wine and come back, money? Do you think the old man will be a rich man? Later, you ask Darren to go. Anyway, this is also a banquet for Darren. Come on, let's eat first. What? Kid Darren can't eat yet? Then there's nothing we can do, let's finish eating. The corner of Darren's mouth twitched as he watched the bustling ward full of singing and dancing. In an instant, there was no sleepiness at all. He stared blankly at the grey ceiling and couldn't help sighing. He suddenly missed North Blue. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. The burly figure with short purple hair walked firmly into the meeting room of the Marshal's mansion with firm steps. Zephyr Admiral. The Marine soldiers stationed in front of the meeting room saluted solemnly, with adoration and fanaticism in their eyes. The old man is no longer Marine Admiral. Zephyr smiled, patted the Marine soldier on the shoulder, and walked into the conference room. He randomly found a place to sit down, and quickly frowned. Didn't you say a meeting, Sengoku? He turned his head and looked at Sengoku on the other side. What about the rest? Sengoku sat there, looking at the empty seats in the conference room. A face gradually blackened like the bottom of a pot. He clenched his fist tightly, gritted his teeth and said. This group of bastards. Chapter 25. Where did they go? The meeting room of the Marshal's mansion suddenly shook, and the furious roar of Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku shocked the Marines on duty outside the door. Such an important military meeting. Where's Sakazuki? The matter of New World Bada Kingdom, I haven't settled with him yet. Where's Porisalino? How many matters are there for the upcoming Marine Science Department? And the two bastards, Drago and Garp? They haven't explained the specific details of this attack on the Roger pirates yet. In the conference room, Sengoku's face was extremely livid, and he punched the conference table heavily, staring angrily at the administrators responsible for convening the conference members. Marshal Kong went to Marie Joy's, the Holy Land, to report to the 5 elders, so he handed over the military meeting to him to preside over it, which also allowed him to adapt to the powers and responsibilities of Marshal Marine in advance. This is a military meeting to prove to Marshal Kong that he is capable enough to be Marshal Marine. It is also an opportunity to send political signals to many middle and high-level generals in the headquarters. But this is the first time that Sengoku held such an important military meeting, except for Zephyr, an old man who retreated to the second line. He was the only person attending the meeting. Once word of this gets out, what will the rest of Naval Headquarters think of themselves, the Marine Admiral, the future Marine Admiral? The future Marine Marshal held the highest military meeting for the first time, and the senior leaders of the headquarters were collectively absent. What kind of reasoning is this? Does he still want to save face from Sengoku? How to lead and direct the work of Naval Headquarters in the future? Have you notified them of the specific meeting time and place? Sengoku stared viciously at the few administrators. There is still such a fluke in his heart. Well, they probably didn't receive the notification, so they didn't attend the meeting. In any case, I am Marine Admiral, and this time I presided over the military meeting on behalf of Marshal Sora. No matter how noisy they usually are, they still have to give themselves face on such occasions. It should, that's right. It must be so, right? Several administrative staff looked at the panting Sengoku Admiral with red eyes, and were so scared that they did not dare to take a breath. They looked at me and I looked at you. The last officer with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel hesitated and said, "Well, Sengoku Admiral, the notice of the meeting has actually been sent out in advance, and it has been confirmed that the participants have received the notice." Zephyr's eyes trembled and he looked away, trying not to laugh out loud. Sengoku's face darkened even more. So, those bastards, did it on purpose? A series of ferocious blue veins bulged on his forehead, 2 lines of white smoke spewed out of his nostrils, and his back molars made a crackling sound. "Look for me. Where are they?" Sengoku gritted his teeth and spoke from between his teeth. Immediately. Several administrative staff were shocked and rushed out of the conference room as if running away. Zephyr looked at Sengoku, who was so angry that his head was smoking, and couldn't help laughing. "This is not like you, Sengoku. Isn't it just a meeting? It won't be. Look, although the others didn't come, at least I am here." Sengoku sat down on the main seat and rolled his eyes angrily. "What's the use of you, an old BD who doesn't care about anything, here? It's as if you will help me share some responsibilities." He thought about it, and his tone was a little complaining. "Zephyr, the manpower shortage in the headquarters is getting worse and worse. You also know that Marshal Kong is about to hand over important tasks to me. To be honest, I don't have much confidence." Facing his partner who was once enough to entrust his life and death, Sengoku said these words very calmly, without any concealment. "I need my former comrades in arms to stand by my side." He looked at Zephyr solemnly and earnestly, his eyes burning. "Think about it, how long has it been since we fought side by side?" Hearing the words of his old comrade in arms, Zephyr's eyes flashed with emotion and nostalgia, but it was quickly replaced by a faint disappointment and indifference. He calmly said, "Isn't there Garp here? And Sakazuki, Darag, Polosolino and their new generations have also grown up." Sengoku sighed silently when he heard the words, shook his head and said, "But this era doesn't give us much time. Although the Battle of the Valley of the Gods has long since ended and has completely become history, the shadow of rocks has not dissipated. Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, who is rising rapidly with terror. You also know Garp's BDS character. He doesn't hear the orders of his superiors. Even the old man Kong can't control him, let alone me. As for Sakazuki and the others, although their talents are indeed as powerful as their nickname, they are as powerful as monsters, but they are still far behind the top combat power in this sea. It will take some time before they can truly be able to stand on their own. The Bada Kingdom incident this time is the best proof. If you were here, you wouldn't have made such a big deal. In the final analysis, the problem lies in the high-end combat power available to us at Naval Headquarters, which is not enough. Zephyr fell silent. They'll grow up. After a moment, he slowly raised his head and looked at Sengoku. An overly calm smile appeared on his face. As for me, I'm just a waste that even my family can't protect. Now I'm just a grumpy instructor in the headquarters, that's all. Sengoku, Marine Admiral's important duties should be assigned to others. Seeing the smile on Zephyr's face, Sengoku felt an unspeakable bitterness in his heart. That kind of smile is a kind of smile that is clearly disappointed, but still silently persists because of the responsibilities on the shoulders. He knew it was impossible for him to convince Zephyr. All right, I got it. Zephyr smiled and comforted. Don't worry, it won't be long before our Marines will have a lot more Admiral-level combat power. Sakazuki, Polosalino, Drago, and I heard that there are a few good seedlings in this year's officer training camp. Sengoku put aside the annoyance in his heart, nodded and smiled. That's right, you know Jun and Cake. After North Blue and his party, they have grown a lot. With a little guidance, they will definitely become the mainstay of our Marine. In addition to the two of them, there are two young men who are comparable to Sakazuki and the three of them in this year's officer training camp. One of them was Kuzan, from South Blue, with a monster of talent. What's more, his belief in justice burned like a fire. Oh! Zephyr finally became interested now, and couldn't help his eyes light up. Chapter 26. Burning Justice. Zephyr's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Although in his hands, he has taught such an amazing general star as Sakazuki, and has become the mainstay of Marine, showing dazzling light in different positions and fields. But somehow, Zephyr wasn't happy with any of them. Sakazuki's character is too tough and cruel. In order to complete the task, he will do anything by any means. He is not only harsh on himself, but also on his subordinates. As a result, extreme methods often appear on the battlefield, and all pirates and crimes must be wiped out at all costs. This is contrary to the justice without killing pursued by Zephyr. It is also because Sakazuki is too murderous. After he graduated from the officer training camp, in order to temper his character, Zephyr named the former as his adjutant, hoping to make Sakazuki's justice less extreme by precepts and deeds. It's a pity that Zephyr's efforts didn't get the desired effect. Sakazuki is still going his own way, never repent. In the end, there was no way, and Zephyr could only let it go. Drago's character is the opposite of Sakazuki. Easygoing, tolerant, kind, and sunny, the out-and-out queen of heroes, with her strong personal charm and leadership ability, has won the support of countless middle and lower-level officers and soldiers in naval headquarters. She is the most dazzling under the banner of justice. Meteor. It's a pity that while inheriting Garp's advantage of caring for civilians and subordinates, Drago also inherited Garp's shortcomings. Thick lines, often appearing doing nothing, and often offline to orders from superiors. In Zephyr's view, this is not a good thing. As a Marine, military orders are like mountains. Enforcing discipline is the top priority of the military. It is not a good thing to act according to personal preferences when performing tasks. And it is precisely because of the diametrically opposite personalities and attitudes towards justice that Darag and Sakazuki often have conflicts. Drago couldn't understand Sakazuki's harsh and cruel way of enforcing justice. Sakazuki can't understand Drago's indecisive and rough work attitude. As for Polo Salino, the last mainstay of naval headquarters besides the two of them. Well, nothing to say. The pillar has long been crooked. Every time Zephyr saw Polisolino's wretched smile and his sluggish tone of voice, Zephyr felt that his life's fame was ruined by this BD. He happened to be the first student in his first officer training camp. Thinking of this, Zephyr looked at Sengoku more eagerly and expectantly. Sengoku, tell me about this kid named Kyuzan. Sengoku looked at Zephyr with a half-smile, and joked. You're too obvious. Are you that dissatisfied with Sakazuki and the three of them? Zephyr was taken aback, and smiled a little embarrassedly. That's not true, ahem, you know me, I'm always looking forward to teaching new students. It can't be said that those three bastards have been trained. Sengoku didn't bother to break Zephyr's poor excuse. He knew his old chap's character well. Even if it is a thorny brat who doesn't like it, as long as it is in his hands, he will teach and teach with all his heart without reservation. Sengoku smiled. I've met Kyuzan, who was born in South Blue. He is definitely comparable to Sakazuki and the others in terms of talent. He has a high enthusiasm for justice. It is said that he joined Marine with this ideal in mind from the beginning. Zephyr couldn't help but nodded, and asked again. Then there is another one. Outside of Kyuzan, this year's officer training camp is an excellent candidate. Another one. Sengoku's expression suddenly became complicated when he said this, and he hesitated a bit. Well, there's another from North Blue named Darren. Zephyr's eyes suddenly lit up. Darren? I seem to have heard of this name before. Could it be that the officers in the headquarters have been circulating for the past 2 days, the Marine star who confronted Roger head-on and caused him a big loss? Zephyr, who has retreated to the second line, has long since stopped interfering in any military affairs, and has devoted himself to the education of the younger generation of Marines. Even if he attended some important military meetings, it was nothing more than Kong and Sengoku showing respect to him, so he didn't know much about what happened in the military headquarters. That's right, it's him. Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement. The light in Zephyr's eyes grew brighter. Before graduating from the officer training camp, he has the ability to deflate a big pirate like Roger. As long as he teaches and guides himself, what terrifying potential and bright future will this young man named Darren have? Zephyr couldn't imagine it, as if he felt that he was hit by a golden mountain. But what is certain is that Darren will definitely not be inferior to Sakazuki and the others, even worse. Don't be too happy, Darren is not an easy guy. Seeing Zephyr's expression, Sengoku couldn't help reminding him. Zephyr laughed disapprovingly. No matter how difficult it is there still Sakazuki who can cause headaches? The corners of Sengoku's eyes twitched, and he said sullenly. That Darren was originally from North Blue, and was formerly Sakazuki's adjutant. Zephyr was taken aback, the smile on his face decreased by 3 points, but he still smiled and said. That's okay, Sakazuki's adjutant, it doesn't mean that the philosophy he practices is Sakazuki's. Sengoku blinked. Well, not really. Not only that, seeing Zephyr's confident look, Sengoku suddenly thought of playing tricks. Zephyr smiled contentedly again, I'll just say it. He's tougher than Sakazuki. North Blue was managed like an iron bucket under his jurisdiction. Dozens of allied and non-alliance countries obeyed his orders. There were hundreds of pirates and dark forces slaughtered by him. The blood on his hands is incalculable. Zephyr's grin froze on his face. He maintained a stiff smile a little far-fetched. Even so, since he can run North Blue so well, it at least shows that he is capable, right? Sengoku nodded with a smile and said. Of course. Zephyr breathed a sigh of relief and laughed again. That's fine, the ability is enough, as long as the character passes the test, the old man has the confidence to let him go back to the right path. Of course I believe in your abilities, Zephyr. Sengoku smiled and said. But he is a notorious marine scum in North Blue, greedy for money, lecherous, drunk, gambling, powerful, everything. Zephyr. Sengoku. What's wrong? Can you finish your sentence at once? You really deserve to be beaten like this. You look like a person. Who is Zephyr? Your lieutenant, Polisalino. You fart. Chapter 27. How am I like that BD Polisalino? Sengoku stated that he was quite angry, as if he was very sensitive to this topic. Whether it's character, way of doing things, or execution ability. I am nothing like Polisalino. Tell me, how do I look like that guy? Thinking of Polisalino's usual snarky words and the way he gritted his teeth from time to time, Sengoku was quite angry. Zephyr thought about it seriously, and found that he really didn't find any similarities. Finally, he pondered for a second and said forcefully. You all glow when you use your devil fruit abilities. Sengoku. All right, I dare to take revenge for my teasing just now. Seeing Sengoku's mouth twitch, Zephyr smiled with satisfaction and asked again. But Sengoku, since that kid named Darren has such a bad reputation, why can he still pass the review of the headquarters and become a member of the officer training camp? Because his talent is too strong. When it came to business, Sengoku also got serious. You are obsessed with teaching, and there are some things you don't quite understand. Darren, relying on his contacts, power, and resources in North Blue, has formed an extremely powerful North Blue fleet. Coupled with his magnetic fruit ability, he can make this powerful marine fleet fly to sky. What? Zephyr's pupils narrowed slightly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Flying fleet. As the pillar of justice, the youngest admiral in marine history, Zephyr naturally realized the strategic significance of this term in an instant. That's right, with such strategic capabilities, Darren's personal problems are no longer a problem. Sengoku continued. And in addition to the highly strategic devil fruit ability, Darren's talent is also monster level. While talking, he took out an intelligence document from the side drawer and handed it to Zephyr. It's intelligence about Darren's personal strength. Monster level. Zephyr took the file, flipped through it, and said casually. As the general instructor of the marine training camp, his subordinates have cultivated freaks such as Sakazuki, Darag, and Polisalino. He has seen too many monsters and did not show much surprise. As for the monster, can there be that BD monster of Polisalino? Compared to his devil fruit ability, the monster level talent is nothing. What? Zephyr's eyes suddenly widened like copper bells, and he almost cursed out loud. Comparable to the iron body, the invulnerable iron body. Only by the strength of the body, it is possible to instantly explode at a speed similar to that of shaved. Strong physical resilience, ordinary people can recover from fatal injuries in a few days. With my own groping, I realized armament haki. Looking at the shocking descriptions on the file, Zephyr couldn't believe his eyes. I don't know why, but based on the above description, he made up the image of Darren. It has black horns on its head, hard scales all over its body, its hands and feet are like the claws of a beast, and it is at least 10 meters tall. No matter what, it doesn't match the handsome black-haired young man with fierce eyes in the photo. Seeing Zephyr's bewildered state, Sengoku couldn't help laughing, and proudly said. Now do you understand? Darren is a monster of a monster. And most importantly, Sengoku's eyes were showing off, and he lowered his voice mysteriously. That kid, Conqueror's haki has been awakened. The moment the voice fell, Zephyr's face suddenly changed, becoming unbelievable. Conqueror's haki. As the pillar of marine injustice, Zephyr knows exactly what this Conqueror's haki means. Perhaps in the dangerous and endless sea area of New World, there are countless pirates who have awakened Conqueror's haki, and among those famous pirates Whitebeard, Roger, Golden Lion, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, etc. one counts as one. The pinnacle powerhouse who has mastered the Conqueror's haki winding. Relatively speaking, among the top marine forces, there are only a handful of people who have awakened Conqueror's Haki. Even Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral and Marine Chief Instructor, failed to awaken Conqueror's Haki. Because of this, in his previous military career in the New World, when Zephyr faced Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion, he often suffered a lot because he didn't understand Conqueror's Haki. After all, that kind of weird trick that can kill through the air is too difficult to deal with. Even Zephyr has no way to fight it. He can only rely on the powerful armament Haki, which has been tempered for a long time. And because of such a loss, Zephyr wholeheartedly wants to cultivate similar strong players in the new generation of Marine. But even monsters such as Sakazuki, Polosalino, and Drago failed to awaken Conqueror's Haki, which has to be said to be a kind of regret in Zephyr's heart. And now, there is hope. The terrifying strategic devil fruit, monster-level talents, and the awakening of Conqueror's Haki. The more Zephyr thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He saw the hope, as if he had seen that under his training and teaching, this boy named Darren was like a beast, confronting Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the others to bombard Conqueror's Haki, triggering thunder, causing the world to change color and collapse. Picture. Good. Zephyr suddenly slapped the conference table heavily, his eyes were red, panting heavily, his eyes burst out with astonishing light. Darren, the old man is sure to teach him. After he graduates, the old man will let him come. Etc. Sengoku's face changed slightly, he panicked, and hurriedly said. Don't even think about it. I've made sure that when Darren graduates from training camp, he'll be my lieutenant. The moment Zephyr opened his mouth, Sengoku knew what he wanted. Fart. You already have Polosalino. Zephyr said angrily. It's okay not to mention it, but when the name is mentioned Sengoku gets angry. That Polosalino will be given to you. Whoever you love will take it. If it doesn't work, I will transfer him to Marshal Kong as his deputy. I only want Darren. And Zephyr, don't you forget, Sakazuki, I've already given in by then. Zephyr shook his head like a rattle. No, Sengoku, think about it carefully, Darren is such a good seed, you can't let you ruin it. If you let him follow you, maybe he will become the second Polosalino. Sengoku immediately blushed and said angrily. Polosalino is always like that, so what's none of my business? Besides, you haven't awakened Conqueror's Haki, let Darren be your lieutenant, what can you teach him? He threw his big move directly. When the pain was mentioned, Zephyr's thick neck also turned red, and he slapped the table and said. Your Conqueror's Haki isn't that strong either. With your cowardly appearance, I really don't know how this King's Landing spirit is awakened. That's always better than you. Damn Sengoku, it looks like you haven't been beaten in a long time. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just your tickling armament Haki. Then try it. If you have the guts, hurry up and grow bigger, and today I'm going to screw off the head of that big Buddha of yours. The two gritted their teeth and pushed each other, their faces squeezed together, twisted and deformed. At this time, a helpless voice suddenly sounded. I said that you two guys are so old, did you think it was when you were training in the training camp? A gray-haired but heroic figure pushed the door in, looking at the two of them with black lines all over his head. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Marine General Staff, Crane. Chapter 28. Staff Officer Crane is in her early 40s, but because of the busy staff department and Zephyr and Garp's picks, she can be regarded as part of the administrative functions of the Admiral of Headquarters, and her long hair has turned grey due to physical and mental work. She looked at Sengoku and Zephyr who were gnashing their teeth and struggling into a ball in front of her with a speechless face, pinching her temples with a headache. What are you two guys arguing about? Just because I was a few minutes late in processing the intelligence filing of the staff department, these two bastards started arguing? Zephyr and Sengoku glanced at Crane Vice Admiral at the same time before continuing to wrestle. He was out of breath, his old face was flushed, and his military uniform was torn into a mess. "Don't pull me, Ziahe. Today I'm going to push this guy to the ground and beat him up." "Ziahe, you came just in time. Just stand there and watch with your eyes wide open. I'm about to burst Sengoku's glasses and roast his goat by the way." "Damn! Zephyr! Don't touch my goat. Otherwise Lao Zi will never end with you." "Ha ha ha, do you know you're afraid? It's okay to not move your goat, but Darren must be my lieutenant." "That's absolutely impossible. Besides Zephyr, Darren's character and reputation are very bad. Don't you hate marine scum like him the most?" "Who said that? This shows that he has a lot of room for improvement. Besides, whoever is a marine has no shortcomings. You are shameless." "Fart. Darren's mine anyway." "Not mine. Porisalino is yours." A few black lines instantly floated on Staff Crane's forehead. After listening to their unhealthy trash talk, she finally figured out what the two old bastards were arguing about. It turned out that they wanted to snatch the young man who had been in the limelight recently as their adjutant. But this is also normal. The political genius who brought North Blue into order and built the North Blue fleet possess a monster that is not inferior to Sakazuki's talent. Roger suffered a lot from the first fight, and he is the awakener of Conqueror's haki. Any young man who has any of the above items is a favorite in the eyes of any force, not to mention that King of North Blue Roger's Darren is uniquely endowed with all of the above. Thinking of this, Staff Officer Crane saw that Zephyr and Sengoku were still entangled with rogues, shook his head angrily, and sighed. "I said, it's useless for you to argue here. Garp told me not long ago that after Darren graduates from the officer training camp, he will serve as his adjutant under his command. He farts. He thinks beautifully." Sengoku and Zephyr stopped what they were doing in an instant, and said excitedly in unison. Staff Officer Crane crossed his arms and said with a half-smile. But the reasons Garp gave were very convincing. First, Darren awakened Conqueror's haki, coupled with his tyrannical physique, should be led and taught by Garp. Second, since the disbandment of the Rocks Pirate, the Roger Pirates have been the primary target of our marine. Darren has faced the strength of Gold Roger, and had a brief confrontation with him. After he graduates, let him join Roger in the crusade against the pirates. This makes sense. Hearing Staff Crane's well-founded analysis, both Sengoku and Zephyr had a bad thought in their hearts. Indeed, if Garp asked for someone, I am afraid that the two of them would not be able to grab that guy emotionally and rationally. Even if it was poked at the old man Kong's side, it is estimated that the old man Kong will agree to Garp's request in the end. That being the case, Sengoku and Zephyr glanced at each other and exchanged cryptic glances. Ahem. I don't think there's any point in arguing here. Sengoku thoughtfully helped Zephyr tidy up the messy tie of the military uniform, pretending to be serious. Well, I agree. Zephyr nodded approvingly, and enthusiastically helped Sengoku put on the admiral cloak. As marine executives, we are not some kind of dictator. The seagull of justice symbolizes freedom and peace. It is up to Darren to decide what to do in the end and who he chooses to be his adjutant. That's right, you still have to respect his personal opinion. Sengoku put his arm around Zephyr's shoulders. The two looked at each other with smiles on their faces, secretly reaching a certain tacit understanding. Staff Officer Crane rolled his eyes upon seeing this. With his knowledge of Zephyr and Sengoku, he guessed what these two bastards were thinking in an instant. What about the others? She didn't care about it. She glanced at the empty meeting room, and asked with a frown. The moment the voice fell, a panicked figure walked in quickly. It was the administrator who was yelled at by Sengoku just now. Report Sengoku Admiral. He spoke breathlessly, out of breath. Did you find them? Sengoku's expression darkened again. The administrator took a deep breath and stammered. Found. The people who were supposed to be at the meeting, Rear Admiral, Polosalino Rear Admiral, Sakazuki Rear Admiral, and Vice Admiral Garp, are all in the same place. All in the same place. Sengoku's eyebrows were furrowed. Are these guys all going to the same place for a meeting? What do they want? Yes, Sengoku Admiral. The administrative staff carefully observed the changes in Sengoku's expression, and said in deliberation. They are all in the military hospital. Hospital? What are they doing in the hospital? Is anyone hurt? Sengoku blurted out, and his expression suddenly changed slightly. Sengoku. Zephyr noticed Sengoku's expression and asked. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said. Damn it, Darren fought against Roger, he was seriously injured and unconscious, and he is now in the ward of the military hospital. Zephyr was taken aback for a moment, and then seemed to realize something, and his face changed. They looked at each other, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. The two of them were confused. It's over, Garp got in first. In the final analysis, it is up to Darren to decide who to be his adjutant, so who he has a better relationship with and getting along with him is naturally an important factor in making a decision. It's really insidious, that BD Garp. He didn't even attend the meeting and went straight to the hospital to visit. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Zephyr also clenched his fists in anger. Without any hesitation, the two of them scrambled to the door of the meeting room. Where are you going? There's no meeting. Staff officer he looked at their backs and asked suspiciously. Sengoku's footsteps did not stop at all, and he threw down a sentence without looking back. Go to the hospital. Chapter 29. Sengoku and Zephyr stepped into the gate of the military hospital aggressively, the calm and oppressive aura on their bodies startled the surrounding doctors and nurses. Sengoku Admiral, and Zephyr Admiral and Crane Vice Admiral, why do they look so serious? Is there any urgent military affairs? As expected of the pillar of our marine, this aura is terrifying. The doctors and nurses couldn't help whispering when they saw the two men who were acting resolutely and staff officer he who was following them unhurriedly. Soon Sengoku and Zephyr walked across the corridor towards the advanced ward. But after walking a few steps, they vaguely heard bursts of laughter coming from the ward. Come on! Eat barbecue! Ha 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 ha! Old man, you are too inferior. Is it okay to drink such a little? Fart. Give this old man a full-blown. Gyuji, don't patronize eating. Sakazuki, you keep a straight face all day long, and no one here owes you money. Sengoku stood motionless at the door of the ward, listening to the noise inside, his fists clenched tightly, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. The corners of Zephyr and Staff Crane next to him also twitched, with black lines all over their heads. Banquet. Banquet? After clearly notifying to go to the marshal's mansion for a meeting, Garp and the others actually held a party in the ward? Zephyr took a cautious look at Sengoku, noticing that the veins on Sengoku's forehead looked like they were about to explode at any moment. That. Sengoku. He hesitated, about to speak. Unexpectedly, there was a drunken and indistinct voice from Darag in the ward. Wait, I seem to remember. We seem to have something to do. Garp's voice sounded immediately. Well, it seems that there is such a thing, let me think. After a second. Forget it, I can't remember it, ha 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 ha. It's okay, since I can't remember it, it probably doesn't matter, ha 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 ha. Boom. Sengoku couldn't hold back the anger in his heart any longer, and kicked the door of the ward directly. What the hell are you doing here? He growled with red eyes. Then he froze there. Dead silence fell immediately. The ward was in a mess, with wine bottles scattered here and there. Everyone in the ward froze there. Garp and Darag were drunk, their necks were red, and they hooked each other's shoulders. The former still had a piece of delicious barbecue stuffed in his mouth, while the latter held a bottle of whiskey in his hand. Sakazuki sat cross-legged on the ground with a calm expression, holding a cutting knife in his hand, and in front of him was a barbecue grill burning with charcoal fire. Polosalino sat there with his legs crossed and a smile on his face. Jun's expression was numb. Jiaji held a microphone in his hand, and beside him was a speaker he found from nowhere, and he was still singing passionately, with a heart-piercing expression. The air seemed to freeze. Sengoku. Zephyr. Crane staff officer. Everyone in the ward. You bastards! In the next second, Sengoku's thunderous roar shook the entire military hospital. After a few days. Your body is amazing, as strong as a monster, Darren Commodore. A plump female doctor with blonde hair and big waves put away the medical records and looked at Darren with unconcealable surprise. She had never seen such a case before. In just a few days, the young Marine Commodore's serious injuries had already improved to some extent. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Thank you for the compliment, Dr. Maria. Darren, who had just received a physical examination, picked up his brand new military uniform and buttoned the buttons one by one to cover his wild body covered with ferocious scars. He smiled at the blonde doctor and said, I'm sorry to trouble you during this time. Looking at Darren's masculine smile, Maria's face turned slightly red. She shook her head and said, No, no. Darren Commodore, actually you can just call me Maria. Darren smiled. No, I still like to call you Dr. Maria. He blinked. Hearing Darren's words, Maria thought of the little secrets between the two and those embarrassing gestures, and her eyes became even more ashamed. Ahem. An untimely cough broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Maria followed the sound and saw the figure in front of the renovated door of the ward. The smile on her face suddenly disappeared. She nodded calmly and said, Lieutenant Colonel Jiaji. The corners of Jiaji's mouth twitched. Goodbye, Dr. Maria. Darren smiled and waved to the blonde female doctor who left the ward, then looked at Jiaji who walked in with a sigh on his face, and said with a smile. You've been promoted, Lieutenant Colonel Jiaji, congratulations. Jiaji glared at him angrily and sat down on the chair. By participating in the two operations of Battle against Berndy Waldo and Battle against Roger Pirates, although he and Jun did nothing, they successfully brushed their faces and rose to the next level. It seems like you are having a good time these days. The female doctors and nurses in the hospital are all lining up to help you change your dressing and check your health. He said sourly. Darren glanced at the bruises and swelling on his face, body, and hands, and couldn't help but smile. It seems like you've had a very fulfilling life these days. Jiaji hummed, opened a fruit basket, and started eating. The banquet that day was interrupted by the furious Sengoku Admiral. Everyone went back to write a review and had to accept punishment. Of course, in the end, he was the only one who was truly unlucky. After all, Jun is the god-sister of Commander Tsuru, so Sengoku can't punish her harshly. And how many of them are Darag and Vice Admiral Garp? Are you kidding? They didn't even hold a meeting. Naturally, they wouldn't carry out the so-called punishment and just turned a deaf ear to it. Are you ready? Jiaji said vaguely while chewing on the apple. Darren tied his tie meticulously, took off the cloak of justice on the clothes rack, and said with a smile. It's been a long time coming. The cool sea breeze blew in from the window, and the white cloak behind Marine Commodore danced, and an invisible majesty and momentum also exuded. Jiaji couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that after the battle with the Roger Pirates, the guy in front of him became stronger. Isn't it said that the injury is extremely serious? He muttered. Darren pretended he didn't hear this and just asked. Is everyone else here? Jiaji nodded and stood up from his seat. Just waiting for you. The corners of Darren's mouth curved up, he lit a cigar, took a deep breath with a stern look in his eyes. Then let's go. The 3rd Officer Training Camp has begun. Chapter 30. Naval Headquarters Marineford is the largest military base Darren has ever seen. Under the warm farewell of the doctors and nurses, Darren had just stepped out of the gate of the military hospital and arrived at the central military fortress that was like a mountain and occupied almost half of his field of vision. Grey-black stone walls, towering in size, equipped with huge black heavy cannons on the flanks, it looks like an exaggerated war beast from a distance, slowly opening its bloody mouth, killing all invading enemies. Swallowed up. On the ramparts of the central military fortress, dragons and phoenixes outline the large black characters Justice, which is visually filled with a strong sense of oppression. In front of the central military fortress is a huge oval-shaped military port. Buster Call-class warships several stories high are docked in it. There are also groups of patrolling warships that are constantly entering and exiting the military port. Snow-white seagull flags are so densely packed that they almost cover the sky. Darren immediately glanced around. On both sides of the military port and the military buffer zone, he could see huge forts standing quietly, reflecting the black luster in the sun, making the Marine soldiers patrolling and repairing on the ground look as small as ants. He also saw a lot of Marine guards, and the aura they exuded seemed like they were warriors who had experienced hundreds of battles. See? This is Naval Headquarters. Next to him, Gigi happily smoked a cigar that came out of the gift box in the ward. He noticed Darren's slightly surprised and twinkling eyes and couldn't help but puff up his chest and laugh. Well, although I have to admit that you have indeed trained the North Blue Fleet very well, the most powerful force of justice in the world is still the ground you stand on. No one has ever been able to break into Marineford since Marine was founded. Gigi's face was full of pride, with one hand on his hip, as if he was pointing out the country. He looked as proud as a city man introducing his big city to a country man. This kind of military strength is not comparable to that of North Blue. Hey, what are you thinking about? Seeing Darren's unmoved look, just quietly squinting at Marineford, Gigi asked dissatisfiedly. Oh, nothing. Darren suddenly came to his senses, smiled and replied casually. I was just wondering if there was any way I could capture Marineford. Don't even think about it. Wait, what did you say? Kaji turned to stare at the Marine Commodore with a confused look on his face. Just kidding, just kidding. Darren smiled and raised his hands to show his innocence. Come on, Gigi, isn't the training camp about to start? Gigi glanced at him suspiciously, and after pondering for a second, he couldn't help but ask. If it were you, could you do it? Darren's footsteps stopped. If I were to lead the North Blue Fleet and use the flexibility of the North Blue Fleet to conduct airstrikes around areas with dense artillery fire. Air raid? What does that mean? Gigi interrupted Darren and asked with confusion on his face. Oh, I almost forgot, airstrike means large-scale airstrike. Darren explained. For people in this world, their understanding and knowledge of forms of war is still at a very primitive and rough level. The lack of air military power means that the concept of airstrikes does not exist in their minds. Not to mention the various military tactics derived from the concept of air combat. Oh, that's it. Oh no, I mean, I already knew it, I just forgot and couldn't remember it. Gigi raised his nostrils to the sky and said. So what? Darren didn't expose this face-saving guy, he just stroked his chin, thought carefully for a few seconds, and said slowly. If Polo Salino and Drago can be dragged by other methods. I am 30% sure that I can blow up the important military facilities in Marineford to the point of paralysis, and I am 10% sure that the island will be flattened. Well, I knew it was impossible. What? Gigi stared at Darren in astonishment, exclaiming as if he had seen a ghost. Ha, just kidding. Darren blinked and patted Gargi on the shoulder. This is the center of the world's righteous forces, how could it be captured? After speaking, he turned around and strode towards the training camp. Are you kidding? Gigi stared blankly at Darren's tall back. The morning sun shone on him like a sharp sword, but cast a large black shadow behind him. Even with the word justice on his back, it seems a bit serious, and serious for no reason. Jiaji raised his head in a daze, staring at the sky. The sky is as blue as washing, with white clouds curling up, and white seagulls soaring through the sky, making cheerful calls. In Jiaji's mind, a picture suddenly appeared. Like war dragons in the sky, warships like iron bumps slowly poked their heads out from behind the snow-white sea of clouds. Accompanied by a cold order, the artillery fire dragged the long tail flames and poured down on the land of Marineford like a storm, until the endless flames engulfed his figure. Lieutenant Colonel Kaji! Lieutenant Colonel Kaji! Darren's voice interrupted Jiaji's trance. His eyes were in a trance for a moment, and he saw Darren standing not far away, showing himself a smile that was not a smile. "Aren't you in a hurry to go to training camp?" Jiaji gave a sudden shudder, followed subconsciously, and replied. "That's right." But his body was filled with chills. Although this guy said he was joking, but he always felt that when he was thinking just now, he was serious. Darren ignored Jiaji's strangeness, observing the environment and analyzing strategic significance. This is his personal habit. After all, as an admiral in charge of military affairs in a sea area, his thinking habits will be more inclined to practical and warlike, which is also the way of thinking he has cultivated over the years. Seeing a magnificent military base, the first thought of ordinary people is FK, it's so awesome and spectacular, but for a character who is really good at using soldiers, his thought will be, if it were me, would I have how to capture it? Darren believes Sakazuki definitely had the same thought when he left North Blue to set foot on land in Marineford for the first time. In less than 15 minutes, Darren and the preoccupied Jiaji passed through a large military zone and arrived at the edge of the military zone. They stopped in front of a closed construction zone. The simply repaired gate is connected to the ivy-covered wall. In front of the gate stands a huge stone slab with a sentence branded on it. "All glory and life to justice." Signed by Zephyr. Chapter 31. The warm golden sun is falling from the sky, and the ivy on Madara's mottled wall trembles slightly, looking verdant. The steel under the sun exudes a deep and broad meaning, making people's hearts peaceful. "I heard that our class is the last elite officer training camp." Jiaji had already recovered a little bit at this time, consciously snuffed out the cigar in his hand, looked at the words deeply imprinted on the stone tablet in front of him, and said slowly. "Mr. Zephyr has already applied to the headquarters. After our graduation, the Marine Military Academy will be established to expand the enrollment scale, so that we can better train more mid-level officers for the naval headquarters." Darren also snuffed out his cigar. Although he is a person who doesn't like to follow the rules, some things have nothing to do with the rules. It's a good idea. During the few days of recuperating in the military hospital, Darren certainly couldn't just play a small game with Dr. Maria, he didn't forget the business. During the communication with the doctors and nurses, he also more or less inquired about the situation of the headquarters. Combined with the intelligence and data collected in North Blue before, he had a general understanding of the military and political personnel system of the headquarters. Learn. Unlike the timeline in the original plot, at the end of 1492 in the Sea Circle calendar, the golden generation of naval headquarters had not yet grown up. In order to obtain relatively free authority so that he can chase Roger all over the sea, Garp has repeatedly refused to be promoted to admiral. Zephyr, who was disappointed with Marine because of the loss of his wife and children, retreated to the second line and devoted himself to the education of Marine's next generation. Sakazuki, Drago, and Polosalino are only in their 20s and 30s, and they are still in a period of rapid rise in strength, and there is still a distance from the top combat power of the sea. In the original plot, the mainstay supporting the naval headquarters' middle-level combat power, such as Hwashaishin and other future naval headquarters elite vice-admirals, some are still in the training camp, some are still rolling at the bottom, and some are not even Marine. Did not join. It can be said that this period of time was the period when Marine's combat power was at its weakest. Even the other 5 extant vice admirals besides Garp and Crane were basically boiled by relying on years of accumulated military achievements and qualifications. Lack of the ability to truly stand alone. Zephyr, who is the general instructor of Marine, obviously noticed the problems of naval headquarters, so he put forward the suggestion of creating a military academy and expanding the scale. And Darren, who understands the plot, knows very well that Zephyr's decision is undoubtedly extremely accurate. It is precisely because of such a decision that Zephyr has cultivated the brightest golden generation in history for Marine, achieved a great Marine era, and promoted Marine to become the overlord of the world in one fell swoop. Of course, it was also the golden generation who dug his grave and buried him in the end. I have to say that things in the world are indeed full of irony. Allah, I've been waiting for a long time, and finally it's here. At this time, a lazy voice suddenly came from behind the stone tablet. Jiaji's face changed slightly, and he watched the tall figure slowly walking out from behind the steel with vigilant eyes. The distance is so close, and I have never discovered that there is someone hiding here? Who are you? He subconsciously looked at Darren next to him, but found that the latter's eyes hadn't changed at all, and he had clearly spotted this guy in advance. Black curly hair, wearing a baggy white shirt on the upper body, with an indescribably lazy temperament on his body. Excuse me, is this Brother Rogers Darren from North Blue? The King of North Blue who fought side by side with Vice Admiral Garp and confronted the great pirate Gold Roger. The black-haired young man glanced at Jiaji with a vigilant look, and his eyes fell on Darren without stopping. Darren smiled and said, "The rumors are true, and my name is Rogers Darren, too." The moment the voice fell, the indifference and laziness on the face of the black curly-haired youth disappeared instantly, and excitement quickly appeared on the face visible to the naked eye. "Ha ha 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 ha! It really is you! Slay the big pirate Berndy Waldo, face to face with Gold Roger, you are so handsome Darren." He walked up quickly like a fan meeting an idol, the excitement and longing in his eyes seemed to be burning with raging flames. "By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kuzan, I'm from South Blue, and I'm about to join the 3rd Officer Training Camp for training. The short-term goal is to graduate from the training camp as a chief. As for the long-term goal..." He clenched his fist, waved it in the air, and proudly said, "My dream is to be Marine Admiral, a hero like Vice Admiral Garp." The voice is loud and full of confidence. The air suddenly became very quiet. Quack quack. Several crows flew overhead. The corners of Jiaji's mouth twitched wildly. This person, why is he like an idiot? He couldn't help complaining in his heart. Looking at the guy in front of him who was full of energy, Darren couldn't help rubbing his temples, and there were a few black lines floating on his forehead. Yes, he recognized this uninvited guest blocking the way at first sight. The future Marine 3 Admiral, the guy who insists on lazy justice. Kuzan. Although he already knew that this guy still insisted on burning justice and joined the Marine Officer Training Camp in the same class as himself, but he didn't expect to find out that Kuzan in this time period would be like this after he got in touch with him. Passionate. "Nice meeting, Kuzan." He said something indifferent. "Well, hello Kuzan, my name is Jiaji, and I'm a well-known talent from Naval Headquarters." Jiaji also recognized Kuzan's identity at this time. As a future classmate, he took the initiative to express his kindness, stepped forward, and stretched out his hand. "I'm sure you've heard of my name, right? I'm also the man who once confronted Berndy Waldo and Gold Roger and got away with it, The smile on his face froze suddenly. I saw that Kuzan didn't pay attention at all, just walked past him, walked forward carelessly, and hugged Darren's neck enthusiastically, with a warm and expectant smile on his face. "So Darren, it's true that you've given Roger a hard time." The corners of Darren's eyes twitched, a little unaccustomed to Kuzan's enthusiasm. He broke free from Kuzen's grasp calmly, and said perfunctorily. Well, sort of. Jiaji withdrew his hand that was hanging in midair embarrassingly, and couldn't help but whispered in a sour tone. He just ripped off Roger's pants. Unexpectedly, when Kuzen heard this sentence, a star-shaped light suddenly burst out in front of his eyes. Really? To tear Roger's pants off, it's so cool. Addition. Darren. Chapter 32. Walking through the gates of officer training camp, Darren somehow has an extra follower. Kuzen looked like a little fanboy, closely following in Darren's footsteps, sighing sincerely beside him from time to time, his eyes shining. I heard that during the campaign against the Ward pirates, you faced the big pirate Berndi Valdo alone, right? Also, I heard that you have assembled a powerful fleet that is invincible in North Blue. This is so handsome. Facing the fanatical Kuzen, Darren had a headache and could only perfunctory every sentence. I made a decision. Kuzen rushed forward suddenly, stopping Darren's footsteps. He raised his hand, pointed at Darren with his head held high, his eyes seemed to be blazing with fire, his thick lips raised a smile full of fighting spirit, and he clenched his fists heavily and said, Darren, from today onwards, you are what I, Kuzen, believe, the opponent of my life. Are you ready to meet my burning fighting spirit and justice? Darren. Addition. The corners of Darren's mouth twitched. Looking at the youthful and passionate Kuzen in front of him, he felt that his life in the officer training camp would not be too peaceful. The officer training camp has not been officially expanded into the Marine Military Academy, and the number of Marine officers who come here to train each time is also very small, so the internal area is not too large. Darren, Kuzen, and Jiaji quickly found the school grounds. It was noon, the sun was scorching in the sky, and yellow sand was flying in the school grounds. Even the sea breeze could not dispel the sweltering heat in the air. A dozen Marine officers of various sizes had already come here ahead of schedule. Some of them lowered their heads and wiped their sabers, some were gearing up, some remained silent, and some smoked silently in the shadow of the tall wall. The arrival of the three of Darren quickly attracted their attention, and there were whispers. It's him, right? Roger's Darren. Rumored to have killed Berndi Valdo's king of the North Blue. It does look very strong. Such an aura. The Marine officers stared closely at the tall figure walking in the forefront, with different expressions, each with their own thoughts. Who are those two guys next to Darren? Do you know them, Dalmizia? Someone asked a young officer in a military cap and Madara's dog-spotted face. Dalmizia said slowly. The guy in the brown hat is Jiaji, from the headquarters, very talented. As for the yawning guy with curly black hair, I don't know him. Do you know Huo Shaoshan? His name is Kuzen, he's from South Blue like me, and he's a monster. The young man with a square face named Hua Shaoshan and a cropped head smiled authentically, with a lighted cigar in his mouth. Even though the outline of the face is very rough, it gives a gentle sense of security when he smiles. It's unbelievably strong. He was selected by the headquarters to enter the training camp. A monster. The gloomy man wiping his saber not far away raised his head when he heard this description. His skin was dull and lustrous, his eyes shot out a cold fighting intent, and his long reddish-brown hair was incomparably messy like a spider's 8 legs. Ghost Spider, take it easy, this is not West Blue on vacation. The speaker was a young man wearing a military cap with cross scars on his cheeks, and there were wisps of teasing smiles hidden in his stern eyes. No matter how leisurely West Blue is, it's better than your weakest East Blue, Doberman. Ghost Spider said coldly. Doberman sneered. If you are not convinced, you can fight again. I guess you didn't have a good fight yesterday, did you? The Ghost Spider sneered and said. Forget it, I'm not interested in the weak. As he spoke, his fierce gaze moved away from Kuzen and slowly fell on Darren. While the officers who also participated in the training camp looked at Darren and the three of them, Darren also briefly observed everyone present. Although their appearance is at least 20 years younger than the images that appeared in the original plot, their overall characteristics are quite recognizable. The one with Madara. Dog skin is Dalmatia, the Zoan canine fruit Madara. Dog form ability user, the future Marine Elite Vice Admiral, who once severely damaged the Sun God with a shave and finger pistol on the battlefield above. With a short cut and beard, a cigar chewed, a simple smile and a gentle temperament, Huo Xiaoshan is the future Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. He took care of the Chief of Staff Crane in the Summit War. He was strong and gentle, and was a role model for many young Marines. He was one of the 5 Vice Admirals who participated in the Nice Lobby Buster Call and participated in the Buster Call mission twice. The one with long reddish-brown hair and a grim expression is the Ghost Spider. Future Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral has a brutal personality. He doesn't care even if he hurts his subordinates when performing missions. He is one of the 5 Vice Admirals who participated in the Buster Call plan and will become a well-known hawk and Marine in the future. The one with the scar on his face is Doberman, the future Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral. In the later stages of the Summit War, he cooperated with Akainu to pursue one of the 2 Vice Admirals of the Whitebeard Pirates. His personal style is very tough. After the Summit War, even when faced with the red-haired request to stop making a fuss about the dead Whitebeard and Ace, Doberman directly angrily rebuked the 4 Emperors' redhead. Apart from these few, Darren couldn't recognize the other officers. After all, there is not much introduction to Marine in the original plot, but what is certain is that those who can pass the department's review and selection to enter the officer training camp will definitely become the backbone of Marine in the future. Unlike the large-scale enrollment in later generations, the early officer training camps recruited the best of the best, and were truly the cradle of generals. Hey, Darren, Kuzan. They seem to be looking at us a little bit wrong. Standing next to Darren, Jiaji always felt like sitting on pins and needles, feeling uncomfortable in the face of those gazes. The eyes full of fighting spirit, really make people's blood boil. Kuzan adjusted his sunglasses, and grinned with thick lips, full of energy. Jiaji rolled his eyes, he ignored Kuzan, a hot-blooded young man, and turned to look at Darren. Darren waved his hand and said with a smile, Jiaji, take 2 steps over there. Oh, what's the matter? Although Jiaji was puzzled, he still followed suit. Is this enough? Take 2 more steps. Good. Do you still feel uncomfortable now? Now it's all right. Jiaji was full of surprise. What happened? Darren said calmly. Because they only looked at me and Kuzan, not you. Addition. Ha 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 ha. Little guys, are you all here? At this moment, a loud and bold laugh came from the entrance of the school grounds. Everyone stood up one after another, adjusted their military caps, put away their sabers, and looked in that direction solemnly. The yellow sand was unwinding and flying, and a tall and burly figure walked towards them slowly through the yellow sand with steady and powerful steps. He has short purple hair, bronze skin, and knotted muscles that bulge out of his military uniform. He wears a pair of black sunglasses, and an admiral cloak with golden wheat ears hanging from the epaulets is flying in the strong wind. A calm and stern majesty and momentum rushed towards his face immediately. Former Admiral of Headquarters, Zephyr, Marine code name. Black Arm. Chapter 33. With the entry of Zephyr, a group of Marine officers on the school field spontaneously formed a simple square formation. Darren noticed that Jun came to the position behind him and lined up in silence. He smiled faintly. Soon, Zephyr came to the front of the queue. Looking at the general instructor who is as imposing as a mountain in front of him, the Marines puffed up their chests at the same time and raised their hands in salute. Teacher Zephyr. No matter how brilliant and rebellious they were before they came to the headquarters for training, but facing this legendary Marine, the ex-Marine Admiral who cultivated each monster. All heartfelt and sincere tributes. Not bad. Very energetic and imposing. Zephyr looked at the young and proud faces in front of him, looked at the eyes full of hot light, and smiled with satisfaction. Every time he sees such positive young people constantly struggling and embarking on the path of justice under his guidance, his heart will be filled with indescribable pride and joy. And this is why I still chose to stay and coach after I was disappointed with Marine. In some unknown corner of his heart, Zephyr is very clear that the satisfaction of raising the next generation can slightly dilute the grief and trauma in his heart. Thinking of this, Zephyr adjusted his sunglasses and spoke slowly. Before the training camp officially starts, I first want to congratulate you. His voice was low but powerful, echoing in the empty school grounds, clearly entering the minds of every student. Congratulations on your official admission to Naval Headquarters Officer Training Camp. There was a mellow smile on the corner of Zephyr's mouth, and all the students present also laughed. You are all Marines from all over the world, some from the peaceful East Blue, some from the rich West Blue, and some from the chaotic North Blue. Before that, you all had different identities. Some were the highest officials holding military power in a sea area, and some were ordinary Marines. You guys have come a long way to come to this place. The old man knows it's not easy. You should be proud of yourselves. Hearing this, the students couldn't help but straighten their chests even more. Darren noticed Cuzin's eyes light up and his fisted hands were shaking with excitement. But Zephyr's words suddenly changed and became stern. All of the above are officially over at this moment. You must forget all your past identities, honors, and achievements. In this training camp, you are nothing. From now on, you have to reshape your life. You're going to have the best and worst year of your life here. You will be constantly pushed to the limit of your body on different levels. At the same time, on the roof of a building in the distance of the school grounds, 3 tall figures lined up, standing side by side. The white cloak representing the authority of the headquarters rear admiral fluttered in the wind behind the 3 of them. It's a new beginning. Polo Salino looked at the scene in the distance with his hands in his pockets, smiling authentically. Now that I think about it, it was a really good time. There was a touch of emotion in Drago's eyes, and then he smiled again and said, but this is the 3rd time, and Mr. Zephyr's manuscript has not been revised. Polo Salino shrugged. I just don't know this year, who will be the chief. It's a pity that we couldn't compete for the real chief last time. He glanced at Sakazuki and Drago seemingly casually. Sakazuki didn't speak. He took a deep look at the crowd on the school grounds, then withdrew his gaze and turned around. Oh? Why don't you stay and see the result? I heard that the boy named Cuzin has the same talent as us monster. Porosalino looked at Sakazuki's back with some surprise as he turned away, and asked. It's not necessary. Sakazuki didn't stop. Who doesn't have the title of monster? There's no way he can beat my lieutenant. After the indifferent voice fell, Sakazuki's cold back disappeared from the eyes of the 2 people. It's so heartless. Porosalino scratched his head pretending to be helpless, and then turned to look at Darag. What do you think, Darag? Darag pondered for a moment and said slowly. That guy named Cuzin, I've read his information, and it's really good. Without Darren, he would definitely be able to overshadow everyone else with his crushing ease. Porosalino smiled and said. This is such a pity. Open your eyes and look around you, and say hello to your current competitors and future colleagues. On the school field, Zephyr's opening speech has come to an end. Everyone remained attentive. Whether you succeeded or failed in your past life, whether you were brilliant or lonely, whether you were strong or weak, none of this matters. Because from the moment you stand in front of me, the starting line of your life has been reset again. I will give everything I have to teach you what I have learned in my life, without reservation. This is a stage that belongs only to you. As for whether the final result is good or not, that will be decided by you. Finally, before the training camp officially begins, I have to ask you a question as usual. Who among you wants to quit? If you want to quit, you can say it now. Zephyr raised his head and glanced across the faces of everyone present. The 15 students all met his gaze with firm eyes. There was a training camp spot that countless Marines were fighting over to get, so it was naturally impossible for them to withdraw voluntarily. Zephyr smiled happily. Very good, then I will announce. He took a deep breath and his voice echoed throughout the school. The 3rd Elite Officer Training Camp of Naval Headquarters is officially launched. Next, in accordance with past practice, new students will have a random duel to determine the top 5 spots in the training camp based on their strength. Jiaji raised his hand at this time and said curiously. Teacher Zephyr, are there any rewards for the top 5 seats? Zephyr shook his head and said. No, in terms of teaching resources in the military academy, all students are treated equally and there is no bias. He grinned and continued with interest. But the list of the top 5 seats itself is the biggest reward, isn't it? As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone present suddenly lit up with a blazing fighting spirit. Yes, the top 5 seats itself is the biggest reward. They are all elites and geniuses carefully selected by naval headquarters from all over the world through layers of selection. Everyone has their own pride and confidence in their hearts, and naturally they are not willing to lag behind others. For a Marine, honor is the best reward. Among a group of elites and talents, win the top 5 seats. Even the identity of the chief. Chapter 34. Chief. Although this ranking does not have any real reward, for the Marine present, it is much more precious than any reward. After all, they are already members of the training camp. It can be said that they have already half-stepped into the door of general-level officers. They will definitely be the backbone of naval headquarters in the future. What they lack is fame and fame. If you think about who the previous training camp chief was, you will know the value of this. The 2 chiefs of the 1st officer training camp are tied, Polo Salino, the current naval headquarters Rear Admiral, Sakazuki, the current naval headquarters Rear Admiral, both are known as monsters. Chief of the 2nd officer training battalion, son of the hero Monkey D. Darag, currently naval headquarters Rear Admiral. If they can win the chief position in the training camp, they will naturally have a reputation that is on par with these 3 people. Even if he didn't win the 1st place, since there are rankings ranging from 2nd place, 3rd place, to 5th place, who would be happy to see himself unnamed on the list. Those who can participate in the officer training camp are all geniuses and elites from various Marine branches around the world. In addition, they are only in their early 20s, which is the time when they are young and frivolous. Thinking of this, the Marines present all cast their eyes on Darren and Kuzan, looking around from time to time, their eyes full of provocation. Then let's draw lots now. Zephyr had a clear view of everyone's expressions and eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. He took out a bunch of small pieces of paper wrapped in balls from his arms and spread out his palms with thick knuckles. There are 15 of you in total. There are 7 numbers from 1 to 7 in these 15 notes. 2 people with the same number are drawn for a duel. A total of 14 people will participate in the first round of duel. And this also means that one person will get a buy in advance directly. Everyone had no objection to this. After all, luck is also a part of strength. This is true in peacetime, and even more so on the battlefield. On a battlefield filled with bullets, a shell might fall right next to you and explode. Who are you going to find reason for? Darren, I hope I can fight you in the first round. Kuzan clenched his fists and said excitedly to Darren. Darren smiled, me too. He is still very curious about Kuzan's strength. The current Kuzan is not the Marine Admiral with pervert strength in later generations, and his strength is in a period of rapid rise. Maybe this is one of the few times when you can be bullied. Jiaji next to him clasped his hands and muttered in a low voice that only he could hear. Don't hit Darren, don't hit Darren. He hadn't forgotten the scene when he and Jun were tortured to death by Darren, ABD at North Blue. It doesn't matter if others don't know, but Jia knows very well how ferocious this madman is when he fights. Just like a ferocious beast. Thinking of those unbearable beatings, Jia shivered. He suddenly caught a glimpse of Kuzan, who was doing warm-up exercises with feverish eyes, thought for a moment, and then added. Don't draw Darren and Kuzan, don't draw Darren and Kuzan. What a joke, if you meet these two guys in the first round, you will be eliminated directly. How embarrassing it would be once word got out. The genius of our department, Your Excellency Jia, was eliminated in the first round? No, absolutely not. Jia walked forward tremblingly and hesitated for a long time before choosing a small paper ball from Zephyr's hand. Don't draw Darren and Kuzan, don't draw Darren and Kuzan. He muttered softly as he unwrapped the paper, making the corners of Zephyr's mouth twitch. I gotta buy. Jia suddenly raised the note in his hand high, on which the character 8 was written impressively and clearly. His face was full of excitement, and the corner of his mouth smiled almost to the root of his ears. It was quiet. In an instant, pairs of eyes turned to Jia, leaving him stunned. Plus. Ahem. The corners of his eyes twitched, and his smile disappeared as if changing his face. His expression became extremely serious. Well, I mean, it's a shame. Jia put his hands behind his back, his eyes were full of sighs and emotions, and a face full of stories emerged with sighs. I thought I would be able to play against masters like Darren and Kuzan in the first round, but now it seems that I can only wait for the next round. He looked at the others, with the cloak fluttering behind him, his eyes staring. Come on everyone, I'm in the next round, waiting for you. Everyone. Zephyr. Jun held his forehead in pain. Darren's mouth twitched. Lieutenant Colonel Jia. At this time, Kuzan walked to Darren's side with a face full of surprise, and his eyes were fixed on the golden shadow of the cold river state, and his eyes burst out with admiration. It's so handsome. Darren, Jun, Zephyr. Soon, the results of the lottery will come out. With the addition of buys, he advances directly. Kuzan drew number 1 and his opponent was former East Blue Marine Admiral, Naval Headquarters Colonel Doberman. Jun drew number 2 against Lieutenant Colonel Mozambia of West Blue. For Mozambia, Darren has a little impression that this unlucky guy was manipulated by Doflamingo in the Shishibukai meeting, and attacked Vice Admiral, the headquarters of other Marines. His strength ranks very low in the Vice Admiral level. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Darren also slowly unwrapped the paper ball in his hand. The number on it is 5. Number 5, it seems your opponent is me, Darren Commodore. A deep voice sounded from behind. Darren turned around, and what he saw was a strong young man in a cloak, a saber on his waist, and Madara with some dog fur. Dalmazia, Naval Headquarters Lieutenant Colonel, Grand Line, future Marine Vice Admiral. I've heard your name before. The man who can kill the world destroyer Berndi Waldo, the existence of the so-called monster. I really want to know how far I am from you. How far is it? Dalmazia stared at Marine Commodore with burning eyes, and a pair of eyes gradually changed. The black pupils squirmed slowly, turning into yellow-brown canine vertical pupils. Along with this change, a wild breath emanated from his body. Darren was unmoved, and smiled calmly. You won't be disappointed, Lieutenant Colonel Dalmazia. Okay, now let's officially start the duel according to the order of numbers. After making sure that everyone has found their opponent, Zephyr said loudly. In a duel, you can use all weapons, devil fruit abilities. There are no restrictions by any rules. The old man hopes that you can go all out. Zephyr raised his hand. Race 1, Kuzan vs Doberman. Get out. Chapter 35. As Zephyr's powerful voice fell, the Marines spontaneously made way for an open space. Allah, the first scene is me. It really makes people's blood boil. Kuzan smiled and strode into the middle of the clearing. Zephyr squinted at Kuzan, a smile playing on his lips. This kid always gives people a lazy feeling, but when he encounters something of interest, he will show his excited and fanatical side. Two obviously different temperaments, but perfectly blended in him. I'm really motivated. Zephyr murmured inwardly. It is a practice to rank the top 5 seats through duels in the training camp. On the one hand, it stimulates the students' competitive mentality, and on the other hand, it is also a good opportunity for the instructor to observe the students. Students can get to know each other in the competition, and the instructor can see their strengths and weaknesses more clearly, and teach them in accordance with their aptitude in the future. At this time, Doberman with a scar on his face also stepped out of the crowd with a stern face, staring at Kuzan coldly. My goal was originally Darren. I wanted to see with my own eyes how strong the so-called king of the North Blue is. After all, during this period of time, I have heard his name too much, and I am even a little tired of hearing it. Gone. But now it seems that if I want to fight Darren, I can only deal with you first, Kuzan. Before coming to the headquarters for training, Doberman was the highest officer in the East Blue Sea area and served as the Admiral of East Blue. As one of the admirals who belonged to the whole world, he had heard of Darren's famous name a long time ago. To a certain extent, Darren, the Admiral of North Blue, was outstanding, which put him under a lot of pressure and made him feel strongly dissatisfied. Although Darren once successfully defeated the big pirate Berndy Waldo, and retreated from the fight with Gold Roger, he has already proved his strength. But Doberman doesn't think Darren is really that strong. After all, Sengoku Admiral and Polo Salino Rear Admiral also participated in the battle against the Ward Pirates. For the confrontation with Roger, Vice Admiral Garp and Durag Rear Admiral were also present. Who knows what the real situation is like? Only in a real fight. Even if you lose, you have to lose convincingly. I'm so sorry, Darren is my opponent. Kuzan scratched his head with some annoyance, showing embarrassment. Then I won't be polite. Doberman slowly pressed the handle of the saber at his waist, and his body sank slightly. Following his movements, the aura emanating from Doberman's body suddenly became thick and serious. The wind blows the yellow sand, and the snow-white cloak flies up. Dobman's right foot is forward, his left knee is bent, and his figure presents a posture with a tight bow and ready to go. Kuzan narrowed his eyes. Such a beautiful sword-drawing posture. Jun's eyes lit up. Want to solve the battle with one move? Darren smiled deliberately. Everyone fell silent, watching this scene with breathless concentration. None of them want to miss any detail. After all, no matter who the result is, the winner of this duel will become their competitor. No one will miss the opportunity to grasp the intelligence of competitors' combat power. The air gradually became oppressive. Suddenly, the yellow sand danced up. Doberman's figure pounced like a cheetah, at a speed too fast to distinguish with the naked eye. A flash of brilliant knife light suddenly exploded. In an instant, his aura changed from thick to sharp, and unceasingly tough. The level of this knife seems to have the sharpness of a swordsman cutting steel. Laugh. Exaggerated cuts appeared on Kuzan's shoulders, but no blood spurted out. Wisps of crystal-clear ice crystals fluttered up, reflecting the brilliance of the sun, and were quickly annihilated in the strong wind. Doberman's figure appears behind Kuzan. He stared blankly at his frozen saber and palm, feeling a bit unacceptable for a while. The other Marines present were also dumbfounded watching this scene, their pupils constricted. Logia. Is that ice? This is too incomprehensible, it's impossible to win. No, look at Doberman's hands and knife, they are all frozen. This, could it be? They looked at Doberman's hand and knife, their faces gradually becoming horrified. The knife-drawing technique itself pursues the ultimate speed and explosiveness, and the whole body's power is poured into one knife to maximize the damage. Doberman's knife made full use of the characteristics of the knife drawing technique. With such a sword drawing speed, even if Kuzan has Logia demon fruit power, the elementalization of the fruit ability alone will never freeze his hands and sword. There is only one case where it can be done. Kuzan successfully captured the trajectory of Doberman's knife, and when he cut his body, he actively displayed the ability of elementalization. To do this, you must have excellent dynamic vision, neural reflexes, body speed, and good control over Devil Fruit's abilities. Monster! It is indeed a monster. All the Marines were speechless. So strong. Jiaji also murmured a little confused. He roughly simulated in his mind if he were Doberman, and soon his face collapsed. There is no chance of winning at all. Even if Kuzan doesn't use the Devil Fruit ability, he can't be that guy's opponent. What a fast knife! At this time, Kuzan scratched his head and sighed softly. At the knife mark on his chest, inch by inch of ice crystals continued to diffuse, and finally returned to normal. Stop joking! Doberman gritted his teeth. He stood up slowly, turned around, and the ice crystals on his palms and saber shattered and shook continuously. It's really a monster, crushing in all directions, so powerful that it makes people desperate. Doberman put the saber into its sheath, shook his head, looked at Kuzan with complicated eyes, and after a moment of silence, he said sullenly. I lost, thanks for your instruction, Kuzan. Kuzan gave him a hearty smile and gave him a thumbs up. Your sword is also very powerful. Doberman was startled, and then an unknown fire burst out of his chest, and he felt that Kuzan was laughing at himself. But when he met Kuzan's sincere and enthusiastic eyes, he was immediately stunned. This guy seems to be serious. Some words, uttered by certain people, sound like yin and yang, and they just need to be beaten. And the same words, said by the hot-blooded young man Kuzan at this time, would appear sincere. Doberman pursed his lips, and finally shook his head and smiled wryly. It's not a shame to lose to a monster. However, I will catch up with you. His eyes quickly hardened. Kuzan grinned and said. I am waiting for you. Doberman smiled wryly again. This guy is really annoying. Seeing this scene, Zephyr, who is an instructor, also nodded with satisfaction, and then announced loudly. Match 1, winner, Kuzan. The second duel begins now. Jun vs Mozambia. Get out! Chapter 36. After finishing the words, Jun nodded towards Zephyr and walked out of the crowd. Tall figure, long black hair like a waterfall tied into a neat high ponytail, slender waist, and long legs, wearing a pair of black military boots, the overall look has a heroic beauty. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. He. Did you see that? That's my childhood sweetheart. Jun is about to agree to my confession and be my girlfriend. Jiaji leaned over to Kuzan's side with a piggy expression on his face, and said with a straight smile. Really? I don't believe it. Kuzan scratched his head sincerely. She is very indifferent to you. The smile on Jiaji's face suddenly froze. Compared to Jun's conspicuousness, her opponent, Mozambia, seemed mediocre. His dark skin was slightly tanned, he had short dark grey hair, and there was a hideous scar on his left face. Admit defeat, I don't kill women. Mozambia stared at Jun indifferently, and said coldly. Jun didn't speak. She calmly pressed the handle of the knife hanging on her waist, and slowly drew out the long knife. The friction between the famous golden knife and the scabbard made a sharp hissing sound. The slender blade reflects a dazzling luster in the sunlight. At the moment when the sword was drawn, Jun's aura suddenly changed, becoming colder and sharper. Mozambia's complexion changed slightly, and he felt that the pores on his back stood up instantly. This breath! He gritted his teeth, and the figure suddenly rushed out from the spot, drew out his saber and clenched his hands tightly, and slashed towards Jun's beautiful cheek. The strong wind quickly approached, blowing the ends of Jun's black hair in a mess. Facing this powerful and heavy knife, there was no wave in her eyes. Everything in front of her eyes seemed to disappear at this moment. Countless battle scenes flashed quickly in her mind, and finally all of them condensed into the appearance of a black-haired man. Clang! The saber was firmly resisted by the famous golden sword. The blade was only 1 centimeter away from Jun's forehead, but it could no longer penetrate an inch. Mo Zambia's pupils shrank. His own slash was blocked so easily. So slow. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a cold voice. The wind suddenly rises. Wisps of silver light continued to emerge, rapidly zooming in before his eyes. How can it be? Mozambia's creepy exclamation sounded. Then, a cold shout came out. A moon-shaped vast slashing sword light instantly engulfed his figure. Mozambia's tall body was like a spray in a stormy sea in front of the roaring sword light. It was thrown flying and fell heavily on the ground tens of meters away. He struggled to stand up, knelt on the ground on one knee, and looked at the figure not far away with disbelief. The saber made of fine steel in his hand shattered into countless pieces, leaving only the handle. There was no sound on the school field. Everyone stared at this scene dumbfounded. Some couldn't believe their eyes. Although Mozambia's strength among their group of officers is not at the forefront, it is still in the middle. But he lost so completely. Spike. If his opponent is a monster like Kuzan, it can be explained. But his opponent is Jun. Jun's strength has become much stronger. What exactly did she go through in North Blue? Dalmizia whispered with disbelief on his face. He worked in the headquarters before and knew Jun. But the strength that Jun showed at this moment is much stronger than when we met last time. In the middle of the school field, Jun himself quietly looked at the famous sword in his hand. The resounding blade reflected her slightly astonished expression. It turns out, I have become so much stronger without knowing it, she murmured. When she was in North Blue, she had only one opponent, and that was Darren. So when she faced Mozambia's attack just now, the figure of Darren attacking her subconsciously appeared in her mind. Compared with the despair when facing Darren, the powerlessness of being crushed in all directions. In her eyes, Mozambia's attack was full of loopholes and extremely slow. It's so easy, it's really weird, but that Mozambia's attack is too slow and too weak. Jiaji stroked the stubble on his chin, and said in a deep thought. Hearing his grunt, Darren smiled. The special training I gave Jun and Cake was hell level. After all, Sengoku sent them to North Blue, and he also planned to let himself take care of them. High-intensity fighting, physical confrontation, and relentless pressure, coupled with the amazing talents of the two of them, which are different from ordinary people. The speed at which Jiaji and Jun's strength rose, even Darren himself was shocked. It's just that since they left North Blue, they haven't had the chance to fight with all their strength. They are facing such powerful enemies as legendary pirates like Berndy Waldo and Roger. Naturally, they can't compare their progress in combat power. This is one of the laws of this world. The classification of combat power levels is actually not obvious. Regardless of the absolute crushing situation, the outcome of most battles and fights can only be known after a real fight. Winner, Jun. Zephyr directly announced Jun's victory. Jun put the knife back into its sheath, gave a military salute to Mozambia, turned around and walked into the crowd. Mozambia gritted her teeth, stood up unwillingly, and saluted as well. The next game. The duel between numbers 3 and 4 was quickly decided. The winners are South Blue Admiral, Marine Colonel Hwashaishan, and Marine Lieutenant Colonel Gumir from the Grand Line. There are also many remarkable things in these two battles, which made Zephyr nod frequently. Hwashaishan and Gumir are both masters of swordsmanship. The former's swordsmanship is thick and reveals a kind of decisive violence, while the latter's swordsmanship is more steady and has very few flaws. Next, the contestants in the 5th round, come out. Zephyr announces the start of the next duel. Darren vs Dalmizia. The moment the voice fell, everyone present was shocked. Rogers Darren, North Blue's king, the new marine star of Berndy Waldo's crusade against the great pirate. They have already heard too much about the thunderous name. And at this time, they will see this man's attack with their own eyes. So, does it really deserve its name, or is it a vain name? Ghost Spider said coldly. A person who can be recognized by Vice Admiral Garp will never be weak. Hua Shaishan had a generous smile on his face. Let's wait and see, it's a pity that I was eliminated. Doberman said helplessly, wiping his saber. In the eyes of everyone firmly focused. The man from North Blue slowly took off the snow-white cloak behind him and walked to the center of the school field. Following his actions, everyone present fell silent. The atmosphere became solemn. A faint sense of oppression spread like a tide. Here we come. He really deserves to be my recognized opponent. It's so cool. Kuzan's eyes burst into a fiery light. Jiaji hid behind Kuzan, muttering twitchingly at the corner of his mouth. It's coming, it's coming. This feeling, the school grounds should not be demolished by him. Chapter 37. Nice aura. Darren, kid. Standing on the edge of the school field, Zephyr crossed his arms, squinted his eyes half closed under the sunglasses, and looked at the black-haired Marine standing in the middle of the school field, with a satisfied smile on his lips. Although he has probably learned about Darren's combat power information from the files submitted by Sengoku, but intelligence is one thing, and Zephyr is more used to observing a person's ability in person. However, if the records on the file are correct, Zephyr's body tensed slightly. I have to be ready to save people at any time. In the school grounds, the scorching wind blew up the yellow sand. Darren and Dalmizia were 10 meters apart, looking at each other from a distance. Darren, are you ready? I know you just got out of the hospital today. Dalmizia asked in a deep voice. Darren smiled. It's okay, come on, it won't waste any effort anyway. Marine Commodore's overly flat tone angered Dalmizia all of a sudden. Then don't blame me for being rude. I saw him roar like a wild beast, and his body suddenly changed astonishingly. His body was visibly raised and burly, and the muscles of his upper body were bulging, tearing the military uniform. On the bronze-colored skin, fur with a Madara dot pattern grows rapidly, and the nails on the 10 fingers of both hands grow long and extremely sharp. The skeletal shape of the legs also changed astonishingly. The 2 feet broke through the military boots and stepped on the ground vigorously, turning into the thick hind legs of a canine animal. Zoan, dog fruit Madara dog form animal type. A primitive and wild breath emanated from Dalmizia's body immediately. It turned out to be like this. Darren murmured softly. As Dalmizia changed from a human form to a beast form, in Darren's life magnetic field perception, the former's life magnetic field strength increased by at least 30%. Is Zoan Devil Fruit's overall increase in physical fitness? It's really enviable. Among the 3 varieties of Devil Fruit Logia, Zoan, and Paramecia, only Zoan's Devil Fruit can directly enhance the physique and melee fighting ability of the capable person. To some extent, Zoan is indeed the fruit most suitable for those who are strong in body arts. Before Darren could finish speaking, Dalmizia had already moved. With his knees slightly bent, a shallow pit suddenly appeared on the ground under his feet. Fragmented rocks splashed up, and Dalmizia's figure flew out from the spot like an agile cheetah. The speed is extremely fast, and there are even after images in the eyes of everyone. What a speed! As expected of Zoan's demon fruit power. Like a hunting beast. The Marine's eyes lit up and they couldn't help applauding. In an instant, Dalmizia's figure had arrived in front of Darren. The sharp claws raised high, shredding the air and grabbing towards Marine Commodore's chest. Laugh. The expected sound of tearing flesh and blood did not resound, but instead came the piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. Dalmizia's pupils shrank into thin needles in an instant, and his face was horrified. The military uniform was torn apart, and his sharp claws, which were strong enough to pierce rocks, actually drew a spark on the skin of Darren's chest. Not only Dalmizia, but also the Marines present had incredible expressions, and they couldn't believe their eyes. That guy, only with his physical defense, he easily blocked Dalmizia's attack? What is his body made of? Steel? Zephyr's eyes lit up even more, his heart beat wildly, and he clenched his fists hard. It is true. The intelligence is true. Darren, this brat, has actually cultivated his body into a man of steel. The speed is okay, but the strength is a bit weak. Darren stood there motionless, making a comment with a smile. This is impossible. Dalmizia gritted his sharp fangs heavily, his eyes quickly filled with bloodshot eyes. His hands were stabbing out at an extremely fast speed, covering Darren's figure like a storm. Hound teeth, piercing. Dang bang bang bang. It was as if dense bullets were constantly hitting Marine Commodore's body, making a dull sound, and the military uniform on his body was pierced with holes one after another. Damn! Your body! Dalmizia let out an unacceptable roar, and his figure jumped up in the air, his thick waist twisted, and his powerful whip kicked heavily on Darren's neck. Boom! Ripples in the air immediately appeared, but Darren's head was only slightly tilted. Dalmizia's pupils trembled. The people present widened their eyes even more. Don't you understand? I can kill Berndi Valdo, of course there are factors of external forces. Resisting the strength of Dalmizia's whip leg, Darren slowly turned his head and stared at the former with disdain. But that doesn't mean I don't have enough strength. Boom! He raised his hand and grabbed Dalmizia's foot. Dalmizia's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, he felt the world spinning violently in front of him, and the world turned upside down at this moment. The whole person was thrown out heavily by the Marine Commodore. Under the terrifying throwing force, Dalmizia's figure flew hundreds of meters in mid-air, and slammed into the wall of an abandoned military fortress like a shell. The military fort suddenly shook, and a pothole exploded in the solid wall. Dalmizia's body was embedded in it, and a bloodstain spilled from the corner of his mouth. But his eyes were fixed on the Marine Commodore in the distance, and Zoan's beast instinct made him feel an unprecedented sense of threat. Now, let me show you, the real power and speed. I saw Darren said something lightly, tearing off the broken military uniform with one hand, like an elegant knight, his knees slightly sank, and he gave a light salute. A scene that horrified everyone was staged. The moment the night ceremony was over, the ground with a radius of 30 meters under Darren's feet collapsed, and then a huge column of muddy sand 10 meters high exploded. At this moment, the ground on the school field seemed to be rumbling, making everyone a little unsteady. Next moment, a tall figure blasted the mud column like a shell from a giant heavy artillery, and arrived in front of Dalmizia in the blink of an eye. Marine Commodore's momentum soared, like a madman. A huge fist wearing a black leather glove raised high. Kakashi covered his eyes twitchingly. Everyone looked horrified. Kuzan's eyes burst into a frantic light. Dalmizia's pupils vibrated violently, and his heart seemed to stop beating in front of this overwhelming sense of oppression. An indescribable fear of death welled up in his heart, making his scalp tingle. The violent wind blows towards the face, and at this moment, the whole world seems to disappear in Dalmizia's sight, only the meteor-like fist is left, which keeps expanding at a frightening speed. Darren! Zephyr's cold shout exploded in the distance. One punch fell. Boom! Fist wind brushed past his ears. There was a muffled sound from the solid wall behind him. The whole world is quiet at this moment. Dalmizia stood there dumbfounded, panting heavily. Sunlight casts down from the sky. What came into view was Marine Commodore's grim, sinister face with a smile on his face. Then, Dalmizia, please give me your advice in the future. Darren said something with a smile, then retracted his fist and turned around. Next second, in everyone's horrified, shocking and frozen eyes. Boom! A huge fist pit suddenly appeared in the center of the military fortress, piercing through the entire building, forming an empty and exaggerated hole. Then, abandoned military fortress 20 meters high. It collapsed. Chapter 38. Rumbling. In the dead silence, the sound of the collapse of the military fortress was so deafening. The torn walls and the architectural structure of the military fortress were completely shattered, and even many black steel bars inside were twisted and sunken, turning into countless chaotic rocks and collapsing to the ground. The swarming waves of dust covered half of Dalmesia's figure, blowing the cloak behind him. He stared blankly at the tall Marine Commodore's back. His expression became extremely complicated. His back was wet with cold sweat at some point. The other Marines present still maintained a dull expression, with their mouths open and their eyes widened. They hadn't recovered from the horrible scene just now for a long time. I don't know how long it has been. Monster! Doberman grunted and swallowed his saliva, only to find that his throat was as dry as if it had been scorched by fire. He remembered that he had said brazenly that he wanted to fight Darren just now, and he couldn't help but feel the burning pain in his face. The others also looked at each other with slightly pale faces, and they all saw the bitterness and astonishment in each other's eyes. It's not on the same level at all. I was in the same training camp with such a monster. Is this a joke? Now I believe he can fight Berndi Valdo. It's so powerful that it's not like a human being. Giagi shook his head and sighed, comforting them. It's okay, just get used to it. That guy is not a normal person. As if recalling some tragic experience, he couldn't help grinning. Everyone fell silent after hearing his words. Only Kuzan's eyes were still shining, and he walked to Darren's side excitedly, and said excitedly. That kind of strength just now, and your physique, how did you cultivate it, Darren? It's so cool. Darren patted the dust off his body and said with a smile. Compared to your devil fruit ability, mine is nothing. Kuzan clenches his fist. It's really worthy of being the opponent of my life. I'm looking forward to fighting with you more and more. Okay, the winner of this match is Darren. Zephyr came over at this moment, the smile on his face couldn't be controlled. There was satisfaction in Darren's eyes. Exaggerated strength, iron physique, terrifying explosive power. If such a good seed, if he masters the powerful Haki under his own teaching, he will be a beast in human form. Darren boy, you are very good, and the control of power is also very good. Zephyr was not shy about his praise. Darren smiled modestly and said. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. Zephyr waved his hand, looked at Dalmesia who was a little lost, and encouraged. Dalmesia, you don't have to be too discouraged. I have seen your performance just now. Whether it is the use of Devil Fruit's ability or the timing of the shot, it is very good. In time, you will definitely be able to become Marine mainstay. When Dalmesia heard the respected teacher Zephyr praise himself, the depression in his heart immediately dissipated a lot. He raised his hand and saluted. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. I will definitely work hard in the future. What about me? What about me, Teacher Zephyr? Giagi also asked excitedly. Zephyr glanced at him. Well, you're not bad either. Good luck. Addition. Let's start the next duel. Zephyr announced sharply. Soon two Marines came out of the queue. After seeing Darren's shocking combat power just now, the next battle seems a bit boring. Only monsters can fight monsters. All the Marines had the same thought in their hearts. In less than 10 minutes, the first round of the duel was completely over, and Zephyr announced the list of the quarterfinals. Kuzan, Lieutenant Colonel, South Blue. Jun, Lieutenant Colonel, from Naval Headquarters. Hua Shaishan, rank of Colonel, Admiral of South Blue. Gumir, Colonel, from the Grand Line. Darren, Commodore rank, Admiral of the North Blue. Ghost Spider, Colonel Rank, Admiral West Blue. Stolo Berry, Colonel, Grand Line. Gagey, rank of Lieutenant Colonel, from Naval Headquarters. Listening to Zephyr read out the names one after another, the corresponding people suddenly stepped out of the queue and stood in front of Zephyr with their heads held high, lined up in a row. The sun shone down and sprinkled a thin layer of golden sand on their youthful and passionate faces. The stars are so bright. Darren swept across their faces one by one, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional in his heart. Except for myself, the jumping in line traverser, the 7 people present were all Vice Admiral, the well-known headquarters of the Marine camp in later generations. They either take charge of a branch of the Grand Line and guard a sea area, or they are stationed at naval headquarters and conduct important military operations such as Buster Call. And Barry, the double swordsman Hostolo Barry with an overly long skull and a long beard, once served as Porra Salino's adjutant, hunting down the Sun Pirates. Zephyr also looked away from the faces of the 8 of them proudly, and said with a smile. After the first round of duels, now you all have a certain understanding of each other. Then, let's continue to draw lots to decide who will be in the second round of the duel. As he said that, he took out the ball of paper drawn by the lottery and spread his hands. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and then stepped forward one by one. Don't draw Cusin and Darren, don't draw Cusin and Darren. Gaka grunted and picked up one. Must draw Darren, must draw Darren. Cusin's face was full of excitement. Others looked at these 2 middle school guys with black lines all over their heads. Soon, the list for the second round of duels came out. Game 1, Gake vs Stolo Berry. Game 2, Jun vs Gumir. Game 3, Cusin vs Ghost Spider. The fourth game. Darren slowly put away the note numbered 4 in his hand, and looked up at the cropped man with a generous smile. It seems that my luck is not very good, I actually ran into you. Hua Shaishan scratched his haircut, and smiled helplessly. As he spoke, he pulled out a cigar and handed it to Darren. The specialty of the local tobacco plantation in South Blue. It's definitely not as good as the ones you smoke, but it's very strong. Give it a try. Darren glanced at the low-quality cigar without a trademark in Hua Shaishan's hand, and his big rough hands covered with cat and dog scratches, and suddenly laughed. Good. He took the cigar. The fourth showdown. Darren vs Hua Shaishan. Chapter 39. After a brief conversation, Darren took a few steps back to make room for the 2 in the first duel. He withdrew his gaze from Hua Shaishan's figure, and glanced at the cigar in his hand. The cigars are so ordinary that they don't even have a label, and they look like inferior goods from tobacco plantations. It had been a long time since he had smoked such an inferior cigar. Logically speaking, Hua Shaishan, as the admiral who holds the command of South Blue Marine, can live a better and better life than others, even if his means of making money are not as good as his own. But he doesn't seem to. Although the military boots are polished, it can be seen from the wrinkles on them that they have been worn for a long time. The military uniform was clean, but it was obviously washed white. Thinking back to the rumors I heard before. In the 4 sea areas of East, South, West, and North, Naval Headquarters has set up 4 admirals in total to command the military power in the sea area and maintain law and order and peace. North Blue, which he governs, is the most chaotic. Although East Blue is the weakest, although East Blue Admiral Doberman was eliminated by Cusin in the first round, his strength is undoubtedly at the upper level in this training camp. West Blue is the richest, and the Admiral of West Blue, the Ghost Spider, deters pirates with a cold and tough attitude. As for South Blue Admiral Hua Shaishan, he is famous for being strong but gentle. He loves his subordinates, and even distributes his military salary to those who are injured or killed in battle. He is a role model for many young Marines. Is it a really good Marine? Darren suddenly smiled, bit the cigar in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep puff. Inferior tobacco burns into thick smoke, which irritates the throat extremely pungently. Like a warm and mellow spirit. He squinted his eyes, looking contented. Game 1, Gage against Stoloberry. Zephyr said loudly. At this time, he also lit a cigar for himself, and he was obviously in a good mood. Stoloberry stepped out of the crowd with an indifferent expression, staring at the figure of Gigi blankly, holding the double knives at his waist with his left and right hands at the same time, and drew the knives out of their sheaths. He turned out to be a rare swordsman with 2 swords. I saw that he was holding a knife in his right hand and a knife in his left hand, posing an attacking posture, and a faint cold breath spread out. Gigi, it seems that you are unlucky this time. There was arrogance in his tone. Come on, let me see what you learned at North Blue. As soon as this remark came out, everyone present suddenly realized and turned their attention to Gigi. In the first round of the duel, the extra count was directly by. In other words, none of them present had seen Gigi's shot, and had no way of knowing the latter's combat power. But Jun, who went to North Blue to work with Cake, showed a strength far beyond the past, which made everyone curious about Cake. But when everyone's eyes fell on Gigi's body, the corners of his mouth twitched, and several black lines floated on his forehead. There's really nothing we can do. I saw Gigi took out a brown hat out of nowhere, the brim of the hat was pressed down, and the shadow covered most of his face. With his hands in his pockets, he assumed a bleak posture, and the gust of wind engulfing the yellow sand made his cloak flutter endlessly. Gigi sighed softly, and said in a low voice. I originally wanted to get along with you as ordinary people, but what I got in return was alienation and disdain. From the looks of it now, I can only show you the true nature of this genius. Boom! Jake shuddered suddenly, jumped up from the spot, and his hat fell to the ground. The bullet blasted a crater at his feet. Hurry up, don't waste the old man's time. Zephyr said angrily, the barrel of the pistol in his hand was smoking. Hi, Teacher Zephyr. Gigi smiled submissively, and trotted all the way to the field. Everyone. The corners of Kuzan's eyes twitched. Jun turned his head away and covered his forehead with his hand. Darren sighed and rubbed his temples. The two faced off at a distance. Gigi took a deep breath, sank his knees, and kept looking at Stoloberry in front of him, with a thin layer of cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Stoloberry is a naval headquarters colonel, a rank earned for real combat prowess. He was a Grand Line man with a lot of combat experience, unlike himself growing up in Marineford. Although his strength seems to have improved a lot during this period of time, he lacks actual combat comparisons, and Gigi really can't estimate his own level. Facing an opponent like Stoloberry, Gigi had no idea. But fortunately, I had a bye in the first round, and I was able to make it into the top 8 anyway, which is not a shame. Hope Darren's BDS special training helps. Gigi muttered in his heart. Stoloberry in front of him has already launched a rush attack. There was a muffled bang, and the figure of Stoloberry, holding 2 knives, flew out like a gust of wind. Just when the distance between the two sides was less than 5 meters, his figure leaped high, his swords overlapped, and he slashed towards Gigi from top to bottom in an unstoppable posture. At this moment, the world in front of me slowed down. Gigi was visibly taken aback. So slow. Captured by his sight, the trajectory of Stoloberry's double knife seems very clear. What is the reason? It's Stoloberry who has become weaker? No. You have become stronger. Gigi reacted belatedly. As if instinctively, he took a half step back, turning his figure to one side. Bang! Laugh! The 2 sharp knives that missed struck the ground, cutting a 10-meter-long incision into the ground and sending up billows of dust. Stoloberry was obviously stunned for a second, and his pupils shrank. Escaped. So relaxing. I completely saw through the traces of the slash. So strong. The Marines watching the battle all around exclaimed. Zephyr's eyes also lit up. How can this be? Stoloberry gritted his teeth, twisted his right foot forward, and pounced forward again. The overly long swords waved countless sharp phantoms in his hands, cutting slender sword marks on the ground and completely covering Jiaji's figure. Then an incredible scene happened. Jiaji was seen retreating, dodging the oncoming slashes crookedly. His steps were stumbling as if he would be struck at any time, but each sword missed his body with a narrow margin. Everyone was even more shocked to find that as time went by, Jiaji's evasive movements became more and more skillful and light, and in the end he even made various faces from time to time, baring his teeth and wanting to be beaten to the extreme. Ha 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 ha! Did you see it? This is the true strength of my genius Jiaji. Jiaji laughed proudly, made a sliding shovel, and leaned back to avoid Stoloberry's horizontal knife swing. Too slow. It's so easy. You can see it clearly. Compared to Darren's pervert cruelty, this guy's attack is almost like a child fighting. Noticing the shocked and astonished looks of everyone, Jiaji felt extremely happy in his heart, and the villain in his heart laughed wildly with his hands on his hips. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the torture he had received in North Blue, the pain of being pressed to the ground and rubbed to death. It's so worth it. Come on, come and kill me. Jiaji bared his teeth and smiled, raising the corners of his mouth with his hands and making a grimace. Faced with such ridicule, Stoloberry, even though his face was paralyzed, couldn't help but burst into anger, his eyes red. The two swords were crossed in front of his chest, Stoloberry roared, and his figure exploded out like a cannonball. But his attack was still in vain. Jiaji easily avoided his slashing attack. The moment the two people passed each other, Jiaji suddenly stretched out his right foot. Boom! Stoloberry, who tripped and lost his balance, fell forward and flew out, looking disgraced. Ha 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 ha! Remember, the person who beats you is a genius. Jiaji put his hands on his hips and burst into laughter. Then he raised his head and scanned the crowd with an expression of invincible loneliness. You all need to be more ambitious, strive to make me shine, and work hard to become stronger to please me, okay? Everyone. By the way, can we challenge him directly? I don't know why, but I want to beat him up. Doberman said coldly. Me too. Ghost Spider pressed the handle of the saber. Take me with you. Dalmatia's eyes trembled and her fists clenched. I'll come too. Mo Sanbia gritted his teeth. Others nodded with deep understanding. This group of competitors suddenly became enemies with the same enemy. Zephyr twitched the corner of his mouth and announced the result directly. The winner, Count. Only then did Jiaji walk down with great satisfaction, walking as if he didn't recognize his relatives, his nostrils pointing to the sky, not looking at the road at all. Then he accidentally stepped into a pit. Boom! A dog came directly to chew the mud. Two wooden clogs flew out, and the hairy legs were dangling in the air. Everyone was taken aback. An expression appeared on his face at the same time. Well, the weather suddenly got better. Chapter 40. Under the hateful eyes of everyone, Jiaji rubbed his face and left the stage with clogs. Second match, Jun vs Gumir. As Zephyr's resonant voice fell, Jun and Gumir jumped to the center of the school field vigorously at the same time. After briefly exchanging glances, they drew their swords at the same time and fought towards each other. Keng keng keng. The sound of swords colliding sounded one after another, bursting out a string of sparks. It's just that in the eyes of everyone, Jun's swordsmanship and fighting ability are obviously better than Gumir's. Combined with the extra performance just now, their eyes couldn't help flickering, and they all looked at Darren, who was watching the battle with a smile on his cigar. Anyone can see it. The reason why Jun and Cake's strength has improved so exaggeratedly is because of the King of North Blue. The duel was over in less than 3 minutes. Gumir, who was retreating steadily, was caught by Jun, and the saber in his hand was chopped off. While retreating hastily, a famous golden knife was already at his throat. The cold and sharp breath on the tip of the knife made Gumir's skin goosebumps. I lost. He showed a helpless wry smile. Jun sheathed his knife and said in a deep voice. Thank you for your advice. The winner. Jun. Zephyr announced the result, and everyone did not express much surprise. Next up is the third match. Kuzan vs Ghost Spider. The voice fell. Kuzan, who couldn't wait, said excitedly, finally it's my turn. I surrender. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded, and the expectant smile on Kuzan's face suddenly disappeared, and his face collapsed. Everyone opened their eyes and looked. The ghost spider with a gloomy temperament and a ferocious expression met their gazes and said calmly. I lack the means to pose a threat to Kuzan. Before mastering armament haki, Logia demon fruit power, is invincible. The Marines present pondered for a moment, and they all agreed with Ghost Spider's point of view. Zephyr looked at the Ghost Spider and said in a deep voice. Are you sure you want to give up directly, Ghost Spider? He frowned subtly. Retiring without a fight is not a good habit for Marine. The Ghost Spider replied blankly. I understand what you mean, Teacher Zephyr. Even if there is a 1% chance and possibility of winning, I will not give up. But I do not have. His eyes did not dodge in the slightest. There is no point in making a move for a battle whose outcome is already doomed. So that's the case, the old man understands. Zephyr was silent for a second, a smile slowly forming on his face. You can stick to your beliefs, the old man is very pleased. He didn't try to persuade him any further. As a teacher, what needs to be done is not to forcefully change the student's mind, but to guide him on the right path. He doesn't like the practice of forcibly changing students by saying for your own good. The most important point is, Zephyr has a certain understanding of the Ghost Spider's resume and personality. Colonel Marine, who used bloody and tough methods to destroy pirates in West Blue, is definitely not a coward. It's just that the justice he believes in is relatively realistic, and his actions and handling methods appear more rational and calm. Then, the winner of the third match is, Kuzan. There was a burst of congratulatory voices, but Kuzan himself was listless, like an eggplant beaten by frost. He sat on the ground without posture, holding his head frantically. That's too regretful. Seeing this, Zephyr smiled and shook his head, announcing the list of players for the final battle. The last match, the final duel to determine the final four. Darren vs Hwashaishan. After the words fell, everyone couldn't help but cast their eyes on Darren and Hwashaishan. The cigar is now burned out. Darren stubbed out his cigar and stood up slowly. The tall figure, which is different from ordinary people, is like a mountain rising from the ground, casting a large shadow under the scorching sun. A suffocating sense of oppression spread out, like a heavy stone, pressing down on the hearts of all the Marines present. The Marines couldn't help but fell silent, looking at the figure of Hwashaishan with complicated expressions. Each of them is very clear, just like the Ghost Spider versus Kuzan. For Hwashaishan, this is also a battle that has already been doomed. The strength shown by Kuzan is traceable, and they can see it clearly. But the man from North Blue was different. The wreckage of the military fortress is still piled on the ground, like a giant war beast lying in ruins, giving people a daunting sense of horror. The ferocity, brutality, and haki that Darren showed just now were like an ancient beast, leaving a deep shadow on each of them. Kuzan's devil fruit ability is incomprehensible, but the strength shown by Darren is not despairing. And that guy is demon fruit power too. None of his devil fruit abilities are on display. If Kuzan is an insurmountable city wall standing in front of you, although it is powerful, you can barely see its height. Then Darren is that mountain so high up in the sky that they can't even see the top. The school field suddenly became very quiet. Everyone stared at Hwashaishan closely, quietly waiting for his decision. Even if Hwashaishan made the same decision as Ghost Spider, no one would laugh at him for it. After all, with Darren's brutal fighting style, if you fight him, you are very likely to get injured. In this way, it will very likely affect the performance in the next duel. It is a foregone conclusion that Darren wins and becomes the top 4, but the 5th seat is still vacant. At least as far as the current situation is concerned, Hua Shaishan and Ghost Spider are the most popular candidates for the 5th seat. It is obviously a more rational and smarter choice to give up this duel and meet the competition for the 5th seat with a better attitude. Hua Shaishan sat there, under the gaze of everyone, silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Under the widening eyes of the crowd, he suddenly lit a cigar and took a deep puff. Then, he was leaning on a saber in one hand, bearing a mountain of pressure. Stand up firmly. Everyone was slightly shocked, and they were obviously a little surprised. But for some reason, when Hua Shaishan stood up, they both heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts, and couldn't help but clenched their fists secretly. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. Hua Shaishan looked up at Darren, the smile on his face was as soft as ever, and his eyes narrowed. He scratched his neck, a little embarrassed and said, "After all, fighting a monster like you does require a lot of psychological construction." Darren said calmly, "So are you ready?" Hua Shaishan nodded with a sincere smile. "I would really like to get the 5th seat, it's a big honor. If I get it, I can go home and make the old man happy. He really wants me to be a hero like Mr. Garp. But I thought about it again. If I want to be a hero, I can't back down here, right? Even if you know you have no chance of winning." Darren looked at the tanned guy in front of him, and after pondering for a while, he said slowly, "Yes, being a hero is a bad business, it requires you to constantly do stupid things." Hearing this, Hua Shaishan's smile became even brighter. "That's why I want to fight you, and I hope you will use all your strength." He pulled out his saber, held it with both hands, and assumed an offensive posture with longing and anticipation on his face. "After all, sooner or later, I will meet those big pirates who also have the title of monster. In the name of justice, I will fight to the death with them." There was a fiery light in his eyes. "In this case, I have to get used to this despair in advance, don't I?" The voice is resounding. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened suddenly, and their minds shook violently. An indescribable feeling turned into scorching heat, gushing out from their chests. A gratified smile appeared on Zephyr's face. Kuzan's eyes burst into flames and he punched hard. Kakashi gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Jun pursed his lips. The yellow sand is flying on the ground, and the burning youth seems to be more dazzling than the scorching sun. At this moment, a young marine with a slender body. "Stand tall. Stand up straight. Stand more manly than anyone else." His figure seemed to be taller and more stalwart than the monster in front of him. "What an amusing jerk!" Darren suddenly laughed. Not a big smile, but really happy. In Hua Shaishan's body, he saw a certain quality that was very similar to himself. So, he slowly stretched out his right hand. Driven by some invisible force, the metal wristband on Marine Commodore's arm quickly melted and squirmed, and then converged into 3 mirror-smooth silver metal spheres, spinning around his body. "Then come on. Let you go through. Despair." Chapter 41. Let you experience despair. Following the words of Marine Commodore, everyone present felt a terrifying sense of depression rushing over their faces, and a chill came down their spines. The metal sphere with a smooth surface is constantly flying around Darren's body, reflecting the shocking expressions of Marines under the refraction of the sunlight. What kind of ability is that? Control metal. The devil fruit of Paramecia. The Marines looked cloudy and uncertain, showing an expression of facing an enemy. Although they knew that Darren's target was definitely not them, but for some reason, when they saw the strangely rotating suspended metal ball, they all felt a creepy feeling in their hearts. Not far away, the eyes under the Zephyr sunglasses couldn't help squinting, and the muscles in his body tensed. He knew about Darren's devil fruit ability from the battle report sent by Sengoku. If it's that move, I'm afraid I have to cheer up. So. Darren looked at Hua Shaishan holding a knife in both hands dozens of meters away, his eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and he said lightly. Try to come to me, Colonel Hua Shaishan. Hua Shaishan gritted his teeth suddenly, and the white cloak of justice flew up behind him. Both feet stepped on the ground at the same time, and his figure shot towards Darren at high speed like a white sharp arrow coming out of a string. The sense of oppression that Darren gave him almost made him suffocate. Hua Shaishan knew that if he didn't attack again, he would never have another chance. Even if Darren didn't make a move, the hesitation and even the slightest fear in his heart were enough to swallow up his courage. But at the moment Hua Shaishan rushed out, the yellow sand flying up from the ground of the school field was suddenly torn apart, and the roaring wind and waves rushed towards his face like a tornado. So fast! Hua Shaishan's pupil shrank, and the pores all over his body exploded in an instant. The instinct of the body and the sense of crisis in his heart made him slash forward heavily. Bang! The saber seemed to have collided with some fast-flying hard object, bursting air ripples. Hua Shaishan seemed to be hit hard, and his figure flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. The sleeves of his military uniform were instantly torn apart by the air waves, blasting countless fragments. The surrounding Marines all exclaimed. They couldn't see what happened at all, they just felt a blur before their eyes, and the Hua Shaishan that launched the charge was hit by something. After struggling to adjust his posture in mid-air, the figure of Hua Shaishan staggered to the ground and slid backwards, his old military boots plowed 2 long marks on the ground. His chest heaved rapidly, and he breathed hoarsely like a bellows, his eyes were already filled with bloodshot eyes, and he knelt on the ground on one knee. Tick! A glaring drop of blood dripped from the hand holding the knife. Everyone could clearly see that Hua Shaishan's hand, where the tiger's mouth was, had been ripped apart. One blow, heavy damage. They moved their eyes slowly. A long groove with a width of about 1 meter spread from the front of Hua Shao Mountain to Darren's feet, almost spanning the entire ground of the school grounds, which was shocking. At this time, a metal ball with a surface as smooth as a mirror also slowly flew back to Darren's side from mid-air, rotating alternately with the other 2 balls. The Marines seemed to realize something, and took a breath at the same time. The grooves on the ground were actually caused by the air pressure generated by the flying metal balls. How fast is the flying speed of the metal ball to create such an exaggerated effect? Continue? Maybe you won't have such luck next time. Darren looked at the panting Hua Shaishan expressionlessly and asked. He stood like this on the ground of the school field, his naked upper body outlined a sharp-edged muscular outline under the scorching sun, like the uncanny workmanship of a god. The silver ball, half the size of a fist, was like 3 groups of silent ghosts floating beside him, reflecting a faint cold light that made people's hearts chill, giving people an indescribable deterrent force. The power of a ball is so terrifying, it may even surpass the heavy artillery of a warship. What if all 3 were fired at once? Coupled with Marine Commodore's hideous scars full of holes, black eyes as deep as black holes, and the smell of blood and war all over his body. Looking from afar. This man from North Blue is a devil straight out of hell. Gorgeous, cold, chilling, majestic. Hua Shaishan knelt on the ground with one knee, wearing a tattered military uniform, his face was covered with dirt and dust, sloppy and shabby, his palm was bleeding, and his entire right arm was trembling slightly under the heavy blow just now. The sharp contrast between the two is like the respected devil and the destitute beggar. Huo Shaoshan looked at Marine Commodore's calm eyes and suddenly took a deep breath of smoke. He tore off his tattered military uniform and threw it to the ground, revealing a strong body that was also covered in scars. He pulled out a piece of rag from the torn military uniform and tied it around the wrist holding the knife. Then he bit the knot with his teeth and pulled it tightly. He supported his body and stood up again. He grinned as he chewed on his cigar. His eyes were like raging flames. Certainly. Darren was silent for another moment. Good. He raised his hand again. Boom. Under the action of the rioting magnetic force field, a silver ball shot out at a frightening speed, and the hurricane-like airwave suddenly submerged his figure. Coming! Huo Shaoshan's bloodshot pupils shrank suddenly, and the oppression that came over him like a tsunami almost overwhelmed his remaining courage. He opened his eyes hard, trying to catch the trajectory of the ball. No. Too fast. In a trance. Just when a flash of metal light and shadow passed before his eyes, he relied on the instinct of countless practices and hard training and swung the sword again. Clang! A deafening sharp explosion exploded in front of you. The trajectory has deviated. Huo Shaoshan felt his eardrums throbbing with pain as the metal ball whizzed past his shoulder, exploding into a shower of blood. The metal balls deviated from the trajectory instantly sank into the heavy forts for training one after another, smashing through the forts, and then the forts caused a huge explosion and flames, and collapsed. Magnificent dust spread out, and the fire flickered. This scene made everyone watching the battle tremble with fear, and secretly sweated for Huo Shaoshan. Not to mention the human body, I am afraid that even a warship would be penetrated and sunk instantly if it was hit by that thing. The strong wind blew and the yellow sand flew. Burning pain came from his right shoulder, but Huo Huashan ignored it and suddenly rushed out of the place. If you stay where you are, you will only passively become Darren's target. He could barely block it once or twice, but 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 5 times, or 6 times. Only by attacking can you have a chance of survival. Anyway, even if you lose, he also wants to walk in front of Darren. Chapter 42. Charge! Hua Shaoshan let out a roar, leaving the billowing smoke and fire behind him. Buzz buzz! The sharp blasting sound of the air approached infinitely again, and Huo Shaoshan's pupils shrank. Here we go again! The flow of smoke and dust, the boiling of air. I can see it a little bit. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a silver phantom seemed to be vaguely captured in the focal length of his pupils. Swing the knife hard! The brilliant knife light cut through the smoke and dust, and hit a metal ball impartially. Bang! Bright sparks were faintly visible in the dust. Hua Shaoshan's face turned pale, and he felt that his entire right arm was swollen, painful, and numb from the shock, and his body was floating in mid-air due to the impact of the shock. Boom! The metal sphere slightly deviated from the trajectory and sank into the ground obliquely, exploding a majestic dust wave on the ground of the school field for the first time. The ground under their feet shook violently, and all the Marines sank down to maintain their balance with faces full of horror. The military boots fell to the ground again, and the footsteps that never retreated stepped out again. Hua Shaoshan resisted the severe pain in his arm, and slashed again. Clang! The sound of metal clashing almost burst the eardrums. Another roaring metal ball was smashed off its original track, and a scorched fuzzy bloodstain was wiped across Hua Shaoshan's left waist. A strong sense of shock came from the arm, and the shock made the mouth of the fire burn, and a shocking bloodstain overflowed from the corner of the mouth. He is still going. The wind could not stop his steps. The howling yellow sand seemed to cheer him up. Metal balls one after another crazily hit him from the front at a crushing speed. Every impact would make him slide back a few steps behind him. With his strength, it is impossible to directly chop the ball into the air. He could only rely on his tempered swordsmanship and fighting instincts to deflect the flight trajectory of the metal ball a little bit, barely avoiding his own vital points. Even so, the surface of his body was constantly adding wounds, and a large amount of blood was rolled up by the metal ball passing by. Looking from afar, Hua Shaoshan's figure seemed to be bathed in a violent storm, and every step he took, the blood on the surface of his body would increase. White traces of metal balls passing by at high speed hovered around his body briefly, appearing and disappearing, disappearing and reappearing, like continuous stray bullets. Shocking holes were left in the ground, buildings, and forts behind him. The distance between Huashao Mountain and Darren is actually only 30 meters. A short distance of less than 30 meters. At this moment, it seems so difficult and long. It seems like a never-ending road. It makes people feel hopeless. At this moment, looking at the silent and persistent figure who was advancing with difficulty, everyone fell silent. Zephyr's expression was extremely complicated, his teeth clenched tightly, his fists clenched and then loosened. 30 meters. 20 meters. There are more and more bloodlines on Huashaishan, and the fine saber that has been with him for many years has been continuously cracked and cracked, appearing in slender cracks. His footsteps still did not stop. 10 meters. After entering the range of 10 meters, the speed of Huashaishan slowed down significantly. Everyone could clearly notice that the frequency of Darren's attacks had sped up. The rain curtain as dense as bullets completely enveloped the blood-colored figure of Huashaishan. His movement of swinging the knife is getting faster and faster, more swift and sharp, and there are more and more gaps on the blade. Darren couldn't help squinting his eyes. Truly worthy of being one of the strongest elite vice-admirals in Marine in the future. This tenacious will and fighting instinct alone are enough to stand on the strongest seat under Admiral. Huashaishan took another step. 5 meters. Darren smiled invisibly, and scratched at the void. The frequency of metal ball attacks has skyrocketed. Like a torrential rain. The footsteps of Huashaishan can no longer move forward. It was as if endless silver light and shadows brushed past his body surface, blasting off blossoming blood flowers, setting off thick blood mist in the strong wind. The tinkling slashing sound exploded at a high frequency, and bright sparks continued to rise. Huge pillars of dust exploded continuously on the ground, setting off yellow-brown sea waves. The blood at the corner of Huashaishan's mouth became thicker and thicker. He felt like he couldn't hold the knife any longer. The entire palm was bloody, and bones could be seen faintly. If the handle of the knife hadn't been wrapped with cloth strips, it is estimated that the saber had already been taken out of his hand. Can only, come here? Huashaishan struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, and his eyes gradually became blurred. At this moment, go! Burning Mountain! A hog-killing yell sounded suddenly and incomparably. The whole school ground was in unison. Everyone followed the sound with astonishment. I saw Jiaji standing there, his face flushed with excitement. He stiffened his neck and shouted desperately. Kill Darren the BD! Everyone was startled. Then, come on, Huashaishan! Doberman held the knife tightly with both hands. Go! Ghost Spider said coldly. We must persevere. Dalmizia gritted his teeth. The way you work hard, you're so handsome. Kuzan pumped his fists passionately. At this moment, everyone present shouted enthusiastically. From the bottom of their hearts, they cheered and cheered for the tough boy who gritted his teeth and feared no strong enemy. Together with the enemy. Hey, hey, why does it feel like I've become a villain? Darren's mouth twitched. But before he could react. Huashaishan, you brat! Rush up to this old man. Give Darren a knife. Damn it, if you don't give him a knife, this old man will never end with you. In the distance Zephyr growled furiously. Darren! Under the shouts of the crowd, Huashaishan felt as if his chest was about to explode, filled with waves of scalding heat. Taking advantage of Darren's stunned look, he quickly seized the fleeting opportunity. Clang! Sparks splashed, and a bloody mist exploded over his left shoulder. Crackling! The scarred saber in his hand finally shattered, leaving only half of it. Countless crystal fragments were scattered. The broken saber. Because of the violent collision and slash, it glowed hot red. Huashaishan bit the cigar in his mouth hard, roaring and stepped forward. Exhausting the last remaining strength in the body, the tip of the broken knife, straight forward. The roaring yellow sand is cut off. The howling wind was chopped to pieces. A little light of fire appeared in the chaotic storm. Weak, dim. Like the flame that ignites at the end of a cigar when the wind blows, or like the last flickering light when the cigar is annihilated. With a touch of fiery red, an incomparably hot air wave burst out. Violent, fiery whistling and neighing. The blood-colored light that turned into a roar flashed across the ground, directly crossing the unreachable distance like a mote. Only then can everyone see clearly. It was a burning broken knife. The fierce friction with the air gave rise to flames. It has broken. Already riddled with holes. Like its owner. But it. Going forward. Forever forward. The flames pierced through the wind and yellow sand, with a resolute gesture. Going through the figure like a demon god. Laugh. The sound of a knife piercing into flesh sounded, and a beam of flames shot up into the sky. Chapter 43. Laugh. The blood splashed up and scattered into Madara dots of blood in mid-air. The soaring flame lasted only for a moment, and then quickly extinguished. The embers peeled away bit by bit from the broken blade, revealing the cracks of Madara. Everyone on the campus was stunned. They stared blankly at the figure surrounded by lingering flames, with an unspeakable emotion welling up in their hearts, a feeling of tears welling up in their eyes. Ha 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 ha! Well done! Gigi roared with enthusiasm. So handsome! So cool! Kuzan's eyes light up. The others couldn't help but clenched their fists tightly, and let out a long mouthful of joy. A strong knife. Looking at the blood-stained Hwashaishin in front of him, Darren smiled with satisfaction. The scorching broken knife was firmly stuck between his steel-like muscles, and blood flowed from the wound. Hwashaishin's knife is indeed amazing. That destructive and unyielding aura is deeply integrated into his knife, which contains a kind of indomitable determination. It can be said bluntly that the level of this knife has surpassed Jun, who has received his own special training and has greatly increased in strength. If the other marine officers present were replaced, they would have been seriously injured and their internal organs pierced by Hwashaishin's knife. Even if the best military doctor in the headquarters is found in time, there is a high probability that they will not be able to save them. Even with his invulnerable steel body. Darren frowned, obviously feeling his breathing was a little rough. It will take at least half an hour for the wound to scab over. This is because of the fact that in the recent period, especially after the fight between Berndy Waldo and Roger, his physique has strengthened again. If it was changed before, well, at least 2 hours. You really deserve to be the pillar of the future naval headquarters, the mainstay of justice. Although he is suspected of releasing water, and also wants to help Hwashaishin, a guy with a very likable personality and temper, practice elements of swordsmanship. But it has to be admitted that these vice-admirals who occupy a place in the original plot do have their advantages. Looking at the smile on Darren's face in front of him, Hwashaishin was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. I came to you. He smiled contentedly. Stand tall and proud. Indeed, it's very strong. He murmured in a low voice, and slowly closed his heavy eyelids. Darren held him up. Everyone immediately surrounded them, and took out their phone bugs to notify the military hospital. Soon, the military doctors stationed nearby rushed over and carried Hwashaishin onto a stretcher. His injury. Zephyr glanced at Hwashaishin, who was pale and unconscious, with a worried face, and asked the military doctor. The military doctor checked briefly and said slowly. It's not a serious problem, but he lost a lot of blood, and there are 3 fractures in his arm. We will give him a blood transfusion in time, and there should be no danger to his life, and there will be no sequelae. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and then as if they realized something, Kikai glanced at Darren. This guy, keep it. Darren ignored their gazes, turned around slowly, squinted at Gigi, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile that was not a smile. Did you yell very aggressively just now, Lieutenant Colonel Kaji? Looking at the smile on Darren's face, Gigi shivered all over, and said with a sneer. Isn't this just to enhance the atmosphere? Darren laughed and said nothing. Hey. With a smile all over his face, Kaji backed away step by step. Zephyr glared at this worthless guy, stepped forward and said. Doctor, check Darren's injuries. No need, Mr. Zephyr. Darren shook his head. Why is it unnecessary? You have just been discharged from the hospital with serious injuries, brat. Seeing Darren's indifferent and disapproving look, Zephyr's tone became serious. If there are any sequelae left, you will regret it in the future. His voice stopped abruptly. The eyes under the sunglasses gradually widened, looking at the wound on Darren's chest in disbelief. The wound has stopped the bleeding? Zephyr's mouth twitched. Only then did he really realize why Sengoku looked like he had seen a ghost when he talked about Darren. Is this really human? Teacher Zephyr. Let's move on to the next game. I'm getting impatient. At this moment, Kyuzan brought his head closer, bent his arms and squeezed his biceps, and said expectantly. Zephyr exhaled slowly, nodded and said. Good. The winner of this duel. He glanced at Darren. Darren. The list of the top 4 seats in the training camp is, Kyuzan, Cake, Jun, Darren. Before the duel of the top 4, we must first compete for the 5th seat. The candidates for the 5th seat are Ghost Spider and Hua Shaishan. Since Hua Shaishan was seriously injured, he lost the ability to continue competing. The winner of this match is. Having said that, Zephyr pondered for a moment, just about to open his mouth to directly announce the victory of the Ghost Spider. Teacher Zephyr, I admit defeat this time. The Ghost Spider spoke abruptly. Zephyr froze for a moment, looked at the Ghost Spider seriously, and asked in a deep voice. Are you sure? The Ghost Spider pressed the saber at his waist and said expressionlessly. That's right, Hua Shaishan's knife just now. I can't handle it. I'm no match for him. The 5th seat should belong to him. Zephyr gave him a deep look, a look of relief in his eyes. Since this is the case, the old man officially announces that Hua Shaishan has successfully won the 5th seat in the training camp. For this result, no one expressed any objection. After all, Hua Shaishan's amazing strike just now has already shown that he is indeed qualified to overwhelm everyone. Then, let's proceed to the final draw. Zephyr took out the ball of paper again and placed it in front of the 4 of Darren. Kyuzan, who couldn't wait, stepped forward first and took one. Darren and Jun also picked up one after another. Gigi looked at the last ball of paper in Zephyr's hand with a troubled face, sweating profusely, as if he had eaten a fly. He glanced at Darren. Well, we'll be beaten to death. He glanced at Kyuzan again. Well, it's almost the same if you don't die. He took one last look at Jun. Well, life is better than death. That. Teacher Zephyr, can I just admit defeat? Gigi shrunk his head, raised his hand, and said in a friendly voice. No. Asterisk 4. Zephyr, Darren, Kyuzan, and Jun said coldly at the same time. Decisive. Addition. With trembling hands, he picked up the last ball of paper and slowly opened it. Number 2. It's a pity, Gigi. A voice with a teasing smile sounded behind him. Cake's face turned pale, and he turned around stiffly. Marine Commodore stood there with a crumpled piece of paper in his hand, staring at him with a half-smile. A number was written on the paper too. You yelled a lot just now, saying you're going to kill me a whole, right? Chapter 44. The winner of the first duel is Kyuzan. Standing on the edge of the school field, Zephyr folded his arms and announced loudly. Kyuzan and Jun with the number 1 were drawn, and there was no suspense in the duel between the two. As the Ghost Spider said before they have mastered armament haki, none of them has the slightest chance of winning against the monster Kyuzan. The strength of Logia demon fruit power in the early stage is beyond doubt. The passive elementalization ability alone is enough to make the ability user invincible. Even if Jun's swordsmanship level is the strongest among the students in this training camp, there is nothing he can do about it. Not to mention that even without the ability of Devil Fruit, Kuzan's own strength is far beyond her. In less than a minute, the battle between the two ended with Jun's feet being frozen. The people watching the battle did not express much surprise, but were still shocked by Kuzan's strength. As a result, Kuzan took the lead in entering the finals. Next game, Darren will count on Jie. In the expectant eyes of everyone, Zephyr set his sights on Darren and Jie. Then a few black lines floated across his forehead. I saw Jie standing there with a desperate look of "I'm going to die." His two hairy legs were shaking constantly, like sifting chaff. "What's the matter, Lieutenant Colonel Cake, aren't you still playing?" Darren walked to the middle of the school field, twisted his neck and made a noise like frying beans, looked at Jie with great interest, and said with a smile, "I'm standing here, this is the best chance to get rid of me, BD." With such a glance from Darren, especially the terrifying smile on the corner of the latter's mouth, Jie's whole body is in a bad mood, and his back is sweating. He avoided Marine Commodore's eyes in a panic, and looked at Zephyr tremblingly. "That. Teacher Zephyr, I feel like I'm sick, I feel so unwell." Jie covered the position of his heart, pretending to be uncomfortable. "Everyone." The corner of Zephyr's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help rolling his eyes. "This BD thinks the old man's observation hacky is useless, right? Are you sure you're not feeling well? Can it really work?" Jie's eyes lit up, and he nodded like a pounding garlic. "That's right, I'm sick, I can't keep up with the duel." Zephyr let out an "oh," and walked slowly to the drill turret beside him, loaded ammunition into the barrel as if nothing had happened, and adjusted the direction. The barrel of the black hole is aimed at Jie. "Feel better now?" Addition. "Everyone. I feel like my illness is suddenly cured, Mr. Zephyr. I can do it again." Seeing that Zephyr was about to fire, Jie hurriedly opened his mouth, and then walked to the middle of the school field with trembling legs. "Well, one step at a time and 3 steps back." Zephyr shook his head blackly. "In fact, you can admit defeat in a duel, which is also part of the rules. But Jie's character is too slippery, and as a teacher, I must guide him to the right path. He needs more training." Well, of course, Zephyr will never admit that he also wants to see the scene of Jie being violently beaten. "It's too bad. Darren, are you ready?" Jie walked into the school grounds, a full dozen meters away from Darren, and tried his best to put on an arrogant posture. Feet are still shaking. At this moment. "Give it up, come on. Didn't you just whisper to me that as long as you make a move, you can rub Darren on the ground at any time? It's so handsome." Kuzan waved his fists and yelled hard, his face beaming. Jie's expression froze immediately. "Brother, since I told you in secret, you should keep it a secret. That's bragging. Bragging about whether you understand. Who wants to fight Darren, this pervert?" He screamed crazily in his heart, as if he had eaten shit. "Shut up, Kuzan!" He couldn't help shouting angrily. Kuzan froze for a moment, and then a more fiery light radiated from his eyes. "I see. You want to keep a low profile, right? That's so cool. Come on. Knock Darren down." He gave a thumbs up. "Didn't you say it at the beginning? Wait for us at the apex, go." Seeing Kuzan's excited expression, Jie wanted to go straight down and tear the guy's mouth open. He hurriedly turned to look at Darren, just thinking of a two-stroke explanation of "I didn't," he was bullshitting. But when he turned his head, a fist has been rapidly enlarged in the reflection of his pupils. Boom! The sound of teeth being smashed by fists was heard, followed by the wailing sound of killing a pig, which was endless. The people watching the battle grinned their teeth, and felt pain all over their bodies. 30 seconds later. Rumbling. Billowing smoke and dust enveloped the entire school grounds. The ground was devastated, and there were potholes everywhere, which looked shocking. The figure of Darren walked out of the dust slowly, feeling comfortable and happy all over, stretching his waist with a smile all over his face. Behind him, in an exaggerated deep pit, Jiaji lay there with his entire face swollen like a pig's head, looking at the sky lazily. His pupils lost focus, and his legs twitched from time to time. 2 tattered wooden clogs were inserted messily upside down on the ground beside him. A group of marine officers stood there with numb expressions, the corners of their eyes trembling uncontrollably. Zephyr covered his forehead and sighed. Winner, Darren. He shook his head, telling the result of this duel. Next, Jun and Cake will compete for the 3rd seat. He glanced at Cake, who was already lying there motionless, and directly announced Jun's victory. Given that Jiaji has lost his combat ability, etc. At this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded weakly. Everyone was taken aback and looked in surprise. I saw Jiaji struggling to support his body from the deep pit, standing up tremblingly, showing half of his missing front teeth, and said with a firm expression, "This time, I want to fight." Blood oozed from the surface of his body and dripped to the ground, looking extremely tragic. Everyone was silent, their eyes gradually filled with admiration when they looked at Jiaji. Biting his fingers, Kuzan said with red eyes, "What a man of kind. He has been seriously injured, but he still has to fight until the last moment." Zephyr also looked at Jiaji with some astonishment. The determination and tenacity in the latter's eyes was moving. "Are you sure? Your injury?" Although Darren's actions are measured and mainly greet his face, this is not something ordinary people can bear. Jiaji nodded heavily, and blurted out, "I'm sure, Teacher Zephyr. It seems that I blamed him. Plus, this kid is really a talent. This is an opportunity for me to get in touch with Jun, oh no, to learn from each other. It's just a fart." Zephyr almost PD on the spot. He waved his hand angrily. All right, let's fight." In a minute, Cake was carried on a stretcher with injuries all over his body, and after being examined by a military doctor, at least 3 ribs were broken by Jun. But he just muttered with regret and confusion, "And I almost touched Jun's hand." Everyone stared at this scene dumbfounded. It was as if the entire worldview had been subverted. Seeing this scene, Zephyr only felt that his heart was blocked. He couldn't help but took out a cigar and took a deep puff. "Start the last game now. Kuzan vs Darren, their duel will determine the head of the training camp." Chapter 45. Battle of the Chiefs. Darren vs Kuzan. As Zephyr's voice fell, the eyes of everyone present suddenly lit up, and they looked at Darren and Darren expectantly. "Finally come. This is a battle between monsters. Both of them are powerful demon fruit power. I always felt that Darren was more oppressive. I just don't know if he has any way to pose a threat to Kuzan. Logia demon fruit power, it's really incomprehensible." These marine elites from all over the world couldn't help talking about it. After several battles before, they all clearly realized that Darren and Kuzan were no longer at their level. Only those who also have the title of monster can compete with the monster on the same stage. Zephyr, who retreated to the edge of the school field, also looked serious, his eyes under the sunglasses inspecting the two of them. Neither Darren nor Kuzan had been able to really bring out the full strength of either of them in the duel just now. This chief decisive battle may be able to see something. Ha 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 ha. Darren! Are you ready? Finally it's our turn to fight. Kuzan couldn't wait to run to the center of the school field, his face was flushed with excitement, and his eyes were full of strong fighting spirit. Hearing his words, Darren couldn't help but smile too. What I have to admit is that Kuzan in his youth did have an inexplicable sense of secondary school. But it's not annoying. Bring it on. He doesn't have much nonsense. The metal wristband on the wrist of the raised hand quickly melted, twisted, and condensed into a metal ball, which was shot out at an extremely fast speed under the promotion of the magnetic force field. Bang bang bang! The metal ball erupted with a terrifying speed and propulsion force, and it exploded in the air with muffled sonic booms wherever it passed, creating circles of white air waves. Facing a monster genius like Kuzan, Darren no longer has the need to hold back. With the propulsion force of the magnetic field fully activated, the metal ball was more than twice as fast as when it was facing Hwashaishin before. Snapped. Except for Zephyr, no one present could see the trajectory of the metal ball clearly. They only felt a gust of wind blowing towards their faces, and then Kuzan's face suddenly blast open. Fragmented ice crystals flew up, and most of Kuzan's face was blasted into a hole, and the rest turned into cold ice, with cracks gradually appearing on the surface. The ice cubes converged into a human face again, and Kuzan was obviously stunned, obviously unable to react. Hiss! The Marines finally came back to their senses, and Kikai gasped, their scalps tingling. You see it clearly? Doberman asked with a pale face. No. Ghost Spider's voice was hoarse as if it had been burned. It's unbelievable. Dalmesia's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The others also had eyes full of fear, and their hearts were shaken violently. At this moment, they finally realized how much water was released in the battle between Darren and Hwashaishin just now. If it was any one of them, facing Darren's blow, I'm afraid his head would explode like Kuzan's. It's just that they are not from the Logia demon fruit power. What explodes is not ice, but brains and blood. Sure enough, it's very strong. A drop of cold sweat fell on Kuzan's forehead, and he was stunned for a second. But soon, the astonishment on his face disappeared, replaced by frenzied excitement and excitement. He really deserves to be the man I recognize. Darren, only a man like you is qualified to be my opponent for life. After the words fell, the freezing air visible to the naked eye was released from Kuzan's hand, and an extremely cold white ice gun quickly gathered into shape. I saw Kuzan's smile quickly subsided, his expression became serious, and he took a step forward. The whole person is like a fully drawn bow, and the ice gun held high in his hand is shining with a faint cold light under the scorching sun. Watch out, Darren, try my trick. The war bow was stretched to ultimate. Kuzan focused his eyes, and threw the ice spear in his hand heavily. Boom! A circle of white air blasted, and the ice spear roared towards Darren at a frightening speed. Darren narrowed his eyes, and the perception of the biomagnetic field instantly expanded to ultimate. He turned his body slightly, and the ice gun wrapped in extremely cold air brushed past his hair, and sank into the ruins of the military fortress. Swish! In less than a second, the wreckage of the entire fortress was instantly dyed white and completely frozen into a huge block of ice. The hoarfrost spread for a full 10 meters before slowly stopping, and the faces of all the Marines were shocked. The moment he dodged the ice gun, Darren's figure flew out like a cannonball. The terrifying power caused the ground beneath his feet to collapse layer by layer, and the yellow sand rolled up like waves. So fast! Kuzan's pupils shrank, but there was a burning fighting intent in his eyes. Although he already knew that Darren's strength was astonishing, he didn't expect that when he really faced Darren, the feeling of oppression would be so heavy. But Kuzan raised his hand, and a snow-white icicle shot out from his palm. Ice ball! At this time, the metal ball flew out from behind Darren, stretched into a huge metal shield in the blink of an eye, and slammed into the icicle hard. Boom! The icicles were smashed into pieces and turned into crystal-clear ice particles all over the sky. In the next second, Darren's figure passed through the ice crystal rain and appeared in the air in front of Kuzan like a ghost. The body rotated several times, and with the help of this centripetal force, the black military boots volleyed towards Kuzan's head like an iron whip. Kuzan's face remained unchanged, and an ice spear was condensed in his hand again, and he swung it horizontally to block. The ice spear was only blocked for a moment before it suddenly shattered. I won! Kyuzin burst out laughing suddenly. He opened his arms without retreating, and greeted Darren's feet. He actually wanted to use his elemental ability to take Darren's kick head-on, and then freeze him completely. No matter how strong Darren is, he has nothing to do with Logia demon fruit power. Ice time, Nanny! Boom! The military boots wrapped in the violent wind stepped on his face, and even everyone could clearly see that Kyuzin's long horse face quickly became distorted, and the skin rippled and rippled. The exaggerated strength comparable to that of the giants directly kicked Kyuzin out. After flying hundreds of meters in mid-air, he crashed into a teaching building like a cannonball. Rumbling! In the dull eyes of everyone, the 5-story teaching building cracked, collapsed, and finally collapsed. A majestic air wave suddenly emerged, stirring up dust and dirt like ocean waves. Chapter 46. The ground let out a dull, overwhelmed roar, and the billowing smoke and dust kept gushing out under the impetus of the air waves. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the collapsed teaching building, the corners of their mouths twitching. This foot, it hurts just looking at it. Etc. Darren hit Kyuzin. His attack actually worked? Could it be that Darren? The belated people reacted suddenly, and Kikai moved their eyes to Darren, and then their pupils shrank. I saw that Marine Commodore was still kicking, and on the heavy black and shiny military boots, there was a faint invisible wave of air wrapped around it like a spiral hurricane. Armament Haki. Darren has mastered Armament Haki. This talent is simply a monster. Incredible. The Marines looked incredible and couldn't believe their eyes. At this time, Darren, you brat! An abandoned military fort is fine. That's the teaching building. Can't you just kick the other way? Zephyr gnashed his teeth and roared. His heart was almost bleeding, his face was full of pain. Fortunately, the teaching work of the training camp has not yet officially started, so the teaching building has no relevant administrative staff, otherwise there will be a big problem. Rao is so, rebuilding the building is also a lot of money. Turning around, Sengoku was going to give himself a bad face again. How much does this cost? All Marines. Teacher Zephyr, is this the time to care about this? Sorry, Mr. Zephyr, I will pay twice the original price for all losses caused during the duel. The military boots hovering in mid-air slowly retracted, and Darren said with a smile. Zephyr froze for a moment. Well, that's good, you continue. Everyone. The corners of their mouths twitched, and another question quickly came to their mind. But is the battle over? That monster of Kyuzin was terminated? They opened their eyes wide and looked towards the ruins of the teaching building. Billowing thick smoke lingered, and a gleam of crystal white gradually appeared between the gaps in the collapsed building walls. Inch by inch ice crystals gradually spread from the depths of the ruins, and brilliant ice flowers bloomed continuously along the way, and finally condensed into a human form in front of the ruins. Cough cough cough. A glaring bloodstain spilled from the corner of Kyuzin's mouth, and half of his face was swollen up visibly. But he looked at Darren with an extremely bright light. Haki. Armament Haki, really deserves to be my recognized opponent. What an outrageous physique. Darren looked at Kyuzin's high-spirited look, and Chunin couldn't help but secretly sighed. If anyone present was changed, it would be impossible to receive one's own blow in the face. Even Jiuji, who has rough skin and thick skin and is good at physical combat after undergoing his special training, would have been seriously injured on the spot and passed out directly under the foot that entangled Armament Haki just now. But Kyuzin looked like nothing happened. Monster-level physical fitness. Darren's mind suddenly came up with the shocking image of Sakazuki taking several shock fruits from Whitebeard during the top battle. No, not just this. He glanced at the teaching building that had collapsed into ruins, and quickly understood. Normally, his own attack has a total of 3 stages of damage. The first leg of damage is pure physical strength and explosiveness. The second damage is armament Haki's secondary burst. The third injury was the one where Kuzan hit the teaching building and was then buried. Obviously, the third damage was directly immune to elementalization by Kuzan. No wonder in the later stage, the battle between Admiral and the Emperor-level powerhouse is based on the day as the timing unit. Everyone has cultivated their physique to an inhuman level. Even in the most brutal hand-to-hand combat, it is impossible to tell the winner in a short time. Continue, Kuzan. Darren smiled. Kuzan grinned. Of course. However, since you've mastered armament Haki, that's the only trick I can use. After speaking, he took a deep breath, took half a step forward with his right foot, raised his right hand, and his eyes suddenly became cold. A long stream of freezing air slowly spit out from his mouth, condensing into hoarfrost in the air. Crackling. Countless ice crystals quickly entangled and formed on Kuzan's arms, and the temperature in the air in the school field quickly began to drop. The hot and cold airflow intertwined with each other, turning into a turbulent gust of wind, icy and piercing towards the face, making everyone watching the battle feel the chill. The ice crystals expanded rapidly, and Kuzan let out a yell. The bright ice and snow suddenly stretched out from his hands, turning into a pair of huge ice crystal wings. A sharp cry seemed to resound in the empty school grounds. A huge ice bird erupted from Kuzan's arm, spread its huge wings, and charged towards the Marine Commodore 100 meters away with an unstoppable posture. The icy coldness of ultimate made the ground where the ice bird passed by condense a large amount of frost, and everything that came into view turned into white snow. Ice cube storm pheasant's mouth. In an instant, Darren felt a strong sense of oppression rushing towards his face. The huge ice bird, which is fully 10 meters high, is crushed like a broken bamboo, as if the vast ice layer is collapsing. He just wanted to move, but found that his right foot felt numb and stiff. Looking down, he saw a thin layer of ice forming on the military boots at some point. Just that kick? It's really Kuzan. Although he suffered a big loss just now, he also froze Darren's feet. At least in this way, he can't avoid this move. This kind of on-the-spot reaction is terrible. When all the Marines saw this scene, they all exclaimed and fixed their eyes on Darren. At this moment, facing the huge and majestic ice bird, the figure of Marine Commodore seems to have become extremely small, and will be buried by ice and snow at any time. However, at this moment, everyone saw the corners of Marine Commodore's lips twitching suddenly. A coin appeared in his hand. It was a very ordinary coin, full of metal texture. As Darren flicked his thumb, the coin flipped up. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Flipping the falling coins continuously reflected the cry of the ice bird, the astonishment of the crowd, the excitement of Kuzan, and the unruly smile of Marine Commodore. Strands of blue arcs flickered and danced at his fingertips. Pop the coin. Magnetic overload electromagnetic gun. Zephyr's pupils shrank suddenly in the distance. The world in front of me seemed to be silent for a moment. Then, boom! A majestic orange-red light beam, surrounded by flickering arcs, suddenly pierced through the ground of the school grounds. The hot and dazzling flames brought the whole world into a brief night at this moment. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, the surging magnetic light beam was hardly hindered, smashing and melting the huge ice bird, and blasting towards Kuzan at an unimaginable speed. Not good. Kuzan! Run away! The exclamation kept ringing. Kuzan stood there in a daze, watching the bombardment of the all-destroying electromagnetic cannon, and there was only flame in his pupils. Boom! The beam of light submerged his figure, and a surging storm emerged, and the terrifying light and heat turned into violent heat waves, rolling and spreading. Kuzan's eyes widened. In the light that occupied everything, a tall and burly figure appeared in front of him at some point. The short purple hair was constantly disturbing, and the word justice was grand and sacred on the snow-white cloak of Li Hunyu. Dance like a dragon. Chapter 47. Light and darkness intertwined before the eyes, and the sacred cloak soared in the fierce wind. Kyuzan stood there blankly, looking at the thick mountainous back in front of him, as if something hot was gushing out of his chest. Zephyr. Teacher. This picture seemed to reveal some kind of shocking power, which was deeply engraved in the deepest part of his heart. After a full 5 seconds, the scorching light slowly stopped. The strong wind subsided, and thick smoke billowed from the ground. A group of Marines had already fallen to the ground at this time, stood up with their sabers supporting their bodies, and looked at the school field with shocking faces. Thick smoke obscured their vision. "How's it going? Did you escape? What kind of power is that?" This turned out to be a colleague who participated in the training camp with us. Every one of them had expressions of surprise and uncertainty written on their faces. Soon the thick smoke dissipated under the blowing of the breeze, and the scene in the school field caught their eyes. Their eyes widened in an instant, their expressions horrified. A huge charred groove stretched across the ground of the school ground. There were still lingering flickering flames in the groove, spreading from Darren's feet to the end of his sight, and stopped abruptly in front of a burly figure. "Teacher Zephyr! It's Teacher Zephyr! He saved Kyuzan!" The Marines shouted in surprise, and the boulder hanging in their hearts was finally let go. I saw the majestic Zephyr standing in front of Kyuzan like an insurmountable mountain, raising one hand. The index finger covered by armament haki firmly pressed against a rapidly spinning coin. The black luster on the coin faded slowly like a liquid, and the high heat generated by the friction with the air emitted wisps of white smoke. Wrapping armament haki onto a coin, what a genius idea! Zephyr grabbed the coin that had lost its momentum and fell from mid-air. He raised his head and looked at the panting and pale-faced Marine Commodore. After a moment of silence, a smile of admiration gradually appeared on his face. "Darren boy, how did you come up with this idea?" Darren took a deep breath, calming his ragged breathing slightly. "The drive and use of all devil fruit abilities will consume the physical strength of demon fruit power. This is the iron law of the sea. Own magnetic fruit is no exception. And this move of his is precisely through the form of magnetic field overload, which consumes most of the physical energy reserves and instantly increases the magnetic field loaded on the coin to an exaggerated and riotous intensity, thus achieving the power of the electromagnetic gun. Power. The most important thing is that after wrapping armament haki around the coin, the energy consumed by this move far exceeded Darren's expectation, at least twice as much as without wrapping haki. However, from the power of the blow just now, it can be seen that his thinking is absolutely correct. Armament haki can be draped, entwined onto a weapon, and lingers briefly after leaving the body. According to Darren's knowledge, in the original plot, the female warriors of Amazon Lily on 9 Snake Island would use armament haki to wrap around their bows and arrows to increase the penetrating power of the arrows. It's just that once the weapon is out of contact with the body, the amount of haki wrapped around it will decrease at an extremely fast speed, and finally reduce to zero. It was just an attempt, but I didn't expect it to succeed. Darren wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Now that Zephyr is on the scene, he can use his full strength and even break through his limits without fear of hurting Kyuzan. The name Black Arm Zephyr was once a nightmare in the eyes of countless pirates. This point can be seen from the fact that Zephyr blocked his big railgun with one finger, which shows Madara. Zephyr laughed at that. What a madman! He turned around, patted Kyuzan who was still in a daze, and said with a smile. "What's the matter Kyuzan, are you okay?" Seeing the hearty smile on Zephyr's face, Kyuzan came back to his senses. He smiled and scratched the back of his head. "I'm fine, Darren's strength is really too strong, I lost." Kyuzan looked at Darren with a convinced look on his face. The sense of threat between life and death just now. Kyuzan thought to himself that there was no way he could dodge Darren's blow. What is the inevitable end? A coin wrapped around armament haki. It is estimated that my body will explode in an instant. Well, literally exploded. You are already good enough, and Sakazuki and Polisolino back then may not be better than you." Zephyr comforted him earnestly. While speaking, he glanced at Darren. It's not that Darren's combat power at this time is stronger than Sakazuki and Polisolino. After going through the training camp, those two guys have grown up. Although Darren is strong at this time, he is still far away from the two of them. After all, Sakazuki and Polisolino both entered training camp earlier than Darren and Kyuzan. Of course, as time goes on, maybe one day Darren will catch up to them soon. After the observation just now, Zephyr is confident that after his own teaching, both Darren and Kyuzan will experience explosive growth in strength during the period of training in the training camp. Hearing Zephyr's compliment, Kyuzan's eyes glowed fiery again. "Ha ha ha ha, did you hear that, Darren? Although I lost to you this time, I will definitely catch up." He gave Darren a thumbs up. "Don't be careless." Darren smiled and said. "Of course not. With a monster like you chasing after me, how could I be careless, Kyuzan?" "Good." Zephyr smiled contentedly. "Everyone has, assemble!" he shouted loudly. The voice fell. All the Marines on the scene straightened their uniforms one after another, and trotted into the school field with solemn expressions, forming a simple phalanx in front of Zephyr. The bright sun swayed down, and the young, youthful, sunny, and enthusiastic faces seemed to be shining with golden brilliance. Swish! They raised their hands in unison, saluting Zephyr. "Teacher Zephyr!" A proud smile appeared on Zephyr's face, and he said loudly. Then the old man officially announces the list of the top 5 seats for this year's Officer Elite Training Camp. 5th seat, Hua Shaishan. The 4th seat, Extra Count. The 3rd seat, Jun. 2nd seat, Kyuzan. And our chief. He paused for a while, and his eyes fell on the black-haired Marine who was at the front of the crowd. "Rogers Darren. Now, let's congratulate Darren on this honor." After the words fell, everyone applauded vigorously and looked at Darren with admiration. "Deserved. Ah, very good." Zephyr waved his hand, and the applause died down. "Of course, this ranking is only temporary." His gaze swept across the faces of everyone present. "During this period of time in the training camp, all of you can challenge for the top 5 seats. Those who succeed in the challenge will directly get the seats of the challenged. Don't complain, this is life. It's the same in the military academy, and it's the same in the journey of life. If you relax a little, you will be surpassed by others. So, keep getting stronger. Keep running. Keep fighting. The old man will always stand behind you, no matter what your future achievements in this CR, no matter whether you can become the pillars of Marine or even the Marine Admiral." Zephyr took a deep breath, his voice shaking the universe. "As long as you still fight for the justice in your heart, this old man will always be proud of you." He grinned. "My disciples. This day, the 3rd Naval Headquarters Elite Training Camp for Officers officially opened. The one who took over the title of Chief for the time being was the Marine Admiral from North Blue. Rogers Darren. Chapter 48. That night. Late at night. Training Camp, Administration Building, General Instructor Office. Kerosene lamps cast a soft glow, dispelling the darkness in the office. Zephyr was sitting at a desk full of signs of time, holding a pen holder, and was burying his head in processing documents. The light from the kerosene lamp cast a huge shadow on his figure on the wall. As he turned the pages, it could be vaguely seen that they were personal files of freshmen in the training camp. In his hand was a bottle of wine in a green glass bottle, the cork had been uncorked. Call. After a long time, Zephyr slowly closed the document in his hand, exhaled a long breath, and a satisfied smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. The level of students in this training camp is very high, even surpassing the 1st and 2nd training camps in general, so good that Zephyr, the chief instructor, is a little unbelievable. Looking at the names shining like gold on the file, Zephyr's heart is full of anticipation. Zephyr, who was in a better mood immediately, couldn't help but lit a cigar, took a sip happily, and then picked up the wine beside him and drank it. Tuk tuk tuk. There was a knock on the door from outside. Zephyr was taken aback, and hurriedly put the cigar out and put it away. Before he could hide the spirits, Jun, who was holding the document in his hand, had already pushed the door open and walked in. Teacher Zephyr. Just as Jun was about to speak, his tall nose wrinkled, and he clearly smelled the smell of cigar smoke. She glanced at Zephyr, who was standing there stiffly, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Didn't the doctor advise you to quit smoking and drinking? It's not good for your illness." The training camp officially started. Due to the lack of manpower, Staff Crane suggested that Jun be Zephyr's temporary assistant to help with some administrative trivial matters. Zephyr, who was caught on the spot, said with a cheeky smile, "Jun, I'm in a good mood today, so let's celebrate." "That's what you said yesterday." You were in a good mood yesterday." Jun sighed helplessly. She also knows Teacher Zephyr's character, stubborn, and simply can't listen to other people's suggestions. It's okay, ha 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 ha." Zephyr looked at Jun's helpless expression, smiled and held up the spirit with the word surely printed on it. "The old man's body is not so delicate, and this is the most hacky wine. If you don't drink it for a day, you will feel bad all over. You are an alcoholic." Jun said lightly. Zephyr. He put down the wine bottle in frustration, and regretted that he had promised Zayahi to let Jun come over to help, and couldn't help but stare and said, "Tell me, what is the purpose of coming to see the old man?" Jun stepped forward and put the documents in his hands on the desk. "Regarding the reconstruction of the teaching building, this is the latest construction list and budget." Zephyr glanced at it and was dizzy by the dense numbers and text on it. He waved his hand directly and said, "You just have to deal with these." He paused, looking at Jun with burning eyes. "Well, the old man absolutely believes in you. You are afraid of trouble." The corner of Jun's mouth twitched, and he said slowly, "In terms of funds, the headquarters does not have a corresponding budget." Zephyr raised an eyebrow. "Didn't that kid Darren say he will compensate?" Jun was taken aback, and subconsciously replied, "Yes." Zephyr smiled and said, "Isn't that all right? According to Sengoku, that kid has a lot of money." The corners of Jun's eyes trembled, and he nodded helplessly, "Then I'll go out first, Teacher Zephyr." "Okay, let's go back to rest early." "Jun, wait." Zephyr suddenly stopped Jun, who stopped, turned around, and looked at Zephyr suspiciously. "You've been in North Blue for a while, and you should know Darren better than anyone else. In your eyes, what kind of person is he?" Hearing Zephyr's question, Jun froze for a moment, then fell silent. What kind of person is Darren? A lot of images of Darren came to her mind. Seeing the anger of Mrs. Yachty's governor when they first met. The question when I learned that Darren received black money. Flattery and respect in the face of celestial dragons. The crying of the flower seller father in the hospital. The death of the celestial dragons. Fight the savagery and wildness of Berndy Valdo. Darren is a complicated man. After a long silence, Jun said something slowly in a low voice. On the surface, he is a heinous scum, but in fact... Actually... Zephyr's eyes lit up with curiosity. Is also a heinous scum. Jun said coldly. Zephyr. But... Jun suddenly sighed, and admitted with some reluctance. Although his means and methods are not correct, but for some reason, many difficult things are in his hands, and they can always be solved easily. Moreover, under his administration, North Blue has indeed achieved peace, and the living standards of civilians have been greatly improved. Is it like this? Zephyr murmured thoughtfully, then in your opinion, that boy Darren's attitude towards justice is? Jun thought for a while, and finally shook his head with an extremely complicated expression. I don't know, Mr. Zephyr. I really do not know. What kind of person is he? Darren Commodore, this is the residence arranged for you at the training camp. In front of a low building with an old exterior wall, a young Marine Lieutenant Junior grade said to Darren respectfully. The house is not luxurious, and it can be seen that it has been around for some years. The walls are Madara, and green creepers grow in the corners. The house has been cleaned very well. There is a 40 square meter garden attached to the building, which is a typical single-family villa. This architectural style can be found everywhere in the civilian areas of the headquarters. Generally speaking, officers with the rank of lieutenant colonel and above will allocate a set for personal residence. Or settle down with your family. Trouble. Darren nodded with a smile. He doesn't ask too much about where he lives. With his financial resources, of course he could easily buy a luxurious villa in Marineford, but since the headquarters has arranged accommodation, it saves a lot of trouble. By the way, our other students in the training camp also arranged to stay nearby. Darren suddenly remembered something and asked. Marine Lieutenant Junior grade nodded and said. Yes, except Lieutenant Colonel Cake and Lieutenant Colonel Jun, who have personal residences in the headquarters. Everyone else is arranged in this block, which is also for the convenience of management at the training camp. Many of these students have brought their family members to move in as early as a month ago. This is also the normal arrangement of the training camp. It is only because of Darren's special situation that he was delayed again and again in North Blue, and he was sent to the hospital by Roger, which delayed his admission until now. Okay, sorry for the trouble. Darren smiled and stuffed a stack of banknotes in the past. No, Darren Commodore. Marine Lieutenant Junior grade looked at the stack of colorful banknotes with a blushing face, and backed away again and again. Accept it, I don't like people rejecting my kindness, and I need you to do something for me. Darren smiled and stuffed the money directly into his hand. Help me buy a fresh fruit basket tomorrow morning and send it here. Can you? After speaking, he didn't give the young Marine any time to react, patted the latter on the shoulder, and walked straight into the house. Marine Lieutenant Junior grade stared blankly at Darren's back, then looked at the tip that was more than half a year's salary, suddenly blushed and saluted vigorously. Yes, guaranteed completion, Darren Commodore. Darren waved his hand. Go to bed early. Chapter 49. So the rumors are true, you guys are a rich man. Darren had just entered the yard when a low, smiling voice came from the front door. There is an oak tree planted in the yard, and there are 2 beach chairs under the shade, and a figure is lying leisurely on one of the beach chairs. It's not a good habit to break into other people's yards. Darren smiled. Drago shrugged and said with a hey smile. Don't be so stingy, anyway. You can't live in such a big house by yourself. There was nothing Darren could do about this smug guy. He lay down on the beach chair next to him, calmly looking at the starry sky in the dark night with his deep eyes, gradually fascinated. Seeing that Darren was silent, Drago, who couldn't hold back his words, couldn't help but find a topic. I haven't congratulated you yet, becoming the chief of this training camp. This is just the beginning. Don't forget that Kuzan is known as a monster. Darren said something, and he glanced at Drago. But Darag Rear Admiral, are you sure you don't want to go home? Darag shook his head and said. No, I just had an argument with the old man, and I don't want to go back and face his bad face. Oh. Darren answered without saying a word, what's the matter? Darag put his hands on his pillow, looked up at the starry sky, and sighed. I excitedly told the old man that I wanted to become Marine Admiral. But he suddenly acted like an angry cat and asked me to give up this idea. He said that I would just be a Marine Vice Admiral like him, free and easy. He said that my personality is not suitable for being a Marine Admiral. Speaking of this, Drago's tone was a little dissatisfied and aggrieved. He doesn't want to be promoted, but it doesn't mean that others don't want to be promoted, okay? He turned to look at Darren. Darren, do you understand? I have grown up hearing the name of the old man since I was a child. Everyone says that I am the son of a marine hero and have the blood of a hero. You don't like people complimenting you like that. Darren interrupted him suddenly. Drago was taken aback, hesitated and said. That's not. He became a little annoyed. It's just that everyone has given me such expectations, but no one has ever asked me what I want to do. Darren rolled his eyes. This is a typical second-generation worry of the wealthy. To put it bluntly, it's just that they have enough to eat. He couldn't help complaining in his heart. So what do you want? Darag's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this question, and he was very interested. Good question. He suddenly shouted excitedly, which almost made Darren jump up in fright. Darren, you know what? I've had a dream since I was a kid. Darag's eyes seemed to reflect the starlight in the sky, which was extremely bright, and his face showed the unique frivolity and wantonness of a young man. I want to change the world. Change the world. Darren raised his eyebrows and joked. I don't know about others, but this world should be very good to you. Based in the light of a hero, you will have a luxurious life that ordinary people can't imagine in their lifetime. As far as I know, you became the prestigious Naval Headquarters Major when you were 15 years old, but when I was 15 years old, I was still an ordinary private in North Blue, cleaning toilets and doing odd jobs for my superiors. When you were 15 years old, you were surrounded by the favor of Marine's top management and the geniuses of Marine. When I was 15 years old, I was either dealing with vulgar soldiers and gangsters every day, or fighting against the mafia and pirates. So, stop complaining. Drago blushed immediately, faltering and saying. That. Darren, that's not what I meant. Darren waved his hand and said. So tell me, why do you want to change the world? Drago took a deep breath and said slowly. Actually, when I was young, I lived in East Blue. It was a place called Windmill Village. As the name suggests, there are many windmills in that place, you know. Darren nodded, thinking, of course I know, even better than you. My mother died of illness when I was very young. The old man was busy with military affairs and couldn't take care of me, so I was basically raised by the villagers of Fengch village. Darag continued, memories gradually appearing in his eyes. It was a very peaceful country, no wars, no disasters, everything was beautiful. Until one day, a large number of refugees floated from the sea. His tone dropped. I will never forget that scene. Those refugees no longer have a piece of good meat on their bodies. The shriveled skin is wrapped around the bones, and they look like skeletons. The reason is that there was a famine in their country, coupled with the pirates looting, more than half of the citizens starved to death. The villagers tried to rescue them, but their bodies were too weak and they died after a short period of time. Did you know, Darren, the countries where the refugees are located are only 2 days away from the windmill village, even though the distance is less than a few hundred nautical miles. Heaven and hell are forcibly separated. At that time, I was thinking, if my ability can be greater, if I can have more resources, maybe I can save those people, isn't it? When you become a Marine Admiral, no, even a Marine Admiral, you can have more power and mobilize more troops, so you can better protect justice, right? Drago suddenly clenched his teeth, clenched his fist and said. I'm not saying that the old man's method is wrong. It's certainly right to hunt down pirates. But maybe, besides hunting down pirates, we, as a righteous Marine, can do more things. Protect the weak and protect civilians. Isn't this what our Marines should do? This is my dream. He stood up abruptly. I want to change the world with Marines' justice. Make this world a happy place. Hearing this, Darren fell silent. He turned his head, looked at Drago's still young side face, and suddenly understood. At this age, Drago still has high expectations for Marines' justice. But, Darag, do you think that the country's disasters and misfortunes are really only caused by natural disasters and pirates? Do you really think the world is something Marine can change? Maybe Vice Admiral Garp is right. Darren said something that left Drago stunned. You are indeed not suitable to be a Marine Admiral, let alone a Marine Marshal. Go home, it's late, I have to rest. After speaking, Darren got up from the beach chair and walked into the house. The moment the door closed, Darren finally said something meaningful. Darag, this world is far more cruel than you imagined. One day, you will understand. A naive and passionate young man will learn his lesson only when he hits the south wall and bruises his head. Before that, no matter how much others said, they could not change his mind. Boom! The door closed mercilessly. Only Drago was left standing there in a daze. There was a long silence. Chapter 50. The clear sunlight is projected from the glass windows, and the shadows of Madara's shade are printed on the walls, which is comfortable and leisurely. Darren opened his eyes and woke up from the bed. The room is not big, but it is very clean. He sat up slowly and checked his state habitually. With the development of that kind of precise body perception, one's own personal attribute panel is also presented. Physique, 65.131. Strength, 63.135. Velocity, 63.591. Fruit, 74.167. Compared with the last time, all the data have increased significantly. The most obvious increase was in physique. Sure enough, Roger's almost fatal avoidance was not in vain, and his physique had increased by at least 2 points. As for the other three stats, strength, speed, and fruit, they all increased by more than a little. It's hard to imagine that this is just an improvement brought about by a battle. Darren secretly calculated that if he used the practice method he used in North Blue, even if the training intensity was pulled to the limit that the body could bear, it would take at least 3 months to achieve the same effect. And this is just an extremely short fight. But it's also reasonable. 100 simulation exercises are not as good as an actual combat. The thrill of adrenaline soaring between life and death, the sense of oppression that every cell, every muscle, and every nerve is squeezed to the limit, as if suffocating, is not something that conventional practice can create. Sure enough, only fighting against the strong can stimulate one's physical potential to the greatest extent and break through the limit. If I could come a few more times. Thinking of this, Darren's mind became active, and he couldn't help muttering, but soon he couldn't help but laugh again. A simple knife almost killed him, and he was lucky to survive, and this has to be considered that Roger did not burst out with all his strength. If it was a real fight, it would be impossible for him to survive Roger's hands. That knife that even ghosts and gods have to avoid. Darren couldn't help clenching his fists. Call. After several seconds, he let out a long breath of foul air, got up and took a shower. After the duel in the training camp, they had about 3 days of free time as trainees in the training camp. On the one hand, it is inevitable that people will be injured in the duel and need to receive treatment and recuperation. On the other hand, these students from all over the world are given sufficient time to get familiar with the environment and living habits of Marine Ford. After briefly washing up, the neatly dressed Darren put on the marine cloak and pushed the door out. The fallen leaves are falling in the yard, and the breath of late autumn has come unknowingly, even the leaves are rendered with a touch of golden light. Darren looked at Drago, who was sleeping on the beach chair in a messy posture, stretched out, and spitting out a big bubble, and couldn't help rubbing his temples. It's really rough. He shook his head and strode out of the yard. A cautious young figure was already waiting outside the yard, carefully carrying a fresh fruit basket in his hand. When he saw Darren coming out, he immediately trotted over and said respectfully, "Darren Commodore. This is your fruit basket." The young Marine Lieutenant Junior grade gave a military salute. Darren took the fruit basket and said with a smile, "Sorry to bother you. How could it be? Marine Lieutenant Junior Grade hurriedly waved his hand. Darren stuffed another wad of bills. Darren Commodore, you have given, that money has not been spent. Lieutenant Junior Grade retreated again and again. Take it, go buy me a breakfast. Darren said without question, and put the money directly into the hands of the Marine Lieutenant Junior Grade. Then he pointed to Darag, who was sleeping sloppily in the yard, and smiled. What's more refreshing than a warm breakfast? After saying this, Darren turned around and left with the fruit basket in hand, leaving Marine Lieutenant Junior Grade alone with a large stack of colorful banknotes in the wind. This is really too much. The morning mist has cleared, and the cool wind is blowing on the cheeks, making people feel refreshed. Darren walked the block unhurriedly, with a calm expression on his face. He has no habit of using others for free, especially if that person is not your core subordinate. Living in a place where mafia forces are intertwined like North Blue, Darren has seen some so-called mafia bosses capsize in the gutter more than once, and died at the hands of his younger brother. Those little guys he used to boss around and look down on the most are often a knife stabbed from behind him when you are at the end of your life. The human heart is very complicated. That wad of bills tossed casually meant nothing to Darren. But for that young Marine, it was a huge sum of money. The real measure of wealth is not the gold and silver piled up at home, not the numbers deposited in the bank, nor your mansion and private yacht. It's the hearts of the people you bought. Maybe Darren won't be able to use that Marine Lieutenant Junior Grade in his life, but there are some things that are better if you don't use them than you don't need them. Why not let a Marine Lieutenant Junior Grade who is in charge of the daily affairs of the officers in the training camp be grateful to you for hundreds of thousands of Baileys? As for why not just stuff the money? No, that's not appropriate. How could it be possible for Darren to do something as illegal as bribery? He just asked the Marine Lieutenant Junior Grade to help him buy a fruit basket and breakfast. According to the Marine Lieutenant Junior Grade, it didn't take long for Darren to find his destination. Before he got close to the yard, standing outside the fence, he heard a burst of violent curses coming from the yard, mixed with the whistling of sticks and the sound of footsteps. You brat! You're all hurt like this. You're still carrying a stray cat back outside. Those cats, and dogs, there are a lot of them in the house. Animals eat more than people eat many. Dad, stop chasing. You can't see, don't fall down later. Although I can't see your father, I can still hear you. Don't run, brat. Hearing the loud noise, Darren couldn't help but smile. He stepped forward and pushed open the gate of the yard. The two figures froze there immediately. The fleeing figure had a cropped cut and bandages all over his body, maintaining a running posture. Behind him, a blind middle-aged uncle was holding a wooden stick, panting. The two turned their heads stiffly, bit by bit, to look at Darren. Darren held up the fruit basket in his hands. It seems that your injury is recovering well, Colonel Hwashaishan. He smiled. Chapter 51. That's right, Darren is here to visit Hwashaishan. In the battle of the training camp, the determination shown by Hwashaishan was very appetizing to Darren. Besides, he still injured himself, so it was reasonable to come to visit him. Darren Commodore. Hwashaishan looked at Darren, who was carrying a fruit basket, and was stunned for a moment before reacting immediately. He smiled a little embarrassedly, and introduced to Darren. Darren Commodore, this is my daddy. Dad, this is Darren Commodore. Darren smiled politely at the grumpy uncle. Hi, excuse me. There is a maple tree planted in the courtyard, and the fiery red maple leaves are falling in the cool wind, which is absolutely beautiful. Why don't you stay in the hospital for a few more days? Darren put down the fruit basket, sat casually on the steps, looked at Hwashaishan, who was wrapped like a rice dumpling in front of him, and asked. Naval Headquarters provides free medical care to all Marines, and officers above the school level can enjoy better medical and rehabilitation conditions, such as independent wards. Hua Shaishan scratched his head with a smile and said. The injury is not serious, so I won't trouble the doctors and nurses. He pouted in the direction of the kitchen. And I'm not worried that the old man is alone. As you can see, his eyes are not very good. Darren nodded. He briefly glanced at the well-maintained yard, and there were a few dirty kittens squinting and dozing off under the fence and shade. A yellow-haired dog jumped out of the house at this time, came to Hua Shaishan and licked his hand, its tail wagging like an electric fan. Darren suddenly understood how the cat scratch marks on Hua Shaishan's arm came from. You like animals very much. Hua Shaishan rubbed the yellow dog's head, smiled and said. That's not true. It's just that sometimes I see them wandering outside, having a meal without a meal. It always feels bad. Darren was silent, took out a cigar and handed it to Hua Shaishan. Can I smoke? Hua Shaishan looked at the gilded cigar, was startled for a moment, and took it calmly. Okay. So the two sat on the steps like this, swallowing clouds and fog. Young man, stay and eat, the meal is ready. At this time, the blind uncle came out of the kitchen and yelled at Darren. It's rare that this boring kid like a gourd has a friend to visit, so don't refuse. Darren smiled, but didn't refuse. Okay. The dishes were simple and home-cooked, but Darren ate happily and enjoyed a warmth that he had never had before. After the meal, Hua Shaishan automatically took over the job of washing dishes, leaving only Darren and his father at the dinner table. My brat, has he caused you a lot of trouble? The blind uncle suddenly broke the silence, took out a pack of crumpled cigarettes, and handed Darren one. Darren shook his head and said. Actually, it's just the opposite. I'm the one who caused a lot of trouble for Colonel Hua Shaishan. While speaking, he took a slight look at the old man with vicissitudes of life in front of him. At about 50 years old, his face is full of traces of time. His skin was dark, his hands were covered with calluses, and there was a shocking scar on his face, which spread diagonally from his left eye to his right cheek. As if sensing Darren's gaze, the uncle pointed to his face, and grinned, with a ferocity and evil spirit hidden in the smile. Don't worry, I didn't make it easy for that pirate either. Darren was dumbfounded. Young man, from your voice, you should be a tough and decisive person, that's pretty good. The blind uncle was smoking a cigarette and suddenly became emotional. My kid is too soft, you said he is obviously a marine, he brings stray cats outside the house every day, I want to throw them all out. Young man, you say that my brat has such a temper, how can he kill pirates? Darren let out a puff of smoke. You don't worry too much, Colonel Hua Shaishan is an excellent marine. He is more determined than anyone else in fighting pirates. He paused, smiled, and said. And you probably don't know, right? In this training camp, Colonel Hua Shaishan won the 5th place. The blind uncle was silent when he heard this. By this time Huo Shaoshan had finished washing the dishes and came back. Young man, let's talk. The blind uncle said firmly, then stood up from the chair, turned around and walked out of the room. Huo Shaoshan smiled awkwardly and said. Sorry, the old man's temper is a little weird. Darren smiled and said it didn't matter. No, uncle, he has a very good character. Huo Shaoshan was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked. Darren, during that battle, you didn't use all your strength, right? He stared at the Marine Commodore with burning eyes, expecting an answer. Yes. Darren speaks his mind and doesn't hold anything back. Huo Shaoshan sighed with regret. I thought I had learned a brand new swordsmanship and could keep up with monsters like you. You will. Darren said seriously, not stingy with his praise. A person who dares to wield a sword against the strong is always worthy of respect. That knife is already very strong. Really? Huo Shaoshan's eyes lit up. He thought for a while, as if he suddenly remembered something, and said to Darren excitedly. Well, you know my dream is to become a hero like Mr. Garp, a well-known man. A hero's moves always have a cool name, but I've been thinking about it for a long time in the past 2 days and I can't think of it. Darren, can you help me give that sword a name? His expression was filled with the enthusiasm and innocence of a middle-aged boy, which made Darren couldn't help but smile. To put it bluntly, Huo Xiaoshan at this time was just a young man under 20 years old. You feel? Darren recalled the decisive and stunning firelight of Xiaochang Mountain. After pondering for a second, he smiled and said, "The name of that knife is Hua Xiaoshan, how about it?" After chatting briefly for a while, Darren didn't stay long and said goodbye to Huo Xiaoshan. When he walked to the door of the yard, Darren noticed Huo Xiaoshan's father walking out of the kitchen, holding a large pot of steaming chicken and rice in his hand. He was cursing and bending down to share it with the cats and puppies. Darren smiled upon seeing this, turned around and waved goodbye to Huo Xiaoshan. Darren. After walking a certain distance, the roar of burning mountains suddenly came from behind. Darren looked back. I saw a short-haired young man with bandages all over his body, standing under the fiery red maple tree, punching himself vigorously in the sunshine. I will continue to work hard. One day, I will catch up with you monsters. His eyes were high-spirited, glistening with sweat and sunshine. I will let that knife, along with my name, resound throughout this world. Darren was startled, then laughed wantonly. Okay, I'll wait. Every glorious and heroic life. Every mature and old soul. There was once a young boy who sweated and punched wantonly under the scorching sun. This vast and endless sea has become magnificent and shining precisely because of such fiery youth and simple dreams. Chapter 52. Taking advantage of his free time in the past 2 or 3 days, Darren took a brief tour of the entire naval headquarters Marine Ford. Generally speaking, Marine Ford is not an island, but a collection of land similar to an archipelago. Civilian areas and military areas are artificially divided from administrative planning. The military zone mainly includes large defensive buildings, including the central military fortress and the Oval Harbor. Major armories, administrative offices of various military departments, training schools, and the outer sea areas where warships cruise all fall within the scope of the military zone. The civilian area is also called the living area and commercial area. It is home to the local residents of Marine Ford and Marines' family members. Most of the residences of senior military officers are also arranged in the civilian area. Although Marine Ford is the center of justice in the world, there are still relatively prosperous commercial streets in the living area, which are used to provide the normal living and entertainment needs of people here. In terms of material supplies and commercial trade, the naval headquarters will issue trade licenses to some powerful caravans. These caravans transport goods, food, etc. from all over the world. After arriving at Marine Ford, the merchant ships will undergo strict inspection by the headquarters to confirm that they do not carry dangerous goods before they can deliver the goods to civilian areas. Sitting on a beach chair in his yard, Darren smoked a cigar and fell into deep thought. Blue, 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 blue. His thoughts were interrupted by the sudden call from the military phone bug. Darren took out a military phone bug from his arms, saw the signal on it, and connected the communication with a smile on his face. It's an honor for me that the powerful North Blue Admiral Flying Squirrel has time to contact me. The helpless voice of the flying squirrel came from the phone bug. Don't be joking, you guy, the job of governor of North Blue is really not done by humans. Darren suddenly became happy. Now do you understand the pressure I was under before? Over there from the phone bug, Flying Squirrel sat alone in the office of the base director of Branch 321. There were deep bags under his eyes, and he looked exhausted. He couldn't help but take a puff of his cigar to refresh himself, and gritted his teeth and said, I really don't know how you managed to survive before. Forget about Marines' internal affairs, training, procurement, budgeting, exercises, cleaning up pirates. I'm familiar with all of those and can handle them. His voice suddenly rose to a higher pitch, and his tone was painful. But what's with this endless party? Almost every day there are banquets, parties, wine bureaus, auctions, and wine tastings. Don't those nobles and dignitaries have anything serious to do? Invitations are sent one after another, especially after they know that you have won the position of chief in the headquarters training camp. This kind of social banquet becomes even more crazy. Those guys, like sharks smelling blood, rushed over one by one. There are a total of 10 phone bugs deployed on the base to communicate and receive civilians asking for help. They ring non-stop every day. The flying squirrel's eyes were filled with streaks of bloodshot eyes, and there was a strong smell of alcohol in his mouth and nose. His face was full of pain and he said, "Darren, do you know how I came here in the past month and a half? Every day, whether it's drinking or eating, whether it's a kabuki hall or a private gambling game, I have no way to refuse the countless gifts of famous cigarettes and wine. If I want to refuse them, they will kneel down on the spot. There are so many gold and silver treasures that I can put them all in the office. No more. All kinds of beauties were thrust into my arms. When I played a pair 3 in a card game, they all said, it's too big to afford. I don't know how long I can sustain this kind of life." He punched the desk hard, his eyes red, and he panted. "Who do those guys think I am? I'm a righteous Marine." Listening to the flying squirrel's complaints, the smile on Darren's lips became even stronger, and he couldn't help but joke. "Colonel Flying Squirrel, you have to understand that what you are living now is a wonderful life that countless people can only dream of. I would rather fight for my life with pirates." Listening to Darren's gloating voice, the flying squirrel gnashed his teeth and went crazy. Darren couldn't help but laugh. Strength is the shortcut to all ends. In the face of absolute strength, all power, status, reputation, money, must give way to it. I used to be able to call the wind and rain in North Blue. Putting aside the so-called political skills, to put it bluntly, I have an absolutely powerful strength that can suppress the entire North Blue Sea area. Those flattering smiles and those flattering faces are all manifestations of surrender under one's own powerful strength. And after he came to naval headquarters, he took off the title of chief in one fell swoop, which means that his Rogers Darren's strength is not limited to North Blue, even in Marine, which looks at the whole world, is absolutely dominant. In this way, those North Blue nobles, businessmen, and political officials who kept inquiring about their own news, naturally came to the door like a shark smelling blood, and bowed their knees to Darren's deputy and successor, Flying Squirrel, and tried their best to please. This was Darren's plan from the beginning. The more he causes trouble in naval headquarters, the more stable his power in North Blue will be. It's just that these social affairs are indeed a bit difficult for Flying Squirrel's serious and calm character. Actually, you're just too tight. Relax, Flying Squirrel, don't have any psychological pressure. Darren smiled and said. Those so-called wine and dinner banquets are rejected directly without any need. We are Marine, and there is no need to entertain those group of banquets. Developing hard power is the most important task. Of course, if the pressure is too great, it is not impossible to go to a kabuki hall to relax. Darren blinked. The flying squirrel rolled his eyes. Entertainment and communication are indeed not his forte, and Darren's words made him feel relieved. How's Germa 66 going? Darren asked. Speaking of business, the flying squirrel instantly entered the state, and said seriously. There is not much movement at the moment, our business cooperation with Vinsmoke Judge is still going on normally. Darren nodded. Where's my lovely godson? The flying squirrel exhaled slowly, and said in a deep voice. Doflamingo's power is still expanding, and his strength is improving rapidly. A few days ago, he clashed with a pirate who offered a bounty of more than 30 million, and cut the unlucky guy into pieces in less than a minute. Minced meat. But overall he's been relatively restrained at North Blue, playing by your rules. That's good. Darren smiled with satisfaction, but then again, haven't you congratulated me on winning the first place? The flying squirrel said unhappily. Isn't it natural? By the way, I have to get busy, Darren. Germa 66 has a new batch of weapons arriving at the port, I have to check. Well, thank you for your hard work. When I return to North Blue, I invite you to drink. Darren smiled and immediately drew the flying squirrel's eyes. The military phone bug communication was interrupted. Darren had just put away the phone bug when a head suddenly moved over in front of him, blocking the sunlight. Grinning with a grin, extremely flattering. Darren. I said, you guys, you ran into other people's yards without knocking, aren't you afraid of being beaten? Darren sighed helplessly. He had already discovered that this guy was eavesdropping in the corner. Gigi laughed straight, rubbed his hands together and said. Well. Darren, can I discuss something with you? Darren raised his eyebrows. No. Crisp and neat. Gigi's face suddenly collapsed. Then. He fell to his knees with a thud, wrapped his arms around Darren's feet tightly, and wailed loudly. Please, Darren. I want to transfer to North Blue. Isn't North Blue short of a deputy admiral? I'm going to be the deputy of the flying squirrel. I want to live his life too. That kind of life is not lived by human beings. Let me, a selfless and dedicated genius, take over alone, please. He howled heart-piercingly. Darren. Chapter 53. Looking at Gigi, who was crying and howling in front of him with a ferocious face, several black lines appeared on Darren's forehead. But at the same time, an indescribable admiration emerged in his heart. Even Darren had to admit that Gigi, this BD, was indeed able to stink, bend, cannot stretch face. Are you sure? Plus, that's not something ordinary people can do. Darren pulled his foot out of Gigi's arms without making a sound, and said with a half-smile. Entertainment day and night, all kinds of fine wine, cigarettes, beauties, gambling games, performances. These couples will corrode a person's body and wear down a person's will. Look, even a famous man like Flying Squirrel is almost tortured to death, and you are still the fourth seat in the officer training camp of our headquarters, the future of Marine, and the hope of justice. I really can't bear to let you to take responsibility for such pain. It doesn't matter. Gigi suddenly yelled loudly, stood up suddenly from the ground, straightened his chest, and a righteous light burst out of his tear-stained eyes. Darren, it is precisely because I am the fourth member of the military academy, the future pillar of the Marine, and the mainstay of justice. I am going to shoulder a heavier responsibility than others. In his tone there was an air of giving it up to me, and the marine cloak behind him fluttered automatically without any wind. I have to go deep into the front line and accept the baptism of these sugar-coated shells before I can transform into a great marine. He bowed deeply to Darren. Please. Please, let me bear this pain. Darren. As expected of you, Gigi. I almost believed your nonsense. He shook his head angrily, not bothering to pay attention to the 205, and casually said. Let me think about it. Among other things, it was impossible for Sengoku to get himself transferred to North Blue. Unexpectedly, Gigi misunderstood what Darren meant, and said with a smile. I understand, I understand. He shot Darren an I get it look. Darren, don't worry, anyone who dares to oppose you in the future will be my genius enemy. He clenched his fists tightly, and a substantial flame spewed out of his eyes. All for the glory of North Blue. Darren's mouth twitched. Please, your fighting spirit is too strong. Besides, your sloppy face, coupled with your flattering and wretched smile. No matter how you look at it, you look like a dog leg leading the way for the prince in some drama. Half an hour later. Training camp, school field. The sun is scorching, and the yellow sand dances. Wearing sunglasses, Zephyr crossed his arms and looked at the freshmen of the third training camp in front of him, with a satisfied smile on his face. I believe that after the duel match 3 days ago, You all already know each other a little bit, so I don't want to talk so much nonsense here, and just get straight to the point. His gaze swept over everyone's face. In this training camp, you will receive the most elite and high-quality military education in this sea. Swordsmanship, gymnastics, navigation, climate knowledge, physical training, these are all part of the teaching content of the training camp, and they are also the content of the final assessment. But the most fundamental and core content of the training camp teaching is to teach you to develop your own physical strength. And starting today, the old man will teach you the physical skills of Marine 6 styles. Zephyr quickly entered the state of explaining, with a serious expression. The so-called Marine 6 styles refers to the 6 moves of shave, iron body, paper arts, moonwalk, tempest kick, and finger pistol. These 6 moves complement each other and are extremely powerful, including attack, defense and high-speed movement. Skill. I believe that with your positions and military ranks, you have definitely heard of Marine 6 styles more or less before this, and have even seen Marine generals perform it in actual combat. Hearing this, many people nodded slightly in agreement. Marine 6 styles is not a big secret in the Marine system, and many Marine generals can skillfully use 1 or 2 of them. Zephyr suddenly laughed, he pointed at Doberman casually, and asked. Doberman, in your opinion, what is the biggest role of Marine 6 styles? Doberman pondered for a moment, and replied in a deep voice. This is actual combat, Teacher Zephyr. In Marine 6 styles, finger pistol has a short-range piercing burst damage, and tempest kick is a medium to long-range attack move, which makes up for the weakness of finger pistol's lack of distance. Shaving is a high-speed movement technique, used to quickly approach and evacuate the target. Moonwalk is an extended application of shaving, which allows users to move in the air for a short time to reach the target in the air. As for iron body and paper arts, both are defensive techniques. If you can master all the 6 styles, the human body can become an efficient fighting machine, attacking, defending, breaking out, advancing. No matter what kind of situation you face, you can respond flexibly and easily. Listening to Doberman's answer, everyone else present nodded in agreement. Only Darren frowned slightly. Others may not know, but he knows the plot. None of the strong men who rule the sea use Marine 6 styles. On the contrary, those so-called 6-style powerhouses all fell into the 6-style one by one. And the most important point is that, compared to others, Darren has naturally mastered some of Marine 6 style's tricks by relying on his own development. So on this point, he has more say than everyone present here. But in fact, in actual combat, he found that Marine 6 styles is not as practical as rumored. Iron body will amplify the self-awareness of defense, and the instant burst of shaving, although the speed is indeed very fast, but in fact, the body will have a short period of stiffness at the moment of shaving. This is nothing to ordinary people, but in the eyes of the real strong, it becomes an extremely obvious flaw. Marine 6 styles is not so much a practical technique as it is. Well said, it seems that you have done a lot of homework. Zephyr's words interrupted Darren's thoughts. He smiled and shot Doberman an appreciative look. But you're not entirely right. Zephyr's conversation suddenly changed. This old man will tell you the truth now. He raised his broad palms and clenched them into fists. The real role of Marine 6 styles is not in actual combat. This set of physical skills is not the kind of powerful actual combat skills you think, but a set of strict, perfect, and exquisite cultivation system. Finger pistol and tempest kick can help improve the burst and utilization of limb strength. Iron body and paper arts, the former is to improve overall physical strength, and the latter is to improve neural response and body perception. Shaved and moonwalk, is the training of instant burst and control of body muscles. Zephyr's voice was like thunder roaring, resounding everywhere. In short, Marine 6 styles is a training system with a solid foundation and developed to surpass the limits of the human body. It has nothing to do with the so-called actual combat. Many people get this wrong, mistakenly regard the 6 styles as actual combat skills, and apply them stupidly in fighting against the strong. This is simply chasing the basics. You're not mistaken. What the old man is talking about is CP's bunch of dog legs who hide their heads and show their tails. When he said this, Zephyr's tone showed undisguised contempt and disdain. Chapter 54. After the words fell, the hearts of all the Marines present were shocked and thoughtful. They are all elites selected by Naval Headquarters after thousands of selections from various sea areas in the world. They may not be as strong as the monsters like Sakazuki and the others, but their talent is definitely the top level in this sea. Naturally, he quickly figured out what Zephyr was referring to. To put it simply, the original intention of Marine 6 styles, perhaps from the very beginning, was not a fighting technique for combat, but a complete set of comprehensive practice system. This is a set of techniques that allow practitioners to lay a solid foundation, develop their physical potential, and master more powerful strength. Darren's eyes also twinkled slightly. Teacher Zephyr's words confirmed his inner guess about Marine 6 styles. Every move of Marine 6 styles has extremely obvious flaws and flaws in actual combat. The short-term stiffness of shaving, the overconfidence of iron body, the lack of lethality of finger pistol, the damage of tempest kick is far inferior to that of Jiunhouse slash, the stagnation of paper arts, the limitations of moonwalk. This kind of trick is used in actual combat, and there is no doubt that it feels tasteless. But the role of Marine 6 styles in the development of body strength and potential is unquestionable. Even Darren suspects that the anti-strike training he used to hone his physique before is the way of training iron body. It's just that I accidentally practiced too hard. Fundamentally speaking, Marine 6 styles is a method of practice, not a skill in actual combat. To take the simplest example, push-ups are a way for boxers to strengthen their arms, but if a boxer uses push-ups to fight an opponent in the ring, it is undoubtedly an idiot. However, according to Mr. Zephyr's tone, he seems to be somewhat dissatisfied with the CP department. So listen up, don't rely too much on Marine 6 styles. In real combat, you have to be flexible. Zephyr smiled, and continued. And it is also very important that the practice of Marine 6 styles will give you further development of strength in the future, and even master Haki, which has a very direct relationship. This is because the practice of Marine 6 styles can help you break through the limits of your body. If you fully master this power, you will be able to pursue higher realms and stronger power. At that time, the mastery of Haki will come naturally. On this point, the old man believes that Darren should have some feelings, right? As he spoke, he looked at Darren with an encouraging smile. You all clearly see that Darren has developed his body to an inhuman state beyond the limits of human beings, and the defense hardness of his body can reach the level of iron body in a normal state, so he can master armament Haki, is also a very natural thing. Everyone suddenly realized. Zephyr's simple explanation broke their previous misunderstanding of Marine 6 styles. At the beginning, they thought that only when they reached the level of Superman could they display the skills of Marine 6 styles. But it is not. It is through continuous practice of Marine 6 styles. As time goes by, when you have successfully practiced all 6 styles, your body will break through to the realm of Superman. Causality, as it should be. Then, now the old man will show you the 6 moves. Zephyr said in a deep voice, glanced at the students, and looked at the probing plan. Jiaji, you come to cooperate. Jiaji pointed to himself, hesitating a little. That's right, come on, give this old man a punch with all your might. Zephyr grinned. Jiaji's face suddenly became tangled. Teacher Zephyr, isn't that bad? Zephyr blew his beard and stared. What's the matter, do you think the old man can't stop your kid's punch? That's not. With a tangled face, Jiaji stammered. It's just Mr. Zephyr, you won't blackmail me, will you? Everyone. Zephyr. Go aside. Zephyr cursed angrily, and then scanned the crowd again. Darren, come on. Darren frowned, and also hesitated. Teacher Zephyr, are you sure? Zephyr, who was a little impatient after being counted on, said in a bad mood. Although the old man has retired, he is still Marine Admiral. It is more than enough to take a punch from your boy. Don't worry, in order to show the specific effect, the old man will not use haki defense. Of course, you should not use haki, purely use physical strength. He ordered. Oh well. Since Zephyr said this, Darren stopped arguing and slowly walked out of the crowd. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. They had seen the horror of Darren's power with their own eyes. One punch directly caused a small abandoned military fortress to collapse. You have all seen clearly that Marine 6 Style's iron body improves the body's ability to resist blows by strengthening the strength of the muscles, making the body as hard as steel and invulnerable. Zephyr let out a low cry, and with the flow of blood, his body muscles swelled like lava, making the military uniform bulge. Come on, Darren. Darren nodded. He took a deep breath and stared intently at the former Marine Admiral 10 meters away. The muscles in his body were compressed like springs. In previous duels, whether he faced Dalmatia, Huashaishan, or Kuzan, he had never been able to fight with his body happily. He also wanted to test what kind of power he could unleash when he went all out. Crackling. The ground beneath his feet seemed unable to withstand this continuously suppressed force, and cracks visible to the naked eye appeared. Everyone opened their eyes wide and held their breath, fearing that they would miss the next scene. Boom! As if the spring was compressed to the ultimate level, it was as if a high explosive bomb exploded on the ground beneath Darren's feet. The ground collapsed layer by layer, opening up a shocking giant crater. With the help of this terrifying recoil force, Darren shot out from the spot, and his speed climbed to ultimate. There's something wrong with this explosive power. Zephyr's pupil shrank, and for some reason an unpleasant thought came to his mind. The moment the body subconsciously displayed haki for defense, Zephyr's eyes caught the expectant eyes of the students. The corner of Zephyr's mouth twitched. In such a dazed moment. Boom! Darren's punch landed on his stomach like a meteor hammer. White air ripples exploded on Zephyr's back, and the powerful impact caused his body to slide back several meters before barely stopping. The military boots plowed 2 deep grooves into the ground. Yellow sand is flying. In the eyes of everyone expecting, Zephyr let out a long breath, raised his head, and smiled without changing his face. Well, very good power. Compared to when the old man was young, he is not inferior. Darren exhaled slowly, seeing that his full blow hadn't had the slightest effect. He couldn't help feeling a little regretful on his face. Too strong. Teacher Zephyr's iron body has been cultivated to this level. As expected of a former Marine Admiral. So handsome and cool. The crowd couldn't help cheering and exclaiming. Zephyr smiled, and under the admiring eyes of everyone, he turned around slowly, walked to the edge of the school field without saying a word, and paused for a while. Then, bend over. Vomit. The sound of large amounts of liquid falling to the ground was heard. Everyone. A few seconds later, Zephyr wiped his mouth, turned around again, and calmly said. Well, I ate too much for breakfast. He said without changing his expression. Okay, then, next, the old man will show and explain to you the Marine 6 styles, the technique of exerting force, and the way to get started with cultivation. Mr. Zephyr, do you still need my cooperation? Darren asked. No need, the next demonstration is too dangerous. The old man is afraid of hurting you, so it's not good. Oh. Chapter 55. Oh. Darren replied with some regret. Don't be discouraged. Your strength is obvious to all. Given time, you will surely be able to catch up with or even surpass this old man. Zephyr crossed his arms over his chest and smiled majestically. What about me, what about me? Jiaji jumped out from the crowd again and asked excitedly. You. Zephyr squinted at him, took a forced breath, and said slowly. You're not bad either, very smart. Addition. Zephyr shook his head, and officially began to show Marine 6 styles to everyone. I saw him walking to a thick stone target. Finger pistol, gather all the strength of the whole body at one point, and use the hardened fingers to send out a blow like lightning and flint. Its power is enough to penetrate rocks and even steel, and the human body is naturally no problem. It has quite good lethality. While speaking, Zephyr stretched out his big hand and lightly weighed it, and the whole heavy stone target was thrown into the air. But the key point is that through the training of finger pistol, it can help you better master the skills of power control and convergence. Zephyr suddenly stuck out his index finger. Boom! A finger-thick hole suddenly appeared on the stone target thrown in the air, and a large piece of lime exploded from the back of the stone target. And then Tempest Kick. Zephyr kicked the stone target high into the sky with one easy kick, and with the explosive power wrapped around the foot in military boots, he kicked directly through the air, and in an instant a dark green moon arc-shaped slash shot out, cutting the stone target high in the air 2 halves. At the same time, Zephyr's low-pitched voice of explanation slowly spread on the school grounds. As one of the 6-foot skills, this move does not use kicks to attack, but uses ultra-high speed and powerful kicks to roll up the vacuum, resulting in mid-range slashes. Through the practice of Tempest Kick, it can help you to better improve the strength of your body. And then shaving. The moment the voice fell, everyone felt a blur in front of their eyes. Zephyr's figure appeared tens of meters away like a ghost. Darren's pupils contracted slightly. He keenly noticed that Zephyr's speed was at least 5 times faster than his own when performing shaving. And there is no obvious body stiffness. In an instant, step on the ground dozens of times at high speed in succession, thus generating explosive reaction force to move at high speed. It should be noted that the skill here is not in strength, but in frequency. Zephyr explained clearly, stepping out with one step, the air seemed to be as solid as a ladder under his feet, and in a blink of an eye he had stepped on the air and ascended to the sky. This is moonwalk, which is an advanced and extended technique of shaving, which requires a higher frequency of stepping on the ground and the ability to control the body's balance. Whether it is shaving or moonwalk, in the process of practice, it can effectively improve your control over body rhythm and explosive power. Zephyr's voice was heard in the sky, and the stone target that was cut in half by Tempest Kick began to fall under the action of gravity. Finally, paper arts. Zephyr smiled, and his figure caught up with the falling stone target, stepped on the air relay in mid-air, twisted his waist and turned around, and smashed the stone target into fragments all over the sky with one kick. The next moment, his figure disappeared in place. When it reappeared, it had come a step faster to the enveloping area where the fragments of the stone target roared and fell. The gravel all over the sky fell like raindrops, and a shocking scene was staged. I saw that Zephyr's burly body suddenly seemed to have turned into a piece of soft paper, like catkins fluttering like a storm. Countless gravels passed by his soft body one after another, without being able to hurt him at all, and splashed clear potholes on the ground. All returned to silence. Zephyr turned around and smiled at the adoring students. This is one of the defensive skills in the 6 forms. It removes the strength of the whole body, senses the change of the opponent's airflow, makes the body as thin as paper, and controls the body to avoid attacks calmly. Through the practice of paper arts, the body's ability to perceive crises can be strengthened, and the practice of this item clearly points to the ability of observation haki. It can be said bluntly that the practice of paper arts is, to some extent, a shortcut to awaken observation haki. He dusted off his hands and lit a cigar. This is Marine 6 Styles. It is a set of systematic training techniques that have been continuously researched, improved, and sorted out by generations of Marine powerhouses. It is far from a melee combat technique. Remember this, add the study of the 6 styles to your daily practice, this will be the key for you to gain greater strength, and it is also an indispensable item on your road to becoming stronger in the future. Zephyr exhaled a smoke like a dragon, speaking earnestly and authentically. As a teacher, he always wants to sum up the best and teach his students to avoid detours. Now the old man is going to demonstrate the specific force-exerting skills, you have to watch carefully. Seeing Zephyr's meticulous and patient explanation, everyone focused on observing and imitating it, even the 205 of Jiaji, who were immersed in it seriously. Each of them knew very well in their hearts that it was not an honor for Marine to join the training camp and become a student of Zephyr, but the greatest luck in their lives. A well-known Marine admiral, the most powerful person in this sea, taught them hand in hand, this is a priceless treasure that no amount of money can buy. Perhaps Zephyr's occasional words, a casual reminder, are enough to benefit them for a lifetime, giving them a chance to survive on the battlefield in the future. Darren also studied extremely hard. Although he has developed his body to the realm of Superman by virtue of his strong will and hellish practice, he is very clear that he is still far away from the real strong. Zephyr's incisive and simple explanations also benefited him a lot, and combined with his own practice, he was able to gain a deeper understanding than others. At the same time, seeing Zephyr's serious side face while teaching, Darren was also filled with emotion. Only a selfless and dedicated character like Zephyr can serve as the general instructor of Marine. If it was Garp who came over, I would probably demonstrate it casually, and eat senbei with my nostrils pressed, and then add casually. Isn't this something you can do with your hands? Zephyr, this name will never be erased in the history of Marine. Forged the legend of Marine's golden generation by himself, maybe, he is the real hero of Marine. Chapter 56. Half an hour later, Zephyr had basically finished explaining the Marine 6 Styles power generation techniques and introductory training. After answering the students' questions one by one, he wiped the sweat from his face and said with a smile, "Then it's your free practice time. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time." The Marines all nodded and immediately dispersed on the school grounds. They carefully considered the key points explained by Zephyr and began to try to practice Marine 6 Styles. For them, although Marine 6 Styles has a training effect that helps break through the limits of the human body, after all, everyone's training focus is different, so at the beginning they will choose one or two of the 6 styles to focus on. Study. For example, Dalmshia of Zoan Demon Fruit Power, he focuses more on shaving and finger pistol, dashing and instant destruction, which can better utilize the speed and claw penetration ability of his dog fruit to the ultimate. Officers such as Doberman and Huo Xiao Shan who are good at using knives prefer Iron Body, Tempest Kick and Xiao. Iron Body can improve the body's defense and resistance to blows, and increase the intensity of close combat. As for the Tempest Kick, it is because the essence and force-generating technique of the Tempest Kick are very similar to the flying slash of the swordsman, and it is more like mastering it for them. Without exception, shaving is the most practical move in the Marine 6 Styles and is the focus of every Marine's training. As for Darren, who has already exceeded the limits of the human body and achieved a superhuman physique, he directly practices the 6 postures together. Darren walked to the open space aside and faced a human-shaped stone target. He gradually became immersed in his mind and closed his eyes. Zephyr's teaching explanation just now began to be recalled in his mind. His ability to perceive the body was fully activated and he controlled the force of the muscles. The mechanism of the finger pistol is to gather all the strength of the whole body into one point. The fundamental strength of the human body comes from the feet. Under the contraction of the muscles, Darren's military boots rotate slightly, nailing the ground as tightly as nails. He carefully felt and understood the movement of every muscle and bone in his body. The force is transmitted from the feet to the pelvis. The pelvis and spine must remain stable, and the whole body must be twisted into one force, and then the shoulders, arms. The breeze blew by, and the harsh sunlight steamed the earth. Darren's heart was finally at peace. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed deep in his eyes. A cold shout. All the strength that had been accumulated in the body was poured into the index finger, and he stabbed it out with one shot. Finger pistol. Boom. A hole suddenly exploded in the stone target, causing lime to fly. Call. Darren let out a long breath and a smile appeared on his face. Mastering Marine 6 styles is easier than I thought. However, Darren then thought about it and realized that his physical strength, explosive power, endurance, bone hardness, etc. had already exceeded the standards of Marine 6 styles, so it was reasonable to master them easily. He raised his head, and what he saw were dumbfounded faces. What happened to you guys? Darren asked, looking at everyone frozen there in confusion. Darren. You learned the finger pistol all at once. This. Doberman and others looked at Darren and the holes in the stone target in disbelief. It's very simple. You only need to concentrate all your strength on one point, and you can do it easily. Darren smiled. Really? Everyone looked unbelieving. Only a monster like you would think this is easy. Ha 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 ha, let me try it then. At this time, Cuzin's eyes were scorching and he said. I won't lose to you, Darren. I saw him walking up to a stone target with great interest, taking a deep breath and concentrating. Everyone's eyes widened. Finger pistol. All he heard was a low shout from Cuzin, and his index finger stabbed out like a gun. Laugh. The lime exploded, and a hole as thick as a finger suddenly appeared in the center of the stone target. Ha 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 ha, it worked. Darren, did you see it? Cuzin looked at Darren with a smile on his face. Really, really successful? Everyone screamed crazily in their hearts, their faces full of shock. The difficulty of practicing Marine 6 styles is not low. Even some senior officers at the general level of the headquarters can only master one or two of them. With the help of these two styles, they can help themselves break through the limits of the human body in certain aspects. Although they have heard similar rumors before, that is, there are some freaks with terrifying talents in this sea who can master Marine 6 styles after just one or two looks. But when this actually happened before their eyes, they still found it unbelievable and unbelievable. Darren was able to master the 6 moves easily. Although they were shocked, they could still accept it. After all, Darren's strength and physical strength are there. But what happened to Cuzin? What a terrifying talent! Seeing Cuzin's performance, Darren's heart was also stirred up, and his pupils shrank. Zephyr, who was sitting on a beach chair smoking in the distance, couldn't help but his eyes lit up. He is worthy of winning the title of monster. Cuzin's speed in mastering the 6 forms is as fast as Sakazuki and Porisalino. I'll try it too. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. Everyone followed the sound and saw Jiaji walking out of the crowd with his hands on his hips. Seeing that everyone's eyes were attracted to Darren and Cuzin, Jiaji, who thought he had been robbed of the limelight, felt unhappy. Everyone looked at Jiaji, who also walked to the stone target and looked at each other for a moment. Could it be that Jiaji also learned the finger pistol in such a short time? Feeling everyone's eyes, especially Jun's eyes on him, Cake couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. Isn't it finger pistol? It shouldn't be a difficult thing, right? I saw Jiaji put on a pose that he thought was handsome, and took a deep breath under the gaze of everyone. Just like Darren and Cuzin did just now, their index fingers suddenly thrust towards the center of the stone target. Click! The sound of broken bones sounded suddenly. Hiss! Everyone present gasped in unison. They looked at the motionless stone target and Jiaji's index finger that was turned at a 90-degree angle. The corners of their eyes couldn't help but twitch, and they shrank their hands in unison. Jiaji's face turned pale for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. He took a deep breath again, quietly put his hands behind his back to cover it, and said without changing his expression. Well, I haven't moved for too long, so I loosened my finger bones. Everyone. Zephyr covered his face with his hands in pain. Chapter 57. A month flies by quickly. The newly built teaching building of the training camp. On the top floor, the Kendo Club. Boom! The two figures passed each other in the training room at extremely fast speeds, like phantoms. They both displayed the shaving high-speed movement skills in Marine 6 styles. The tip of a wooden sword flew into the air and then fell to the ground. Huo Xiaoshan stared blankly at the broken training wooden sword in his hand, with a wry smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. I lost again, Lieutenant Colonel Jun. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around, looked at the tall figure wearing indigo kendo uniform, his face was filled with emotion. You are indeed a swordsman genius that both Sengoku Admiral and Teacher Zephyr praised highly. Jun raised his hand to take off his mask and protective gear, put away his wooden sword, his long hair stained with sweat dripping from his cheeks, making him look elegant and refined. Colonel Huo Xiaoshan, you are flattered. She smiled. Immediately, the two walked towards each other, then bowed and saluted at the same time. Thanks for the advice. This is the etiquette of Kendo. Just when the two were about to take a rest, a dull roar came from far away outside the window. It starts again. Huo Xiaoshan smiled bitterly, walked to the window, and looked out the window. On the school field in the distance, yellow sand is rolling. A tall figure with his upper body naked, revealing muscles full of knots and scars, is facing the scorching sun, holding a huge black iron chain with both hands, and is dragging a huge abandoned warship forward with difficulty. It was noon at the moment, and the sun was scorching so fiercely that the outside world was like a steaming furnace. The figure's skin was tanned to a healthy and wild bronze color, and sweat continued to slide down the gaps between his angular muscles. What was extremely terrifying was that every time he took a step forward, he could clearly see the Huashao mountain. The ground on the school ground shook slightly, and dust and gravel began to beat. The heavy warship, which required hundreds of people to drag it into the sea, was dragged by him with his bare hands, sliding forward bit by bit, ploughing a shocking groove in the hot ground. Seen from a distance, the man who is nearly 3 meters tall looks as small as an ant against the backdrop of the mammoth 20-meter-high warship. Lieutenant Colonel Jun, did Darren train like this when he was at North Blue? Huo Xiaoshan whispered with a dry throat. He still remembered the first time he saw Darren training in private. Not only him, but everyone else in the training camp was shocked and dumbfounded. Even the well-informed Teacher Zephyr looked like he had seen a ghost. This picture is so shocking no matter how many times I see it. No. Jun looked at the figure on the school field who exuded a wild aura like a ferocious beast with the same complicated eyes, and shook his head. Really? Huo Xiaoshan was stunned and turned to look at Jun. Well, when he was at North Blue, the warships he towed were only half the size of this one. Huo Xiaoshan. He gulped with a grunt. Don't take it too seriously. Jun saw the stubbornness and bitterness in Huo Xiaoshan's eyes, and comforted him. That guy is a monster. Huo Xiaoshan sighed and nodded. Jun took off his indigo kendo uniform, turned around and walked out of the training room, leaving only Huo Xiaoshan alone in front of the window. There was a long silence. Huo Xiaoshan suddenly smiled. Lieutenant Colonel Jun, you said you shouldn't take it too seriously, but you obviously care. He heard the sound of weight training coming from downstairs. It was clearly Jun who was giving himself additional strength training after finishing his kendo confrontation training. Taking a deep breath, Huo Xiaoshan took out a bandage and wrapped his hands that were full of blisters and blood, picked up a brand new wooden sword, and immersed himself in training again. Sweat was pouring down, and blood seeped out of the bandages, but he didn't care. He was completely immersed in the world of kendo, running hard on the road to becoming stronger. At the same time, in the boxing gym, the sweaty Kuzan looked at the figure on the school field outside the window, and murmured with a smile. It's so handsome, Darren. If so, then I have to work harder. He turned his head, looked at Jiaji who was sitting on the ground not far away, with a blue nose and a swollen face, gasping for breath, and said with blood boiling. Continue. Jiaji immediately let out a wail of pain. You work hard, but please don't drag me. Not just them. In different training places in the training camp, such as the ordnance training department and the physical training room. After hearing the terrifying training noises on the school field, all the Marines in the training camp worked hard and gritted their teeth to increase their training intensity. That monster is already in existence, but still persists in the hell-style training day after day. Even if it is stormy, it will not rest. The chief who is so far ahead of them all is not letting up. How can they relax? General Instructor Office. Did you hear that, Sengoku? Zephyr looked at Sengoku in front of him, and Janin couldn't help but smile proudly. Sengoku listened to the movement from observation Haki's perception, and his face was full of emotion. Not only to take the lead in strength, but also to inspire comrades in the same period in spirit and will, leading them to the right path and constantly becoming stronger. Perhaps, this is the meaning of Chief. I didn't expect Darren's presence to change training camp so much. Sengoku sighed a little. Hearing this, Zephyr seemed to think of something, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He still remembered the smoky look in the first training camp. Sakazuki ended the training period ahead of schedule, and couldn't wait to go to sea to fight against pirates, and took away a large number of followers with similar personalities. As for the rest, with Polo Salino as the chief, their training intensity is simply like playing house. Perhaps, the results of this training camp will be the best in the past. Zephyr smiled and said. By the way, Sengoku, you came to my side this time, is there something wrong? Sengoku waved his hand and said. It's nothing, I just want to care about the members of this year's training camp. He paused, and tentatively said. How's Darren's recent practice? Not bad, that kid trained hard, and his will is terrifyingly tenacious. Zephyr answered casually. You have also seen how he is practicing. He looks like a beast. Armament Haki has mastered a lot, and Haki's strength has also increased to a certain extent. Wait, what do you want to do? Zephyr's eyes suddenly became vigilant, and he stared at Sengoku suspiciously. You guys never care about the training camp. What bad idea are you playing? Having been exposed, Sengoku smiled helplessly and coughed twice. Ahem, actually, I came here this time because I have an urgent mission, and I want to borrow someone from you. Who? A bad premonition welled up in Zephyr's heart. Darren. Don't even think about it. Chapter 58. The smile on Sengoku's face froze and his muscles twitched. Hey, Zephyr, you old BD is too quick to say no. Don't you give me any face for this Marine Admiral? Don't think I don't know what you crafty BD is thinking, Darren is my lieutenant. Zephyr leisurely lit a cigar and looked at Sengoku with vacant eyes. You already have Pora Salino. Sengoku almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when he heard the words, gritted his teeth and said. Don't mention that guy to me. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Zephyr, this urgent task has nothing to do with the adjutant. It is his freedom to choose whose adjutant Darren will be in the end, but the immediate task really needs Darren's help. Zephyr, who was smoking a cigar, glanced at Sengoku, and found that the seriousness on the latter's face did not seem to be fake, frowned and said. Is there anything that you can't solve? There are so many generals in the headquarters, why do you want Darren? Sengoku, you should be very clear that the training camp period is a critical period for elite officers to grow rapidly, which is especially critical for his future strength. If manpower is really needed, wouldn't Sakazuki, Drago, and Polo Salino be better choices? They've all grown up, and they're not far behind Admiral-level combat power. And Darren is still in the period of rapid growth in strength. It is not suitable for him to perform tasks that are too dangerous. At the end, Zephyr shook his head in disapproval. Although the mechanism setting of the training camp is not completely closed, it does not restrict the movement of students. After all, they are not recruits who don't know anything, but marine elites carefully selected from all over the world. When necessary, it is not uncommon for them to go to sea to perform tasks. But after observing for the past month, Zephyr was surprised to find that Darren's growth rate was too fast. He is like a never-ending sponge, constantly absorbing all the knowledge and training techniques he taught him. Compared with when he first came to the training camp, his strength has at least increased significantly. Zephyr had only seen this kind of rapid increase in strength from Sakazuki and Porisalino, and even compared to them, Darren was even worse. The emergence of this situation shows that Darren has already made a lot of basic accumulation when he was at North Blue. After coming to the headquarters training camp and under his own guidance, the past accumulation finally exploded, achieving extremely exaggerated leap-forward growth. This is a sign of accumulation. Zephyr is naturally unwilling to break Darren's perfect power-up period. Going out to sea to fight pirates, there will be more opportunities in the future, not this moment. There is no need for Darren to get involved in the affairs of the military department, otherwise the setting up of the training camp would be meaningless. As Darren's teacher, Zephyr naturally considers it from the perspective of safeguarding Darren's vital interests. Zephyr, I have taken into account your worries, but this time the mission objective is more troublesome. Sengoku said in a deep voice. And I believe you also understand that the improvement of strength cannot only rely on practice, actual combat is also a very important part. Seeing that Zephyr was still frowning, he added. How about we look at Darren's own personal opinion before making a decision? He knows his own situation better than anyone. Hearing what Sengoku said, Zephyr could only nod helplessly. Although I can forcibly refuse, Sengoku is Admiral after all. He has already said this to this extent, no matter how I say it, I have to give him face. It's really not good, I'll try to persuade Darren when the time comes. Zephyr murmured inwardly. On the school field. The scorching sun pierced the skin like a sword, making it painful. Bean-sized sweat dripped on the ground, but it was absorbed by the dry soil in the blink of an eye without a trace. Boom! The heavy and thick iron chain fell heavily, kicking up a piece of dirt and gravel. Darren was panting heavily, his chest heaving rapidly, making a hoarse breathing sound as if pulling a bellows. But his face was full of satisfaction and enjoyment. The past month has been very fulfilling, and he hasn't had such a peaceful day for a long time. There is no busy military work, no busy entertainment, no hypocritical political games, only day after day training, sweat, and the encouragement and smiles between classmates while secretly competing. Putting aside trivial military affairs and government affairs and boring interpersonal communication, Darren is completely immersed in personal practice. He was surprised to find that under the guidance of Zephyr, with a more deeply understood training method, he finally had another breakthrough in the improvement of his strength. Although the cultivation progress of observation haki has not improved yet, all the physical statistics have improved significantly. Physique, 69.335. Strength, 66.331. Velocity, 66.591. Fruit, 76.111. Armament haki, 28.319. Physique, strength, speed, the development of devil fruit. These four physical data have all been improved by at least 2 points or even higher during the special training in the past month. This is an extremely terrifying statistic. You must know that the data of 2 points may not be a big deal on the panel, but in fact, this kind of comprehensive improvement adds up to an improvement of nearly 10 points. If it is converted into actual combat, the improvement of personal combat power is at least 20% or more. Of course, Darren is also very clear that as he continues to adapt to such a training intensity and a new training method, the speed of this strength improvement will continue to decline over time. In the past 2 or 3 days, this sign has become more and more obvious. Of course, in addition to the basic data improvement. After Zephyr's guidance and knowledge combing, Darren has a clearer understanding of the development and understanding of armament haki. On the basis of this understanding, after a comprehensive measurement and evaluation, armament haki's strength standard is also followed. Thinking of this, Darren looked down at his palm full of calluses and blood blisters, and suddenly let out a low drink. Arm. Swish. The blackness visible to the naked eye dyed the arm like liquid, covering the entire palm, showing a thick, cold, and hard texture like metal. If 100 points are used as the standard value, after rough estimation, the strength of Mr. Zephyr's armament haki fluctuates around 90 points, while his own armament haki strength is 28 points. Perhaps it is not very strong compared to Zephyr, but considering that it has only been a month since he comprehended it to being able to master armament haki proficiently, Darren knows that this speed of progress is enough to surpass most people. The ingenious point is that Darren has seen Garp and Sengoku, the two marine bosses, make a full shot. According to my own estimation, the strength of Sengoku's armament haki is about 80 to 85 points, while Garp is on par with Zephyr. It's just that Garp has the bonus increase of Conqueror's haki, and the actual combat power it explodes is stronger than that of Zephyr. At this moment, a figure ran over from the edge of the school field. He gave Darren a military salute. Darren Commodore, Mr. Zephyr please. Chapter 59. 3 minutes later. Darren put on a clean military uniform and knocked on the door of the chief instructor's office. Teacher Zephyr, are you looking for me? Darren said hello as he just walked into the office. He looked up and saw Sengoku sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a confident smile. Sengoku Admiral. Darren was stunned, then immediately reacted and raised his hand in a military salute. Zephyr has stepped down from his position as Admiral of Headquarters, and in the training camp he acts as a master and apprentice, with no obvious superior-subordinate relationship. But Sengoku is different. After all, he is the current Admiral of Naval Headquarters and belongs to his superior. The superficial rules must still be followed. Well, Darren, how's your practice going lately? Are there any questions? Zephyr said with a smile, looking at Darren with unconcealed satisfaction and appreciation in his eyes. Darren shook his head and smiled. Not yet. The knowledge taught by Teacher Zephyr is very rich and profound. It will take some time to digest and absorb it. Look how nicely this guy talks. Hearing Darren's words, the smile on Zephyr's face became even stronger, and then he raised his eyebrows provocatively towards Sengoku on the sofa. It seems to be saying that Darren only makes the right choice if he grows up under his guidance. How childish! Sengoku simply rolled his eyes with disdain. At this time Darren turned to look at Sengoku again, smiled and said, I haven't seen you for many days, but Sengoku Admiral's style remains the same. Well, you're a good boy. Sengoku's face suddenly smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum. Zephyr. Ahem. Sengoku quickly suppressed the smile on his face, coughed twice, looked at Darren seriously and said, Darren, this time I came to the training camp specifically to see you. I have an urgent mission. Looking for me? Darren frowned, going on a mission? The training camps during this period were far less formal than the closed-end teaching of military schools in later generations. In the timeline of the original work, the training camp has been replaced by a regular military academy, and the scope of enrollment has been expanded countless times. Students are not allowed to enter and exit freely during their stay at the military academy, which seems to have the standards of a modern military academy. But training camp is different. The training camps are filled with elites from all over the world. During the training at the military academy, they can also go on missions according to needs and orders. But under normal circumstances, in order to ensure the quality of teaching, the military will try its best to avoid letting students leave the training camp. What does Sengoku Admiral mean? Sengoku said in a deep voice. For the sake of confidentiality, I cannot tell you the specific situation before you accept this task. There is only one thing I can tell you. He slowly sat up straight, with a serious look on his face. The target of this mission is extremely powerful, ruthless, and violent in his style. His hands are stained with blood. Countless people have died in his hands. According to the staff's assessment, this guy's combat effectiveness is probably infinitely close to that of World Destroyer Berndy Waldo. Darren frowned even more. So Sengoku Admiral, you want me to take on this extremely dangerous mission without even knowing the mission goal? Sengoku's face stiffened and he nodded. He also knew that this request was a bit embarrassing, so he wanted to win Zephyr's support from the beginning, hoping that Zephyr could stand on the same side as him. Seeing the expressions of Darren and Sengoku, Zephyr suddenly felt at ease and said with a smile, "Boy Darren, you don't need to worry. If you don't want to go, just mention it. It won't have any impact on you. Right now, the most important thing for you is to keep training, learning, and improving your strength." Sengoku added anxiously. "Darren, although the mission target is very strong, your devil fruit ability is just enough to restrain him. This is why I came to find you. And in addition, you are not acting alone in this mission. You are only participating in the operation as a deputy. The real mission leader is someone else. For you, the danger level of this mission is still within control. It is at least easier than the battle with Berndy Waldo. Is it my ability to restrain myself?" Darren suddenly fell into deep thought, his brain working rapidly, searching for relevant information in his mind. Arrogant as he is, Darren is no idiot who wants to die. After facing Roger's knife, he has clearly realized how far he is from the peak powerhouse in this sea. "It just so happens that I am in the rising period of strength. If there is no need and certainty, it is naturally a more rational choice to stay in the training camp to accumulate strength. However, who is this guy who can make Sengoku, the headquarters admiral, so afraid? The combat power is not inferior to the existence of World Destroyer Berndy Waldo. Violent and cruel. Plus this time period." A name came to Darren's mind quickly, from blur to clarity. "Sengoku Admiral, if I participate, who is the commander of this mission?" Darren pondered for a moment, then asked under Zephyr's somewhat astonished expression. After the words fell, before Sengoku could speak, a low and hoarse voice suddenly sounded from behind. "It's me." The door of the chief instructor's office was pushed open at some point. A harsh and ruthless aura of iron and blood turned into a cold wind and rushed into the office. The moment he heard the voice, Darren froze for a moment. He turned slowly. A tall and stern figure wearing a peaked military cap came into view, his eyes filled with the constant gloom of 10,000 years. "Well, going to a fight, Darren?" the man said coldly. Darren looked at Sakazuki in front of him calmly. The latter also looked at him with an indifferent look. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The corners of Darren's mouth gradually curled into a defiant arc. "It's been a long time since we fought together, Sakazuki Rear Admiral. Sengoku UBD. You're a fool." After Darren left with Sakazuki, Zephyr finally couldn't hold back the aggrieved heart, and directly patted the table, blowing his beard and staring. "You didn't say the commander of the mission is Sakazuki." Zephyr was furious. What a joke. Before Sakazuki left North Blue, Darren was his lieutenant. Facing his former boss, it is impossible for Darren to refuse this task. Sengoku sat there leisurely eating senbei, clasping his ears over and over again, pretending to be stupid while saying, "Really, didn't I say? Ha 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 ha, it's not important." Zephyr gritted his teeth. He knew that BD Sengoku was cunning, but he didn't expect him to be so insidious. "There are so many excellent vice admirals in this department, why do you have to let Darren go? Besides, you said that the objective of the mission is dangerous, why doesn't Admiral, your headquarters, go out in person?" Zephyr demanded. Sengoku suddenly put down the senbei, and his tone suddenly sank, becoming cautious. Because there are more dangerous things happening at the same time. He wiped his mouth, his eyes flashed with deep solemnity. According to Garp's information, the Roger pirates have already stepped into the waters of New World. According to the course of the Oro Jackson, Roger is likely to meet Whitebeard. Zephyr's face changed slightly upon hearing this. Chapter 60. Although Zephyr has already left the front line and resigned from his position in Admiral, he will still pay attention to legendary pirates like Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion. After all, Zephyr has fought against this group of guys many times, and knows how dangerous they are to the sea. Are you sure they want to meet? Zephyr's brows were tightened, his face extremely serious. Unlike the ambitious guys like Golden Lion, neither Roger nor Whitebeard has ambitions for world domination. After the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the two of them had many conflicts, and each battle caused extremely terrifying movements, and even had exaggerated records of tearing up land plates and sinking small islands. Even so, most of the conflicts between Roger and Whitebeard happened on the spur of the moment, or because they were happy to see each other, or because of a battle of spirits. There was no life and death enmity, which made the relationship between the two pirate groups very delicate. Because of this, Roger and Whitebeard also have a bit of sympathy and mutual recognition. If Roger's meeting with the Golden Lion is likely to be a life and death fight, his meeting with Whitebeard is not. In case those two guys come to an agreement, join forces. Sengoku pinched his temples and mused. The exact situation is not clear, but the directions are indeed so. The government has begun to be vigilant. After the end of the Valley of Gods War, Roger has been wandering around the world for these years. 5 elders have begun to wonder if Roger knows something and is looking for something. As he said those words, a sharp light flickered across the lenses of Sengoku's black-rimmed glasses. So Zephyr, you get it. I have to go to the New World myself and join Garp. Although the probability of an alliance between Roger and Whitebeard is very low, if something unexpected happens, Garp will not be alone. Garp can't face those two crazy guys at the same time, after all. Zephyr was silent for a while, shook his head and said. The probability of them joining forces is not high. If Roger is really looking for something, it is absolutely impossible for Whitebeard to get involved in this muddy water. I've played Whitebeard a lot, and that guy doesn't have much ambition. He just wants to protect his family. Sengoku glanced at Zephyr and sighed. I hope it was a false alarm, but no matter what, I have to make corresponding plans in advance. I will take away most of the combat power, including Polosolino. If it is not really impossible, I am not willing to say this and let Darren carry out this dangerous mission. Let's stop talking here, I have to go. After saying this, Sengoku stood up and walked towards the door. But just as he was about to leave the office, his footsteps stopped. Zephyr, I meant what I told you last time. Sengoku turned his back to Zephyr, and the word justice in black was heavy on the wide marine cloak. We don't have much time left in this era. Especially at a time like this, I really need my comrades to stand by and fight alongside me. Zephyr stared blankly at Sengoku's slightly tired back, looked at the snow-white and sacred cloak, and after a long silence, shook his head and said with a smile. Sengoku, I've always fought by your side, haven't I? Sengoku was startled, and immediately understood what Zephyr meant. He stopped talking. Just stride out the door. Walking on the road leading to the military port, the glare of the sun fell, and Sengoku's heart was extremely heavy. Zephyr, are you really willing? The once famous Black Arm shouldn't be buried in that dilapidated school building, right? Actually, I see what you mean. What you're trying to say is that you'll spend the rest of your life in military school, pinning your hopes on the younger generation. This is your explanation to justice and to Marine. This is how you fight alongside your former comrades in arms. Even if it's not with me and Garp. But... Sengoku let out a long breath, raised his head, his eyes were blinded by the scorching sun. His fists were clenched very tightly. I really want to see you once again in high spirits, leading the marine to charge," he murmured. The warship broke through the waves at a steady speed, dragging a white trail on the vast and endless sea. On the deck, Sakazuki stood at the bow of the ship with his arms folded, looking gloomy at the end of the transition between the sky and the sea. He was biting a lit cigar in his mouth, and the smoke from the cigar was blown up by the sea breeze and annihilated in the fluttering of the cloak of justice. "So, what is the mission goal this time?" Darren walked slowly to Sakazuki's side, stood beside him, and also lit a cigar. Sakazuki took an intelligence document from a young marine and handed it to Darren. Half a month ago, a big event happened in the nation of endless wars located on the Grand Line. His tone was cold and stiff. In this country that has been at war all year round, tens of thousands of troops were killed overnight, and the entire country was burned. No one, whether noble or civilian, was spared. The world government was shocked when they heard the news. At first they thought that the country had been attacked by big pirates like world destroyer Berndy Waldo. After all, those with the power to destroy the country are usually large pirate groups. But after our marine investigation, we discovered an amazing truth. Sakazuki's mouth curved into a cold smile. The one who destroyed this military power was not some vicious big pirate, nor the dark forces in the underground world, but a soldier. A soldier who belongs to the army of nation without end wars. Darren let out a puff of smoke slowly, looked at the young man with long blonde hair in a military uniform in the photo on the intelligence document, narrowed his eyes and followed up with Sakazuki's words. "Douglas Bullet. I really guessed right. Possessing a destructive power not inferior to Berndy Valdo, an existence that can make both Sengoku and Sakazuki fearful, and a pirate who appeared in this time period. And only Douglas Bullet. In the original plot, the crew of the Roger Pirates is said to be a devil descendant who can tie with Pluton Rayleigh. I just don't know how strong this guy is now." Chapter 61. Douglas Bullet, a top combat force known as the successor of the Ghost, was a member of the original Roger Pirates. It is said that in Roger's era, he had the same strength as Pluton Rayleigh. Later, because he learned that Roger was terminally ill, he began to question Roger's strength, and finally decided to disembark, started to run away, and turned the entire sea upside down. In the end, Marine launched the buster call directly, and even Garp and Sengoku were dispatched, so he was arrested and sent to the 6th floor of Impel Down, Eternal Hell, to be imprisoned. In Summit War, Bullet took advantage of Blackbeard and Wang Luffy to make Impel Down and escaped from prison. 2 years later, he opened the Pirate World Expo and easily crushed all the so-called pirate supernovas. Unfortunately, he still lost to the plot killer and sun god in the end. The miraculous power of. Looking at the blonde young man in the photo with fierce eyes, ferocious eyes, and a very cold military temperament, relevant information about Douglas Bullet quickly emerged in Darren's mind. He couldn't help frowning, and glanced at Sakazuki. Although Douglas Bullet has just wiped out his own country and army at this time period, and has not yet joined the Roger Pirates, but if his combat power really reaches the level of Pluton Rayleigh. This time the task, relying on myself and Sakazuki alone, I'm afraid it's a bit dangling. After all, Sakazuki's current strength has not yet reached the peak level, and there is still a considerable distance from the top powerhouse. Douglas Bullet, this guy wiped out his own country and army by himself, which has already shocked the royal families of many member countries of the Grand Line. In order to prevent this kind of fear from spreading and causing unrest in the country and the people, the world government has ordered strict secrecy and blocked information about Douglas Bullet. Sakazuki said slowly at this time, exhaling a white smoke like a dragon from his mouth. That's why Sengoku Admiral kept the objectives of the mission a secret in the beginning. Darren nodded in understanding. For a lunatic like Bullet, it is normal for the world government and Marine to block news. In fact, for the heinous world-class criminals, the government and Marine will take all measures to try to cover their traces to avoid widespread panic. About this guy's combat power. Darren pondered for a moment, and asked tentatively. Does our headquarters have specific assessments and intelligence? Sakazuki shook his head. What we know for now is that he has the power to destroy the country. 5 days ago, a branch of the Grand Line sent a Vice Admiral headquarters, a warship, and hundreds of Marines to try to arrest him, and finally the entire army was wiped out. But you also know that it doesn't mean anything. Indeed, the configuration of Vice Admiral and a warship in the headquarters can be said to be going sideways in the 4 seas or the first half of the Grand Line. But for the strong, this configuration can't test their true strength at all. The information about the combat power of those big pirates in this sea is basically bought by countless Marines with their fresh lives. Darren's eyes narrowed. It seems that the headquarters does not have a clear enough understanding of Douglas Bullett's combat power information. Sakazuki keenly noticed the seriousness in his eyes, and suddenly said, "It's not like you to be so careful, Darren." Darren was taken aback when he heard this, and then smiled. "No, I was just thinking." "Sakazuki, how strong are you now?" Sakazuki glanced at him, then turned to look out to sea again. The brim of the military cap cast a shadow over his eyes. "Soon you'll find out. When the time comes, help me restrain that guy's weapon, especially to prevent him from escaping with a submarine." At the same time, New World, a certain sea area. "Coming. Father. They are coming." The Oro Jackson. On the calm blue sea, on the deck of the Moby Dick as huge as a white whale, there were exclamations one after another. The members of the Whitebeard pirates ran to the side of the boat, leaning on the railing with both hands, stretched out their heads towards the sea and opened their eyes wide, looking around. On the distant sea, a 3-masted pirate ship with a golden head and a huge mast that was as red as blood was sailing fast towards the Moby Dick on the sea wind. On the sails that were blown inflated by the sea wind, the skull flag with the golden wave beard seemed full of oppression. The Oro Jackson. The pirate ship of the Roger Pirates. "It's finally here, Roger." Whitebeard, who sat on the main seat on the deck, grinned, his broad and tall body almost filled the chairs, and he was imposing. "Boarder." In less than a minute, the extremely fast Oro Jackson approached the Moby Dick, and the boarder plate was lowered to connect the two behemoths. Hey, newcomers, pay attention, enter the cabin to avoid." Marco with the golden pineapple head leaned against the railing, trying to remind the other crew members, but as soon as the words came out, he knew it was too late. Boom! Behind him, a newcomer who had just boarded the boat suddenly rolled his eyes, fainted, and fell to the ground. Then the second, the third. Following the sound of deep and powerful footsteps on the bordering board, those newcomers on the deck of the Moby Dick passed out one after another. Marco rubbed his temples in distress, cold sweat dripped from his young face. When the figure of Haki in a blood-colored captain's coat and captain's hat stepped onto the Moby Dick, the deck of the hull even made a muffled crackling sound, and tiny cracks appeared. Except for the core crew members of the Whitebeard pirates on the deck, most of the members have fallen to the ground. Ha 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 ha. "It's been a long time, Whitebeard." Haki's stern black-haired man raised his head, without looking at the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates who were on the verge of a formidable enemy. They fixed their eyes on Whitebeard on the main seat, and laughed heartily. The heroic laughter was like rolling thunder, causing the sky and the earth to change color. The wind suddenly rose, the waves rolled, and there were faint black and red lightning bolts in the void, which came and went. Aboard the Oro Jackson. Pluton Rayleigh pinched his temples helplessly. He had clearly agreed at the beginning that there would be no fights in this meeting, but Roger's uncontrollable fighting spirit was not a battle against fights. The other crew members are also tense, always ready to fight. They are well aware of their own captain's urination, and once they get excited, no one can stop them. Buggy hugged his head frantically, tremblingly said, "It's over, it's Whitebeard. The captain is so provocative. Now it's really going to be a fight." Shanks on the side looked at the arrogant figure of his captain with admiration and shock, and his heart was surging. Facing the world's strongest man Whitebeard and his pirate group, Captain Roger is still so imposing and unrestrained hacky. Seeing Roger standing there, at his feet were countless members of the Whitebeard pirates who fainted and unconscious. Shanks was trembling with excitement, his face flushed, and his fists were clenched. This picture left a deep imprint on his young heart. Let him involuntarily pop up an idea in his mind. One day in the future, I want to become a hacky man like Captain Roger. Chapter 62. Black and red lightning flashed continuously in the void, and huge waves suddenly rose up on the sea, and the clouds in the high sky gathered quickly visible to the naked eye, forming a huge black vortex that covered the sky and the sun. The majestic gust of wind swept up amidst the flickering thunder, and everyone on the Moby Dick turned pale. The weaker ones couldn't even bear the pressure from the soul and spirit, and knelt on one knee. On the ground, gasping for breath. Marco and the others stared in amazement at Roger, who was surrounded by bunches of black and red lightning, gritted his teeth, and a chill came down his spine. This aura of looking down on the world. No matter how many times I see it, it is so shocking. Hey, it's not a good habit to vent hacky unscrupulously when we first meet. At this time, Whitebeard on the main seat said something dissatisfied. The moment the words fell, his golden eyes widened suddenly, and a majestic momentum visible to the naked eye exploded from his burly body. Crackling! Black lightning bloomed at the same time, roaring violently. Two powerful, abyss-like auras collided heavily in the void between Roger and Whitebeard. Thousands of black lightning suddenly rose, and a majestic and impacting air column suddenly pierced into the clouds in the sky. The sea of clouds was continuously disintegrated and condensed, and collapsed. The world changes color. In the horrified eyes of the members of the two pirate groups, the whole world in front of them seemed to be turned upside down at this moment, and all the colors faded away, leaving only black and white. A huge tremor like the earth shaking came from the Moby Dick and the Oro Jackson. The monstrous tsunami tens of meters high overlapped and rose, and centered on the two pirate ships. It spread towards the sea in all directions, sweeping a radius of tens of nautical miles. At this moment, the two legendary pirates with a shocking momentum, moved at the same time. Bang! The moment the two supreme sharp knives were unsheathed, Whitebeard and Roger jumped out of the spot at the same time and swung the knives. Silence descended immediately. Bunches of black and red lightning crazily compressed into an energy ball between the two unparalleled famous knives. The gust of wind blew the captain's hats of Roger and Whitebeard at the same time, and their black and blonde hair fluttered in the wind. The flickering thunder illuminated the faces of the two who were full of fighting spirit and heartily laughing. Ha 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 ha, Newgate! Other than Garp, only you can make my blood boil. Roger grinned, and his face was filled with the innocent smile of a child meeting a long-awaited toy. I haven't seen you for so long. When we met, we waved our knives at each other. Is this your greeting, Roger? Whitebeard's eyes also ignited a raging fighting spirit, and the white captain's cape behind him fluttered in the wind. Just then. Roger, that's enough. Don't forget about business. Rayleigh shouted loudly as he appeared on the deck of the Moby Dick. Father, our ship will sink if we continue to fight. Marco shouted anxiously. When the two spoke, the energy ball compressed into ultimate between the two supreme sharp knives finally exploded with a bang. Boom! Dazzling white light suddenly occupied the entire world, making the night-like sky briefly enter daylight. More violent winds and waves blew up, and the sea seemed to surrender to the domineering spirit of the two kings, howling at the bottom of their lungs. I don't know how long it took, the world returned to calm again. The waves calmed down and the water became clear and blue. Seeing Roger and Whitebeard slowly putting away their weapons, everyone in the two pirate groups breathed a long sigh of relief, turning a blind eye to the huge cracks that opened in the sky above their heads. Things like the sky being torn apart. They have long been used to it. TCH. It's so boring. Roger sheathed the knife and muttered angrily, but was frightened by Rayleigh's fierce glare and shrank his head. Whitebeard also looked at his son with dissatisfaction, but was choked by Marco's words, "We don't have money to repair the pirate ship." He swallowed his words hard. Seeing the unconvinced looks on their faces, Marco and Rayleigh twitched their mouths. What a troublesome dad/captain. This thought came to mind at the same time, and he immediately gave the other party an apologetic smile empathetically. "Tell me, Roger, why did you come to me this time?" Whitebeard took out a jar of wine. The huge jar was half as tall as a man. After pouring a large bowl for Roger, he sat on the ground and took a sip, impatiently. Roger smiled when he saw the wine. He picked up the wine bowl and drank it all in one go. Then he licked his face and pushed the wine bowl towards Whitebeard. "Don't worry about that. We haven't seen each other for so long. Let's have a drink first." Looking at Roger's empty bowl and the former's impatient look, Whitebeard couldn't help but wonder if this guy didn't have money to buy wine and came here just to drink with him. He helplessly filled Roger's glass with wine, and then said with a hint of direction, "We don't have much time. Those two guys, Garp and Sengoku, have already led the elite to New World. It's hard for me to get rid of them." Whitebeard thinks that he is not afraid of Garp and Sengoku, but he still doesn't want to start a war with Marine's main force unless necessary. On the one hand, because of Marine's strong strength and the support of the world government, the fight would be endless and meaningless. On the other hand, he did not want to see his family members on the ship injured or killed in battle. Even as powerful as he is, once a full-scale war breaks out with Marine, he will not be able to take care of and protect every crew member. He is not like the thick-lined guy in front of him, who can run freely all over the sea. As one becomes more powerful and has more territories and crews under his command, it is a heavy responsibility and an invisible constraint. "What are you afraid of? In the worst case, I'll have a hearty fight with them." Roger smiled nonchalantly. Bang! Rayleigh struck him on the head with a hand knife, and a big smoking bump suddenly appeared. "Let's get down to business." Rayleigh gritted his teeth. Roger grinned in pain and rubbed the bag on his head, his face gradually becoming serious. "Newgate, you know I have been looking for the end of this sea." Chapter 63. In the blue sky, white seabirds fly past and cry. Two pirate ships, one large and one small, crawled quietly on the sea, as if listening to the tranquility of the sea. Historical text. After hearing what Roger said, Whitebeard raised his eyebrows. He casually raised his head and took a sip of strong wine, and said in a rich voice, "That kind of thing is just a pile of broken stones that no one can understand. What does it have to do with the end of the sea?" Roger was already full of alcohol at this time, with a reddish look on his face. He shook his head and said, "No, after the war that year, I used the permanent pointer obtained from the Valley of the Gods battlefield. I found the Mercury Island pointed by the pointer. But after landing on the island, we found that there was nothing on the island, and the pointer was out of control and could not continue to guide the direction. Rayleigh and I both agreed that there should be an island behind Mercury Island, and only when we arrive there is it true. Voyage. Then I have been searching on the sea for these years, and finally found the clues to the final island, which exist in this historical text." Roger lowered his voice and raised a smile on his lips. The historical text records the secrets and truth of history, and after investigation, it was found that 4 ancient red stone tablets recorded the location information pointing to the final island. I call these 4 red historical texts road signs. Only by gathering the information from the 4 road signs can we find the end of the legendary sea. And that. Roger's eyes were filled with endless yearning. It's hiding one piece. However, facing the excited Roger, Whitebeard shrugged without interest. So what? Roger's eyes suddenly widened. What do you mean by so? Aren't you curious about what is at the end of the sea? That's the final island. Isn't it that we go out to sea to find the secrets of this world? This is the real freedom and dream. Whitebeard stretched his neck and took a sip of strong drink. Roger, I have no interest in any big secret treasure like that. If you want to find it, go find it yourself. His pair of Haki's sharp and deep eyes looked at Marco and the others on the deck not far away, who looked curiously from time to time. In his drunken eyes, soft smiles showed little by little. I've found my one piece. The sea breeze blew gently by, and Whitebeard's long golden hair fluttered in the wind under the bright sunshine. Roger stared blankly at Whitebeard, who was smiling with satisfaction, and was suddenly speechless. I see. After a long while, he took out a long breath of wine, shook his head with a smile and said, I really envy you for realizing your dream so quickly. Whitebeard smiled and looked away, a strange red light flashing deep in his eyes. It's time for you to go, Roger. Roger nodded. In observation Haki's perception, 2 marine warships have sailed into the nearby waters, and a strong and deep aura is looming among the warships. Garp and Sengoku have already caught up with the main force. So Roger picked up the wine bowl and said with a bright smile, then, when we meet next time, let's have a good fight. Whitebeard also laughed and picked up the wine jar. No problem. The two looked at each other and smiled. Boom! The wine bowls and jars were raised high in the air, clinking glasses with each other, creating a sense of freedom and dreams in the sunshine. Drink it all in one gulp. Rumble! The dull sound of shelling came from the distant sea at this time, and pitch-black shells fell on the sea around the 2 pirate ships, exploding water columns. Enemy attack! Dad! It's Marine! Captain Roger! Marine is here! There was a turbulence on the sea surface, and the 2 pirate ships shook violently. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group and the Roger pirate group screamed at the same time. Ha 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 ha, Newgate! Then see you next time! Roger laughed and stood up. Whitebeard also stood up from the deck, watched Roger's back step onto the boarding board, and said with a smile, Don't let Garp catch you. Roger turned around and sneered. How is that possible? I'm very strong. He flexed his arms, showing off his biceps. Oh! Whitebeard smiled with interest, his eyes narrowed. But I heard that you suffered a big loss at the hands of a marine brat, and even your pants fell off. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger lost his footing and fell directly onto his pirate ship. Newgate UBD. Nothing like this happened. He gritted his teeth and climbed up, his face turning green. Whitebeard chuckled and glanced at the plastic button on Roger's belt. It seems true. Damn it! I'm not done with you today. Roger roared angrily and was about to draw his sword, but was hugged tightly by his own crew. Captain Roger, we have to run. If you don't leave, Marine will surround you. Seeing Roger's face flushed and struggling, the crew members of the Roger pirates broke into a cold sweat. Boom boom boom. The artillery fire became more and more intensive, and the shells blasted countless water columns on the sea. Marco's figure has turned into the form of a phoenix, flying into the air, shooting down shells one after another. And Garp's thunderous voice came from a distance. Roger! Don't run away! This time you lost more than just pants. Ha 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 ha! Roger's face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Goo-hoo, let's go Roger! Whitebeard smiled and shook his head. I'll give you a ride. After the words fell, Rayleigh immediately and decisively ordered to put away the border board. I saw Whitebeard turned around, staring at the 2 warships speeding fast on the distant sea with his deep eyes, his long golden hair fluttering in the air. On the deck of the warship, the figure of Garp and Sengoku standing on the bow gradually became clear. It's not time to go to war with you yet, Garp, Sengoku. Whitebeard murmured with a smile, taking a deep breath. His hands were clenched into fists, and the knotted muscles on his arms protruded like rocks, crossing across his chest. Father, couldn't be. Marco's pupils shrank, and his face suddenly collapsed. The other crew members also hurriedly grasped the fixtures on the Moby DK and hugged them tightly. "Goo la la la! Marines, I will give you a big gift!" Whitebeard exclaimed loudly, a startling gleam in his eyes. Both fists were surrounded by a milky white halo at the same time, and then they swung heavily. Boom! The fist smashed straight into the void, and then the air made a crackling sound. Cracks visible to the naked eye appeared in the void like broken glass. The world fell silent for a moment. Then, in the shocking eyes of Garp, Sengoku and all the marine elites, the sea suddenly fell into a riot. The dull roar came from the deep sea, and it continued to expand, and soon it was deafening. Boiling waves rose layer upon layer from the surface of the sea, turning into a monstrous tsunami of hundreds of kilometers, almost covering the sky and the sun. In the majestic waves and tsunami, the Oro Jackson flew directly into the sky as if thrown by a giant, and soon disappeared, mixed with screams like killing a pig. The tsunami soared into the sky, and the roaring sound almost tore the sky and the earth apart. After 3 full minutes, the overwhelming tsunami subsided slowly. The wreckage and debris of ships floated everywhere on the choppy sea. On the 2 dilapidated warships with their masts broken, the Marines were panting for the rest of their lives, their faces pale. Damn! They ran away again. Garp, who was drenched all over, looked at the empty sea and couldn't help cursing. The Oro Jackson and the Moby DK disappeared without a trace, apparently taking advantage of the cover of the tsunami and running away. Such a tsunami, even if the Moby DK didn't bear the impact head-on, it would probably have suffered heavy casualties. Sengoku panted heavily, muttered with frowning eyebrows. "I just don't know where their boat will be washed away by the tsunami." His breath was a little disordered, which was clearly a sequela from the impact of the tsunami just now. Is this the strength of the strongest man in the world? It's really scary. A slow voice sounded, and a dazzling golden light fell from the sky. Countless photons converged into a human form beside Sengoku. Polo Salino, who was not flushed or out of breath, stroked the stubble of his chin and said with a smile. Sengoku glanced at Polo Salino, who was not wet by kakuzu, and the corner of his mouth twitched. At the same time, Grand Line. A town in ruins. Corpses fell to the ground in all directions, and the wreckage of buildings was burning, billowing black smoke. A blood-stained military boot stepped on the fallen pirate flag. A blond young man with a strong figure and wearing a black military uniform held the pirate's neck and lifted him high in the air. His eyes were arrogant and disdainful. "Is this the big pirate with a bounty of 80 million Baileys?" he sneered, a look of regret flashed deep in his eyes. "It's really too weak." Click! With a twist of the thick fingers, the pirate's neck was directly twisted, and his head shot up into the sky. Hot blood shot up from the broken neck of the corpse like a fountain, spilling traces of cruelty in the dark red sky. Blood splattered on the face of the blonde youth, making the smile on his face even more ferocious. He let go of his hand and let the body fall heavily. Immediately, as if aware of something, he turned around and squinted. On the distant sea, a murderous warship is coming through the waves. "Marine." Douglas Bullet licked the corners of his chapped mouth, and said with a grin. "It's really just in time, I'm on the verge of killing." Chapter 64. Although there is only one warship, it is better than nothing. Douglas Bullet's eyes flashed with violence and arrogance, and he said with a grin. "Before we get rid of that guy named Roger, I'll put you to the test." Before he finished speaking, his expression changed slightly. A silver phantom suddenly burst through the air, sinking into the ground at a frighteningly fast speed. Boom boom! A large cloud of billowing dust was immediately raised on the ruined town. Bullet's figure slid back dozens of meters, his black military boots plowing out long dents on the ground. The dust kicked up by the strong wind covered most of his body, wrapped around Armament Haki's right hand and firmly grasped a streamlined silver metal skateboard. Demon fruit power? It's getting interesting. Bullet licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes lit up with a fighting spirit, and he pinched the metal skateboard hard and twisted it. He just wanted to take a step forward, but countless shells fell from the sky, completely submerging his figure in the continuous explosion and flames. The explosion was deafening and the flames shot into the sky. The wreckage of the collapsed building was in a mess under the indiscriminate bombardment of shells all over the sky, and stones, glass, the earth, and corpses were torn apart under the hot impact air waves. On the warship, the Marines watched in shock as the shells piled up on the deck covered the target area like an array, setting off huge mushroom clouds continuously. The whole town seemed to have turned into a large-scale shell testing ground at this moment, and the explosion flames lit up the entire sky. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. His gaze, subconsciously turned to the tall figure standing side by side with Sakazuki at the bow, with one hand raised. They finally realized why the always proud Sakazuki Rear Admiral looked at this freshman who had just entered the training camp with special regard. There is no need for any heavy artillery at all, this man, the firepower of one person is comparable to that of an army. And what's even more terrifying is that, driven by the ability of Darren Commodore Devilfruit, the shells on the warship do not need to adjust the shooting angle like conventional shelling to perform parabolic shelling. Instead, it directly bombed the target area at a speed several times higher than normal heavy artillery. Too strong. Is this a monster? No wonder Sakazuki Rear Admiral went to the training camp to borrow someone. Just when the Marines were in a state of shock of brain failure, Sakazuki standing on the bow of the warship stared coldly at the center of the explosion in the distance, frowned and said, "His breath has not weakened." A hideous smile curled up on Darren's lips. Of course, this guy is not so easy to deal with. He tore off the marine cloak behind him with one hand, moved his neck, and made a crisp sound of frying beans. "Then I'll go and play with him first." Sakazuki said lightly. As the voice fell, wisps of faint blue arcs flickered between his fingers. The invisible magnetic field fluctuations spread out in an instant, and then boiled and rioted. In the frozen eyes of all the Marine soldiers, the figure of Marine Commodore shot out from the warship like a shell. His speed climbed to ultimate in an instant, his body was infinitely close to parallel to the sea surface, and the air waves engulfed by the high-speed flight plowed out a snow-white groove in the sea, and shot towards the center of the burning town. Before this mission, Darren had modified his military boots and belts in advance through the relationship of the Ordnance Management Department of the headquarters, and added metal objects to them. In this way, he can fly at high speed directly without the use of metal skateboards. Don't be dazed. Go forward at full speed. Sakazuki's cold shout brought the shocked Marine soldiers back to their senses. All of a sudden, the engine of the warship roared like a beast, full power. It's such a boring trick. Is this what Marine is capable of? In the thick black smoke and raging flames, a black military boot protruded from the black smoke. Bullet's burly figure then smashed through the thick smoke, and the armament haki wrapped around his body quickly faded away like ink being sucked. He directly tore off the scorched black and tattered military uniform on his upper body, revealing his muscular body. Yet, a deep voice suddenly sounded. A strange scarlet flashed deep in Bullet's pupils. A black-haired Marine appeared above his head like a ghost, covered with armament haki's military boots, and smashed down like a violent battle axe. Bullet sneered. It seems that a ruthless guy has come this time. He punched without flinching. Boom! Military boots and fists collided heavily in mid-air, making a deafening roar like a meteor hitting the earth. Douglas Bullet's figure sank, and the ground within a radius of 10 meters below his feet collapsed, blasting a shocking giant crater. Bullet's pupils shrank slightly, and then he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha! Very good power. For the first time in this sea, someone can keep pace with me in terms of pure physical strength. His eyes quickly turned red, staring at the indifferent Darren like a devil, and the depths of his pupils burst out with excitement. At this time Darren finally saw Bullet's face clearly. Very similar to the memory, this is a cold face, never knowing what pity and sympathy are, and the eyes are filled with a kind of madness and paranoia. It's just that the Bullet in front of him is still quite young compared to his memory, he looks less than 20 years old. You have no idea how vast this sea is, Darren said with a sneer. The figure twisted violently in mid-air, and with the power of the rotation, he punched Bullet's head. With the addition of armament haki, the terrifying power that surpassed the giants directly penetrated the air, blasting white waves of air and making a dull sonic boom. Yet, Bullet laughed wildly, throwing his fists in combat. Then let me see what skills you have. Marine. Boom. Two pitch-black fists collided loudly in mid-air. At the same time, Bullet twisted his eyes, and a majestic and deep aura erupted from his body. The wind suddenly rose, and the sky and the earth changed color. Conqueror's Haki. Darren also exploded his Conqueror's Haki at full strength without hesitation. Boom! The two strands of purple and red Conqueror's Haki, like a substantive tsunami, are constantly rolling, colliding, and bombarding between the sky and the earth, bursting out countless lightning bolts. The violent shock wave spread out in all directions centered on the two of them, sweeping everything. The earth, building debris, mud, boulders, broken corpses. Countless objects were blown away under the impact of Haki. Circle after circle of air waves spread surgingly. Chapter 65. The turbulent storm set off layers of rippling and spreading traces on the ground, and the distinct purple and red air waves collided with each other, making the two wild and domineering figures seem like ghosts and gods. Under the violent collision, the berserk aura radiated out at an extremely terrifying speed, and even the ground, trees, and building wreckage on the edge of the island continuously heard crackling sounds, and fine cracks emerged. The substantial weight hits the face, causing the warships that are advancing at full speed to stagnate. Many weaker marines on the warship even lost consciousness without saying a word, unable to bear the pressure of the breath, and fainted. The marines' eyes widened in an instant, looking at the town that seemed to have turned into a Shura hell, with black and red lightning occupying the background. Collision of Conqueror's Haki. Darren Commodore has awakened Conqueror's Haki. Horrible. Standing at the bow of the ship, facing the imposing tsunami, Sakazuki remained motionless like a steep rock wall, with the white cloak dancing wildly behind him, and a faintly invisible light flashed deep in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. That's how it feels. The fighting spirit in Douglas Bullet's crimson eyes became even more frenzied, and he grinned excitedly. Come on, Marine. Let me have a good fight. When the words fell, Bullet's ghostly eyes were ferocious and blood-red, and the aura of his body rose again. Roar! With a yell like a devil's roar, Bullet was wrestling with Darren on his right arm, the knotted muscles swelled up, and the more stern and domineering Haki broke out on it. Darren's pupils shrank. Try to stop me, Marine. Bullet let out a smirk, and his arms as thick as a beast exploded a circle of white air ripples, and his power suddenly exploded. With Darren's strange strength surpassing the giants, he punched the latter hard and flew out. Boom! The air waves exploded, and the released armament Haki tore the ground and building debris all the way, forming a huge gully. Darren's figure flew upside down like a cannonball, crashing through several collapsed buildings one after another, before sinking deep into the ground, smashing out a large wave of dust ripples. Dust rises and fills the air. Bullet's eyes became more and more crazy, without any unnecessary nonsense, his legs stomped heavily on the ground, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The speed is unbelievably fast. This lunatic who once slaughtered an entire country's army seems to have cultivated his body to a superhuman level. In the next moment, Bullet's figure suddenly came to Darren's landing point. Towards the looming figure in the dust, he swung his fist ferociously. He has been fighting on the battlefield since he was a child, experienced many life and death crises, and had blood on his hands, and he has already understood a truth. There is no need to keep your hands on the battlefield, and extra nonsense is extremely stupid. If you want to kill someone, do it directly, and give the other party time to breathe and prepare. It is tantamount to digging your own grave. Ha 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 ha. Die, Marine. Click. A sound of the ground tearing suddenly sounded. Bullet's complexion changed slightly, and the red glow perceived by observation Haki flashed in the depths of his pupils, and he changed his moves hastily. Boom! The ground in front of him was torn apart suddenly, and a crimson color symbolizing hell and destruction quickly magnified in the reflection of Bullet's pupils. The splashed magma rises from the cracks in the ground, and a figure leaps out like a magma beast that has escaped from its cage, and the fist of magma wrapped in terrifyingly high temperature blasts out with fierce light. Next second, Bullet's fist covered with Haki collides with the fiery lava fist in mid-air. There was a dull crashing sound. The purple armament Haki and the crimson magma gas arc formed a colliding cyclone, pressing the ground under their feet to collapse and melt. The surging air waves and ripples swept in all directions, rolling up countless sand, gravel, scrap iron, and various sundries. The stalemate lasted only a second. Accompanied by a loud bang, the two groaned at the same time. The figure bathed in the magma blasted a large piece of magma, Bullet swayed, and retreated quickly conditionally. Boom boom boom. His footsteps stomped heavily on the ground, and the ground collapsed under his impact, leaving deep pits. Here comes a stronger one. Bursts of burning sensation came from the fist, and the black gloves were already scorched. Bullet squinted his eyes, and the violent red light couldn't help surging in the depths of the pupils, eagerly licking his chapped lips. The thousands of degrees of high-temperature magma has inexplicable burning and penetrating power, and my own armament Haki was unable to completely defend against it. It seems that this time we can finally have a good fight. He stared fixedly at the two figures in the dust, and broke the phalanx of his fist. He laughed wantonly. It's really embarrassing. The wind blew away the dust, and Darren slowly stepped out of a shocking pit, bleeding from his right arm. Bullet's strength is indeed too strong, perhaps comparable to himself in terms of pure physique, strength, and physical skills, but his armament Haki strength has caused obvious suppression to himself. The department's intelligence calculations are wrong. Leaving aside the destructive power of Devil Fruit, this guy's melee combat power is estimated to have surpassed Berndy Waldo. A low, cold voice sounded slowly. The bubbling boiling magma quickly gathered on the ground, gathering into a tall figure. Red magma slid down from Sakazuki's tough cheeks like sweat drops, the red faded to be a snow-white cloak, and black smoke billowed from the surface of his body. Darren wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, grinned and said, "That's right. He once fought one-on-one with Berndy Waldo. Although he had the fire support of the North Blue Fleet, it was considered a fluke factor. But Sakazuki is right. If it is close combat, Douglas Bullet, who grew up on the battlefield since childhood, is indeed better than Berndy Waldo. In fact, Berndy Waldo was so feared by Marine, and even included in the ranks of legendary pirates, largely because of the destructive power of his Momo fruit. However, after the confrontation just now, although he was suppressed on Haki, Darren also roughly detected the level of Bullet's combat power. At least in the current period of time, Bullet, who has not yet joined the Roger Pirates and is only 15 years old, has definitely not reached the level of being on an equal footing with Pluton Rayleigh. The terrifying level of strength rumored by later generations is estimated to be largely achieved by Roger giving him feeding moves and his continuous sit-ups when Bullet failed to challenge Roger many times. From this point of view, perhaps Roger is also a very good teacher. And now the Bullet. Is it infinitely close to Admiral-level strength? Darren spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and a ferocious smile gradually formed at the corner of his mouth. Can fight.